Chapter 112, Unexpected Fortune. Even Sunyang showed a hint of surprise when he saw this. He hadn't expected the sail to be capable of collecting wailing souls and malevolent ghost creatures. After all the pouncing ghost creatures were absorbed into the soul sail, the female ghost creature's resentful gaze actually held a hint of terror. But a moment later, this female ghost creature was also entanglement by a green light and disappeared into the soul sail, vanishing without a trace. Sunyang flew down, taking the soul sail back into his hand, a wicked smile playing on his lips. At this moment, the green light emanating from the soul sail was even more intense than before, which naturally delighted Sunyang. Oh! A soft exclamation rang out. Sunyang discovered that the moment he grasped the soul sail, a blurry voice sounded in his mind, expressing two strange commands. Without hesitation, he waved the soul sail, and the female ghost creature emerged from it, her resentful aura completely gone. Only her eyes revealed a complete sense of submission. It seemed that once this ghost creature was absorbed into the soul sail, it was bound by the soul sail and destined to be commanded by its master. Next, Sunyang began to try out the two commands that the female ghost creature had previously emitted, one by one. The first command was Scream. Any ghost creature weaker than the female ghost creature would be driven by her, and whoever her gaze focused on would be the target of the attack. Of course, since this female ghost creature was already inside the soul sail, her abilities were naturally weakened. Currently, she could only command the ghost creatures within the soul sail. The second command was Explode. When the female ghost creature was startled and enraged, she would let out a terrifying roar, and any ghost creature weaker than her, unable to withstand the roar, would directly explode. However, activating this ability required the female ghost creature to feel panic and anger, and she would only experience these emotions when encountering a powerful ghost creature. At other times, it simply couldn't be used. After understanding the two commands, Sunyang's astonishment deepened. These two abilities of the female ghost creature were enough for her to become the main soul of the soul sail. The first ability, of course, went without saying. As long as he could gather more wailing souls later, he could just unleash them all against any enemy he encountered. No matter how strong the opponent, under the attack of so many wailing souls, they would surely suffer defeat. As for the second ability, although it had limitations, Sunyang quickly thought of a way to circumvent them. That was his ghost general from the ghost sail. Although this ghost general was damaged, it was a genuine foundation establishment stage ghost general. As long as he unleashed this ghost general, the female ghost creature would naturally feel panic, and as the panic deepened, it would slowly turn into anger. He. Sunyang knew that he had gained another powerful weapon. But as he laughed triumphantly, he was unaware that from this moment on, he was stepping into an even deeper abyss. The wickedness in his heart was further stimulated. Of course, that was a story for another time. As all the surrounding ghost creatures were absorbed by the soul sail, the area suddenly became empty, and because of this, a dim silver corpse emerged from the deep pit below. Seeing this, Sunyang showed a hint of surprise. He quickly flew down and arrived before the silver corpse in the center of the deep pit. When this silver-winged flying corpse was controlled by Sister Tong, its strength was formidable. Even the explosion of the ghost devil couldn't destroy this corpse, which was enough to demonstrate its high defense. In the future, if he obtained the corpse demon sex method of controlling corpse puppets, this corpse would very likely become one of his major combat forces. Sunyang wasted no time and joyfully put the corpse into his storage pouch. However, as the silver corpse was put away, two storage pouches also appeared in the pit. He had originally felt quite surprised to obtain the silver corpse, but he hadn't expected there to be two storage pouches as well. This was truly an unexpected fortune. Sunyang hung the storage pouches on his waist, feeling in high spirits at the moment, and just as he was immersed in his abundant gains, the hand seal he was holding showed a slight anomaly. He quickly looked down, then his expression turned stern. The hand seal he was currently holding was one of the small anti-tracking spells he had set up along the way out of the cave. Now, someone had triggered these spells. Sunyang knew that someone must be fleeing towards the cave exit. Moreover, this person was extremely flustered, completely unaware that they had triggered all the small tracking spells. Since Sunyang knew someone was fleeing, he naturally wouldn't let them leave. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the soul sail. The next moment, he flew to the entrance of the cave, waved the soul sail in his hand, and instantly, a large green light erupted from the sail's surface, followed by dozens of ghost creatures flying out from within. However, after the ghost creatures flew out, Sunyang did not show joy. Instead, his expression became extremely grim. Because just now, when he was using the soul sail to summon all the ghost creatures from within, he discovered that what was consumed was not spiritual energy, but soul power. That's right, controlling this sail actually consumed soul power. Soul power is the power contained within the soul. Once this power is excessively consumed, it can damage the soul body. Sunyang initially didn't know it would consume soul power, so he immediately summoned all the ghost creatures from the sail, instantly consuming 30% of his soul power. If his soul body hadn't been exceptionally strong, he might have been in serious trouble. If it had been another cultivator, they would have collapsed by now. At this moment, Sunyang, who had originally regarded the soul sail as a powerful weapon, felt his fervent enthusiasm diminish by more than half. Clearly, in the future, when using the soul sail, he would absolutely be cautious, either summoning only a small number of ghost creatures, or only using it as a trump card in moments of crisis. Although this soul sail, when not being used, could quickly restore consumed soul power by relying on the green light on its surface. But once the green light was excessively consumed, it would in turn consume the soul power of the ghost creatures inside, leading to a weakening of their strength. And to restore the ghost creature's strength, one could only kill cultivators to obtain their souls and replenish them, or absorb other wailing souls and malevolent ghost creatures to fill the void. Upon closer thought, this was a vicious cycle. If he were to use the soul sale's green light to replenish his soul body, Sun Yang would probably either be thinking about replenishing his soul or be on his way to absorbing wailing souls and malevolent ghost creatures. This was not a good thing at all. However, fortunately, Sun Yang had soul liquid in his hand, which could temporarily and slowly replenish the consumed soul power, though the speed was slow. At least, he didn't have to worry about recovering soul power. Then, he took out a bottle of soul liquid and dripped one drop into his mouth. 2 breaths later, strange noises began to come from inside the cave. It seemed that someone was about to flee out of the cave immediately. Sun Yang summoned the female ghost creature, then quickly flashed and hid in a secluded spot nearby, concealing himself. He planned to launch a surprise attack on the approaching person, so he naturally couldn't expose his whereabouts. Not long after, a figure hastily flew out. This person was extremely disheveled, covered in blood, and their aura was also very chaotic, clearly having experienced a great battle. This person was Feng Kong. When Feng Kong saw the dozens of ghost creatures outside, there was no excessive panic on his face, it seemed he was prepared. A moment later, Feng Kong took out the blood-colored talisman scroll, quickly performed a spell, and 3 blood-colored giant pythons materialized. These giant pythons exuded a powerful chi, and their bodies were enormous, instantly blocking Feng Kong. Then, the 3 giant pythons wandered off in 3 different directions. Having done all this, a hint of self-satisfaction flashed across Feng Kong's face. When he came to the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, he had consulted many ancient texts and learned that the ghost creatures in this ruined immortal hall were all creatures without sentience. These ghost creatures acted purely on instinct, and the blood-colored pythons he had summoned now had a chi that was significantly stronger than his own, so the ghost creatures would obviously target the most dangerous threat first with a fatal attack. This would allow him to escape this troublesome place. Thinking this, Feng Kong had already begun casting a spell, preparing to flee at the first opportunity once the ghost creatures were drawn away by the blood-colored pythons. However, his idea, though good, was based on ghost creatures that were no longer what they used to be. The next moment, as a hideous-looking female ghost let out a sharp shriek, the surrounding ghost creatures seemed to gain eyes, each accurately targeting Feng Kong and pouncing on him. Seeing this, Feng Kong was greatly alarmed, exclaiming, "How is this possible? It shouldn't be. Didn't the ancient texts say they all lacked sentience? How could this hideous female ghost be a rare sentient ghost creature?" At this moment, a surge of panic welled up in his heart. But Feng Kong, while seizing treasures inside the cave, had already damaged or destroyed his magical artifacts, leaving him with no suitable treasures in hand. Ah, what a pity. It was not easy for him to snatch the treasure from the demoness Ao Qing, yet he was going to die at the hands of these ghost creatures he had never really taken seriously. After his lament, dozens of ghost creatures pounced on him. Crunch, crunch. A chilling chewing sound began to echo all around. It didn't take long, not even a speck of the living person remained, completely becoming a snack in the mouths of the ghost creatures. With a thud, the blood-colored talisman scroll in a storage pouch dropped. Seeing this, Sun Yang did not rush to pick up the storage pouch, instead, he squatted in the shadows, maintaining his hidden state. He knew that Feng Kong had escaped so urgently because someone must have been pursuing him from behind, otherwise, why the rush? The person behind him, without a doubt, should be Ao Qing. Sun Yang dared not be careless. This woman was said to be the disciple of senior martial uncle Siu Long, and her strength should not be underestimated. He did not want to be inexplicably taken advantage of by this woman due to a momentary greed, ending up like Feng Kong, becoming the target of a chase. As soon as this woman dared to show her head and emerge from the cave, Sun Yang would use his strongest methods to deliver a fatal blow to her. Time, at this moment, began to flow slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, yet there was no movement inside the cave. A hint of suspicion appeared on Sun Yang's face. He didn't know what was going on, as this woman should have been chasing Feng Kong, so why hadn't she come out yet? After a long while, 100 breaths passed. There was still no sound coming from inside the cave. Sun Yang also began to murmur to himself, mainly, maintaining his magical power operation like this, even though his magical power far exceeded that of ordinary people, he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. That's enough, that's enough. He sighed softly, either this woman knew about his ambush and deliberately stayed put, or she hadn't been pursuing him at all. Waiting any longer like this was not a solution. Sun Yang decided not to waste any more time, but before going out, a hint of vigilance flashed across his face. There were 2 possible outcomes for him going out this time. First, this woman was somewhere in the cave but unwilling to fight him, in which case they would each go their separate ways. Second, the moment he stepped out, this woman would immediately launch an attack, gaining the upper hand. Among these 2 points, Sun Yang was not worried about the second point, because he had also thought of a countermeasure. If this woman really ambushed him, he would certainly show her a thing or two. What he worried about most, however, was the first point, because going their separate ways seemed peaceful, but in reality, this woman would have already marked him in her heart, and future troubles would be great. Sun Yang pondered for a while, then patted his storage pouch, took out the 5 Sun Soul pouch, put it on, and transformed into Wang Ping's face. The reason he hadn't put on the 5 Sun Soul pouch and changed his face the moment he entered the secret realm was naturally due to careful consideration. Because this treasure, once attacked, was very likely to be damaged. This was unacceptable to Sun Yang, as the importance of this treasure in his heart was quite significant. And now, to avoid revealing his true identity, he could only use the soul pouch to change his face. He also wouldn't have to worry about this woman remembering him and seeking revenge in the future. Subsequently, Sun Yang activated his ghost sail, flew out, and after rolling up the storage pouch and the blood-colored talisman scroll, he rapidly fled towards the outside of the ruined immortal hall. When he took the storage pouch, he had already formed a hand seal and was prepared for a sneak attack. However, he felt that this action seemed a bit superfluous, the surroundings were very quiet, and there was no one to be seen. Sun Yang felt that this woman had probably chosen the first point he speculated, not intending to confront him here. After a cold snort in his heart, he then took dozens of ghost creatures and rapidly fled away. However, 10 breaths after Sun Yang left, a blood-colored figure flew out from the cave. It was indeed Ao Qing. But the qi emanating from her was clearly very weak. Only she knew that in the secret chamber of the cave, she had expended great effort, and just as she was about to obtain that treasure, she was suddenly ambushed by Feng Kong from the shadows. This resulted in the treasure being stolen, and she was also injured by the backlash. Of course, she immediately struck with lightning speed, severely wounding Feng Kong, but unfortunately, he still managed to find an opportunity to escape using various spells. This led to the drama of her chasing Feng Kong all the way. But in another moment or two, she was confident she could catch up to and kill Feng Kong, retrieving her treasure. However, upon approaching the exit, Ao Qing suddenly discovered something was amiss. As senior martial uncle Siu Long's personal disciple, she was not only naturally talented but also quite intelligent. Although she was extremely angry that the treasure had been stolen, she was not blinded by rage, instead, she was exceptionally clear-headed. Upon discovering that Feng Kong seemed to have triggered many small anti-tracking spells, she knew there must be someone ambushing ahead. Sure enough, not long after Feng Kong went out, he was torn apart and killed by a group of wailing souls and vengeful spirits. Although Ao Qing also noticed a female ghost with sentience, this was too much of a coincidence, as in this secret realm, a sentient vengeful spirit might not even be born once every 100 years. She immediately felt that someone must be playing tricks, and couldn't help but start setting up her methods 100 meters away from the cave entrance. If anyone dared to walk out and snatch Feng Kong's storage pouch, they would only face a dead end. But this wait lasted for about 100 breaths. And she was already injured, yet she kept maintaining her magical power, gradually starting to feel overwhelmed. Just as she thought she was overthinking it and that no one was lurking, releasing the spell in her hand. At this moment, a green shadow emerged, instantly taking Feng Kong's storage pouch and the blood-colored talisman scroll. Ao Qing's face turned green upon seeing this person was too patient. Their patience was even better than hers. However, upon seeing the young face of this person, Ao Qing's heart tightened. Because to be so young and possess such hard nature, this person was absolutely not simple. At the same time, she had never seen this person reveal their true capabilities within the sect. This person would definitely not be an ordinary individual in the future. Ao Qing scanned the area where Sun Yang had left, and couldn't help but feel a hint of interest. Of course, she wouldn't just let the treasure be taken away. Even if she couldn't retrieve it in the secret realm, she would find a way to take it back once she returned to the sect. He. After adjusting her posture, she threw a charming glance into the distance. On the other side. 3 days later, in a dark valley. At this moment, urgent footsteps could be heard. 3 figures entered the field of vision. The person in front was a female cultivator dressed in the Blood Yin sect's disciple robes. At this moment, she was extremely flustered, and even her pretty face showed a pale color. This was because, behind her, 2 dark figures were relentlessly pursuing her. Black chi was rising from both of these individuals. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to discover that both of them were disciples of the Corpse Demon sect. As the pursuit drew closer, the 2 Corpse Demon sect disciples grinned wickedly, and the magical artifacts in their hands glowed brightly, emitting a substantial killing intent. This made the female cultivator in front increasingly despair. But not long after, the female cultivator seemed to discover something, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. However, the joy had barely appeared when it abruptly ceased. A look of disbelief appeared on her face, and then she was caught up by the 2 people behind her and killed on the spot. Thanks to Junior Brother's good idea, this should be the 4th person to die by our hands, right? One of them squeezed the female cultivator's head in his hand, then slammed it down with a fierce palm, turning it into a rain of blood before he put away his killing intent and chuckled wickedly. Although my method is good, doesn't it also require Senior Brother's help to be truly effective? As soon as these words were spoken, the previous person was overjoyed. This Junior Brother's words truly pleased him. He then directly inspected the storage pouch, and after a short while, he chuckled. Ha, we 2 brothers don't need to be overly polite. Alright, as agreed before, all gains are 50-50. This is yours, Junior Brother. After dividing the items in the storage pouch, the 2 of them exchanged meaningful smiles. Then, one of them said, Junior Brother, the time has come, and that immortal beast hall should have already opened. Why don't we 2 go there? If we can arrive early, perhaps we can ambush more isolated individuals, and we might have a good harvest. Senior Brother, what you said is true, it's just. At this point, the voice abruptly stopped. Just what, Junior Brother? However, when that Senior Brother turned his head to look at the other person, his pupils couldn't help but contract, and he immediately turned pale with fright. He saw that his Junior Brother next to him had a bowl-sized blood hole in his throat, from which blood was constantly gushing out. He immediately realized that someone was hiding in the dark and launching a sneak attack. As he reached for his waist, preparing to take out a magical artifact, a green light flashed out, and a swift gust of wind swept past. A head rolled to the ground with a thud. At this moment, a person also appeared within the green light, and it was none other than Sun Yang, who had been traveling for 2 days. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Sun Yang quickly moved his finger seals and applied them to the 2 individuals. Not long after, he collected 2 bottles of blood essence Qi and 2 souls, then used a fire to reduce the bodies to ashes before finally relaxing. Actually, he had arrived at this place much earlier. Due to the excessive consumption of magical power from 2 days of travel, he was meditating to recover his magical power. But he couldn't find peace. He actually encountered 2 disciples of the corpse demon sect engaged in a chase. Sun Yang originally didn't plan to interfere. However, by coincidence, the female cultivator from the Blood Yin sect sensed his location with a token. This female cultivator clearly wanted to imitate the previous red-robed person's trick, speaking out to drag him into the situation, so that Sun Yang could take action and save her life. But how could Sun Yang fall for the trap? He had already cast the blood arrow technique a step ahead, piercing through the female cultivator's throat. This led to the scene where the female cultivator showed a look of disbelief before being caught and killed on the spot by the 2 corpse demon sect members. Afterward, while the 2 corpse demon sect members were conversing, Sun Yang seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and eliminated both of them as well. After hanging several storage pouches on his waist, he finally began to ponder. Just now, he heard the 2 corpse demon sect members mention the Immortal Beast Hall. According to the incomplete map in the token, this place was indeed not far from him, so he could go and take a look. For 3 days, after leaving the Immortal Slaying Hall, Sun Yang had been searching for spirit medicine that could cleanse his marrow and refine his bones. But along the way, it was as if the area had been scoured clean. In so many places, he hadn't encountered a single rare spirit medicine, only common and low-grade herbs. This made him quite depressed. Originally, he had planned to head north, towards the border between the righteous and demonic Dao, to see if there were any spirit medicines in the 2 central regions. But at this moment, upon hearing of the Immortal Beast Hall, he couldn't help but become interested. Listening to the 2, it seemed that this hall was not open together with the secret realm, but rather 5 days later. It seemed that no one should have entered this immortal hall during this period, and there might be many spirit medicines inside. Sun Yang felt it was necessary to make a trip. Then he accurately determined the direction and used a divine speed talisman to rush forward. Half a day later, he arrived in a deep, secluded forest. And in front of him, there was a magical array glowing with a faint green light. Sun Yang saw this without any change in expression. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to wait quietly. When he arrived, he had already searched the storage pouches of the 2 corpse demon sect members and found some records about the Immortal Beast Hall. The Immortal Beast Hall here was extremely vast, occupying a full 1/3 of the area of the ancient Immortal Sect ruins. Moreover, it was all located in the outer regions. The reason why the ancient Immortal Sect ruins placed the Immortal Beast Hall in the outer area back then was to guard against attacks on the sect, using the immortal beasts they raised to resist the first wave of enemy sneak attacks. But as the ancient Immortal Sect ruins were breached, the immortal beasts raised within naturally died out completely. Even if there were immortal beasts that managed to survive within. But over the past few millennia, as high-level cultivators continuously entered the secret realm, those spirit beasts were gradually hunted down and killed. Because the ancient Immortal Sect, in order to raise these immortal beasts, had set up an immortal field within the Immortal Beast Hall using a secret method, which contained many special spiritual items. Over thousands of years, although the spiritual items in the immortal field had long been harvested. However, every 50 years, some rare spiritual items would still be born. It once became a place of contention for both the righteous path and demonic path. Back then, under the mediation of a powerful being, in order to show fairness, the Immortal Beast Hall was separated into 2 parts using a great divine ability secret method. The righteous path and demonic path each occupied 1 part. And the half of the Immortal Beast Hall occupied by the demonic path became the arena for the disciples of the 3 major demonic sects today. Of course, for the sake of fairness, to allow disciples from all 3 sects time to go to the Immortal Beast Hall, the Immortal Beast Hall would only open 5 days after the secret realm opened. After all, the disciples of the 3 sects were randomly teleported into the secret realm. Some might be very far from the Immortal Beast Hall, while others might be very close. But regardless of the distance, within 5 days, any cultivator who wanted to enter the Immortal Beast Hall to explore would have enough time to arrive. Of course, there were only a limited number of spiritual items in the Immortal Beast Hall, and if the disciples of all 3 sects wanted to get some, it was clearly not enough to go around. This led to the saying of the Immortal Beast Hall being traceless. No matter how one searched in the outer areas of the Immortal Beast Hall, it was impossible to truly find the location of the palace. And to find the palace, one needed to collect 15 black light orbs. The origin of these black light orbs is very mysterious. It is said that they existed since the time of the ancient Immortal Sect and were established to prevent the Immortal Beast Hall from being attacked. This has a particularly high credibility. Simply because, although the immortal beasts in the Immortal Beast Hall area have been successively killed over the years, some relatively low-level spirit beasts would still be born every once in a while. And these low-level spirit beasts, when they reach a cultivation node, will produce these black light orbs within their bodies. Of course, because the 3 major demonic sects have set up a large formation here, the highest cultivation of spirit beasts will not exceed 10 levels of Qi refining, so this cultivation node is above the Qi refining stage 9th level. Only by killing spirit beasts above the chi refining stage 9th level in the outer area can one obtain a black light orb from their bodies. When 15 are collected, these black light orbs will react, emitting a black light that illuminates the correct path to the immortal beast hall. However, among the low-level spirit beasts born, a small number contain thin ancient bloodlines and are particularly strong. Of course, there are also particularly weak ones, it all depends on luck. Sun Yang frowned after understanding, knowing that the danger of killing spirit beasts was not very great. The real danger came from the demonic cultivators who entered. After all, spirit beasts only attack head-on, and if one cannot defeat them, one can find a way to escape. However, the methods of the entering demonic cultivators are varied and very insidious. Some people are too lazy to kill spirit beasts and might directly kill cultivators to snatch the black light orbs from their hands. This is not only fast but also allows them to gain without effort. After Sun Yang understood, he did not show any signs of retreating. Currently, while waiting for the formation to begin, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and began to ponder his plan. On the other side, within a gloomy valley emanating faint bloody chi. At this moment, bloodstains were everywhere, and all that met the eye were corpses. None of these corpses were complete, severed hands and feet, separated heads, ruptured intestines, scattered everywhere. Roughly counted, there were about 7 of them. And in the center of the corpses, a thin young man sat cross-legged, his entire body purplish-black, his eye sockets glowing with an eerie crimson light, his mouth stained with blood, occasionally revealing a sinister smile. If Sun Yang were here, he would surely recognize this person. It was Wang Qinglu, whom he had met once on the flying ship. The moment this person entered the secret realm, his suppressed inner self was completely unleashed, transforming him into a devil. In the past few days, wherever Wang Qinglu went, whether it was cultivators or weak Yao beasts, none were spared, all were killed. Not for treasures, but for the pleasure of killing. Moreover, he would first torture the living creatures he caught before killing them, his methods being extremely cruel. He seemed to have become immersed in it, in the pleasure of torturing and killing. The more he did so, the more excited he became. At this moment, he was venting all the humiliation he had endured while cultivating the blood curse art through slaughter. Some who luckily escaped his pursuit were all terrified, bestowing upon Wang Qinglu the title of Bloody Devil Head. Those who heard the name of the Bloody Devil Head would avoid him by 1,000 li. At this moment, a bloody glint flashed in Wang Qinglu's eyes. Along his journey, while searching for prey, the most frequent news he heard was about the opening of the Immortal Beast Hall. It should be very lively there now. He lightly licked his lips, his bloodlust growing stronger. This time, it would surely be a satisfying journey of slaughter. Subsequently, Wang Qinglu leaped, transforming into a blood-colored shadow, and disappeared into a certain distant spot. On the other side, by a lake with green ripples, a gaunt man sat. This person was named Yi Yanping. Counting the time, the Immortal Beast Hall is about to open. At this moment, the man opened his eyes and mumbled to himself. Then he took out a strange scroll, opened it and glanced at it, a smile flashing across his lips. This item was a secret concerning the Immortal Beast Hall that he had found among the many storage pouches he had obtained during the battle in Fallen Demon Valley. He actually wasn't sure if this storage pouch was left behind by someone from the Righteous Path's Xianjing sect or from the Blood Yin sect. Anyway, after a long investigation, he determined it was absolutely real. This was also the reason he ventured into the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. He wanted to retrieve the treasure described on this scroll. Moreover, based on the scroll's records, he had already formulated a plan. As long as the plan could be implemented, he would surely obtain the treasure. At present, the time had come. Yi Yanping did not want to be preempted by others, so he quickly flew up and headed towards the outer area of the Immortal Beast Hall. Time flew by, an hour later. With a clear sound, the light barrier in front of him visibly trembled slightly. Seeing this, Sun Yang knew that the time had come, and the Immortal Beast Hall had officially opened, allowing entry with a token. He did not hesitate, took out his token, pressed it against the light barrier, and was then sucked inside. Then, his vision blurred, and after a breath, he found himself in a dense mountain forest. Looking out into the distance, he saw countless mountains adjacent to each other, with tall, dense trees, making it impossible to discern his direction. Unless Sun Yang used a flying talisman to fly into the air and look down, he might be able to get a general idea of the terrain. But doing so would be courting death. After all, the outer area of this Immortal Beast Hall was extraordinarily vast, and heaven knew from which point the entering cultivators would appear. Perhaps as soon as he flew up, another person might appear not far below him and directly attack him, which would be impossible to guard against. Chapter 116, The Strategy of Driving Out Wolves and Tigers. Sun Yang decided to honestly use the Divine Speed Talisman to travel, then took out his divination treasure, placed the blood slave behind him, and quickly began his journey. He planned to search for a spirit beast location to collect the black light orb. At the same time, he also heard that in the spirit beast lairs, due to being permeated by spirit beast aura year-round, a small amount of spiritual items would also be born. Therefore, Sun Yang was not just aiming to collect the black light orb, he also wanted to see if there would be any unexpected gains. One day later, in front of a valley full of broken branches and fallen leaves, a cave appeared. At this moment, a series of low beast roars and the sounds of explosions from spell attacks intermittently echoed from within the cave. It lasted for more than 30 breaths before suddenly stopping. A moment later, a black shadow emerged from the cave. This person was Sun Yang. After searching for a day, he was quite lucky and encountered 2 spirit beasts at the Qi refining stage 9th level and 1 at the 10 levels of Qi refining. Of these spirit beasts, 2 were of average strength, and only the one he just dealt with required some effort. However, he still successfully killed all 3 spirit beasts. In total, he obtained 3 black light orbs. At this moment, he carefully put away the black light orb he had just acquired. But as he exited the cave, a hint of evil glinted in his eyes, and he subtly glanced at a certain spot with his peripheral vision. Then, Sun Yang activated the divine speed talisman and fled into the distance. 200 meters away, in a hidden corner, a figure in a black robe was lurking. However, this person did not act rashly, he merely watched Sun Yang's departing back, a cold smile flashing across his lips. Evidently, where Sun Yang was heading seemed to align perfectly with his intentions. This person was an inner sect disciple of the corpse demon sect, with shifty, rat-like eyes, clearly the kind of insidious person who was very good at scheming. And this person, from the moment he entered the outer perimeter of the Immortal Beast Hall, appeared here. One could say his luck was both very good and very bad. This was because as soon as he arrived, he saw 2 spirit beasts fighting, one a 3-headed demonic wolf and the other a wind demon bear. Between the 2 beasts, there was also a gloomy light small flower, a spiritual item. Clearly, the fight between these 2 spirit beasts was likely for the gloomy light small flower. In this light, his luck could be considered excellent, as long as he waited for the 2 spirit beasts to severely injure each other in their struggle, he could then emerge to pick up the spoils. Then, the gloomy light small flower and the black light orbs within the 2 spirit beasts would all be his. However, by an unfortunate coincidence, at this very moment, an eagle-eyed ghost cultivator from the 10,000 Ghosts sect arrived, and this person, using the netherworld method of the ghost general, actually lured away the 3-headed demonic wolf. At the same time, he also took the gloomy light small flower spiritual item. This made the person tremble with anger for a while. But he knew his strength was inferior to that of the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator, so he could only hide in the shadows, not daring to truly confront him. However, such a good opportunity, which he had so painstakingly encountered, was snatched away by someone else. Naturally, he could not swallow this slight. With his strength, facing a full-strength wind demon bear at the Qi refinement stage 10th level, although he was confident he could kill it, he would also pay a corresponding price. If he were to do so, it would be difficult to continue on afterwards. Therefore, an idea sparked in his mind. He then deliberately created some wind demon bear tracks in the surroundings. And just like that, it really did attract someone. He couldn't quite fathom this person's strength, he seemed to only have a Qi refining stage 9th level cultivation, yet he was able to kill a wind demon bear at the Qi refinement stage 10th level. Although his cultivation was higher than this person's, he dared not be careless, lest he suffer an unexpected defeat. But he didn't need to fight this person, because where he was going was precisely the direction the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator had taken. At the same time, when he was arranging the tracks earlier, he also used a secret spell that could cause this person to inadvertently pick up some of his opponent's aura during a fight. And since this person fought with the wind demon bear, it was highly likely he had picked up some of the bear's aura. Afterwards, if the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator were to encounter him, the outcome would naturally be obvious. If these two were to fight, he would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. Thinking of this, the person couldn't help but feel overjoyed. There was no time to delay, he had to quickly find a good place to set up an ambush. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out something unknown, activated a spell, and was quickly enveloped by a surge of black qi, transforming into an afterimage, and sped off into the distance. 10 breaths later, at a place with tall trees, Sun Yang, who was moving at high speed, suddenly stopped, because on his inevitable path, a grey-robed figure had just emerged. This person exuded a dense ghost qi, with an eagle-eyed, bushy-browed appearance. Upon seeing Sun Yang, this person also stopped. The two of them looked at each other. After a short while, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile, because he discovered that the person opposite him was only at the qi refining stage 9th level of strength, and the other party had neither ghost qi nor corpse aura on his body, leading him to guess he was a disciple of the Blood Yin sect. Coincidentally, he had dealt with Blood Yin sect disciples quite a bit, and while he didn't know their combat methods like the back of his hand, he had some understanding. As long as he remained vigilant, he was confident he could kill this person. But very quickly, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator seemed to discover something, and then said coldly, "Your Excellency still has the aura of the wind demon bear on you. I presume you must have killed that wind demon bear, then." "Humph, so what?" Sun Yang's eyes narrowed, and he coldly snorted without hesitation. Seeing this, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator clearly flared with anger, but quickly, he still said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency should know about first come, first served. This bear was discovered by someone else first. If Your Excellency can hand over the black light orb, then we too can go our separate ways, how about that?" Although the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator was not afraid of Sun Yang, the thought that this person could kill a wind demon bear at the qi refinement stage 10th level made a hint of vigilance flash in his heart, and his original intention to fight this person greatly diminished. After all, any damage incurred in a fight, or the destruction of a treasured item, would be extremely not worth it. Afterwards, it was very likely that others would exploit the situation, and it would be difficult for him to leave this place. However, Sun Yang sneered, "What if I don't hand it over? Do you truly not know how to write the word death?" Upon hearing this, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator's anger intensified. Truly, good words are wasted on a doomed ghost. Since this person was so insensible, he would kill him even if it meant sacrificing some of his magical power. Whatever methods you have, just use them. A strong murderous intent flowed from Sun Yang's eyes. However, at this moment, in the shadows 200 meters away, the corpse demon sex rat-eyed person, hearing the conversation between the two, was beaming with joy. In his heart, he was still cheering them on. He wanted the two of them to start fighting quickly so he could go out and pick up the spoils. At the same time, this person had already formed his attack spell, ready to strike like lightning once he saw the opportune moment. At this moment, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator had no more nonsense to say, murderous intent flared in his eyes, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a jet-black ghost sail. Immediately following, with a fierce wave, a tall ghost general emerged from it, wielding a black chi blade, exuding a formidable aura. In contrast, Sun Yang moved his finger, and a green talisman glowed, suddenly conjuring a large mist out of thin air. This was precisely a mist concealment talisman. As he was not far from the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator, the mist quickly spread, enveloping him as well. The eagle-eyed ghost cultivator, initially disoriented within the mist, quickly realized it was merely a low-level talisman with no offensive power, and he felt a sense of relief. At this point, the fact that this person was still only using such an inferior talisman made the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator look down on him. He began to reconsider if he had overthought things. This person's strength was probably very ordinary, and his ability to kill the wind demon bear might have been due to luck. Humph, playing tricks. Then, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator snorted coldly, activated his Dao, and a large ball of ghost spirit chi emerged from his hand, ready to be unleashed. However, the next moment, countless fiery rain poured down above his head. The eagle-eyed ghost cultivator was startled at first, but when he looked up, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He found that this fiery rain was also merely from fire rain talismans. How could such an attack harm him? With just a wave of his ghost sail, the ghost general flew forward, hacking with his black blade, and as the black blade sliced through, the fiery rain turned into wisps of green smoke, dissipating into the surroundings. Then, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator smiled coldly, waved his hand, and the ghost spirit chi suddenly drifted out. However, an anomaly occurred. The black chi that had just drifted out suddenly vanished. The next moment, the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator's eyes widened, and he looked at the golden glow emanating from his body, his eyes filled with surprise. He knew he had been careless, and this time, he was probably finished. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the rat-eyed man from the corpse demon sect, seeing the two fighting, was preparing to act when the time was right, but his vision was obstructed by a layer of mist. He could only observe with his spiritual sense, and then he noticed that the two within the mist seemed to be using their respective methods, as if attacking each other. But for a moment, he didn't know what the outcome inside was. Anxious, he worried that if he didn't seize the opportunity, allowing one of them to catch their breath, his plan would be ruined. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that the two people within the mist seemed to have both fallen to the ground. Could it be a mutual destruction? Ha 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 ha, heaven helps me. It's my time to shine. The rat-eyed man's eyes narrowed into a slit, and without hesitation, he beckoned with his hand, and a black iron corpse appeared, while he, holding a dark bone claw, charged out. As he flew into the mist, the man and the corpse delivered a fatal blow to the two lying on the ground. However, before his attack could land, a bone-chilling cold snort echoed in his ear. The next moment, he felt an itch in his throat. Before he could feel fear, he found his head rolling and hitting the ground. In his final moments, a deep confusion flashed in his eyes, not understanding where he had gone wrong. This thought did not last long before his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. One breath later, the surrounding mist also began to dissipate. Sun Yang coldly approached the rat-eyed man's head and stomped on it fiercely, crushing it completely before retracting his killing intent. Then, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Such tricks were what he had long since discarded. To try and scheme against him with these? What else could it be but a fool's dream? As for the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator, he was now firmly bound by a golden yellow rope, unable to move, and Sun Yang had injected a drop of poison into him, causing him to pass out long ago. Both of these individuals were too self-important. They both thought they had victory in their grasp and began to underestimate their opponent. It was inevitable that they would be tricked and killed by him. Then, Sun Yang activated his Dao, performing soul extraction and blood refinement with practiced ease, before burning away all traces of the two with fire. He then took the two storage pouches and disappeared to another location. 30 miles away. In a valley filled with shattered rocks, there was a rare platform. On the platform, green grass grew abundantly, and a unique floral fragrance permeated the air. Upon closer inspection, one could find a plant with broad leaves and brilliant, colorful flowers, dazzling under the sunlight, growing solitarily among the green grass like a crane among chickens. The peculiar floral fragrance emanated from this flower, drifting far away, its clear scent detectable even 1,000 meters distant. And looking up from this flower, one would discover a large cave, 30 meters high, on a cliff. At this moment, a thin stream flowed from within the cave, falling onto the platform, which made this lush green platform appear out of place amidst the surrounding broken rocks, brimming with vitality. Just then, a figure arrived at extreme speed. Upon seeing the colorful flower, his eyes instantly lit up, and after sniffing a few times, a look of joy flashed across his face. Ha 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 ha, my luck is indeed good, to actually encounter such a spirit flower. This trip was truly not in vain. The man laughed heartily, his mood extremely joyful. It seemed he had followed the floral scent all the way, possibly using some methods to evade attacks from surrounding spirit beasts during his journey. Now, he had finally found this unique colorful flower. Although he didn't quite recognize the flower, its strong fragrance and dazzling colors were enough to confirm its extraordinary nature. Perhaps this single spirit beast alone could be worth all his gains from this trip to the secret realm. However, he did not rashly take it, but instead turned to look at the cliff cave, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What could be inside such a large cave? The man pondered briefly, then looked at the colorful flower, deciding to quickly take it to avoid any further complications. Once he took the flower, he would immediately flee. Without delay, he activated his Dao and headed straight for the platform. However, when he got within a meter of the green platform, he suddenly felt as if he had touched something. Before he could react, the object exploded. Not good. He inwardly cried out, sensing he had fallen into a trap, and quickly waved his hand, pulling out a black shield and holding it in front of him. The next moment, the force of the explosion swept over him. One breath later, a black figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the broken rocks below. A moment later, the rocks shifted, and the black figure scrambled out, disheveled, but the black shield in his hand had a large hole torn through its middle. Clearly, this magical artifact was completely destroyed in the explosion. Who is it, playing tricks? Come out now. His face was filled with raging fury. Not only had he failed to obtain the spirit beast, but he had also lost a magical artifact for nothing. Anyone in his position would not let it go. He was determined to drag out and kill the rat in the shadows. However, as his voice fell, what answered him was a loud roar from within the cliff cave. The roar was deafening. His heart was startled. A spirit beast capable of emitting such a roar was definitely not something he could provoke. He cursed under his breath, then quickly patted his storage pouch, took out a black object, and with a flick, a stream of black chi enveloped him. However, just as he was about to cast a spell to escape, a gigantic dragon claw suddenly extended from within the cave. The next moment, a purple, two-winged flying dragon soared into the sky, and after an angry snort, a bolt of thunder directly struck the person below. A tragic scream arose. The next moment, a charred corpse lay on the shattered stones. The two-winged flying dragon felt its enemy was dead, but its anger had not been fully vented, so it released many more thunder attacks, bombarding the area below. A series of chaotic noises erupted, causing dust to fly. A few breaths later, the two-winged flying dragon's fury subsided, and it returned to the cave. After the dust settled below, a new area of shattered stones appeared. He hadn't expected this area of shattered stones to have formed in such a way. After a good while, seeing that all was calm, a thin figure crawled out from a pile of rubble. This person was a gaunt man with a sharp mouth, none other than Yi Yanping. Yi Yanping glanced at the charred corpse on the distant shattered stones, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and muttered, "Let's see, this should be the fourth person." His heart was extremely depressed at the moment. When he arrived at this treasure hiding place according to the map, he had mentally prepared himself that the treasure might not be easy to obtain. But he never expected that there would be a thunder light dragon in this cave. This was a flying dragon containing a trace of ancient thunder dragon bloodline. Its strength was so powerful that he couldn't avoid it. If he hadn't been careful when entering the cave, he would have probably died here several days ago. It was precisely because of the existence of this dragon that all the plans he had made when coming here had vanished into thin air. But if he didn't get the treasure and just returned empty-handed, wouldn't he have risked coming to the secret realm for nothing? He absolutely could not accept returning empty-handed and swore to obtain the treasure. After much deliberation, he thought of a solution. That was to find a way to lure away the thunder light dragon, and he would seize the opportunity to sneak in and retrieve the treasure. Although it was still dangerous, it was the only chance. As for how to lure away the thunder light dragon, Yi Yanping came up with a plan, which involved the greenish platform and the seven-colored flower. He had spent a great deal of effort to obtain this seven-colored flower, a spirit beast, even losing 2 defensive magical artifacts for it. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a cub. It was precisely because of this flower that 4 people were successively lured here. However, to his disappointment, after these 4 people lured out the thunder light dragon, they hadn't even fled far before a bolt of thunder from the dragon turned them into charred corpses. This made Yi Yanping's mouth bitter. He knew he had underestimated the strength of this thunder light dragon. At the same time, he also felt that this method had already failed, and continuing like this would not work. Currently, the Immortal Beast Hall has just opened, and most of the cultivators who entered this place are still relatively scattered. Once the time drags on, and too many cultivators begin to explore further in, then his location will not be so peaceful. If he were to accidentally attract 4 or 5 people at once, he would not only lose the 7-colored flower and the cave's treasure but also potentially face a life-threatening situation. After much thought, Yi Yanping still thought of the method he was most reluctant to use, which was to go out and find powerful helpers. He knew that doing so might lead to an irreparable outcome, but given the circumstances, it was the only option. Immediately, Yi Yanping waved his hand, collecting the 7-colored flower from the greenish platform into his storage pouch. He then activated his magical power, transforming into a black shadow and disappearing into the distance. On the other side of the Immortal Beast Hall, this was the Righteous Path area. In a deep jungle, 3 people were walking through it at this moment. These 3, 2 men and 1 woman, were all wearing green robes. The leading male cultivator had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a stern face, and a righteous aura between his brows, with faint flashes of thunder light around him. This person was Ying Tianlong, the thunder law practitioner from Xianjing sect whom Sun Yang and others encountered at Fengluo Mountain. Of the other 2, the male cultivator on the left was most striking for his fiery red hair and the folding fan in his hand, which emitted faint flames. The female cultivator on the right had a tall and fiery figure, but her eyes were sharp, a single glance felt as if one had fallen into an ice cave. These two were named Qi Tong, who cultivated fire elemental methods, and Yu Pinghan, who cultivated ice elemental methods. Their strengths were all well ranked within Xianjing sect. This time, the three of them came here to carry out a mission. Ying Tianlong, walking in front, as a disciple of immortal master Songlei of Xianjing sect, should not have been assigned to this dangerous journey. However, a few years ago, during the annihilation of the Fengluo mountain stronghold, he suffered an unprecedented defeat, not only losing the lives of several junior brothers but also fleeing back to his squad in a sorry state. This caused his squad leader to be greatly disappointed in him. When this matter spread, even his master, immortal master Songlei, lost face. In the following few years, his master seemed to have lost confidence, and even his previously designated status as the successor of the five-method Divine Thunder was repeatedly postponed, as if indefinitely. This time, with the opening of the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, Ying Tianlong volunteered to participate in this secret realm trip to regain his reputation. At the same time, he also took on a crucial mission. As long as this mission could be completed to perfection, he would not only regain his master's trust but also be qualified to inherit the five-method Divine Thunder. Therefore, this mission was of utmost importance and could only succeed, not fail. Two junior brothers and junior sister, you should be aware of this mission, but we bear the trust of the sect, and we must succeed, not fail. Senior brother Ying, rest assured, we too are already prepared. Very good. Seeing his two junior brothers and junior sister full of confidence, Ying Tianlong also felt relieved. Before long, the three of them passed through the jungle and arrived at a valley in a large mountain, where a cave appeared before them. This cave was extremely wide and 30 meters high. The three of them merely glanced at it and slowly walked inside. After a long time, they reached the end, a place emitting a green light. Upon closer inspection, countless bolts of thunder flashed within the green light, but they were blocked by a layer of green light shield. Ying Tianlong looked at the flashing thunder in the green light, a surge of excitement flashing in his heart. This was the five-method Divine Thunder he had longed for. Only the five-method Divine Thunder could remain undiminished for 100 years. The Divine Thunder arranged here was said to be from a thunder elemental prodigy of that year, who, after obtaining the legacy of the five-method Divine Thunder, broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment in just 40 years. But unfortunately, when he went to a certain secret place, he mysteriously disappeared inside, which led to the vacancy of the five-method Divine Thunder successor. You all prepare first and help me activate the five-method Divine Thunder array. This process might take about 2 to 3 days, so be sure to pay attention to your magical power consumption. Ying Tianlong flipped his hand, took out a black glove, and sat cross-legged, focusing his divine attention to cast the spell. The other two nodded, not daring to be negligent. Qi Tong activated a spell, and his folding fan spun, conjuring a fire snake that coiled in the middle of the cave. Meanwhile, Yu Pinghan patted her storage pouch, and a cold ice staff appeared in her hand. The staff seemed to have been retrieved from a cold ice cavern, emitting waves of chilling qi. With a casual flick of the cold ice staff, countless ice crystals shot onto the cave walls, instantly transforming the cave into an ice cavern. At this moment, Ying Tianlong's spell had already taken shape. His gaze sharpened, and he controlled the black glove in his hand to pass through the green barrier, beginning to use his magic to gather the five-method Divine Thunder. At this moment, only the sound of gathering thunder remained. 2 days later, in a mountain forest, a massive ape let out a tragic cry and crashed to the ground. At this moment, a figure flew over, pinching hand seals, and pointed several times at the ape's corpse, casting the blood essence technique. Before long, the massive ape had turned into a dried corpse. The person collected 3 bottles of blood essence qi, a satisfied look in his eyes. This was Sun Yang, who had been searching for and hunting spirit beasts during this time. In 2 days, Sun Yang encountered a total of 5 spirit beasts. Only one large turtle with a spiral pattern on its back managed to escape because he couldn't break its defense. The other 4 all died by his hand. Now, adding the black light orb from the eagle-eyed ghost cultivator, he had obtained a total of 8 black light orbs. He only needed 7 more to open the path to the palace. However, just as Sun Yang was about to search for more spirit beasts, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. Sun Yang immediately stopped, listened to the source of the sound, and slowly determined that it came from 1,000 meters away. What's happening there? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly felt a faint, almost imperceptible magical power fluctuation vibrating in the air. Clearly, at 1,000 meters away, someone was currently engaged in a magical battle. Moreover, some powerful technique had been used. Sun Yang initially didn't want to get involved, but then he considered how close it was. If one side, unable to win the battle, fled towards him, he might get dragged into it. No, he had to go and see what was happening so he could be prepared in advance. Immediately, Sun Yang prepared his stealth methods and sped off. Before long, he arrived about 300 meters from the explosion's periphery and hid in a bush. Then, he released his spiritual sense and cautiously investigated. The scene ahead slowly revealed itself. A faint red mist enveloped an area of 100 meters. Within the mist, the most striking figure was a thin young man with purplish-black skin, crimson eyes flickering with a sinister glow, and a wicked smile on his lips. This person was Wang Qinglu. At this moment, behind Wang Qinglu, a red blood shadow floated, occasionally emitting wisps of red qi that dispersed into the surroundings. This caused the red mist to deepen slightly. Each time the mist deepened, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from him intensified by a factor of 2. He looked like a clown, observing the 4 people attacking him. You scumbags, resist. Struggle. The more you struggle, the more you resist, the more excited I become, ha 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 ha. It's wonderful. It's been so long since I've been this excited. A wicked laugh made the surroundings even more eerie and terrifying. As for the 4 people attacking Wang Qinglu, hearing his words, their hearts sank. They hadn't encountered this devil head here, but thousands of meters away. From the beginning, they had heard rumors of a devil head in the secret realm who killed any living thing he encountered. At first, they didn't believe it. After all, no matter how strong, he was only at the chi refinement stage realm. If he were truly so rampant, he should have been besieged and killed long ago. In their hearts, they treated it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. But when they encountered him, their hearts underwent a drastic change. Because, wherever this person passed, a layer of foul-smelling blood mist would spread, enveloping that area. And within that area, regardless of whether it was a spirit beast or a cultivator, everyone died in an extremely gruesome manner, first enduring endless torment, then having their limbs severed, and their souls refined. Almost every extreme method of torture was used. When they saw that even the surrounding spirit beasts were tormented, they immediately concluded that this person had nearly fallen into the Dao of devils. This killing was not for treasure, but for pleasure. What else could such a person be but a devil head? Their first instinct was to turn and flee, trying to avoid confrontation with such a brutal person to prevent disaster. While this was a good decision, they seemed to have underestimated this devil head. Even with all their escape methods, they couldn't escape the devil head's pursuit. Moreover, the devil head seemed to have taken an interest, treating them like prey. The more they fled, the more excited the devil head became. This filled the 4 people with extreme anger. However, these 4 cultivators, who had managed to escape this devil head for so long, were not weaklings, they were all individuals with deep schemes. As they fled, they deliberately chose to escape towards areas with other cultivators or powerful spirit beasts. This way, they could force the cultivators they encountered to join the ranks against the devil head. However, their idea, though good, led them to encounter no less than 5 or 6 people, and 3 powerful spirit beasts along the way. But upon encounter, those people were inexplicably killed within a few rounds, and their deaths varied. Those seemingly fierce and powerful spirit beasts also couldn't last more than a few rounds against this devil head, similarly dying tragically. They gradually began to understand that this was the blood curse art. The conditions for activating this art were bizarre. Once triggered, there was only death. The reason they hadn't triggered it was because they had been constantly fleeing, never getting too close to the devil head, and never staying in one place for too long. However, they naively thought that by continuously dragging other cultivators or spirit beasts into the fray, they could deplete the devil head's magical power. Little did they know, this idea was utterly foolish. Because every so often, the blood shadow behind the devil head would emit a wisp of blood-colored mist. While within the blood mist, the devil head's magical power not only recovered but even increased. At the same time, each time the devil head killed someone, his bloodthirsty aura grew stronger, and with the enhancement of this aura, his strength became even more ferocious. Seeing this, after much deliberation, they could only stop and fight the devil head to the death, hoping to seize a chance to kill him. From the shadows, Sun Yang watched, his face filled with shock. He had not expected that the person laughing maniacally, seemingly a devil head, was actually Wang Qinglu. This person cultivates the blood curse art, and his spell is exceptionally bizarre. Even Sun Yang was wary of him. And now, this person's face was strangely demonic and evil. Could it be that he had become a demon due to the influence of this art? From his expression, it seemed he took pleasure in tormenting others. At Wang Qinglu's feet, there were also 2 gruesome corpses and the remains of a spirit beast. Above the spirit beast's remains, the black light orb was still floating on the corpse. As for the 2 gruesome corpses, magical artifacts were scattered around them, and their storage pouches hadn't even been taken. This fully indicated that Wang Qinglu killed not for treasure. The other 4 people included 3 whose bodies were emanating black evil qi, who should be disciples of the corpse demon sect, and 1 whose body had dense ghost qi, who should be a disciple of the 10,000 ghosts sect. The strength of these 4 people was all at the 10 levels of qi refining, and their power seemed exceptionally strong. However, these 4 people were hesitant, keeping 5 or 6 zhang away from Wang Qinglu, and constantly shifting their positions. They could only use long-range spells and some magical artifacts capable of long-distance attacks to strike Wang Qinglu. Under these circumstances, the damage they could inflict was truly limited. Although Wang Qinglu's attacks were extremely vicious, behind that viciousness, there was no recklessness, making it difficult to find any flaws. Sun Yang watched this and continuously shook his head. It seemed these 4 people had developed a psychological shadow from Wang Qinglu's blood curse art and dared not rush forward to attack, fearing they would become another lost soul under his spell. But by being so hesitant, they were instead falling into a predicament. After all, behind Wang Qinglu, that blood shadow would release blood mist at regular intervals. This allowed Wang Qinglu's strength to increase, and the blood shadow, as it pulsed, seemed to be engraving many curse marks around it. It wouldn't be long before these 4 people would pay the price for it. Of course, Sun Yang would not pity these 4 people. Instead, he concentrated his mind and began to analyze the flaws in Wang Qinglu's blood curse art. After all, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. Sun Yang, being outside the battlefield, was much clearer-headed than the 4 people in the battle, and perhaps he could find a loophole in this spell. More than 10 breaths later, Sun Yang let out a soft exclamation, he seemed to have discovered something. He saw that every time Wang Qinglu released a spell, he would deliberately release a faint, thin blood-colored thread. Because the surroundings were enveloped in a layer of faint blood-colored mist, these faint blood threads were mixed within it, making them very difficult to detect. At the same time, the blood shadow behind Wang Qinglu would open its eyes every so often, emitting a trace of blood light. After the blood light, the positions of those blood threads began to shift. Sun Yang believed that these blood threads might be the foundation for Wang Qinglu to activate the blood curse art, and to truly trigger the spell, he seemed to need a certain interval of time. Of course, this was only his slight conjecture, and there might be some deviations. Sun Yang would not assume that he could inflict damage on Wang Qinglu just because he had discovered these minor flaws. Now that he understood the situation, it was best to leave. He figured that these four people, once they realized they were outmatched, would likely choose to flee and drag others into the conflict. Sun Yang decided to change his direction to avoid being pulled into the fray. However, just as he was about to flee, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow flash by about 300 meters away from him. Sun Yang was startled at first, not expecting there to be other people lurking here. It could only be said that this person's stealth methods were quite ingenious. If this person hadn't revealed his figure while fleeing, he might not have been able to discover the other party. But in that instant, Sun Yang had already used his spiritual sense to ascertain the person's face. This person was gaunt and sharp-mouthed. Wasn't this Yi Yanping, with whom he had some enmity? Why was this person here, and why was he leaving in such a hurry? Sun Yang pondered for a moment and decided it was necessary to follow and see, as this person was his adversary, and if they met later, there would definitely be a life and death struggle. He might as well launch a sneak attack while this person was not paying attention and resolve this trouble in one fell swoop. Without delay, he enveloped himself in a green light and swiftly followed behind Yi Yanping. However, neither Sun Yang nor Yi Yanping knew that a moment after they fled, Wang Qinglu in the distance glanced over, revealing a sinister, cold smile. This cold smile carried the hunter's mockery of his prey. However, Wang Qinglu did not look in Yi Yanping's direction. Instead, he took a deep look at where Sun Yang had fled. At this moment, he seemed to have identified Sun Yang as his next hunting target, and this prey greatly interested him. After all, it was rare to see someone remain calm and composed even after realizing he was a devil head. The thought of trampling such a person underfoot, toying with him, and hearing his wails in despair, made his heart restless. Of course, Sun Yang did not know that he had become a hunting target. Instead, he followed closely behind Yi Yanping at an extremely fast speed. The further he followed, the more he felt something was amiss. The place this person was heading seemed to be a rocky valley. Based on Sun Yang's experience hunting spirit beasts in the past few days, that place was highly likely to be a spirit beast's lair. Was this person not, like him, trying to avoid fighting Wang Qinglu and choosing to leave first? Why did he come to a spirit beast's lair instead? Sun Yang was puzzled by this. But this was also precisely what he wanted. As long as this person fought with a spirit beast, he could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Not only could he easily deal with this person, but he could also obtain a black light orb. A few breaths later, Sun Yang stopped. He chose to quietly lurk 500 meters away from the shattered stone valley ahead. Ahead, Yi Yanping was also quite anxious. He had originally planned to go out and find help, but upon hearing a loud noise, he immediately rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing it, he suddenly discovered that it was a devil head from his own sect. He had heard of Wang Qinglu's name within the sect. He originally intended to quickly retreat to avoid being targeted by this devil head, as that would only lead to a pointless loss of life. However, as he was preparing to leave, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. At this moment, wasn't he lacking a powerful person to hold back the Thunder Light Dragon? Wang Qinglu's strength was well ranked within the Blood Yin sect. As long as he could lure the Thunder Light Dragon over, he figured that given Wang Qinglu's personality, he would definitely be extremely interested in this dragon. At that time, he only needed to use a treasure in his hand to quickly escape and rush back. Wouldn't he then be able to safely enter the cave to seek treasure? This method is much more reliable than finding any helpers. This made Yi Yanping overjoyed for a moment. He didn't dare to delay for a second and rushed back. Because he was truly worried that the four people besieging Wang Qinglu, once defeated, would definitely shift the disaster to him. And this cave was right on the inevitable path. Without delay, Yi Yanping flipped his hand and took out two treasures. One was an ancient bronze turtle shell. He didn't hesitate and put the turtle shell on himself. It fit very well, even covering his whole body. Then, Yi Yanping activated his qi, and a transparent magical bead in his hand began to flash with bursts of light. Seeing this, he quickly formed a spell and directly shot this transparent magical bead into the cave. The next moment, he flew out of the cave and quickly fled. Boom! A loud explosion echoed inside the cave. A moment later, a roar that reverberated all around echoed out from within the cave. Next, a pair of dragon claws stretched out, and a purple flying dragon soared into the sky, its eyes filled with raging fire. In these past few days, constantly being woken from its beautiful dreams by loud noises, this dragon was now completely enraged. It vowed to turn everything that disturbed its dreams into ashes. Soon, the purple flying dragon's eyes spotted a skinny monkey below, its mouth spewing fury, and a bolt of lightning flashing across its body. A beam of lightning quickly fell down. With a loud boom, the trees below were scorched, and dust flew everywhere. This was not over. The purple flying dragon continuously flapped its wings, and several more beams of lightning crashed down with a roar. Boom, 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 boom. Within 200 meters, all trees and weeds were directly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, a charred black figure was not annihilated by the lightning, instead, it flew up and sped away into the distance. Seeing this, the purple flying dragon roared repeatedly, gathering lightning in its wings and shooting it out. One person and one dragon gradually disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Sun Yang, hidden in the shadows, frowned. He had originally prepared means to ambush Yi Yanping, but he didn't expect that the flying dragon spirit beast that flew out of the cave was exceptionally terrifying in strength. This dragon absolutely contained a trace of ancient bloodline. He then gave up on the idea of ambushing and instead used a divination treasure to prevent himself from being exposed. Only when he saw the person and the dragon fly away did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a hint of suspicion flashed across Sun Yang's mind. What exactly was Yi Yanping doing? Was he trying to lure this dragon to attack Wang Qinglu? But what good would that do him? If he wasn't careful, he might even be in mortal danger. Sun Yang felt that this person should not do such a foolish thing. There must be something wrong with it. But after a moment, he glanced at the cave ahead, intentionally or unintentionally, and his heart seemed to stir inexplicably. Could there be some secret within this cave? After pondering for a while, Sun Yang, with a strange expression, flew out and shot towards the cave. Soon, he landed in front of the cave. He glanced at the wide cave, which was over 30 meters high, and felt even more strongly that there might be some treasure inside. But it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see clearly for a moment. Sun Yang still prepared his defensive measures, then activated his qi, and a fireball appeared in his hand, slightly illuminating the inside, before he steadily walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt a dampness, and the cave walls were covered with water droplets. There was also an extremely strong foul smell, which made him frown. However, upon entering the inner area, he saw faint lights flashing on both sides. Within these lights, he clearly felt a surge of lightning power. Sun Yang was overjoyed. After confirming there was no danger, he quickly walked to the glowing rock wall. After a careful examination, he found that it was just a layer of ordinary thunderstone. The formation of this thunderstone was due to long-term exposure to lightning strikes, which caused the rocks of the cave to contain a trace of lightning power. It seemed that the joyful thunder dragon had been occupying this cave for a long time, and lightning power would occasionally emerge from its body, striking the cave year after year, thus forming the thunderstone. However, the lightning power contained within it was too little, and even if it were removed, it would quickly dissipate. Seeing this, Sun Yang's joy faded considerably, and he felt there was no need to take it. He was about to continue deeper to see if there were any other discoveries. However, his peripheral vision seemed to catch something. Oh! A soft exclamation came from his mouth. Immediately after, he darted forward to a certain spot on the thunderstone and gently stroked a smooth, jade-like piece of thunderstone with his hand. Before long, Sun Yang's eyes lit up. He found that these 3 thunderstones around him were very different from the others. They were not only smooth like jade but also had a faint luster, and at the same time, he could feel a strong lightning power and the aura of a dragon within them. This was actually a very rare Lei-Long crystal stone. This crystal stone not only contained strong lightning power, but most importantly, it also had the dragon aura of a thunder dragon. This discovery made Sun Yang grin and laugh heartily. In the future, with this stone, he might be able to create a demon-subduing pearl. Moreover, these 3 Lei-Long crystal stones were quite large and should be enough as materials for 5 demon-subduing pearls. Although their power might not be comparable to demon-subduing pearls made from lily-eye grass, they should still have about 70 to 80% of their power. Since lily-eye grass was extremely precious, Sun Yang couldn't guarantee whether he would encounter this spiritual plant again in the future. And he only had 2 demon-subduing pearls in his hand. Once they were used up, there would be no replenishment. Now, with these 3 Lei-Long crystal stones, he could temporarily replenish his demon-subduing pearls, and he should be able to make 5 of them. Once he encountered an enemy, even if one couldn't defeat the enemy, he could directly unleash 2, and their power should be comparable to the demon-subduing pearls made from lily-eye grass. Without delay, Sun Yang took out his Feng Yu blade, activated his magic power, and after 5 breaths, very carefully removed the Lei-Long crystal stone. He took out a small wooden box, placed the Lei-Long crystal stone inside, and then satisfactorily put it into his storage pouch. Having obtained the Lei-Long crystal stone, Sun Yang's interest surged, and he looked around again, feeling it was necessary to explore deeper. Perhaps there might be more of these crystal stones inside. 5 breaths later, he found himself at the end. He didn't expect that this cave was not very long. In just over 10 breaths, he reached the end. Seeing that there were no more Lei-Long crystal stones on the rock wall, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face, and he glanced around again. It was empty, with no treasures to be found. Could it be that Yi Yanping was only after these 3 Lei-Long crystal stones? Sun Yang showed a look of surprise, but then, upon reflection, a hint of doubt flashed across his face. Although these 3 Lei-Long crystal stones would be rare treasures if taken outside, he felt it wasn't worth risking his life for them. With this hint of doubt, Sun Yang meticulously searched the cave, not missing a single clue. After more than 10 breaths, he discovered something strange at the end, near a black stone. Although the stone appeared unremarkable, every few breaths, a faint trace of lightning would flicker across it. This lightning was so faint, less than 1% of the lightning on the cave wall's thunderstones. If he hadn't looked closely, he truly wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. Immediately, Sun Yang activated a spell, and a gust of wind whistled past. After a crisp sound, the black stone split into 3 pieces, completely shattering on the ground. The moment it shattered, a blue light emerged. Sun Yang waved his hand, sending the shattered stones flying, and soon a large expanse of blue light shone forth, flickering. What is this? He murmured softly, then approached for a closer look. Only then did he discover that within the blue light, there was also lightning flashing. Moreover, this lightning was extraordinary, each flash emitted a power that sent shivers down one's spine. Sun Yang was certain that if he were directly struck by this lightning, perhaps not even a speck of him would remain. What kind of lightning could this possibly be? While startled, he also observed that outside the lightning, there was a layer of blue light covering it, securely encasing it and preventing any leakage of the lightning within. This also allowed him to slightly relax. However, he soon discovered that this blue light cover seemed to extend to one side of the cave wall, where there appeared to be no lightning. Sun Yang's heart stirred, and he cast a spell towards the other side. Soon, the entire section of the cave wall stone fell off. The moment it fell, his eyes widened. He saw that within the blue light on the other side, 3 peculiar items had appeared. The first item was a black cloak, but upon the cloak, there were numerous lightning bolts moving, an indescribable marvel. The second item was an ice frost feather fan. Even with the blue light cover obstructing it, preventing the release of ice frost chi, a single glance was enough to know that once this item was taken out, perhaps within 10 breaths, the cave would be filled with ice crystals. When he saw the third item, Sun Yang's breathing quickened. This third item was a flaming pearl. Fierce flames burned upon it, and the power of the fire was so strong that even Sun Yang, just looking at it, was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but imagine that if this pearl were to suddenly explode, the danger would likely be extremely terrifying. While Sun Yang was startled, he secretly confirmed that these 3 treasures did not belong in this cave, but rather someone had deliberately placed them here. Who that person was, he couldn't know. Since he had seen them, he naturally wouldn't leave the treasures here. But to retrieve the treasures, he first had to break through the blue light cover. Sun Yang frowned. It seemed these treasures wouldn't be so easy to obtain. This was because the blue light cover could even block that terrifying lightning, so it likely wouldn't be easy to break through. Fortunately, however, this blue light cover and the terrifying lightning on the other side were separate and not truly connected. Sun Yang could also feel slightly at ease, not having to worry that breaking the blue light cover would unleash that terrifying lightning. The next moment, he formed a hand seal, and a gust of wind shot out. Clang! With a clear sound, a silver needle was bounced away. Sun Yang was not surprised, he had merely been testing it. Then, he flipped his hand and took out several profound fans. These were 4 of the 8 profound fans. Although he couldn't fully wield them, merely attacking an inanimate object, he could still exert some power. The reason he took out the profound fans was that he discovered the treasures inside seemed to have some connection to the Xianjing sect of the righteous path. That's why he tried to see if he could break the blue cover. As magic power flowed into the 4 profound fans, 4 different lights emerged. With a whoosh, 4 spells wind, fire, earth, and water whistled out and smashed against the blue cover. Several different impact sounds echoed within the cave. After the spells, Sun Yang was astonished, they had no effect whatsoever. Not even a crack appeared on the blue cover. Could it be that spells are useless against the blue cover? Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and a dim silver corpse appeared. This corpse cultivated physical body strength. Then, Sun Yang simply controlled this corpse to walk in front of the blue cover, suddenly raising its fists and repeatedly smashing them against the blue cover with a thudding sound. After a long while, a sigh echoed all around, alas. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't fully control the silver corpse to exert its full strength, or if the blue cover was also impervious to physical attacks. In any case, it only showed a slight indentation, then no further movement. Too much time had already been wasted. Although Sun Yang was very patient, if this continued, if that dragon returned, or if Wang Qingluo was drawn here, he would fall into a passive situation. What a pity. He showed a look of unwillingness, but it seemed he couldn't do anything about this blue cover, which made him feel extremely upset. It was precisely because of this that he seemed to think of something. Then, he took out the blood-colored talisman scroll and briefly glanced at it. This treasure seemed to be a blood sorcery. He had discovered at the time that the blood beast summoned by this sorcery, though seemingly weak in attack, appeared to be a different kind of attack method. Each attack by this blood beast could cause the opponent to lose some chi, and the blood beast's strength would increase as it absorbed chi. If this blood beast were given enough time, not only could it cause the opponent to lose a lot of chi, but its strength could also grow to a terrifying realm. However, during a fight, the emphasis was on ruthlessness, and victory or defeat was decided within a few rounds, so the blood beast naturally didn't have time to grow stronger. Currently, this blue cover was impervious to spells and physical attacks. He didn't know if this blood sorcery would have a miraculous effect. Sun Yang merely intended to give it a try. If it didn't work, he could only retreat. A moment later, as the talisman scroll unfolded, a blood-colored demonic wolf appeared. This fierce wolf bared its fangs and pounced towards the blue cover. However, a strange scene then occurred. This blood snake actually passed directly through the blue cover and landed inside. This left Sun Yang somewhat caught off guard. He didn't know what was going on, but without time to think much, he commanded the blood wolf to swallow the 3 treasures, then it passed through the blue mist again and flew out. Ha 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 ha. Heaven helps me too. Sun Yang laughed heartily, joy evident on his face. Immediately after, he waved his hand and retrieved the 3 treasures from the blood wolf's belly. The moment the treasures appeared, 3 different powers emerged before him. Even without wielding them, just the aura they emitted made Sun Yang feel that he had made a huge profit this time. Sun Yang knew it was not the time to be happy, he had to leave the cave quickly. The next moment, he shot out like a meteor. On the other side, inside the gloomy cave. Senior brother, you seem distracted. What happened? A clear, cold female voice echoed within the cave. Just now, I felt as if something had intruded into the formation, but it quickly disappeared again. How strange. Ying Tianlong was first surprised, then showed a look of doubt, speaking with uncertainty. Haha, how could anything enter this Azure Thunder formation? This formation is a mid-tier formation of our sect, and even a foundation establishment stage cultivator might not be able to break it, let alone chi refinement stage cultivators who entered this secret realm. Senior brother, you must have consumed too much chi these past few days, leading to paranoia. The thunder is about to gather completely. Senior brother, you should stop and recover some chi first. Chi Tong laughed heartily. In the past few days, he had consumed over 70% of his chi. Even if senior brother Ying's chi was stronger than his, he should have consumed most of it. He believed senior brother Ying was overthinking things just now. What junior brother said makes sense. I hope I was just overthinking it. Ying Tianlong nodded, agreeing that no one could break the Azure Thunder formation at the moment, and his heart settled. Both of you, junior brother and junior sister, quickly recover your chi as well. Once we get there, we won't have time to delay. Senior brother is right. The two also relaxed their spell, sat cross-legged, and began to recover their chi. Inside the cave, it became quiet once more. On the other side, inside a mountain forest, a thin, dark figure was rapidly moving through it. He glanced into the distance, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Where he looked, a purple dragon was circling, continuously flashing bolts of lightning and attacking downwards. Below, there were 4 people at this moment. One of them, floating in a blood mist, was Wang Qinglu. At this moment, Wang Qinglu looked at the thunder dragon above with a look of ecstasy, his lips curved into a crescent shape. Clearly, this was a sign of extreme excitement for him, only when facing a powerful opponent would he fall into such a state of obsession. The exquisite feeling of annihilating this dragon might leave him with endless aftertaste. The other 3 all wore bitter expressions. Not long ago, one of them, who had somehow been afflicted by one of Wang Qinglu's spells, suddenly broke out in pus-filled sores all over his body, looking extremely miserable. They didn't even have a chance to help, they watched helplessly as their companion was directly seized by Wang Qinglu, who then unleashed a cruel spell. Not only were his intestines ruptured and his limbs broken, but his soul was also imprisoned by this devil head within a strange blood shadow. Screams of agony echoed all around. This made the faces of the remaining 3 turn pale then green. The 3 of them understood that the devil head spell was not something they could avoid by simply hiding. Realizing this, the 3 of them thought about escaping, but just as they prepared their spells to break free and flee, they discovered that a gaunt, sharp-faced man had actually lured a purple dragon over. As soon as this dragon arrived, it launched indiscriminate attacks. With several bolts of lightning striking down, neither people nor trees could escape unscathed. Seeing this, the 3 of them also grimaced and cursed the gaunt, sharp-faced man countless times in their hearts. They could only use their life-saving methods to evade the lightning attacks. This delay caused them to lose their chance to escape. What infuriated them most was that the gaunt man who had lured the purple dragon, somehow, disappeared into the smoke and dust, having used some unknown method. This person was truly cunning, abandoning such a mess and just fleeing. It was infuriating. As a result, they not only had to dodge lightning attacks but also had to guard against the devil head's strange blood curse art. This left the 3 of them looking ashen. In the distance, Yi Yanping chuckled twice. He was truly proud of this move of his. In the future, it would also become a major topic of conversation on his cultivation dao. But a lot of time had been wasted, and he needed to hurry into the cave to search for treasures. With a spell, Yi Yanping sped towards the front with extreme swiftness. After more than 10 breaths, he arrived in front of the shattered stone cave. Upon closer inspection, his lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were filled with joy. Then, with a leap, he arrived at the cave entrance. A moment later, he flipped his hand, pulled out an unknown item, and with a rotation, a yellow light emerged. Yi Yanping held the yellow light and walked lightly into the cave. However, the moment he entered, he felt as if something was off. He then looked forward and discovered that at the very end of the cave, there seemed to be flashes of thunder light. He was startled at first, but quickly remembered that the scroll seemed to describe a cloak that glowed with thunder. Could it be this item emitting the thunder light? Greed appeared in Yi Yanping's eyes, and he rushed forward, taking 3 steps as one. However, when he reached the end, the first thing he saw was a blue light barrier, and within the barrier, a ball of thunder was flashing. This thunder was powerful. If it weren't for the blue light barrier, even this cave would probably be razed to the ground. But Yi Yanping didn't think much of it, because this point was already recorded in the scroll, seemingly referring to something called 5-method divine thunder. Beside this thunder, there were 3 other treasures. He had come for these treasures, and as he turned his gaze to one side, his expression was filled with shock. Because he suddenly realized that the surrounding cave wall seemed to have been damaged, and there were no treasures left. What happened? His mind went blank. No wonder others had gotten there first. However, at this moment, the thunder suddenly flared with intense lightning. In a moment, it transformed into a net of lightning, and within this lightning net, 3 figures emerged one after another. These 3 were 2 males and 1 female, all wearing green robes. They were Ying Tianlong, Qi Tong, and Yu Pinghan. Yi Yanping and Ying Tianlong's eyes quickly met, and both simultaneously flashed a hint of surprise. With just one glance, Yi Yanping recognized these three as Xianjing sect disciples. After all, he had encountered many people dressed like this on the Fallen Demon Valley battlefield. His first thought was how these three had gotten here. At this moment, Ying Tianlong frowned, then his heart tightened, realizing something was wrong. He quickly looked to one side, and indeed, it was already empty. Only then did he realize that his previous feeling of someone intruding into the formation was real. The next moment, a surge of anger rose within him, and a cold glint shot out from his eyes as he looked at Yi Yanping, a strong killing intent emanating from his body. Evil devil, if you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure, and perhaps I can grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make sure you wish for death but cannot find it. Ying Tianlong's words carried a ripple of magical power, spreading through the cave and chilling one's heart. Yi Yanping's brows twitched, he was also startled by the other party's aura. This person's strength was absolutely not something he could contend with. But very quickly, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, and he soon discovered something amiss. Before Ying Tianlong and the two others, faint thunder light was still flickering, separated by a green barrier. It was probably because of this that the other party couldn't launch an attack immediately, which led to the verbal intimidation. These three should not be able to remove the green barrier in a short period. Yi Yanping's expression relaxed slightly, but he quickly thought that the treasure the other party mentioned was not in his hands at all. His heart was filled with bitterness. Not only had he failed to obtain the treasure, but he was also inexplicably made a scapegoat. However, he believed that his previous plan should not have been known to anyone. Who on earth could have taken the treasure that should have belonged to him, without anyone knowing? Where did it go wrong? Yi Yanping's mind was in a daze at this moment, and he suddenly felt that his luck had run out. Afterward, he simply didn't want to bother with the threats from the three people in front of him. After all, no matter how he explained, it was useless. These three had probably already concluded in their hearts that he had taken the treasure. Since that was the case, Yi Yanping knew that he would definitely be hunted down by these three. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. While these three were unable to move, he planned to do something drastic. Regardless of whether he could eliminate the three people in front of him, it would definitely delay the time it took for them to remove the green barrier. At that time, he would escape at top speed. Afterward, he would find a safe place to hide until the secret realm ended, he would absolutely not come out again. Immediately, he flipped his hand, and this time, he directly took out 5 transparent magical artifact beads, and began to forcefully inject magical power into them. Ying Tianlong, inside the green barrier, quickly realized something was wrong, because he felt a strong magical power fluctuation from the magical artifact beads. He quickly gave a look to his junior sister and junior brother. The two of them quickly understood and had already cast their defensive methods. You hypocrites who claim to be of the righteous path, go to hell. Yi Yanping saw that the magical artifact beads had already taken shape and, without hesitation, cast a spell. As the magical artifact beads shot out, he transformed into an afterimage and disappeared outside the cave. Evil devil, we three have remembered you. No matter where you flee, we will surely kill you. Get ready to die. As 5 explosions rang out, a sharp voice, piercing through the sound of the explosions, echoed all around. Yi Yanping, who was fleeing, trembled upon hearing the sound. He understood that he was in big trouble this time and could determine that from now on in the secret realm, his life would be in danger at any moment. This also made him feel terrible inside, and he hated the person who stole his treasure even more, cursing them countless times in his heart. But there was no time to delay, he didn't want to be caught by these three later and experience the feeling of wishing for death but being unable to find it. After leaving the cave, Yi Yanping fled towards the southwest. That direction not only allowed him to avoid Wang Qinglu ahead, but it was also the outermost area of the Immortal Beast Hall, with many hidden hiding places. After 3 breaths, he had flown hundreds of meters away. However, upon reaching this point, unbeknownst to him, a sudden change occurred. Yi Yanping only felt a slight breeze by his ear. The next moment, he saw 3 drops of black blood colliding in front of him. He instinctively prepared to take out a defensive magical artifact to block the splashing black blood, but very quickly, a strange smell reached his nose. This smell was mixed with a strong floral fragrance and the stench of a poisonous corpse. When this smell entered his body, it went straight to his head. After a while, he felt his head heavy, and his consciousness began to scatter. And as his consciousness was scattering, he actually saw a figure appear in front of him. Then a cold light flashed, and he felt his head lighten. This was the rhythm of it separating from his body. His mind was filled with unwillingness and endless despair. But as his consciousness completely dissipated, he saw the face of the person in front of him. This person was actually the young man he intensely hated. How could it be him? I never expected it to be him. As his head fell to the ground, everything became quiet. Sun Yang grabbed the headless corpse with one hand and threw a fireball downwards with the other. With a bang from the fireball, the fallen head was completely annihilated on the spot in the flames. He then took the headless corpse and rapidly fled into the distance. In fact, Sun Yang had never left, he had been lying in ambush around the cave, naturally waiting for Yi Yanping to return and deal with him. Sure enough, not long after, he saw the other party return. However, to be safe, he decided to wait until this person saw that the treasure had been taken by someone else and came out of the cave in a rage. This way, this person would likely lose his mind, making it easier to kill him. However, strangely, after the other party entered the cave, he actually heard another person's voice coming out. This voice was extremely domineering and carried a very strong magical power fluctuation. This also left Sun Yang a bit bewildered for a moment. He also didn't know why there were suddenly more people in the cave. But this thought didn't last long before he heard a violent explosion, immediately followed by Yi Yanping fleeing out in a panic. Moreover, Yi Yanping's eyes were filled with panic, completely lacking his usual vigilance, only caring about fleeing for his life. Just then, Sun Yang seized the opportunity and struck fiercely. And just like that, he easily killed Yi Yanping. At the moment, he wasn't sure if someone would suddenly chase out of the cave, so he could only flee first. Afterward, he would find an opportunity to refine the corpse in his hand. Subsequently, Sun Yang took out the ghost sail and activated the netherworld method. A green light enveloped him, and with an invisibility talisman attached, he transformed into a green shadow and disappeared without a trace. After he left, only 10 breaths later, 3 figures shot out of the cave. After looking around, Ying Tianlong's anger flared. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a detection magical artifact. As the detection magical artifact glowed brightly, after a moment, Ying Tianlong's brows furrowed, and he said, "This person has disappeared." Qi Tong, upon hearing this, also found it unbelievable. How is this possible? Senior brother has a medium-grade detection magical artifact. There's no way this person could have gone more than 50 li in 10 breaths. Ying Tianlong pondered for a moment and said, perhaps this person has an anti-tracking item that evaded the detection magical artifact's tracking. However, this person cannot escape. Hehe, I did detect the aura of the Thunder Light Dragon. At this moment, Ying Tianlong noticed signs of figures moving 1,000 meters ahead, and there was also the aura of the Thunder Light Dragon. This was a medium-grade detection magical artifact, there should be no mistake. The three exchanged glances, and all saw confidence, as if finding this dragon was the key to catching the evil devil young man. The next moment, he transformed into a long rainbow and flew forward, heading straight towards the Thunder Light Dragon. After more than 10 breaths, the three of them arrived at the place where figures were moving. As Ying Tianlong looked forward, he immediately saw the Thunder Light Dragon in the sky. This dragon was the spirit beast tamed by that senior brother who had been lurking in the Blood Yin sect back then. The reason this dragon could be so fierce was precisely because that senior brother had fed it with his vital lightning. But no matter what, as long as the Thunder Light Dragon was rescued, with its ability to engrave sense, that demonic kid would have no way to escape within 1,000 miles. Humph! After a cold snort, Ying Tianlong flipped his hand, and a thunderball appeared, then he flew forward, arriving above the battlefield. He threw the thunderball in his hand at the three people attacking the Thunder Light Dragon. At the same time, Qi Tong and Yu Pinghan also arrived one after another, with one fire and one ice, 2 spells followed and fell down. The 3 cultivators of the demonic sect below were also full of shock. How did 3 more people appear? These 3, judging by their attire, did not seem to be from the 3 great demonic sects. Could they be righteous path cultivators? Immediately, the 3 demonic sect cultivators were in a state of misery. Not only did they have to guard against the attacks of Wang Qinglu, the devil head, but they also had to defend against the attacks of the Thunder Light Dragon. Now, 3 more people had appeared. This left them completely without the power to resist. As the 3 spells fell, the 3 of them were submerged by the spells. One breath later, as the aura of the spells dissipated, a charred corpse and a corpse enveloped in flames successively fell to the ground. Only one cultivator from the corpse demon sect with a mustache managed to withstand this attack by relying on a green corpse, but he was not well either, as one of his thighs was frozen by countless cold chi. As the cold chi gradually spread, this person also hardened his heart, and with a swift movement of his hand, he directly cut off that thigh. Only then did he narrowly escape with his life. However, as soon as this person fell to the ground and before he could stand firm, he felt a chill down his back, and a blood shadow flashed. The next moment, this person was grabbed by the blood shadow, and piercing evil laughter echoed in his ears. When this person looked back, he realized that it was Wang Qinglu, the devil head, who had grabbed him, and a wave of despair immediately surged into his heart. Immediately after, Wang Qinglu raised his hand, and a bloody claw pierced through this person's glabella, grabbing out a soul from within. Beg, cry, ha 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 ha. With a flash of bloody light, this person's soul twisted, moaned, and shrieked, echoing all around. Not long after, a tragic corpse with disemboweled intestines and dismembered limbs appeared before their eyes. And this person's soul was still enduring endless pain within the blood shadow, emitting wails and desperate screams. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 3, Ying Tianlong, above, also sank. They had also tortured people, but compared to the person in the blood shadow below, it was like child's play, appearing too naive. This was not a human, it was clearly a demon. This person must not be allowed to live, otherwise, he would bring endless disaster in the future. Killing intent erupted in Ying Tianlong's eyes, then he flipped his hand, took out a round stone, and threw it towards the Thunder Light Dragon. After the dragon swallowed the round stone, its original irritable aura immediately dissipated, and a hint of clarity was revealed in its eyes. 2 junior brother and junior sister, let me test him first. You all quickly activate your spells and adapt to the situation. Clearly, Ying Tianlong also discovered that the person in the blood shadow was very sinister and planned to test him alone, allowing the 2 junior brother and junior sister to observe from a distance, so that they could find weaknesses and also consider countermeasures. Doing this was much safer than the 3 of them attacking haphazardly. Next, with a flash of Ying Tianlong's figure, he landed on the Thunder Light Dragon's back, condensed a thunderball in his hand, and swooped down, attacking Wang Qinglu. At this moment, Wang Qinglu still had a sinister smile on his lips when he saw this. However, it was not difficult to notice that the bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes had slightly faded, and a hint of vigilance also flashed. If other demonic path cultivators saw this, they would probably be shocked. He made a grand hand seal, and the blood shadow behind him also began to solidify, even its fangs and sharp teeth became clearer. The next moment, the lightning in Ying Tianlong's hand surged, and at the same time, the thunder light dragon's wings beneath him also flashed with lightning continuously. A ball of thunder and several bolts of lightning shot out. Wang Qinglu waved his hand, and a ball of blood shot out from his hand, completely enveloping him. The blood shadow behind him pulled out a bloody dagger from somewhere, and as it lightly licked the dagger with its bloody tongue, it also let out a chilling evil laugh, he he he. Afterward, a chilling evil laugh echoed all around. With a sizzling sound, the thunderball crashed down, and within a 5-jong radius, the sound of thunder roared, while several bolts of lightning also struck down. It took a full 2 breaths for the power of the lightning to gradually diminish. However, such a grand attack only turned the blood shield around Wang Qinglu into ashes. But Wang Qinglu looked completely unharmed and gave Ying Tianlong a strange smile. How is that possible? Ying Tianlong's expression trembled. He was clearly aware of the power of this attack, it had used 30% of his magical power. This person, being directly hit, could not possibly be unharmed. No, there must be something strange about this. He realized this point and quickly urged the Thunder Light Dragon to prepare to retreat. But it was still too late. Wang Qinglu below spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which was quickly absorbed by the blood shadow behind him. After the blood shadow licked its lips, the next moment, its bloody hands violently waved, and countless streams of bloody chi seemed to shoot out. Not long after, they shot into the Thunder Light Dragon's body. Die, die, die. The blood shadow let out a chilling roar, and then, as it waved the blood blade in its hand, an invisible blade shadow actually shot out. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 sounds. The Thunder Light Dragon let out a tragic roar, and then a strange scene unfolded. Blade shadows continuously appeared out of thin air on the Thunder Light Dragon's body, and its entire body began to become a bloody mess. Evil demonic cultivator, how dare you? Break for me. Seeing this, Ying Tianlong's face was filled with anger. A moment later, he took out some treasure and pressed it towards the surroundings. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of thunder roared. Within this thunder, there was also a vast and righteous chi. The invisible bloodlines around were completely annihilated within the thunder. A trace of pain flashed across Wang Qinglu's face. Clearly, with the bloodlines annihilated, he was also affected by some of the power of the thunder. This made a hint of surprise flash in his eyes. He understood that this should be the vast thunder, which seemed to have a natural restraint against his blood curse art. He finally showed some emotion, and his face became a bit more serious. But with just this, it was still unlikely to break his blood curse art. Immediately after, his hand seals moved continuously, and then he opened his mouth wide, and a blood-red monkey emitting black chi strangely shot out from his mouth. The monkey's eyes were blood-red, its face twisted, and its entire body was covered in bristling blood-colored fur, making it appear quite eerie. For you to witness the face of the Yan monkey, it is not in vain for this life. Wang Qinglu coldly waved his hand, and the Yan monkey landed on his shoulder. Then, he moved his hand seals rapidly, continuously spitting something out of his mouth, as if some invisible substance was being expelled by him. Ying Tianlong's brow was tightly furrowed, he had no idea what this person was doing. Moreover, that blood monkey was extremely bizarre. Although its aura was not strong, it still gave him a sense of dread. Senior brother, I have discerned some clues. Next, watch me. Yu Pinghan's figure descended. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, and the staff in her hand was suddenly swung out. At this moment, countless cold chi spread rapidly from the staff in all directions. Wherever it passed, vegetation froze and soil solidified. After the cold chi twisted, the surroundings presented a scene of icy desolation. Before long, under the sunlight in the sky, faint shadows appeared on the ground, revealing fine, silken bloodlines. These bloodlines were widely distributed, almost covering 100 meters around. The moment the bloodlines appeared, Chi Tong in the sky moved the fire fan in his hand, and 3 fire snakes shot out. They roamed around the bloodlines, and under the blazing flames of the fire snakes, those bloodlines immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke. How is this possible? Seeing this, Wang Qinglu's face uncharacteristically showed a hint of panic. In fact, all his spell arts operated along these bloodlines. Logically, these bloodlines should not be broken, but how could they turn into green smoke under the roaming of these fire snakes? What kind of flames were in these fire snakes, to possess the power to burn away this invisible blood curse art? But at this point, the arrogance engraved in Wang Qinglu's bones made it impossible for him to retreat. The next moment, he moved his hand seal, and then a red light shot into the blood monkey on his shoulder. The blood monkey's eyes actually flickered with 5 dim colors of light. Before long, the monkey opened its large mouth and emitted a series of eerie demonic sounds. Within this sound, there was sorrow, despair, misery, helplessness, unwillingness, and pain. Those who heard it would gradually lose emotional control. This was precisely the core of Wang Qinglu's spell art. In truth, he was not a devil head, nor did he kill entirely for desire, he merely deliberately portrayed himself as such. He had to portray himself as a devil head who killed anyone he saw and used vicious methods from the very beginning. That way, his fierce reputation would spread far and wide, making all who heard his name tremble with fear and dread. Only then would he achieve his goal. And those who were brutally killed by him would reveal despair, misery, unwillingness, sorrow, pain, and helplessness before their death. After he devoured the souls of these people with the blood shadow behind him, the blood curse art cultivation technique would experience a significant increase in growth. Of course, he actually had many methods to maximize the emotions revealed by those who died by his hand. However, due to cultivating the blood curse art, his physical body's lifespan was already running out, and he truly could not wait any longer. This secret realm trip was also a crucial step for him to fully cultivate his cultivation technique and then enter the foundation establishment stage. At present, he would not allow his long-established fierce reputation to be ruined by these three individuals, which was why he unleashed the Yan monkey's rage. As this eerie demonic sound spread around, Ying Tianlong and the other two immediately felt their scalps tighten, their faces flushed, and countless emotions surged into their minds at this moment. This caused them extreme pain, as if their heads were about to explode. Despair, helplessness, sorrow, unwillingness, pain. At this moment, the final sounds emitted by the deceased souls who died by their hands constantly echoed in their minds. Ah, senior brother, save me. Chi Tong clutched his head at this moment, letting out a piercing shriek. In the past, he most enjoyed using the blazing flames in his hand to let enemies taste the sensation of being burned alive into ashes. And at present, the pain he was enduring was the most intense. He felt as if he was in a peerless blazing inferno, and the feeling of his soul being burned made him wish for death. Ying Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot. He was originally the inheritor of the 5-method Divine Thunder, but he had undergone a hard nature test in the grievous Ghost Mountain. At this moment, although countless emotions surged into his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable, his willpower was beyond that of ordinary people. Ah, break for me. At this moment, he took out a round orb from his hand. This orb was a thunder orb that he had worn on his body to nourish during the advancement of his thunder power. Within this orb, vast and mighty thunder power was contained. As he squeezed it with his hand, countless thunder powers, like a white light thunder net, completely enveloped the surrounding 5 zhang. And under the thunder power, he completely broke free from the eerie demonic sound. Then, he urged the Thunder Light Dragon to flash, taking Chi Tong and Yu Pinghan with him, transforming into a streak of light, and disappearing into the distance. Damn it, damn it. Seeing this, Wang Qinglu couldn't help but roar in anger. This attack had consumed 1/3 of the soul power he had collected. He hadn't expected that he still couldn't keep these 3 people. This made him extremely furious, and the madness on his face became even more intense than before. Under the madness, even the blood shadow behind him emitted an extremely dense blood mist. 3 days later, in a dark canyon, a figure emerged at this moment. He flipped his hand, and numerous black light orbs suddenly appeared in his palm. Roughly counted, there were no less than 15 of them. This person was Sun Yang. After escaping from killing Yi Yanping, he spent another 3 days collecting 7 black light orbs. Now, all 15 orbs were gathered, and it was time to open the path to the Immortal Beast Hall Palace. Sun Yang then circulated his magic power, and these black light orbs shattered, emitting 15 dark rays of light. As these faint lights converged, a slowly appearing, indistinct passage emerged before him. Seeing this, Sun Yang's eyes flashed with joy. He thought, this should be the path to the palace. However, before that, he had to make some preparations, as he didn't know how many people would enter the palace this time. At that time, there would definitely be a fierce battle for treasures. Sun Yang did not want to step into the palace only to be ambushed by others and die immediately. He held the soul sail in his hand, took out several other treasures, and infused them all with magic power. Finally, he put on a ghost mask before slowly walking towards the passage. Time passed very slowly, for hundreds of breaths. Sun Yang finally arrived at the end of the passage, before an ancient and grand palace. On the plaque, 3 large characters were written in bold, flowing strokes, Subduing Beast Hall. This should be one of the palaces in the Immortal Beast Hall. Another one, located in the Righteous Path area, seems to be called Subduing Beast Hall. The name Fuhua is derived from the immortal sex, Fuhua Demon King. It's just that this Demon King no longer exists. Sun Yang stood before the palace, peering inside, only to find it enveloped in a layer of brilliant light, making it impossible to see clearly. After a moment of thought, he could only stride forward, slowly stepping into the layer of brilliant light. Then, upon passing through the brilliant light, he entered a spacious hall, and the first thing he saw were 3 silver glowing stone pillars. Ancient spell patterns flowed ceaselessly on these silver pillars. Sun Yang then scanned his surroundings and quickly noticed many cultivators, sparsely scattered, sitting cross-legged throughout the hall. There were about 15 or 16 of these people. But after Sun Yang entered, these people merely lifted their eyes, gave him a cold glance, and he could faintly feel a glint of killing intent. However, not a single person made any unusual moves. Sun Yang was initially surprised, but he quickly realized that the spell he was holding inexplicably lost its chi circulation and became useless. Only then did he realize that within this hall, there seemed to be some kind of restriction that could limit chi circulation. No wonder these people all had cold expressions, it turned out they weren't unwilling to launch a sneak attack and deal with anyone who entered. Rather, with their chi restricted, they could only sit on their respective sides. Because Sun Yang wore a ghost face mask, the people in the hall paid the least attention to him. After all, how much strength could a rat who only hid his head and showed his tail have? At this time, those who knew they were powerful would definitely not choose to conceal their faces. Because, in the subsequent treasure-snatching battle, no one here would be spared, and right now, while the hall hadn't opened yet, some people were already looking for partners to cooperate with. This way, in the subsequent treasure snatching, they would be able to gain an absolute advantage with the strength of numbers, thereby dividing the spiritual items. And Sun Yang, naturally, was overlooked, who would collaborate with a rat who hit his head and showed his tail. At that time, before even snatching the treasure, he might very well be betrayed. Sun Yang was happy to be left alone, he didn't want to engage in any cooperation with others, don't forget that these were all demonic path cultivators. How many of them were truly good people? He didn't want to exert the most effort only to end up making a wedding dress for them. And he most enjoyed blending in and fishing in troubled waters. Perhaps when these people fought to the death, he might be able to jump out and pick up a leak, who knows. Then, Sun Yang found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and began to wait. At this moment, the surroundings gradually quieted down. From this moment on, he also began to observe his opponents. Similarly, the surroundings were sparsely populated, although everyone deliberately kept their distance, their eyes flickered uncertainly. Clearly, they were all taking this opportunity to observe their opponents, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the people around them. Some had cold glints in their eyes, while others showed vigilance. And those who were looking for cooperation were moving their lips slightly, presumably using some kind of sound transmission spell to communicate with others. Time flowed slowly, and the surroundings were eerily silent. However, at this moment, a ripple suddenly came from the brilliant light shield in front, and at this time, more people entered the hall. This time, 3 people arrived at once. These 3 people were all dressed in black robes, with no chi fluctuations on their bodies, presumably obscured by the black robes, and each of them wore a mask. Only their 2 eyes were revealed, sharply scanning their surroundings. And the people in the hall all looked over at this time, their gazes constantly moving over these 3 people. Clearly, the simultaneous appearance of 3 people was very unusual. After all, even among those of the same sect, demonic path cultivators rarely cooperated easily, at most, they would temporarily cooperate during treasure snatching. And these 3, obviously, used the black light orb together at the same time, which would definitely be impossible without sufficient trust. This caused expressions of apprehension to appear within the hall. Clearly, in the subsequent treasure snatching, these 3 would definitely unite, which would be a force not to be underestimated. And these 3, with their knife-like gazes, scanned their surroundings, then walked straight to a corner not far from Sun Yang, and sat down cross-legged. It was the arrival of these 3 that caused some commotion in the surroundings. But it didn't last long, and the surroundings returned to peace again. In the time that followed, an invisible oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hall. 2 full days passed. During these 2 days, only 2 people arrived successively, and with the arrival of the last person, brilliant light inexplicably began to flow on the silver pillars of the hall. Seeing this, Sun Yang quickly understood that this meant the spirit beasts in the outer perimeter of the Immortal Beast Hall were already scarce, and the remaining spirit beasts could no longer gather 15 black light orbs. Clearly, no one else would be able to enter the hall after this. And from this moment on, the subduing beast hall was about to open. As the brilliant light from the silver pillars gradually intensified, the runes on them also began to slowly detach from the large pillars, fluttering up and down ceaselessly. It was at this moment that the people around also stood up one after another. They all looked solemnly at the fluttering runes, and at the same time, their eyes gradually began to flash with killing intent. A killing intent permeated the surroundings. Seeing this, Sun Yang quickly realized something was wrong, he vaguely felt that something big was definitely going to happen next. And the runes on the silver pillars might be the fuse. After 30 breaths, as those runes floated and then suddenly gathered in the air, forming a huge pattern. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted all around. Killing intent instantly filled the surroundings, and spells began to fly wildly. It turned out that as the huge pattern gathered, the restriction within the hall was also lifted simultaneously, and at the moment it was lifted, the people around immediately launched fierce attacks on their threatening opponents. Even Sun Yang was no exception, where he stood at this moment, a ghostly shadow appeared, and then a dark blade light swept past. Sun Yang, having realized something was wrong, had already prepared himself, he flipped his hand and took out the Wangui shield. As he quickly cast a spell, a dark black shield appeared, and at the same time, he took out a black banner and quickly formed hand seals. Clang dot. After a loud noise, the black shadow's attack was firmly defended by the dark black shield. Not far away, a grey-faced man, completely enveloped in ghost chi, revealed a hint of surprise at this moment. The reason he chose to attack Sun Yang was also after some consideration. Because he knew that no one would cooperate with Sun Yang, and Sun Yang's strength was only at the chi refining stage 9th level, which was very far from his own, he believed that a sudden strike would quickly resolve him. In this person's heart, dealing with Sun Yang was just an incidental matter. But who would have thought that Sun Yang would possess a medium-grade defensive magical artifact? This was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. This person quickly cast a spell, intending to follow up with an attack, trying his best not to give Sun Yang any chance to breathe. However, at this moment, Sun Yang was enveloped in a green glow, and he quickly escaped the range of the black shadow. The next moment, he arrived not far from the grey-faced ghost cultivator. In just the blink of an eye, 4 black blood dots, from 4 different angles, attacked the grey-faced ghost cultivator. Seeing this, the grey-faced ghost cultivator quickly took out a black box and opened it, revealing a long robe emitting a chilling ghost chi. Just as he was about to put the robe on, a strong gust of wind howled by his ear. He immediately realized something was wrong and prepared to cast a spell to attack where the wind came from. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his arm. Looking down, he found that the hand forming the spell incantation was pierced by a drop of black blood, instantly interrupting his spell. At this critical moment, this person gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, and a black blade slashed out. As his arm exploded, his body also deviated slightly from its position. And amidst the sound of the strong wind, a slender silver needle streaked past. This person narrowly dodged the attack, but just as he thought he had escaped death, his face suddenly froze. He then discovered black blood dripping from his head. Reaching up, he found 3 thumb-sized blood holes. In his terror, a soul-stirring voice echoed in his ears. Explode. As the voice fell, this person's head burst open with a roar. Sun Yang's figure flickered, and he snatched this person's storage pouch, transforming into a green glow, landing in a dark corner deep within the main hall. As his gaze swept around, everywhere was filled with dense spell light, as well as black blood scattered across the ground, and corpses with tragic deaths. In just under 5 breaths of time, the main hall had already become a scene of misery. At this moment, people were fighting in 2s and 3s. Except for Sun Yang, no one could remain unscathed, all were drawn into the conflict. The 3 individuals wearing black robes and masks were actually the center of the conflict. At this moment, 6 people were simultaneously besieging these 3. It seemed that because the 3 had come together earlier, everyone in the hall had become wary. They naturally could not tolerate these 3, or allow them to go deeper into the hall to contend for spiritual items. At this time, it was wise to eliminate these 3. However, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of these 3. One of them unleashed a fire snake spell. This caused the expressions of the 6 surrounding people to change simultaneously. This flame attack came extremely suddenly, they had never expected this person to use flame spells. Moreover, the scorching flames within this spell made their hearts pound. This was definitely not a method that a demonic sect cultivator could employ. Could these 3 be righteous path cultivators? But in their hearts, they all believed that righteous path cultivators would absolutely not come to this subduing beast hall, as there was a divine ability separating it. This left them momentarily stunned. 4 of them also began to show hesitation. Although they very much wanted to eliminate the 3 in front of them, once they realized they were outmatched in strength, most began to prioritize their own safety. This also allowed the original situation to ease up. At the same time, there was no longer any need to fight to the death. Because the massive texture on the ceiling had already begun to show unusual fluctuations. Those still engaged in combat also paused. The next moment, the massive texture glowed with a green light and slowly transformed, gradually forming 3 silver light keys. The moment the silver light keys appeared, those fighting around quickly pulled away from each other. Whoosh! A surprised sound. One of the silver light keys detached and transformed into a silver glow, shooting towards a certain passage within the main hall. At the same time, several black shadows suddenly flickered from various parts of the hall, all rushing towards the silver light key, intending to seize it. However, just then, a black chi exploded not far behind the silver glow. The enormous impact force instantly sent those who were originally preparing to snatch the key flying. Ha 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 ha, this silver light key belongs to me. Not long after, a burst of laughter echoed all around. Amidst countless flickering after images, a figure snatched the silver light key. This person dared not linger and fled towards a certain location. Humph, Wu Gui, you're seeking death. One of the people who was blown away had raging anger in his eyes. He was the first to fly out, and originally, this key was his. But he never expected that Wu Gui would resort to such a treacherous trick, which instantly infuriated him to the extreme. Although there were still 2 keys in the main hall that had not yet shot out, this person didn't care about those. He suddenly chased after Wu Gui to where he had left. And after the 2 left, another person in the main hall surveyed the surroundings, looking warily at the 3 black-robed and masked figures in the distance, and some other individuals with surging aura. This person knew that he was no match for these people in terms of strength, and the remaining 2 keys would certainly not be his. Rather than that, it would be better to follow the 2 ahead. If they fought to the death, perhaps he would be the final winner. Without delay, this person's figure flickered, and he swiftly fled towards the passage Wu Gui had taken. 2 breaths later, another silver light key shot out. This time, the 3 black-robed and masked figures suddenly converged. A bolt of lightning enveloped the 3, and simultaneously, the power of thunder crackled wildly around them. This caused some who intended to contend for the silver light key to be greatly alarmed, as they felt a vast thunder within the lightning. The ghost cultivators still present around were extremely afraid of this thunder, because they all cultivated the power of ghost spirit, and this vast thunder naturally countered them. First fire, then thunder, caused everyone in the hall to conclude that these 3 were definitely righteous path cultivators. They looked at each other, and from their eyes, they all saw intense killing intent, as if they shared a common hatred. Although no one among them stepped forward to contend for that silver light key at this moment, it was certain that if they encountered these 3 in the medicinal garden, it would be a different story. As the lightning flashed, that silver light key also disappeared into the lightning. A moment later, these 3 fled towards a certain passage. With 2 silver light keys shot out, only the last key remained in the main hall. At this moment, there were still about 5 or 6 people remaining in the main hall. Those with strong cultivation bases coldly scanned their surroundings, seemingly warning others not to contend for the silver light key without sufficient strength. As for those with slightly weaker cultivation bases, their eyes darted around non-stop, they were clearly pondering how to snatch the key. After one breath, a silver light flashed, and the key detached, shooting towards a certain passage. However, at this very moment, Three of the slightly weaker individuals, surprisingly, did not pursue the silver light key, instead, they each formed a hand seal. 3 different Daoist magic attacks simultaneously targeted one person. The person under attack was enveloped in a thick black aura, clearly a disciple of the corpse demon sect. His mind had been focused on the silver light key, and seeing it fly away, he instinctively prepared to pursue it, but suddenly discovered 3 Daoist magic attacks coming at him, which startled him. What did these 3 mean? There was clearly another person nearby, so why did they all attack only him? Were they going to let the other person obtain the silver light key? What were these 3 thinking? While he felt surprised, he was also extremely enraged. Then, with a quick flick of his hand, he summoned a jet black corpse puppet. The moment this corpse puppet appeared, an extremely strong stench of decay filled the surroundings, as if a 1,000-year-old sealed corpse had suddenly come to life and walked out of its coffin, emitting a potent cadaveric odor. Immediately after, as the corpse puppet clenched its fists, countless fist shadows rapidly blasted outwards. The 3 Daoist magic attacks were covered by the fist shadows and strangely vanished. This is a grey bronze ancient corpse. One of the individuals had good discernment and immediately recognized the corpse. The other 2, upon hearing this, also felt their hearts tighten, but since they had already offended this person, they naturally would not retreat. As their hand seals formed, 3 more Daoist magic attacks materialized, striking at the corpse demon sect disciple from extremely tricky angles. Although the grey bronze ancient corpse's fist shadows were fast, they could not simultaneously defend against attacks from 3 directions, making it momentarily flustered. And that corpse demon sect disciple, seeing that he couldn't escape in a short time, lost the opportunity to snatch the silver light key, which made him furious. Since these 3 wanted to play, he intended to play along with them. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient demonic claw. A layer of eerie, bloody stagnation twisted around the claw. Moments later, the claw emitted a bloody glow and transformed into a 3-jung large claw, which slammed violently at its surroundings. At this point, the 4 individuals were caught in a predicament. Meanwhile, a joyous expression appeared on the face of the remaining person. He hadn't expected such a dramatic scene to unfold. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly accept the silver light key. He. With a face full of joy, this person unhesitatingly fled, shooting towards the silver light key. Just as he was about to grab the key, a sudden change occurred. At that moment, a blue light flashed, and someone actually snatched the key ahead of him. The joy on this person's face abruptly ceased, replaced by anger. There was actually someone capable of fishing in troubled waters within this main hall. This was something he had absolutely not expected. This person was truly insidious. Then, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly discovered that a hint of blood chi had appeared on the other person's blue light, and with the combined boost of both, they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. What kind of strange evasion Daoist magic was that? Damn it! This person was utterly astonished, but with the silver light key snatched, he was extremely furious yet helpless. And when this person looked back, he saw that the 4 individuals still fighting in the main hall had their gazes, subtly or not, fixed on him. Only then did he realize that these few people must think he had taken the silver light key, which truly put him in a difficult position to explain. The key was taken by someone else, and he was inexplicably blamed. Since things had come to this person dared not linger any longer and quickly pursued Sun Yang into the passage he had taken. The 4 individuals in the main hall saw this, and different expressions flashed across their faces. However, the person from the corpse demon sect pouted, thinking, well, now look at that, the silver light key was snatched by another rat. These 3 self-righteous people in front of me must be regretting it enough now. Having thought this person believed that since the silver light key had been taken, the fight between them was meaningless, and they should stop. However, he suddenly discovered that the 4 people attacking him not only didn't stop but attacked even more fiercely. Humph, do you really want to fight to the death with me here? The silver light key has already been taken. Are you just going to watch that kid escape? You can still catch up now. The person from the corpse demon sect couldn't help but let out a cold snort, speaking in a chilling tone, seemingly stating the harsh reality for the 3 to hear. These words echoed in the main hall, but no one paid attention. The 3 attackers, at the moment these words sounded, became even more ferocious. It seemed as if they wouldn't stop until one of them died. This startled the person from the corpse demon sect. Although he wasn't afraid of any single one of the 3, facing a simultaneous siege from all 3, no matter how strong he was now struggling to parry. He was also very depressed. Why did the 3 opponents not go for the treasure but instead fight him to the bitter end? What benefit was there in that? This question lingered in his mind. At this moment, the long-bearded man, who was the leader of the 3, sneered sinisterly, and took out a greyish object from his hand. Without hesitation, he cast a spell, activating the greyish object, from which emerged a ghost-chi-laden black saber. The moment this saber appeared, even the surroundings were dyed a deep black. Ghost Spirit Saber. You truly want to put me to death? At this moment, the person from the corpse demon sect felt his scalp tingle upon seeing this ghost-chi-laden saber. This was a major killing weapon. How could this person be so determined to kill him, even going to such lengths? He had initially held on to the slim hope that these 3 were just trying to show him some power to deter him from pursuing into the passage. He hadn't expected that these 3 were serious and truly intended to put him to death. His expression darkened, and he likewise patted his storage pouch, taking out a dark grey box, which he carefully opened. A small leg emitting a pitch-black chi appeared within it. As a Daoist magic seal was struck into the small leg, a massive leg abruptly appeared out of thin air above. With a formidable aura, it stomped down fiercely. At the same time, the long-bearded man's hand seal had also formed, and with a palm strike into the black saber. The black saber hummed, and countless pitch-black chi emerged and then vanished within it, reappearing as an incredibly terrifying saber light that slashed across. The saber light met the large foot, and a muffled thud echoed. It came quickly and left just as quickly. A mournful shriek echoed through the main hall. At this moment, a bloodied figure burst out from the black chi. This person was precisely the one from the corpse demon sect. His spell had failed, still not as sharp as the blade light. However, due to the obstruction of that spell, he only lost an arm and managed to escape. He was already injured and did not wish to contend with these three people anymore. Moreover, these three were madmen. Instead of seizing the treasure, they used a great killing weapon on him. How much benefit could such an action bring? The person from the corpse demon sect did not want to stay for a moment longer and sped towards the back of the main hall. When he arrived before several passages, he paused briefly, then bypassed the path taken by the person who had seized the silver light key, choosing another passage instead, and disappeared into it. After all, he was already injured. It would be extremely unwise to pursue the person who took the silver light key now. The three people behind him would certainly not let it go, and if he encountered them again, he might be in mortal danger. It was safer to take another secure path. The three people in the distance saw the corpse demon sect member escape. The leading long-bearded man waved his hand. No need to pursue him. Let him go. Our objective has been achieved. Hehe, fellow Deist Long's strategy is indeed good, otherwise, this person would definitely be a major hidden danger later. That's right. With fellow Deist Long's strategy, this person, seeing himself severely injured, indeed dared not get involved again. We can finally rest assured. The other two, one after another, praised the long-bearded man, making him feel very pleased in his heart. But very quickly, he coldly glanced at the distant passage, a slight smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. From the very beginning, he had calculated that if the three of them immediately competed for the silver light key, the person from the corpse demon sect would definitely interfere. Afterward, if they managed to obtain the silver light key, once they entered the passage, they might be affected by the restrictions and mechanisms within the passage, causing the three of them to separate. Then, any one or two of them would not be a match for this person from the corpse demon sect. In that case, the silver light key in their hands would become the other party's, which would be like preparing a wedding dress for someone else. Therefore, within this main hall, while the three of them were still together, they should first resolve this big trouble. Even if they couldn't resolve it, they should at least make this person timid and dare not compete with them for the silver light key. This strategy had now succeeded. The person from the corpse demon sect indeed became timid and went into another passage. As for the young man who took the silver light key, his strength was not strong to begin with. Any one of the three of them could hold him back, or even kill him. Moreover, that young man had already been afflicted with the ghost concealment curse by them long ago, he couldn't escape at all. No time to delay, fellow Deist Long, fellow Deist Bulletin, let's go. Alright, ha ha ha. The three immediately revealed cold glints in their eyes, and each exerted their power together, pursuing him into the passage at an extremely fast speed. The azure light ahead slowed its flight, then tumbled a few times and landed before several stone walls, revealing Sun Yang's figure. After obtaining the silver light key, he galloped all the way, and after passing through a long passage, he arrived before several strange-looking stone walls. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something amiss. He quickly patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient scroll. This was precisely some records about the immortal beast hall, specifically within the palace. Previously, since he hadn't entered the palace, he hadn't looked closely. Now, he truly needed to understand it. After quickly reading for 3 breaths, he showed a look of sudden realization. It turned out that after entering the subduing beast hall, there would be a total of 8 passages. These passages were the illusory demonic paths. In fact, they were a difficult barrier set up to prevent intruders. Back then, each passage had a great demon guarding it. And these passages also had numerous restrictions and an illusory formation. Once an intruder, if not suitable for the formation, would very likely get lost inside. As a result, they could only be slain by the great demon. However, after so many years, that great demon had long been exterminated. At the same time, the illusory formation and the countless restrictions had either been deciphered or destroyed by those who entered the ruins later. Currently, there wasn't much danger left. However, because the immortal sect used an ancient illusion formation when laying out the palace back then, these stone walls were the true body of the formation diagram. But without the restrictions and formation, only an empty shell remained. Yet, even so, for chi refinement stage cultivators, passing through here still presented a certain degree of difficulty. However, after so many years, many methods of breaking it had long been circulated outside. The scroll in Sun Yang's hand contained such records, but the ancient formation diagram was extremely profound, and it probably required experimentation to fully comprehend it. After pondering for a while, he slowly walked into the stone walls and carefully navigated through them. 100 breaths later, a figure rushed over. He glanced at the stone walls, also took out a scroll, and examined it carefully for a while. But this person seemed to have studied this long ago, as he calmly walked in, searching in an orderly manner. However, not long after, 3 more people rushed over. When the 3 of them looked at the stone walls, they did not take out any scrolls to examine. One of them flipped his hand, and a small ghost appeared. The moment the ghost appeared, its nose twitched lightly. Not long after, it seemed to have discovered something and headed forward. Hurry and follow, that person is ahead. The three of them directly entered the stone walls and headed into the distance. From beginning to end, the three had no intention of studying the formation diagram before them. Because there was no need to study it. With the ghost concealment curse, they only needed the small ghost to follow the scent and track the young man ahead. Their most urgent task now was to kill that young man first, retrieve the silver light key, and then slowly explore how to get out of this formation diagram later. Because each stone wall of this formation diagram was carved from a mysterious stone, it naturally had the effect of preventing detection magical artifacts and spiritual sense. Otherwise, those who entered it would simply release their spiritual sense or use detection magical artifacts, and wouldn't they easily break this formation diagram? Sun Yang discovered this point the moment he entered, but he didn't feel any surprise. Instead, he continued to grope his way through. At the same time, he also didn't know that 4 people had suddenly followed him from behind. Although he had entered the formation diagram a step ahead, he was unfamiliar with it and had taken many wrong turns. Going back and forth, he had unknowingly fallen behind the person who entered 100 breaths later. Because the surroundings were separated by stone walls, and these stone walls could be pushed, plus he had deviated quite a bit, he truly hadn't encountered that person. At this moment, Sun Yang was quite depressed. Since he was cramming, he needed to stop and study every step he took. This wasted too much time, and he was even worried that the spiritual items in the spiritual field might be taken away by someone faster than him. The more he thought this way, the more anxious he became. Afterward, he continuously pushed the stone walls, trying his best to speed up. However, he did not know that this action of his would have an unexpected effect. At this time, the 3 long-bearded cultivators were closely following the little ghost, darting left and right within the stone walls. Suddenly, they were surprised to find that they seemed to have reached a dead end. The 3 sides ahead were all separated by stone walls, there was no path left. Yet, the little ghost was still beckoning forward, as if the boy's scent was just beyond these stone walls. This also left the 3 of them somewhat confused. Although they knew the stone walls could be pushed, that boy shouldn't have returned and messed up the stone walls after passing through, right? Doing so would obviously be extremely unwise. But at present, these stone walls clearly showed signs of being messed up by someone. Could there be other people around? But as soon as this thought emerged, it was quickly dismissed by them. After all, they had all seen that, apart from that boy, no one else had entered this passage. Perhaps they were overthinking it. It should be a coincidence. Maybe that boy needed to mess up this area when deciphering the array diagram. Thinking this way, the 3 of them felt at ease. Then one of them stepped forward, pushed the stone wall in front, and the little ghost began to lead the way forward again. The subsequent journey encountered no more obstacles, which further confirmed their belief that the previous incident was definitely a coincidence. After a full 20 breaths, the guiding little ghost became increasingly anxious. This caused a cold glint to flash in the eyes of the 3 cultivators. It seemed that the boy was not far away, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before they could catch up. At the same time, the 3 of them also began to form magic treasure incantations in their hands, clearly preparing to strike with lightning speed and aim for a single strike kill once they encountered the boy. Just as they were in a divided soul state, beginning to circulate their magical power. Suddenly, as one of them led the way into a stone wall ahead, an unexpected change occurred. A sudden sound startled them, and to their surprise, the stone wall on the left abruptly slammed over. Bulletin surname Cultivator, be careful. At this moment, the dragon surnamed Cultivator suddenly activated his dharma, pulling the grey-robed man in the middle, who was about to be hit by the stone wall, behind him. The Bulletin surname Cultivator narrowly dodged the stone wall's strike. In his fright, the Bulletin surname Cultivator's eyes widened. What on earth is going on? The dragon surnamed Cultivator was also somewhat surprised. He didn't know what was happening, why this stone wall had inexplicably slammed over. If he hadn't been vigilant, the Bulletin surname Cultivator might have died beneath the stone wall. But because of this, it caused the 2 of them to be separated by the stone wall from the fellow deist zone who had entered first. He quickly stepped forward and began to examine it. After a short while, he was astonished to find that the colliding stone wall had blocked the path ahead, and at the same time, it seemed to be stuck, completely unmovable. This seemed a bit strange. After all, each of these stone walls could be pushed, so why couldn't they be pushed here? However, there was also a possibility. Perhaps the stone walls were in a cross shape with each other, which caused them to be completely unmovable. Fellow deist zone, how are you doing over there? The dragon surnamed Cultivator, not giving up, patted the stone wall and shouted to the fellow deist zone who was separated inside. But after a few breaths, there was no sound transmission from inside. Fellow deist dragon, within this array diagram, there is an effect that isolates everything. I'm afraid we cannot contact fellow deist zone. Upon hearing this, the dragon surnamed Cultivator remembered that within this array, there indeed was an effect that isolated everything. It was I, dragon, who was a bit anxious just now, but I don't know how fellow deist zone is doing now. After all, the stone wall collision earlier was too sudden, and he couldn't be sure if fellow deist zone would be injured. The reason this person was so nervous was actually due to another reason. Mainly, when the 3 of them reached an agreement for cooperation, that fellow deist zone had revealed that he possessed a treasure. With this treasure, once they could obtain a silver light key and enter the location of the spiritual field, there was a high probability that they could obtain the spiritual item and also escape from there. This was extremely important. The Bulletin surname Cultivator also knew the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help but step forward, carefully examining the stone wall. He quickly seemed to discover something. fellow Daoist dragon, there's no need to worry, we probably touched the Dharma eye of the array diagram just now. Look here. Oh. The dragon surnamed Cultivator let out a soft oh, then quickly looked in the direction indicated and indeed found a strange depression on the ground. Although this depression was empty, one could faintly see traces of something having been stuck there for a long time. It was highly likely that it was previously the location where the array diagram magic treasure was placed. Thinking this way, it was indeed the location of the array core. It seems that our luck was not good earlier, we just happened to touch the Dharma eye mechanism, which caused that stone wall to suddenly slam over. The dragon surnamed Cultivator pondered for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. The bulletin surnamed Cultivator stroked his chin and nodded, saying, that's right, but in my opinion, this mechanism will only trigger the stone wall, and fellow Daoist Zong was standing in the center of the stone wall just now, so I don't think he could have been affected. And fellow Daoist Zong is the most familiar with this subduing beast hall among the three of us, so passing through this array diagram should be no problem. We don't need to worry too much, fellow Daoist Zong will find us when the time comes. The dragon surnamed Cultivator, hearing this, also felt that it made a lot of sense, and thus put the matter aside. Alright, let's both hurry and pursue that boy. Let's not give him any more time, let's resolve this person as quickly as possible. The bulletin surnamed Cultivator also nodded heavily, and then, guided by the little ghost on the dragon surnamed Cultivator's shoulder, they continued their pursuit forward. And after they left, beyond the other two stone walls. At this moment, a grey-robed cultivator was quietly standing behind a certain stone wall, coldly surveying the stone wall. He suddenly felt it was extremely peculiar, because after the stone wall had collided and closed, another stone wall had slammed over, just holding that stone wall in place. It was rare for two stone walls to move simultaneously. Just as he was feeling puzzled by this, suddenly, he sensed a slight movement and quickly turned his head to look in a certain direction. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from behind a certain stone wall. Chapter 132, You have to take the blame even if you don't want to. The figure also quickly discovered the Zong surnamed cultivator ahead. The two exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. The approaching figure was none other than Sun Yang. He had been diligently searching for the array's exit, he was also the one who had moved the stone wall earlier, but due to his excessive eagerness, he accidentally bumped into something while moving one stone wall. This immediately caused all 5 surrounding stone walls to shift, which greatly annoyed him. Because once these stone walls moved, he realized that his previous deductions had been completely in vain. However, just as he was turning left and right, preparing to reconfirm his direction, he unexpectedly ran into the grey-robed man. At this moment, as the two met, the atmosphere around them instantly became oppressive, and a wave of killing intent permeated the air. Sun Yang dared not neglect the situation, he slapped his storage pouch, pulled out a blue talisman, and immediately activated it. In a moment, a layer of mist spread out. At the same moment, the Zong surnamed cultivator flipped his hand, and a black ghost sail appeared in his grasp. As this person waved his hand, a 10-foot ghost general materialized, holding a long spear that gleamed with a chilling light. Seeing the ghost general form, the Zong surnamed cultivator scanned ahead and, upon realizing that his opponent had only used a low-level talisman, a smirk appeared on his lips. Soon after, he clenched his right hand, and a ghost creature resembling a pig ghost emerged from it. This pig ghost flew forward to the front of the mist, and as it opened its mouth wide, a powerful suction force appeared. However, just as the suction was drawing away the mist, a transparent magic orb flew out from within the mist. This magic orb was also flashing with bursts of light. The Zong surnamed cultivator, quick-witted, immediately formed a spell, and the 10-foot ghost general flew forward, its spear's cold light flickering, transforming into countless spear shadows that swiftly struck the transparent magic orb. As the two collided, the magic orb exploded under the spear shadows. A massive wave of chi swept out in all directions. Under the chi wave, the Zong surnamed cultivator's brows furrowed, he had underestimated the power of this magic orb, not expecting it to release such a powerful force. Fortunately, he discovered it in advance, causing the magic orb to explode 2 jong before him, so he was not affected by the explosion's power. Humph, this person's strength seems to be not very strong. The Zong surnamed cultivator snorted coldly in his heart, this person used such a powerful treasure from the start, clearly knowing his limited strength and wanting to launch a sudden attack before he was prepared. If it were anyone else, they might have fallen prey to this person. However, this plan was a grave mistake when directed at him, as he would never underestimate his opponent. Watching the after effects of the explosion almost dissipate, the Zong surnamed cultivator's fingers moved continuously, intending to use a powerful spell with his ghost general after the pig ghost had cleared the mist. However, suddenly his nose twitched slightly, as if he had noticed something amiss. He realized that amidst the chi wave of the after effects, he smelled a strange scent, a mix of floral fragrance and the stench of decaying corpses. What exactly was this smell? Just as the Zong surnamed cultivator was about to search for the source of the smell, he suddenly felt the scent travel up his nasal cavity directly to his brain. He immediately felt a bad premonition, slapped his storage pouch, and took out a golden medicinal pill, but before he could put it into his mouth, he felt his head heavy and began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. This person's willpower was also very strong, enduring the discomfort, he forced the golden medicinal pill into his mouth. But before the medicinal pill could take effect, he suddenly felt a gust of wind flash around him, and the next moment, a black light streaked across the sky. He only felt his head fly up, then, under gravity, it rolled and hit the ground. A surge of unwillingness and despair simultaneously flooded his mind. But it didn't last long, he then felt a wave of heat wash over him, and soon after, under a burning sensation, he completely lost consciousness. Sun Yang looked at the head burned to ashes, and only then did his heart slightly relax. He then grabbed the person's corpse and performed the blood essence technique. Not long after, only a charred black lump remained on the ground. Having done this, he began to ponder. Because he still had some impression of this person, previously in the main hall, this person and two others were simultaneously attacking a corpse demon sect disciple. Although he didn't know the outcome, he could now vaguely guess that the corpse demon sect disciple had probably lost. And since this person could appear here, there might be companions nearby. It's just that his earlier random pushing of the stone walls might have accidentally triggered a mechanism, thus separating them. It seems he will have to be more cautious from now on. Otherwise, like this time, unprepared, he would have needlessly lost a magic orb obtained from Yi Yanping, and 3 drops of mixed blood poison from odd flower powder and corpse devouring poison. Using these to deal with this person was truly a bit wasteful. Sun Yang was truly heartbroken at that moment, as he didn't have much left of these 2 items. Perhaps they would be completely used up after only a few more uses. At this moment, he began to slowly make full preparations. Afterward, once he encountered other enemies, he would definitely strike first. Having done this, Sun Yang slowly walked to the stone wall, cleared his thoughts, and began to push the stone wall again, searching for the array's exit. 50 breaths later, at another stone wall location. At this moment, the small ghost creature on the dragon surnamed Cultivator's shoulder suddenly changed, and it shrieked continuously. This made the bulletin surnamed Cultivator beside him, upon seeing it, his eyes flash with brilliance. Fellow deist dragon, that boy should be behind this stone wall. The dragon surnamed Cultivator chuckled, no longer hesitating, and quickly pushed open the stone wall. Indeed, they saw a skinny black-robed man standing hesitantly behind a stone wall not far away. This person seemed to still be contemplating something, but he quickly heard the sound of the stone wall behind him, quickly turned his head to look, and was instantly startled. His gaze met the gazes of the dragon surnamed Cultivator and his companion. The former's eyes revealed panic and astonishment, while the latter's eyes flashed with malevolence, his killing intent undisguised. The skinny black-robed man felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had just been worrying about whether he would be caught, and in a blink of an eye, it came true. It's truly a case of what you fear most comes true. Sirs, please listen to me, I really don't have that silver light key, someone else took the key, and that person had a strong bloody chi all over him, he should be a blood yin sect disciple. Oh, yes, you also saw this person in the main hall, he was the one wearing the ghost face mask. The skinny black-robed man was truly panicked. In this array, he had no way to ascend to heaven or descend to earth. To fight 1 against 2, with his strength, how could he possibly do it? So, he quickly began to explain. Hee, good, well fabricated, but whether it's true or not, once you're dead, everything will be clear, kid. At this moment, to still say such a low-level thing, the dragon surnamed Cultivator was amused. Whether or not you took it, killing you will make everything clear. The skinny black-robed man's face was extremely unsightly, and he cursed the person who took the key countless times in his heart. It seemed he had to take the blame for this, whether he wanted to or not. At this moment, the skinny black-robed man's expression quickly recovered. Since that was the case, he decided to take a gamble on his last sliver of hope. Following that, the man leaped and landed in front of the stone wall behind him. He did this, of course, to use the stone wall to defend against sneak attacks from behind, as he was currently fighting 2 opponents. Heaven knew what insidious methods these 2 would employ. With the stone wall as cover, he only needed to defend against frontal attacks and immediately began to form hand seals. The dragon surnamed Cultivator, seeing this, retracted his scornful gaze. This man, able to seize the key, was clearly no ordinary person, devising a countermeasure in the blink of an eye. With this stone wall, they indeed lost many attack options. But so what? He had already prepared many methods. Following that, the dragon surnamed Cultivator and the other man exchanged glances. One flew up, while the other disappeared within the ghost chi. A tall ghost general and a slender black ghost creature simultaneously appeared within the not-so-large space by the stone wall. The skinny black-robed man, seeing this, did not dare to be careless. With a flick of his finger, 2 iron corpses quickly emerged. These 2 iron corpses guarded him, one on his left and one on his right. At the same time, sweat appeared on his forehead. He had no idea what deist magic he had cast, but this spell seemed to consume a lot of magical power and time. However, the skinny black-robed man seemed to have overestimated the iron corpse's defensive power. As the tall ghost general's ghost chi surged, a pitch-black great saber materialized out of thin air and slashed down with the momentum. When the 2 iron corpses were struck by the great saber, black blood splattered. The next moment, they were both cut in half at the waist. The other slender black ghost creature let out a chilling ghostly laugh, bypassing the tall ghost general and landing about 10 feet from the skinny black-robed man. As ghost spirit chi surged, an extremely slender 5-foot ghost claw emerged and violently slashed down. The skinny black-robed man, seeing this, could only release his hand seals and cast that deist magic. In an instant, a burst of pitch-black chi appeared out of thin air in his palm. As he struck with his palm, the pitch-black chi shot out, surging forward. As soon as the ghost spirit claw touched the pitch-black chi, it began to emit chilling white smoke under the influence of this chi. Before long, it started to melt away. The bulletin surnamed Cultivator was also startled by this. This was actually corpse devil chi, which could even corrode ghost creatures. No wonder his ghost spirit general had melted a bit after coming into contact with it. But very quickly, he found that the effect of this chi did not seem to be very strong. Unless the ghost claw was completely sprayed and melted, the ghost general did not seem to be much affected when subsequently immersed in the pitch black chi. From this, it seemed that this young man was probably not very proficient in this spell. Right now, he was just casting it in an emergency, merely trying to bluff them. The dragon surnamed Cultivator beside him also noticed this point, and anger flared on his face. He softly shouted, seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his storage pouch and took out another ghost sail. With another spell, a sturdy ghost general walked out from within the ghost sail. He hadn't expected this person to have refined 2 ghost sails at the same time. Although the ghost general within this ghost sail was not as robust as the previous one, it gave off a sense of agility. It seemed this should be a ghost general specialized in speed, capable of cooperating with the previous robust ghost general to achieve unexpected effects. Immediately after, with a flick of the dragon surnamed Cultivator's finger, this sturdy ghost general transformed into a ghost creature and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The skinny black-robed man, seeing this, couldn't help but feel bitter. He had originally intended to use the corrosive power of the corpse devil chi to bluff the 2 of them. However, he hadn't expected that the 2 iron corpses he had painstakingly refined would be so vulnerable. In just one round, they were cut in half at the waist by the opponent's ghost general. This also made him release the corpse devil chi, which hadn't even finished casting, prematurely in a moment of desperation. The result was that the corrosive effect was too weak, it couldn't even corrode a ghost spirit creature. Sure enough, he tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice, instead enraging his opponent. He couldn't see where the newly appeared ghost general had hidden, which felt like a sharp blade hanging over his head. No, he didn't want to die here like this. The next moment, the skinny black-robed man slapped his storage pouch and took out a still beating pitch black object. He would not use this item unless it was absolutely necessary. Upon closer inspection, this beating pitch black object was actually a heart. Since he obtained it, he had never fully understood its purpose. When he first got it, he dug it out of a decaying corpse. But ever since then, this heart had never stopped beating. This also made him realize that this item was definitely extraordinary, perhaps a devil's heart from some evil demon. The corpse devil chi just now was also slowly extracted from this item. It was just that his technique was clumsy, and the artifact for storing devilish chi was too low grade. This led to most of the power within the corpse devil chi being lost, and when activated, it required a large amount of magical power to be injected before it could be released. As a result, its initial combat effectiveness was so poor. And now, knowing he was on the brink of death, he couldn't afford to care about such trivialities, he could only try his luck with a desperate measure. Immediately after, the man flipped his hand and took out a low-grade iron corpse puppet, but when he was about to put the heart into the iron corpse's body, he hesitated slightly. After all, if something went wrong, and a mutation occurred, he would be the first to die. It was this hesitation that the dragon surnamed Cultivator not far away saw. After he took a closer look at the pitch-black heart, his eyes widened, and a look of fear appeared on his face. This was simply because he seemed to have seen it in that book. Quick, stop this person. We absolutely cannot let him put that heart into that corpse puppet. The dragon surnamed Cultivator's voice transmission immediately reached the bulletin surnamed Cultivator's ears, startling him as well. How could a mere pitch-black object cause the steady fellow deist dragon to react so strongly? The bulletin surnamed Cultivator quickly realized that this matter was definitely not simple. He moved his fingers rapidly, hastily urging the ghost spirit general to shoot out. At the same time, as ghost chi surged, a pitch-black ghost sword materialized out of thin air and slashed down fiercely. At the same time, the disappeared sturdy ghost general reappeared, suddenly materializing above the skinny black-robed man. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it downwards. Such a loud commotion from the 2 attacks naturally alerted the skinny black-robed man. His face turned pale, revealing a deathly grey color. These 2 attacks were extremely sudden, and they completely cut off his path to survival. At the last moment, this man did not defend. Instead, he channeled his magic, piercing through the iron corpse's back with one hand and swiftly inserting the pitch-black heart with the other. As he finished this, the 2 attacks had already arrived. However, a sudden change occurred. In that instant, the iron corpse's eyes snapped open, and a hint of crimson appeared in its pupils. Simultaneously, a surge of brutal evil chi erupted from its physical body. Bang, boom, 2 sounds abruptly rang out. The strong ghost general's strike and the ghost spirit general's slash were easily swatted away by a pitch-black hand. It was as easy and simple as shooing away 2 flies. The next moment, the pitch-black hand retracted, revealing a demonic shadow shrouded in black chi, its eye sockets glowing crimson. The demonic shadow was obscured by the black chi, making it difficult to discern clearly. The demon let out an evil laugh, hee hee hee, this venerable one has undergone rebirth. Its voice was extremely hoarse, like a thick phlegm caught in the throat, neither going up nor down, producing a grating sound. As soon as the voice faded, the demon transformed into a demonic shadow and vanished from the surroundings. When it reappeared, it was clutching 3 ghost creatures. These were precisely the 3 ghost generals summoned by the dragon surnamed Cultivator and his companion. With a wave of the demon's large hand, the 3 ghost generals burst apart with a puff, turning into 3 balls of ghost spirit chi. As the demon opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply, the 3 balls of ghost spirit chi vanished into its mouth. Seeing this, the dragon surnamed Cultivator and his companion trembled all over, their eyes filled with terror. They quickly turned and prepared to flee behind the stone wall. However, the space behind the stone wall was limited, and moving the stone wall would take some time. They hadn't managed to escape far. With a flash of the demonic shadow, it appeared before the dragon surnamed Cultivator. At this moment, the dragon surnamed Cultivator had long lost his previous arrogance, displaying a look of fear and despair, like a stray dog. But this person did not want to die like this and still wished to resist one last time. He slapped his storage pouch and pulled out an 8-sided ghost blade. However, before he could activate it, his eyes widened, and he looked down to find a chilling large hand piercing through his body. With a pull of the large hand, a heart, still beating and covered in fresh blood, was clutched by the pitch-black hand. As the demon opened its mouth wide, a chilling chewing sound echoed. He, what a wonderful taste. Countless evil laughs reverberated around. The bulletin surnamed Cultivator, still fleeing, looked back, and his heart instantly went cold. Before he could react, a demonic shadow flashed. He felt a sharp pain, and soon his body stiffened, then he violently crashed onto the ground. It's been so long since I've tasted such a wonderful flavor. It's exhilarating. The demon's mouth was covered in blood, and it was still savoring the wonderful taste from earlier. After a long while, it lightly licked its tongue, sucking all the fresh blood into its pitch-black mouth. Once the taste faded, the demon finally assessed its physical body. Damn it, this venerable one has undergone rebirth into such a disgusting and extremely weak corpse puppet. How infuriating. The demon's evil smile quickly froze. It couldn't help but discover the problem with his physical body, it was actually a disgusting corpse puppet, which made it extremely displeased. At the same time, it also felt that its strength was greatly restricted, and for the first time in so many years, it felt its strength was so weak. This was an unprecedented occurrence in its long life. But since its last demise, it had been 100 years by careful calculation. Thinking this, the demon felt a little better. Then, it turned its gaze, using an extremely sinister look, to the skinny black-robed man behind it, and pointed, saying, "It was you who awakened this venerable one." The skinny black-robed man was already scared out of his wits because the moment he saw this demonic shadow, he was convinced he had awakened an evil demon. From the demon's physical body, he felt an extremely dense evil chi. Just this aura made him go limp all over. As for later, when the demon devoured the hearts of the dragon surnamed Cultivator and his companion, it had already scared him senseless. He believed his own life would not last long. At this moment, hearing the demon's question, the skinny black-robed man's ashen face showed some clarity. His lips trembled, and he stammered, "Yes. It was I who awakened you, demon venerable, your esteemed self." Upon hearing this, the demon's lips curled into a crescent shape, looking extremely chilling. Then it said coldly, "Very good. This venerable one's name is Shuekang Demon Venerable. Are you willing to become my demon slave?" Demon slave? The skinny black-robed man's expression stiffened, somewhat confused. "Humph, to become this venerable one's demon slave is a great fortune for you. Are you unwilling?" The demon let out a cold snort, its voice carrying a penetrating force that struck directly at the skinny black-robed man's heart, while also subtly expressing displeasure. If the skinny black-robed man dared to refuse, he would only die. The skinny black-robed man understood the implication and quickly knelt, kowtowing. To be able to become the demon venerable's demon slave is the fortune of this lowly one's lifetime. How could I be unwilling? As long as the demon venerable gives the command, this lowly one will brave any danger, even death. Upon hearing this, the demon sneered contemptuously, You are not worthy. This venerable one taking you as a demon slave is merely to have you lead the way. This venerable one has just awakened and urgently needs blood food. You should understand now, right?" Yes, this lowly one understands. The skinny black-robed man was startled, but he quickly recalled the scene of the demon devouring hearts. It seemed the demon wanted him to lead the way to find the cultivators here, so it could feast to its heart's content. This was easy to arrange. Ahead was the medicine field. At this time, there should be cultivators rushing there. He could then lead this demon there and let it feast. And perhaps, he could even obtain some spiritual items that the demon didn't want. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? At this moment, the skinny black-robed man felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He believed that as long as he fed this demon, perhaps he could also obtain some items that the demon would deem unworthy or look down upon. Thinking of this, his tense heart relaxed a little. However, very quickly, the skinny black-robed man seemed to remember something and said, "Demon Venerable, there is another person here. He is a blood path cultivator. I personally saw him use blood chi techniques, which proves that this person has abundant vital essence and is a rare tonic. If the Demon Venerable can taste this person's vital essence and flesh, it will definitely be an unforgettable experience." Upon hearing this, the demon's eyes lit up. It truly urgently needed blood food now to replenish this weak physical body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before it might drain the power of this physical body, and it would fall back into boundless slumber. The next time it awakened, it would not know what year or month it would be. Hearing the skinny black-robed man speak like this, Shuekang, the Demon Venerable, also became interested. If there truly was such a person with abundant vital blood, it would indeed be of great help to him. But Shuekang quickly noticed the subtle changes in the skinny black-robed man's expression, which made his heart turn cold. He saw through the man's petty schemes with just one glance. He truly did not know his place, daring to scheme against him. This made Shuekang sneer inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that this person still had some use, he would have probably become his blood meal long ago. Subsequently, he coldly shouted, "What you said, is it true?" "Absolutely true. This is what this subordinate witnessed with his own eyes. If there is any falsehood, this subordinate is willing to accept punishment from Lord Demon Venerable. Hehe, very good. If it is truly as you say, this Venerable will naturally give you some rewards then. Thank you, Lord Demon Venerable. The skinny black-robed man lightly smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his heart bloomed with joy. Not only was the silver light key taken by that scoundrel before, but he was also inexplicably blamed, which made him extremely displeased. Now was the perfect opportunity to use the Demon Venerable's hand to avenge himself. This feeling was truly exhilarating. The skinny black-robed man felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Perhaps in the future, he would do his best to satisfy this Demon Venerable, and then who would dare to provoke him again? He had to admit, he suddenly understood everything. Just as the skinny black-robed man was rejoicing at this moment, he suddenly felt the stone wall in front of him inexplicably move. The next moment, a figure walked in from the other side of the stone wall. The skinny black-robed man had sharp eyes and quickly looked over. When he saw the person wearing a ghost mask, a surge of joy rushed straight at him. It truly was a case of speaking of something, and it appears. He couldn't help but wonder if his mouth had been blessed. Lord Demon Venerable, it's this brat. The one I mentioned earlier, it's this brat. The skinny black-robed man jolted and jumped up, pointing excitedly at Sun Yang. Shuekang, the Demon Venerable, turned his head at this moment, and a bloody gleam flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Sun Yang was also somewhat bewildered. He had just arrived here and saw the kneeling skinny black-robed man. While he was puzzled, this person suddenly became agitated, even jumping up and pointing at him. This immediately made him realize something was wrong, there must be a problem here. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to the side and saw a demonic shadow covered in black chi, with only a pair of scarlet eyes flickering at him. What in the world was this thing? Sun Yang quickly sensed a corpse chi from this demonic shadow. This kind of smell seemed to only be present on the corpse puppets driven by disciples of the corpse demon sect. But no matter how he looked, he felt that this demonic shadow and a corpse puppet were completely unrelated, and at the same time, a sense of danger inexplicably arose in his heart. Just as he was still pondering, the demonic shadow's mouth, covered by black chi, suddenly curved into a crescent shape, and then it pulled out a long afterimage, instantly reaching within a meter of him. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Because Sun Yang always maintained vigilance, he had already sensed it when the demonic shadow turned into an afterimage, but he was still greatly surprised by the speed of this demon. Then he quickly flipped his hand and activated the Wanggui shield, which had already been infused with magical power. However, he still seemed to have doubts, so he patted his storage pouch again and took out a grey cloak. This cloak was an item belonging to the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, whom he had killed. It was also a medium-grade defensive magical artifact, just like the Wanggui shield. He quickly cast a spell and draped the cloak over himself. A breath later, he felt his vision filled with black chi. A black shadow had already arrived silently, and the next moment, a massive demonic claw grabbed at him. With a muffled pff sound, the grey light shield formed by the Wanggui shield was only able to block for half a breath before being torn apart by the demonic claw. But fortunately, Sun Yang used that cloak. At this moment, countless ghost chi emerged from the cloak. When the demonic claw landed on the cloak, he was instantly sent flying backward under the obstruction of the ghost chi. He narrowly, very narrowly, dodged this attack. As soon as Sun Yang had pulled some distance from this demon, he cast the ghost sail underworld method and simultaneously used the blood escape technique. When this demon attacked again, he disappeared from his original spot. This demon missed its attack, but instead of getting angry, it became happy. This was because he felt the strong blood chi fluctuations on Sun Yang's body. This was indeed a rare blood meal, and he desperately needed such a delicacy at this moment. He lightly licked his lips, revealing a hint of greed. Because the space within this stone wall was limited, it was only 5 zhang long. Sun Yang had nowhere to escape and could only land in the corner of the other stone wall, then he quickly used the spell he had prepared earlier. Several fire rains, mixed with blood rains. They flew wildly in all directions, making the surroundings ablaze with rolling flames. Seeing this, the demon sneered contemptuously. It merely emitted a burst of black chi, seemingly having no intention of dodging, allowing the fire rain and blood rain to fall on its body. The next moment, it directly shot forward. At the same time, devilish chi flew out, and countless slender devilish chi transformed into black tentacles, rapidly coiling and striking. However, when it was about to approach Sun Yang, it surprisingly discovered that Sun Yang had once again disappeared from there. This time, he vanished very suddenly amidst the dense devilish chi. Not bad, brat. The sleight of hand you used is quite good, but this is as far as it goes. This venerable will definitely savor your flesh, blood and vital blood later. The demon took a shallow glance, its large mouth opening and closing, and an extremely unpleasant sound echoed around. And Sun Yang, who had landed on the side again, now had a very ugly expression. He had indeed used some minor spells to once again dodge this attack. Humph, so much nonsense. Die. Sun Yang moved his finger seals, and a golden yellow rope shot out. At an extremely fast speed, it bound the demon like a zongzi. Then, as his magical power rose, the golden yellow rope began to tighten. He, truly childish. You think you can trap this venerable with just this item? Utterly ridiculous. Break for this venerable. As soon as the words fell, devilish chi surged around the demon's body, and an invisible force suddenly rose. 2 breaths later, the golden yellow rope actually emitted a series of sounds, followed by a crack, and shattered into pieces. The moment this demon broke free, its devilish chi surged, and it actually materialized 3 black chi heads. As the 3 heads each displayed a crescent-shaped evil grin. Countless black chi spewed from their mouths, transforming into countless black chi tentacles that completely enveloped the small space. This time, Sun Yang had no way to escape. As the devilish chi tentacles spread outwards, the 5-jong space was completely enveloped in pitch blackness. However, at this moment, crackling sounds emerged. The next moment, a flash of lightning suddenly spread in all directions. Those devilish chi tentacles, upon contact with the power of lightning, instantly transformed into wisps of smoke and vanished. This is vast thunder. This demon also showed a hint of surprise. This thunder could obliterate evil entities and was known as the bane of evil. Even his devilish chi was suppressed by this thunder. He flashed a hint of apprehension, then retracted his devilish chi. Those tentacles instantly flew back, and the surrounding pitch black chi dissipated in an instant. At this moment, a figure enveloped in the light of thunder emerged. And these lights of thunder seemed to emanate from a cloak. The cloak Sun Yang was currently wearing was precisely the Thunder Cloak, one of the 3 treasures obtained from the Thunder Light Dragon Cave earlier. He had long known that the golden light yellow rope could not trap this demon, so he took advantage of the 2 seconds it took for this demon to break the yellow rope to secretly inject his magic power into this Thunder Cloak. As soon as it was activated, a surge of vast thunder emerged. Sun Yang had not expected this. He originally thought it was just ordinary thunder power and had even prepared other backup plans. But now, it seemed a bit redundant, as this thunder instantly obliterated all the attacking devilish chi on the spot. However, the thunder power on this cloak was not infinite, it could only be released for 5 more seconds at most before being completely exhausted. In a short period, this thunder would not appear again. But he feigned calm and spoke coldly, "Your Excellency should also understand the power of this thunder, do you still want to continue fighting?" Upon hearing this, the demon let out a wicked chuckle, "Boy, you think you can scare this lord with just this? Aren't you a bit too arrogant?" Although the demon said this, he did not rush forward, because his current corpse puppet body was truly somewhat afraid of this kind of thunder. Although he had a method to minimize the threat of this thunder, doing so would reduce the time this corpse puppet body could sustain itself by more than half, which was extremely disadvantageous to him. "Oh, it seems your excellency really wants to fight on. Very well, I'll let you see the power of vast thunder." Sun Yang's expression turned stern, and as he formed a hand seal, the thunder light on the cloak flickered incessantly, creating an extremely grand display. "Hee, boy, you don't need to put on an act. This lord already noticed that the thunder power in this cloak is running low. This lord just needs to avoid it for a few seconds, and then the thunder will be gone. However, this lord can give you one chance. As long as you can leave a bowl of essence blood, you can leave." The demon gave a cold smile, showing a hint of disdain for Sun Yang's pretense, but after glancing at the thunder, he pondered for a moment and still made a cautious decision. "Oh, you want my essence blood? Delusional. There are indeed only a few seconds of thunder power left in this cloak, but what about this?" Sun Yang's anger flared, and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a dark black round bead, which was precisely the demon's subduing pearl. The demon's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and upon seeing the black bead in Sun Yang's hand, his expression finally showed some change. He naturally recognized this bead. It was a demon subduing pearl made by the pseudo-humans of the righteous path, and it contained immense thunder power. Currently, this demon subduing pearl of this boy seemed to be of a very low grade, but even so, its power was quite astonishing. And now, with the stone wall space being so small, if this bead were to explode, everything here would turn to ashes. "Humph, boy, do you really dare to detonate this bead? Aren't you afraid of perishing here yourself?" The demon had already put away his wicked smile and spoke with a solemn expression. The skinny black-robed man on the side was also stunned upon hearing this. He too was wondering what kind of black bead this was that even these demon lords felt apprehension towards it. He also fixed his gaze on the black bead, scrutinizing it intently. "Your Excellency can try it and see if I dare to detonate it." Sun Yang's face was as calm as water, gripping the demon subduing pearl tightly, and even began to inject his magic power into it. "Good, very good, boy, you have great courage. You may leave." After a moment of silence, a hint of apprehension flashed in the demon's eyes. Perhaps it was the century of dormancy that made him especially cherish this rebirth. Although he was 70% confident that he could kill this boy in front of him before he could use the demon subduing pearl, he was unwilling to gamble, and did not want to gamble. As long as he consumed more blood food later, he would no longer have to fear the power of this small demon subduing pearl. "Boy, let me remind you, this lord is confident enough to kill you before you release the demon subduing pearl, it's just that I don't want to gamble. You'd best not play any tricks or resort to insidious means. Once you do, the outcome might be different." The demon gave a cold snort, but in the end, he still warned Sun Yang. The meaning was clear, this demon also understood the structure of the stone wall array, and had deliberately threatened him just now. After all, if Sun Yang were to push open the stone wall and then slyly throw out that demon subduing pearl before the stone wall closed, the outcome would be different. However, since this demon could issue a threat, he naturally must have been prepared. Sun Yang also had this thought, but upon hearing the demon's words, he couldn't help but feel some apprehension. "Humph, Your Excellency, don't try to launch an insidious sneak attack when I open the stone wall, otherwise, I will activate the demon subduing pearl without hesitation." He was not to be outdone and issued a warning in return. As soon as his voice fell, he flew and cautiously arrived in front of a stone wall, gripping the demon subduing pearl tightly in his hand. Immediately after, the stone wall made a creaking sound and was pushed open. Sun Yang flashed in without hesitation, disappearing into the stone wall, but before the stone wall closed, he still resisted the urge to throw out the demon subduing pearl and let the stone wall close. As soon as the stone wall closed, countless demonic shadows flashed, and the Shueking demon lord arrived at the end of the stone wall, but he only gave the stone wall a cold glance and did not push it open rashly. Clearly, if Sun Yang had truly thrown out the demon subduing pearl just now, he would have been met with this demon's fierce offensive methods in an instant. However, both of them had doubts in their minds. Sun Yang did not throw out the demon subduing pearl, and Shueking did not launch a sneak attack. Lord Demon, such good blood food cannot be allowed to escape so easily. The skinny black-robed man looked at the place where Sun Yang had left, feeling indignant at this moment, as if a surge of qi was stuck, neither going up nor down. It made him quite uncomfortable, which was why he couldn't help but speak out. However, as soon as his voice fell, he felt a chill all around him. That feeling of falling into an abyss, combined with an boundless aura of killing intent, made him feel as if he were in hell, and his body immediately trembled uncontrollably. Do you need to tell me how to do things? If there's a next time, I will make you taste the flavor of the infinite demon hell. As this voice emerged, the skinny black-robed man only felt an invisible stinging pain all over his body, a pain that penetrated to his bones, making him instantly age several years. Though he didn't know what the infernal demonic prison was, the sensation he felt just a moment ago made him shudder with fear. Yes, Lord Demon Venerable, this lowly one will never dare again, please forgive this lowly one, Lord Demon Venerable. The skinny black-robed man collapsed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. Humph, hurry up and lead the way. This venerable one needs blood food. The demon shifted his gaze, looking once more at where Sun Yang had departed, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. How could he tolerate being threatened by a mere boy? Later, once he had consumed enough blood food and his strength increased, he would immediately seek out that person, send his soul into the infernal demonic prison, and meticulously savor his physical body in essence blood, down to the very last bone. The skinny black-robed man sensed the strong killing intent emanating from the demon venerable, and a hint of fear involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He had no idea what Lord Demon Venerable was up to now. He dared not meddle further and quickly started leading the way forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Yang felt a sense of relief when he saw that the stone wall had stopped moving, and he carefully put away the demon subduing pearl. Just now, he had really wanted to throw out the demon subduing pearl, but firstly, he was cautious about whether what this demon said was true. Secondly, the demon subduing pearl was limited in quantity, with only 2 remaining, and using them here would be extremely uneconomical. After all, such an important treasure would be used just to eliminate an evil demon, and he wouldn't even gain any benefits. This didn't align with his personality, so he resisted the impulse. But Sun Yang dared not delay now. He quickly pushed another stone wall to brace the first one, so he wouldn't have to worry about the demon moving the stone wall and entering at any time. Then, after taking some qi recovery pills, he collected his thoughts and resumed deciphering the array diagram. After several hundred breaths, Sun Yang finally reached the exit. He glanced at the exit but remained rooted to the spot, a thoughtful expression on his face. Previously, he was able to threaten that evil demon with the demon subduing pearl mainly because the stone wall space was limited. But now, ahead was the spiritual field Great Hall, where the space was very large, which would likely greatly reduce the threat to this demon. At this moment, this evil demon was still within the array diagram, and it probably wouldn't be long before he emerged from it and would surely head to the spiritual field Great Hall. Sun Yang certainly didn't want to be followed by this demon, constantly having to guard against a potential sneak attack. How could he feel at ease like that? After a moment of thought, he decided that he couldn't walk ahead of this demon. Immediately after, Sun Yang flipped his hand, took out more than a dozen talismans, and quickly set up small anti-tracking spells around him. Just 3 breaths later, seeing that the small spells were all set up, he flashed and re-entered the stone wall array diagram. This time, he chose a stone wall that was very deep inside. After bracing all the surrounding stone walls with a cross shape, he sat cross-legged and waited calmly. Approximately several hundred breaths later. At this moment, 2 figures emerged from one side of the stone wall, the skinny black-robed man and the demon venerable Shueking. The skinny black-robed man in front showed joy on his face when he saw the exit. Lord Demon Venerable, ahead is the entrance to the spiritual field Great Hall. Once we go there, there will be blood food. Demon Venerable Shueking scrutinized the exit, his hand moving slightly, and a slender tentacle subtly shot out. Not long after, a ripple flashed across his face. Indeed, the space ahead is very large, and there seem to be a few individuals with vigorous qi and blood. You have done very well. Once this venerable one finishes consuming this blood food, all their storage pouches will be yours. Shueking's eyes narrowed, and he let out a sinister chuckle, then extended his crimson tongue and greedily licked his lips. Thank you for the reward, Lord Demon Venerable. The skinny black-robed man was beaming with joy. Among the cultivators who could enter the subduing beast hall, none were weak. Their storage pouches were sure to contain many good treasures. Hearing that all these storage pouches would be his, how could he not be delighted? At this moment, his eyes gleamed, and he eagerly hurried to lead the way for Lord Demon Venerable, so that Lord Demon Venerable could revel to his heart's content in the Great Hall, and he too could profit from it. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard a soft shout. Wait, you fool, you've touched a restriction spell. Xuekang's face turned cold. He then looked at the faint, ethereal mists and scattered water droplets around him and let out a cold snort. What? Are there restriction spells here? The skinny black-robed man was also startled. He quickly activated his magical arts to investigate, and sure enough, after not long, his face turned grim, because there were indeed many small spells all around. However, these spells had no offensive power, they should be some small anti-tracking spells set up by someone. It seems it must have been that boy who set them up. This boy is truly very cautious. No matter, this boy only wants to see how long it takes for me to get out of the array diagram. What can he do even if he knows? Xuekang smiled bloodthirstily, not taking it to heart at all. Previously, due to the terrain, that boy had taken advantage and managed to retreat unscathed. But once they reached the Great Hall ahead, even if that boy's demon subduing pearl was powerful, it wouldn't have a chance to harm him. As long as he consumed enough blood food and his strength increased, he would make sure that boy experienced the taste of wishing for death but being unable to die. Seeing the demon venerable so confident, the skinny black-robed man dismissed his worries and no longer paid attention to the small spells around them. Soon, the two, one in front and one behind, sped towards the exit. As the two left, the surroundings returned to peace. After a while, a sound came from one of the stone walls. Sunyang quietly emerged from inside. He had set up the small spells earlier precisely to detect when the two would exit the array diagram. The moment the spell was touched, he knew they had come out, but he waited for a long time before emerging himself. Sunyang then activated his magical arts to investigate the lingering auras around him. After discovering a very faint scent of a corpse and a strange qi, he lowered his guard. Immediately, he patted his storage pouch, took out several treasures, and began to inject magical power into them. Seeing that the magical power was almost fully injected, he then stomped his foot and sped towards the exit. After leaving the passage, Sunyang arrived before a light barrier, and beyond the light barrier, he should be in the spiritual field Great Hall. He formed a hand seal, holding the magical artifacts infused with magical power in his hand. At the same time, feeling it still wasn't safe enough, he flipped his hand and took out the soul summoning banner. The next moment, 5 fierce ghosts appeared around him, firmly enveloping him. Only after completing these preparations did he step forward. As his vision blurred, a white light immediately shone. Sunyang found himself inside a spacious palace. Without time to look around, he quickly formed a hand seal, transforming into a streak of green light, and rapidly fled towards a hidden corner of the Great Hall. After landing in a safe place, he put away the vengeful spirit and looked around. This palace was very large, covering over 1,000 square meters. At the innermost part of the palace, there was a tall platform, which was currently surrounded by colorful light. This colorful light was formed by a formation. Within the formation, at the center of the flat platform, there was a 1-acre spiritual field, which was lush green. A rough count revealed about 20 spiritual plants. Even from such a distance, Sunyang could feel the strong spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from these spiritual plants, and under a layer of mist, each spiritual plant emitted a greenish glow. These spiritual plants were definitely incomparable to those outside. He had just shown a hint of joy, but quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that below the platform, it had already turned into a chaotic mess. Countless spells flew wildly, and various spells collided randomly. Booming sounds echoed incessantly throughout the hall. This was also why Sunyang was not attacked after entering the hall, because no one could spare him any attention. There were a total of 7 cultivators in the hall. On the left, 2 cultivators were present, one was enveloped in a layer of ghost qi, this person was Wu Gui, who was the first to seize the key. The other person seemed very sneaky, constantly looking left and right, hiding behind the others. This person was the one who followed Wu Gui through the passage, intending to fish in troubled waters. On the right, 3 cultivators wore masks and black robes, employing techniques of lightning, fire, and ice, somewhat resembling righteous path cultivators. These were Ying Tianlong, Qi Tong, and Yu Ping Han. However, these 6 cultivators were not attacking each other, instead, they had allied themselves, seemingly attacking the other 2 cultivators simultaneously. These 2 cultivators were the skinny black-robed man and Xuekang. Although the skinny black-robed man was also engaging the enemy, he was mostly just observing from the sidelines, not using many of his techniques. But Xuekang was surrounded by a thick layer of devilish qi, and every move he made was as fast as lightning. This made the 6 cultivators tense up, and their respective spells flew wildly. They were truly afraid, and regardless of whether they could hit Xuekang, they just wildly shot out spells from their hands the moment they saw the devil disappear. Actually, there were a total of 7 cultivators who entered here. Originally, 4 of them had allied to attack the 3 cultivators wearing masks, who were suspected to be righteous path cultivators. But who knew, the moment these 2 devils entered the hall, he suddenly let out an evil laugh, and the next moment, countless black qi tentacles rose up, in just an instant. The disciple of the corpse demon sect who was fighting the dragon surnamed Cultivator and his 2 companions at the entrance of the hall was suddenly grabbed by the tentacles. Soon after, a blood-soaked heart was snatched out, and as the demonic shadow flickered, an unpleasant chewing sound echoed, mixed with an evil hum of enjoyment, as if savoring a delicious meal. Upon hearing this sound, several cultivators immediately stopped fighting. Some of them also recognized the identity of this evil devil, and immediately, they no longer dared to fight each other, instead, they all began to attack this evil devil. However, this devil was not only incredibly fast, but his bizarre devilish qi tentacles were like harbingers of death, shooting out in all directions. One of them, a cultivator of the ghost Dao, was caught off guard and pierced by these devilish chi tentacles, followed by a tragic scream. This cultivator was actually drained of his vital chi and blood out of thin air, directly turning into a shriveled corpse. Seeing this, they became even more alarmed. That's why, whenever they saw this devil disappear, their spells flew out indiscriminately, as if they were free. After all, spells only consume magical power, but there is only one life, and no one wants to follow in the footsteps of the other two. This indiscriminate attack, while somewhat effective, prevented anyone from dying within these 20 breaths. However, it did not harm the devil in the slightest. Instead, after consuming the essence and flesh of 2 cultivators, the devil became even stronger. Their spells gradually became less and less effective. This made the 5 cultivators both frightened and anxious. Wu Gui's eyes occasionally glanced at the tall platform. He was extremely eager for the formation to open quickly at this moment. This was the first time he had ever hoped for something so intensely. This was because the formation required preparation. Only when the 5-colored light soared into the sky would the formation officially activate. Once activated, one could enter by using the silver light key. As long as he could enter, he would be able to use the formation to block and avoid the evil devil, while also being able to collect spiritual items, and at the same time, by using the silver light key within the formation, he could be teleported out. This was extremely important for the current situation. Even Ying Tianlong and his 2 companions occasionally looked at the tall platform, not knowing if they had other objectives or if they also feared the evil devil, their eyes constantly flickering with uncertainty. Only the yellow-faced man, who appeared quite shifty, seemed extremely anxious, because he did not have a silver light key in his hand. Originally, this person intended to fish in troubled waters, but seeing the evil devil appear, he had no choice but to act, but with his strength, he was clearly not enough, and could only hide behind a few people, symbolically attacking a few times. But this person's eyes kept flickering. He clearly did not want to die here and still wanted to fight for his last chance of survival. Although these cultivators had their own intentions, Xueqing had only one goal, to turn everyone here into blood sacrifices. At this moment, an evil light flashed in the devil's eyes, and as the devilish chi surged, when he reappeared, a devilish chi barrier emerged. As soon as this barrier appeared, the flying spells that landed on it did not cause any ripples. In just a moment, the devil arrived in front of the cultivator named Wu Gui, and in the cultivator's horrified eyes, the devil's large hand plunged in. A blood-red heart was snatched out by the demonic hand. Then, in front of several cultivators, Xueqing threw the heart into his wide mouth, and as his large mouth opened and closed, an unpleasant sound echoed throughout the surroundings. Truly delicious. After eating, the evil devil still showed a look of unfulfilled desire, sucking all the remaining blood from the corners of his mouth into his mouth, then smiled grimly. Ah, evil devil, die. One of the black-robed masked cultivators seemed unable to bear it any longer. With a wave of his hand, countless ice crystals formed out of thin air, transforming into a sky full of ice thorns that smashed down. Hee, what a pathetic spell. Xueqing waved his hand, and countless devilish chi emerged on his palm. With a gentle flick, it transformed into a large hand, continuously swatting out like swatting flies. Those seemingly sharp ice crystals instantly turned into countless water vapor and dissipated under the swatting of the large hand. Junior sister, stop. Your ice spell cannot harm him. Retreat quickly, don't waste any more magical power. Ying Tianlong spoke out coldly at this moment, reprimanding her. Yu Pinghan heard this and also realized something was wrong, so she quickly turned and retreated. However, the devil merely smiled coldly at this, but when he prepared to envelop Wu Gui's corpse with devilish chi, he was surprised to find that the corpse was gone. Then, in a flash, he saw a thin, shifty figure disappear, who had actually taken the corpse at that moment. Oh, not bad, kid, you're quite cunning. The man, using some unknown method, was moving at an extremely fast speed, intending to take the corpse a short distance away from the demonic creature. Once Duan Kui removed the storage pouch, he would then throw the corpse away, which would both prevent him from being pursued by the demonic creature and allow him to obtain the silver light key. Next, he would hide behind Ying Tianlong and the other 2, using them to stall for a while longer. When the formation opened, he would immediately fly into it, becoming the victor. However, while the man's idea was good, he overlooked one problem: he was too confident in his speed. How could his speed possibly compare to Xueqing's speed? In an instant, the man felt a whooshing sound by his ears, and when he looked back, his face immediately turned ashen. The next moment, he saw a gigantic demonic hand slamming down towards his head. It's over, my life is forfeit. The man's eyes filled with despair. He had no way to defend against such an attack and could only watch as the demonic hand descended. However, just as it was about to reach the man's head, a black shadow suddenly emerged from not far away, and a crackling sound of thunder rang out. Under the power of the thunder, the demonic hand instantly turned into green smoke. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. The man, realizing the demonic hand had turned into green smoke, looked around and discovered a person wearing a ghost-faced mask not far from him, draped in a Haolei cape, with thunder crackling all over the cape. He felt a sense of relief at having escaped death and quickly expressed his gratitude. However, as soon as his voice fell, the man noticed something was wrong. The thunder power on the ghost-faced masked person's body hadn't disappeared, instead, it was wildly striking out. Before he could react, he was affected by the errant thunder, and immediately, his entire body glowed with lightning, turning him charred black. The next moment, he crashed to the ground, motionless. Sun Yang looked on with extremely cold eyes. He had no intention of saving this person, It just so happened that the direction the man was fleeing was precisely towards him. This greatly annoyed him, causing him to reveal himself and shatter the demonic hand. However, unable to quell his anger, he casually killed the yellow-faced man on the spot. Kid, it's you. The Haole cape, it was actually taken by you. Two voices, from two different places, rang out one after another. The first voice naturally came from Xuekang. He had been wondering why he hadn't seen the kid for so long. Now that the kid suddenly appeared, his eyes showed some change. However, after scanning around, he suddenly discovered a faint formation fluctuation ahead. This made Xuekang understand that the kid must have only recently arrived at the main hall. The small spell he had deliberately set up earlier must have been another illusion. Perhaps the kid had been hiding in the stone wall formation before, deliberately creating a misleading impression that he had entered the main hall. What a vigilant and clever kid. But no matter what, it was good that he had revealed himself. As long as this kid didn't sneakily throw out the demon subduing pearl, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. However, the person who made the second sound was precisely Ying Tianlong. At this moment, he was quite angry. No wonder he had used the Thunder Light Dragon for several days in a row and still couldn't find the thin person who had stolen the treasure. Now it seemed that the person in front of him had interfered. If his guess was correct, that thin person had probably died at the hands of the person in front of him, thus allowing the three treasures to fall into this person's hands. However, now that he knew the treasures were in this person's hands, it wasn't too late, at least there was still a chance to reclaim them. This allowed the great stone in Ying Tianlong's heart to fall, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Sun Yang. Whoever stole his Ying Tianlong's treasures would surely pay a heavy price. The atmosphere around them instantly turned gloomy. Even Xuekang looked back with interest, a distinct flicker of abnormality in his scarlet eyes. He also noticed that the leading masked black-robed man had previously seemed to possess very mediocre strength. But now, the chi emanating from this person seemed significantly stronger, a world of difference compared to before. It seemed he had deliberately hidden his strength, but listening to his words, it seemed to be for the Haole cape. This was going to be an interesting show. On the side, Sun Yang glanced around. He had already fought Xuekang, so there was nothing more to say about him. As for the three masked black-robed men behind, he was sure he had no connection with them. But very quickly, he felt that the voice of the person who questioned him had a familiar feel to it. It seemed remarkably similar to a voice he had heard from inside the Thunder Light Dragon's cave back then. Could it be that this person was the one who mysteriously appeared in the cave? From this, it seemed that the three treasures he obtained in the cave must belong to these three people. What a small world, to meet them at this very moment. Sun Yang's expression turned cold, knowing that a great battle was inevitable. This cape, being on someone, is that person's treasure. So, you want to take it back? Let's see if you have the ability. He replied coldly. At this moment, he would absolutely not hand over the cape. Since he had already offended them, he wouldn't humor them. You, very good. Later, let's see if your strength is as hard as your mouth. Ying Tianlong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke each word fiercely. He had an innate aversion to these demonic path heretics. The reason he had deliberately hidden some of his strength before was, firstly, because he had a mission and needed to conserve his magic power. Secondly, he inherently looked down on people of the demonic path and deliberately held back, allowing those demonic disciples to die at the hands of the demonic creature. After all, what did their deaths have to do with him? It would be most to his liking if they all died. With the strength of the three of them, they were enough to face the suddenly appearing demonic creature. Of course, they didn't need to fight to the death, they only needed to find an opportunity to enter the formation and carry out their sect mission. Of course, at present, the three treasures were crucial. Without them, their chances of completing the mission were only 40%. With the three treasures, the chances of completion could increase to 80%. He must reclaim the treasures, this was of utmost importance. Junior sister, your ice spell is not very effective against the demonic creature. You go deal with that ghost-faced masked kid and make sure to get the treasures back. Chi Tong, junior brother, and I will tie down the two demonic creatures. After arranging the tactics, Ying Tianlong suddenly circulated his magic power, no longer deliberately holding back, and a thunderous light continuously flickered on his body. Beside him, Chi Tong raised his fire fan, and 3 fire snakes shot out. As the fire snakes danced, the temperature within the main hall instantly doubled. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is among the best of the rats I've encountered. I imagine your flesh and blood essence must be extremely delicious. Xuekang had long since seen through the actions of the three, and couldn't help but secretly lament. He had originally wanted to see the three attack that boy, but it seemed that plan had fallen through. He could only deal with these two first, and then find an opportunity to resolve that boy. However, thinking about how strong the two in front of him were, and how delicious their essence blood and flesh must be, he couldn't help but get excited. Moreover, these two looked like righteous path cultivators, so their souls must be much purer than those dark demonic path individuals, which made Xuekang visibly overjoyed. A full 100 years, 100 years. He hadn't tasted it for so long, he'd forgotten what a wonderful taste it was. A moment later, Xuekang circulated his devilish chi, and countless dark tentacles shot out, while his figure flickered, disappearing among the tentacles. However, as the tentacles extended, Sun Yang suddenly discovered that the bodies of the two people who had died, a meter away from him, were swept up by a tentacle and vanished. It seemed these corpses were extremely important to this demon, likely being the foundation for him to maintain his strength. He also began to worry a little at this moment. If this demon's strength kept increasing, perhaps even the demon subduing pearl would lose its effect. However, his thoughts didn't last long before a dark shadow appeared not far from him. Yu Pinghan slowly took out an ice staff. The moment this staff was taken out, countless cold qi emanated from it. Then, with the swing of the staff, countless bone-chilling qi surged outwards, and wherever it passed, ice crystals shimmered. Sun Yang realized something was wrong and quickly circulated his qi, turning into a green streak and heading to one side. At the same time, he moved his finger, taking out a blood-colored talisman scroll. From within the scroll, a blood-colored blood fox appeared out of thin air. The moment this fox appeared, it transformed into a blood-colored shadow, running rapidly towards the other side. Since this fox was formed from blood witchcraft, it naturally wouldn't fear the qi of ice. In a short while, the blood fox arrived in front of Yu Pinghan and pounced fiercely, scratching at her face. Yu Pinghan seemed unfamiliar with this spell and dared not be negligent. With the swing of her staff, a layer of ice crystal shield appeared. The blood claws landed, but only left a shallow mark on the ice shield. This surprised Yu Pinghan a little. This blood fox, which seemingly had an incredibly powerful aura, was actually very weak in its true strength. She didn't expect that it was just something that looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. It seemed the opponent intended to use this to harass her and briefly affect her casting speed. Upon realizing this, Yu Pinghan angrily stomped her staff on the ground. The next moment, as a surge of icy qi emerged, it gathered together, forming an ice tiger that pounced out. The ice tiger and the blood fox became entangled in combat. But because the blood fox's strength was not great to begin with, soon, several white scars began to appear on its blood-colored body. Sun Yang, who had landed to one side, saw this and instead gave a cold smile. At this moment, the opponent only paid attention to the blood fox, unaware that this was exactly what he had planned. Subsequently, he was seen moving his fingers continuously, and several talismans lit up. Several gusts of wind, a shower of fire, and a layer of mist all appeared at this moment. Yu Pinghan also noticed this. She found that while it seemed grand in scale, they were just some low-level talismans. These spells, if used against some qi refinement stage cultivators of the 5th or 6th layer, might still have an extraordinary effect, but for her, they were a joke. From this moment on, she couldn't help but think that this person was nothing special. But Yu Pinghan moved her staff again, and countless ice crystals suddenly appeared, smashing towards the center of those spells. All the fire showers and hurricanes turned into frozen objects under the ice crystals, falling to the ground. However, hidden within these fire showers were several black dots that suddenly emerged, shooting rapidly towards Yu Pinghan. Yu Pinghan, having been tempered by many battles, always maintained her vigilance. At this moment, she noticed something amiss with a slight movement of her peripheral vision. She quickly patted her storage pouch, took out a cold ice armor, and put it on. Clang, clang, clang. Several sounds rang out on the cold ice armor. Drops of dark black blood flowed down from the ice armor. Yu Pinghan saw this, her eyes darkened, and she secretly exclaimed how close it was. Clearly, these dark black blood drops contained malicious toxins. If she had been hit, she probably would have lost her life. What a sinister and malicious person. As Yu Pinghan thought this, anger rose in her heart. She chanted an incantation, and her staff suddenly spun. In a moment, an ice spirit tree quickly formed. This ice tree seemed like a living thing, its cold leaves still moved with the wind, and even the texture of its bark was exceptionally clear. However, her spell had not yet fully formed. Suddenly, from a mist in the distance, 7 or 8 faint shadows shot out. As these shadows rapidly approached, they revealed themselves to be ferocious ghosts, bearing fangs and claws, with distorted faces. These vengeful spirits, without a word, directly pounced on Yu Pinghan and began to tear at her fiercely. This came extremely suddenly, causing Yu Pinghan's casting hand to briefly stop. Fortunately, she was wearing her cold ice armor, so these vengeful spirits couldn't truly harm her. But being simultaneously torn at by so many vengeful spirits, even if her cold ice armor had high defense, she was starting to struggle. This made the female's eyes clearly show a hint of panic as she glanced at Sun Yang, who was in the mist over there. She knew she had fallen into a trap. The opponent's repeated use of such low-level tactics were all mere deceptions. The true purpose was to cast a spell to summon these vengeful spirits. Moreover, to conceal the spirits' forms and achieve a surprise attack, the opponent had gone to great lengths, using both the blood fox and poisonous blood. At this moment, Yu Pinghan finally realized that she had unknowingly stepped into the opponent's trap. Currently, because the ice spirit tree couldn't form, her other methods seemed to have no effect on these intangible vengeful spirits. This was also the shortcoming of ice spells. Only those who truly achieved extreme cold purple ice possessed the power to freeze all things. And her Dao cultivation was still very low, which was why she could only provide auxiliary support for this mission. To eliminate these vengeful spirits, only Senior Brother's vast thunder would work. But Senior Brother was currently entangled with that evil demon, so how could he spare a hand to look after her side? At this moment, Yu Pinghan couldn't help but secretly clench her silver teeth. Then, with some heartache, she took out a smooth, jade-like mirror. This mirror was given to her by Master, and she never thought it would be used here. The female merely sighed softly, then quickly cast a spell, pointing swiftly at the mirror, and suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the mirror's surface. As the white light expanded outwards, a layer of pure white qi emerged all around. Sun Yang, who was in the mist, saw this, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes, he quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly moved his finger seal, striking out at the soul sail. Just then, a sharp yell suddenly came from the mist. This sharp yell carried a mournful quality and boundless rage. Among the fierce ghosts that were tearing at Yu Pinghan, one of them, under the sharp yell, had its face twist, and a red glow instantly flickered all over its body. The energy around this fierce ghost actually began to surge towards its chest at this moment. Junior sister, be careful. This is a ghost's roar of rage. That fierce ghost can't withstand it and is about to explode. Quickly get ready to defend. Not far away, Chi Tong noticed this scene and hastily shouted a warning, but being trapped, he was both anxious and worried, yet helpless. However, after the red glow on the fierce ghost flickered twice, it let out a mournful shriek, and the ghost exploded with a boom. At this moment, countless ghost chi surged outwards under the explosion, and the resulting destructive power was extremely violent. Yu Pinghan, at the center of the explosion, was completely engulfed by the ghost chi. But after a breath, two white lights flashed within the ghost chi, landing outside of it. As the white light dispersed, one of the figures was Yu Pinghan, who had escaped, but she had not emerged completely unscathed from this explosion. Her mask was already destroyed, her hair disheveled, and her beautiful, cold face was utterly pale. Even the black robe she wore was torn into shreds by the explosion, revealing a hint of spring scenery beneath. The other figure, however, was somewhat strange. She bore a 90% resemblance to Yu Pinghan, but her entire body exuded a dense, icy qi. Under the light, this qi also showed a faint purple twist. This person's facial expression was rigid, and aside from the icy qi around her, there were no fluctuations of magical power. From this, it could be seen that this was not a living person, but rather a clone formed by some ice elemental spell. Yu Pinghan briefly glanced at the ghost qi-filled area, a trace of lingering fear still on her pretty face, if not for summoning an extreme ice spirit through that mirror, using the faint power of extreme purple ice from this ice spirit to temporarily freeze the fierce ghosts around her. She probably would have had no chance to escape and would have been hit by that ghost explosion, completely perishing there. However, now that she had used this life-saving method, Yu Pinghan had no more concerns. With this ice spirit present, she would no longer fear any fierce ghost attacks. Then, she angrily waved her ice staff, fiercely swinging it towards the misty area where Sunyang was located. The next moment, countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, instantly unleashing themselves upon that misty area. This time, she did not hold back any of her strength. This attack had a very large range and was also exceptionally fierce. Don't you like playing dirty? Let's see how you play this time. At the same time, as the ice spikes crashed down, a fiery snake also shot out from the other side in a hurry. This fiery snake also appeared extremely suddenly, and the power of its flames even scorched the ground a faint red. It turned out that Chi Tong, seeing his junior sister in danger just now, was also seething with rage. He seized the opportunity and released a fiery snake, burning towards the place where Sunyang was located. One ice, one fire, a dual attack, suddenly sealed off the surroundings of the mist. Sizzle, 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 boom. Several sounds rang out. The mist had already been riddled with holes by the falling ice spikes and was completely transformed into a wisp of white qi, dissipating, under the burning of the fiery snake. However, what was unexpected was that there was no human figure within this mist. Only a ground covered in ice spikes and the fiery snake still slithering remained. How is that possible? Chi Tong and Yu Pinghan, seeing this, both expressed their doubts. Then they quickly scanned their surroundings and discovered that near the five-colored formation in the main hall, there were fluctuations of magical power and a faint, flickering green shadow. This person in the green shadow was none other than the person with the ghost mask. When did this person appear here? Yu Pinghan's mind was filled with confusion about this, but soon, she seemed to realize something. She found that she had apparently been misled. From the very beginning, this person had continuously cast low-level talismans, which inevitably led people to underestimate him. This also made people mistakenly believe that this person must be hiding in the mist. In reality, this person had already taken the opportunity to quickly leave the mist and hide on the other side, leaving behind a false impression. This series of events not only fooled Yu Pinghan, but even Chi Tong, who had been observing this side, was completely played. Yu Pinghan's heart tightened at this moment. She realized that this person was a cunning and difficult opponent, and if she used ordinary methods, the opponent might not die, but she herself might very well be tricked to her death. She quickly moved her finger seal, commanding the extreme ice spirit to act as a protector around her, while she began to chant, seemingly still completing the spell to summon the ice spirit tree. As Sunyang saw his figure exposed, he no longer hid, retracting the ghost sail and revealing his true form. He had already used the mist to flee to this location when the fierce ghosts first charged out, and the reason he chose this place was twofold. Firstly, it was to prevent a sneak attack from the evil demon. This place was a full 50 feet away from the evil demon. Even Ying Tianlong and the other person were 30 feet away from him. Secondly, Sunyang had a bold plan in mind, and only by coming here could he possibly seize the opportunity to execute it. He briefly glanced at the five-colored formation above, then moved his finger and once again took out several talismans. As he cast a spell, another layer of mist emerged, and at the same time, small spells like fire rain and strong wind also appeared consecutively at this moment. Yu Pinghan was constantly paying attention to Sunyang, and when she saw these low-level talismans forming small spells again, she was somewhat surprised, as the effect of using the same method twice in a row would be greatly diminished. This person must have known this, but why was he casting them again at this moment? Was there another cunning scheme involved? Yu Pinghan's brows furrowed, she no longer had her previous disdain, but this time, she would not let this person escape again. Seeing that the ice spirit tree had already taken shape, she quickly moved her finger seal and pointed at the spirit tree. The spirit tree suddenly doubled in size, and after its leaves lightly swayed, hundreds of frost-emitting leaves detached from the spirit tree, flew into the air, transforming into countless cold lights that shot towards the surroundings of the mist that Sunyang had transformed into. When these frost-emitting leaves landed, they exploded, forming an icy cold area around them, and even the air in that place had cold chi rising from it. If Sunyang still wanted to use his previous trick of shedding his skin like a cicada, he would immediately face the attack of the cold chi. Even if Sunyang had a way to eliminate the effect of the cold chi, Yu Pinghan would immediately detect his location. Seeing this, Yu Pinghan coldly smiled. This person was too clever for his own good, now he was trapped within the mist. As the ice spirit tree rotated, a layer of cold chi was peeled off from it, floating into the air and slowly forming a 3-jung-long extreme cold spear. This was one of the ice spirit tree's greatest killing moves. This spear not only had immense destructive power but also exploded once after striking. Yu Pinghan's lips curved into a cold smile at this moment. This strike didn't require aiming, she only needed to smash it into the mist. Regardless of whether it hit the ghost-faced person inside, the spear would explode afterward. The area of mist where this person was hiding would be completely affected by the explosion. At that time, this person could only flee from the mist in a sorry state, and then he would be corroded by the cold chi. At the same time, she would have other means to deal with him. Perhaps seeing through Yu Pinghan's plan, Sunyang in the mist did not dare to be negligent and immediately waved his soul sail. However, at this moment, 6 or 7 fierce ghosts from the ghost chi below also broke free from the control of the extreme cold purple ice and suddenly lunged towards Yu Pinghan. At the same time, 3 massive blood-colored pythons also formed out of thin air and rapidly headed towards Yu Pinghan's location. Yu Pinghan, seeing this, was naturally well prepared. With a movement of her finger seals, the extreme cold ice spirit shot out, arriving above the fierce ghosts, and she unceremoniously waved a ball of frost chi from her hand. Upon encountering the frost chi, those fierce ghosts' movements immediately slowed, and after one breath, their legs were frozen, making them unable to move an inch. Around the 3 massive pythons, 3 icy tigers also emerged, pouncing on the pythons, and the 2 sides began to tear at each other. Seeing the obstacles cleared, a killing intent flashed in Yu Pinghan's eyes. Her finger suddenly moved at this moment, and the ice spear whistled through the air. However, Sunyang, who was in the mist, showed no change in expression or any worry when he saw the ice spear attacking. At this instant, he focused his entire mind on the 5-colored platform. At this time, those 5-colored lights finally flowed to the top. As they converged with the light at the top, they transformed into a huge pattern. The moment this pattern appeared, those 5-colored lights also immediately dissipated on the formation. Sunyang was delighted at this moment. It was finally time. Then, he suddenly crushed a bead in his hand. As the bead burst, the ice spear also struck. With a loud rumble, a large hole was blasted through the mist. Immediately afterward, the ice spear exploded with a crash. Ice crystals filled the sky, scattering violently in all directions. As the ice crystal fragments flew and the cold chi permeated the surroundings. At this moment, a faint shadow flashed and inexplicably disappeared into the formation on the platform above. Due to the spear's explosion and the scattered ice crystal fragments, no one would notice the disappearance of this faint shadow. Immediately afterward, the icy cold chi spread out, instantly turning the surroundings into a land of ice. After 3 breaths, as the layer of mist was dispersed by the icy cold chi, the appearance inside was revealed. Yu Pinghan's face darkened when she saw it. The place was once again empty, and the person with the ghost-faced mask had once again disappeared out of thin air. If the first time had a reason, perhaps. But what was going on this second time? There were no fluctuations around indicating his departure, as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving people puzzled. Just as Yu Pinghan was somewhat bewildered, Chi Tong's voice came from afar, "Junior sister, this person used our sex-gathering wind pearl to evade this attack. You must be careful." Upon hearing this, Yu Pinghan's gaze shifted, and she saw that in a corner of that icy cold land, there was indeed a layer of fierce hurricane, which was the barrier released by the gathering wind pearl. The gathering wind pearl was a treasure only carried by those who practiced wind element spells in the Xianjing sect. How could this person have one? Yu Pinghan was also greatly surprised, but being repeatedly dodged by this person made her extremely annoyed. However, thinking that the gathering wind pearl was extremely precious, it was impossible for this person to have any more. Next time, let's see what this person will use to dodge her attacks. Just as Yu Pinghan was about to make a move with the ice staff in her hand, she heard a subtle sound transmission from her senior brother in the distance. "Junior sister, stop attacking. Hurry and come closer. The formation on the platform above has already opened. The 3 of us must quickly enter the formation." Chi Tong's urgent voice came. Although Yu Pinghan failed to kill Sunyang and retrieve those 3 treasures, entering the formation was the most crucial thing at the moment. This was because he and Ying Tianlong slowly discovered that this demon's strength had begun to increase while they were intercepting Shui Kang. Their own magical power had also been consumed too much. This was extremely unfavorable for the subsequent mission, so they had to enter the formation first before making further plans. Hearing this, Yu Pinghan could only sigh softly. If she had more time, she would definitely make that ghost-faced person die under her icy spells. Now, she could only give up the attack for the time being. After all, they only had 1 silver light key, and when activating the key, all three of them had to gather together to enter the formation simultaneously. However, just as she was about to use her spell to quickly move towards Ying Tianlong and the other senior brother, unbeknownst to her, an unexpected change occurred. Several black dots shot towards her urgently. Yu Pinghan sensed it, and her expression tightened. She had no choice but to stop. With a movement of her staff, several icy leaves shot out from the ice spirit tree. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ice leaves collided with the black dots, then each slid to the ground. It was precisely this delay that allowed a figure to block Yu Pinghan's path. Humph, you want to leave? Don't you ask if I agree. Sun Yang's gaze was like an arrow, staring coldly at Yu Pinghan. You, fine. This fairy also wants to slay you, you demon disciple. Yu Pinghan's anger flared. She had intended to let this person go, but unexpectedly, the other party jumped out first to block her. But she also knew that if she didn't deal with this person, she would absolutely not be able to safely meet up with her two senior brothers. She channeled her spell and pointed at the extreme cold ice spirit. This ice spirit transformed into an afterimage and shot towards Sun Yang. But Sun Yang waved his ghost sail, transforming into a green shadow, and fled rapidly to the other side. And the speed of the ice spirit simply could not catch up with Sun Yang. At the same time, Sun Yang's finger seals moved, shooting out several drops of black blood, forcing Yu Pinghan to helplessly cast spells to defend. At the same time, he also disregarded the consumption of magical power. With a movement of the soul sail in his hand, 7 or 8 more fierce ghosts shot out. In the time that followed, Yu Pinghan could only use the extreme cold ice spirit to deal with the fierce ghosts, while the person in front of her was like a sticky plaster, frantically using black blood to attack her. She also had no choice but to defend. After all, once hit by the black blood, there was only one way to die. It was precisely because of this that, imperceptibly, she fell into a predicament. Gradually, Yu Pinghan also understood that Sun Yang intended to keep her here and had no intention of letting her easily enter the formation. The constant harassment made it difficult for her spells to take shape. This caused her heart to become increasingly irritable. On the other side, the skinny black-robed man also noticed that the formation on the platform above had opened, which stirred something within him. The temptation of the spiritual items in the spiritual field on that platform was quite immense. He had just seen Lord Devil Venerable take away the corpses, so he must have obtained the silver light key, which made this man's heart stir. Lord Devil Venerable, the formation has already opened now, shouldn't we go seize the spiritual items first? It won't be too late to kill these people afterward. Although Lord Devil Venerable cared about the blood food, it didn't prevent them from seizing spiritual items. No matter what, it was a profitable endeavor. The skinny black-robed man finally couldn't help but speak to Shui Kang. However, what responded to him were Shui Kang's scarlet eyes, filled with coldness and impatience. Seeing this, the skinny black-robed man shivered all over, and his mind tightened. From the look in his eyes, he could tell that Lord Devil Venerable seemed to have no interest in any spiritual items. Instead, when Lord Devil Venerable looked at Ying Tianlong and the other man, his eyes were full of evil charm, indicating that blood food was what Lord Devil Venerable desired. But the skinny black-robed man was somewhat unwilling to leave the spiritual items within the formation untouched, which made him scratch his ears and cheeks in discomfort. After a moment of thought, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he spoke again, Lord Devil Venerable, if you don't care for these spiritual items, this humble one would be delighted to retrieve them for you, by entering the formation. This way, it won't delay Lord Devil Venerable, and the spiritual items can also be obtained. This is a win-win situation. As soon as these words were spoken, even Shui Kang's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with sinister coldness, because the skinny black-robed man's self-cleverness made him very displeased at this moment. However, he briefly glanced at the two people opposite him and the young man in the distance, and couldn't help but feel that letting the skinny black-robed man retrieve the spiritual items alone was not impossible. This would not only temporarily distract these few people, but they would probably not allow the spiritual items to be taken without action. Shui Kang believed that by striking ruthlessly in secret while they were distracted, there should be a miraculous effect. Even if the skinny black-robed man died, it would not only have no impact on him but would also add another blood food. Thinking this, Shui Kang smiled evilly, your suggestion is very good. This venerable allows you to retrieve the spiritual items. As soon as his voice fell, another silver light flew towards the skinny black-robed man, and within it was precisely that silver light key. The skinny black-robed man caught the silver light key, his face filled with joy. Although he had said earlier that he would retrieve them for Lord Devil Venerable, he figured that what the Lord needed was blood food, and these spiritual items were useless to the Lord, so they would eventually become his own possessions. This thought made the skinny black-robed man even more excited, and he dared not delay, quickly activating his spell, he flew up and headed towards the formation. But his actions here could not escape the eyes of the others. Ying Tianlong, who was closer, saw this and was filled with worry and indignation. Because Yu Pinghan was entangled, they had been unable to rendezvous. He and Qi Tong could only be forced to entangle with the evil devils, but now that the black-robed man intended to privately take the spiritual items, it made him feel a bit anxious. However, if he were to open the key now, wouldn't that mean abandoning junior sister? Ying Tianlong felt that he couldn't do that. He still had a knot in his heart from the Fengluo Mountain incident last time, and this time he would not watch his companion die in front of him. But letting the skinny black-robed man retrieve the spiritual items might very well affect the current mission. After a brief thought, Ying Tianlong hardened his resolve, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a deep purple medicinal pill. After a moment of hesitation, he still put the medicinal pill into his mouth. The next moment, a powerful aura emerged from his body. This medicinal pill had the effect of temporarily stimulating potential, but the side effects were also great, as it could damage the soul body. But under this aura, the power of thunder around Ying Tianlong became visibly sharper to the naked eye. Countless slender electric arcs flashed non-stop on his body. Not only was the power of thunder strengthened, but also a vast power emerged within his body. Although Ying Tianlong could now control the vast thunder, he could actually only exert a limited amount of its power. Even if he circulated all the vast power in his body at once, he could only unleash one thunder attack. This was also why he needed the Haolei cape for this mission. With the assistance of this cape, he would at least not be so passive now. At this moment, he could only use his trump card. With the aid of the medicinal pill, he fully activated the vast thunder. As it continuously gathered in his palm, a thunderball flickering with the light of thunder appeared. When this thunder was condensed, even Xueqing couldn't help but take a few extra glances, and a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. Xueqing also found it strange. How could that young man have a cape that could release this thunder, and this person could even conjure this thunder out of thin air? Was this vast thunder really so worthless? Despite his confusion, this devil dared not be negligent and quickly covered his body with devilish chi, releasing countless black tentacles. He then flashed his figure, disappearing into the tentacles, leaving no trace. This operation by the devil was naturally to create confusion. And it was quite effective. Ying Tianlong, seeing this, also furrowed his brows. He couldn't distinguish the evil devil's whereabouts either. However, after a brief thought, Ying Tianlong moved his finger again, condensing a ball of thunder light. With the thunderball in one hand and thunder light in the other, he stomped his foot and flew up at extreme speed. With a fierce flash, he flew to a place not far from the skinny black-robed man, and struck out with the thunder light in his hand towards this person. Sizzling, countless electric arcs, like an electric net, shot rapidly towards the skinny black-robed man. The skinny black-robed man saw this and his mind trembled. He was about to enter the formation, but at this crucial moment, he encountered an obstruction, which made him quite uncomfortable. But if he retreated now, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity again. However, he quickly realized that it was only a single ball of thunder light attacking, which made him greatly relieved. From this, it seemed that this person was still reluctant to use that vast thunder ball to attack a small fry like him. There was still an opportunity now. He quickly stopped his body, flipped his hand, and took out 3 iron corpses. Then, gritting his teeth, he unhesitatingly struck out these 3 iron corpses with a palm. He then took the opportunity to quickly fly out. He clearly intended to use the 3 iron corpses to block the thunder net, while he would seize this crucial moment to quickly activate the silver light key and enter the formation. However, though this person's idea was good, it seemed he overestimated the iron corpse's defensive power, just as he did within the stone wall formation earlier. At the same time, he underestimated the power of this lightning. The current lightning contained a good deal of vast thunder. It naturally countered evil beings like dead bodies and ghost creatures. The next moment, the lightning net struck the iron corpse. In just half a breath, the iron corpse's skin burst open, and it exploded with a roar. As the explosion sounded, the skinny black-robed man immediately showed panic and shouted in despair, "Lord Demon, save me." However, his voice received no response. Instead, he was met with chaotic, striking lightning. As the lightning light swept through, his eyes went black, and he collapsed, no longer moving. However, the moment this person fell, a black tentacle coiled around him, and his corpse vanished into it. Not far away, a demonic shadow, grasping the corpse, pulled out a bloody heart and began to chew on it. When the chewing stopped, the corpse had been sucked dry by the black tentacles, becoming a dried corpse. Xueqing lightly licked his lips, a look of unfulfilled desire appearing on his face. From beginning to end, he had no intention of responding to a waste's plea for help. From the start, Xueqing believed this person was too clever for his own good. Such a person would be useless if kept by his side. Even if the skinny black-robed man retrieved the spiritual item, Xueqing would have eaten him as blood food once the matter was over. Now, it just happened a bit sooner. But as a demon slave, he still contributed his last bit of strength for him. Even so, the skinny black-robed man's soul was thrown into the infernal demon prison by this demon, which was also the demon slave's final destination. As he finished eating the blood food, Xueqing's aura actually grew stronger again. Ying Tianlong's face alternated between green and white. He originally didn't intend to kill the skinny black-robed man. If this person hadn't harbored greed and had retreated directly, he wouldn't have met such a demise. But he underestimated human greed. This person, for the sake of treasure, risked his life to snatch it. Now, it was good, he died directly under the lightning light. Ying Tianlong glanced at the evil demon, whose strength had increased again, and his teeth ground together with a harsh clatter. This time, it was truly a case of injuring the enemy 1,000, but harming oneself 800. Even with the help of vast thunder at this moment, he didn't have much confidence in being able to kill this demon. Using vast thunder on this evil demon would certainly not be very effective. He couldn't help but shift his gaze, looking to the other side. As his gaze followed, it landed right on Sun Yang. Then, Ying Tianlong gave Qi Tong a meaningful look, then coldly glared at Sun Yang before flying away. But he was also very smart, his path was not directly towards Sun Yang, but rather circled around. Due to the threat of the vast thunder in his hand, Xueqing not only dared not act rashly but also deliberately submerged himself into the black tentacles. It was precisely because of this that Ying Tianlong safely arrived within 10 zhang of Sun Yang. He suddenly channeled his power, and as the lightning flared, that ball of lightning fiercely smashed towards Sun Yang. Although Sun Yang was entangled with Yu Pinghan, he was always on guard against Ying Tianlong. Upon sensing the incoming lightning ball, how could he dare to be negligent? He waved the ghost sail in his hand, and his body was enveloped in a green glow. At the same time, he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into blood qi, appearing around his body, doubling his speed. At this speed, he narrowly avoided the incoming lightning ball and arrived on the other side. It was precisely his escape that caused Yu Pinghan to relax. Then, as Ying Tianlong channeled his magical power, Yu Pinghan felt a lightning glow appear around her body, and she arrived beside Ying Tianlong at an extremely fast speed. And Qi Tong, having been instructed earlier, also arrived beside Ying Tianlong shortly after, and the three of them gathered together. Next, with a flash of lightning light, the three of them arrived before the formation. As the silver light key glowed, they entered inside. No sooner had they entered the formation than a black shadow escaped the formation and merged with a green glow. The black shadow was none other than the blood slave. Previously, Sun Yang had subtly sent the blood slave into the formation using the power of the gathering wind pearl, to secretly retrieve the spiritual items. It was just a great pity that because Ying Tianlong used vast thunder, he could no longer hold back Yu Pinghan. When the three gathered and entered the formation, Sun Yang knew he had no hope, so he quickly summoned the blood slave. However, this time, the blood slave had also retrieved 80% of the spiritual items, only a few not so precious spiritual items remained within the formation. The reason he summoned the blood slave was also to retrieve the silver light key, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the formation. Xueqing also noticed Ying Tianlong and the other two entering the formation, but how could he allow such good blood food to just slip away? He quickly took out the silver light key, and his figure, like lightning, shot towards the formation. However, when he was only 5 zhang away from the formation, his peripheral vision caught a black shadow escaping from within the formation. As he glanced, he saw the young man enveloped in a green glow. Xueqing stopped in his tracks, looked at the black shadow, then at the young man, and seemed to understand in his heart. With a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, he immediately understood why this young man had not gone to retrieve the treasure earlier but instead held back that female cultivator of the righteous path. It turned out everything was this young man's plan. Truly sinister, quite reminiscent of his own demeanor back then. However, he was not interested in these spiritual items, what did it matter to him who took them? But what he needed was blood food, and he would certainly not let this young man go. His current strength was no longer what it was inside the stone wall back then, now he did not fear his demon-subduing pearl. Xueqing smiled evilly, he planned to give this young man a harsh blow. Immediately, he flipped his hand, and the devilish qi around him surged out like a violent storm, gradually gathering at his chest. Then, this devilish qi directly exploded, transforming into 2 terrifying demonic orbs that rotated around him. Within the demonic orbs, a colossal aura was contained. Upon sensing it, Sun Yang was also greatly alarmed. But he dared not delay. He flipped his hand, took out a demon-subduing pearl, and while activating it, he coldly said, "Your Excellency, are you truly not afraid of this demon-subduing pearl?" Heh, what a joke. Still trying to scare this venerable one with this broken pearl? Let you taste the power of this slaughter devilish qi. Oh, really? Sun Yang flipped his hand again and took out 2 items, another demon-subduing pearl, and the other was a round pearl emanating flames. When Xueqing saw these 2 items, his hand, which was controlling the slaughter devilish qi, paused. He naturally recognized both of these. Although he currently had means to resist 1 demon-subduing pearl, facing the explosion of these 3 round pearls simultaneously would be very difficult to escape unscathed. A surge of anger rose in his heart. This was the second time he had been threatened like this. This was the greatest humiliation he had suffered since his rebirth. He would engrave this humiliation deep in his heart, and one day he would repay it 100, 1,000 times over. Kid, I will remember your aura. Remember what happened today. Don't fall into my hands another day, or I will let you know what the endless demonic domain is, and its most terrifying tortures. In Xueqing's scarlet eyes, a strange, demonic blood light actually flickered, making anyone who saw it feel dread. Humph, don't you fall into my hands either. When that happens, you'll only become a demon soul in my soul sail, to be controlled by me for 10,000 years. Sun Yang was not to be outdone, he said viciously, and at the same time, he activated the ghost sail and, in front of the demon, escaped into the formation. The demon could only glare in anger, his face filled with gloom. After Sun Yang entered the formation, he flipped his hand and took out a silver light key. Then, under the astonished gazes of Ying Tianlong and the other 2, he crushed the silver light key, which transformed into a white light and completely vanished within it. Ying Tianlong wanted to stop him, but it was too late, he could only watch helplessly as Sun Yang completely disappeared. This was because when the 3 of them entered the spiritual field, they were shocked to discover that all the spiritual items within had been harvested. A wave of anger swept through their minds, and they were about to search for the insidious person who had taken the spiritual items. It was this delay that gave Sun Yang the time to activate the silver light key, allowing him to be teleported away by the formation right before their eyes. Damn it, damn it. Who exactly is this kid? He's ruined my plans again and again. I will tear you to pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Even the usually calm Ying Tianlong was furious at this moment. Too hateful, too insidious. He didn't even know what insidious method this person had used, or when he had infiltrated the formation. Now that the spiritual items were harvested and 3 treasures were snatched, Ying Tianlong was completely enraged. Originally, even without the assistance of the 3 treasures, there should have been a 40% chance of completing the mission, but now without those spiritual items, their magic power would definitely not be enough. Currently, even a 30% chance was somewhat worrisome. And if the mission could not be completed, not only would the 5-method Divine Thunder be far out of reach, but even his status as a personal disciple might not be maintained. His entire Dao of cultivation had been ruined by this person. A wave of sorrow and indignation arose in Ying Tianlong's heart, but just then, a demonic shadow flashed in the white light and then appeared. When Ying Tianlong saw that it was Xuekang, the evil demon, the sorrow and indignation in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His gaze was as cold as a torch, and strong killing intent surged forth. Clearly, unable to catch the person with the ghost mask from earlier, he blamed all his anger on the evil demon before him. The evil demon also bore some responsibility for the situation evolving to its current state. At this moment, Ying Tianlong was utterly determined to kill this demon by any means necessary, to vent the hatred in his heart. He flipped his palm, and 3 balls of lightning emerged, immediately beginning to condense into 3 balls of vast thunder. Even Xuekang was slightly startled when he saw this. From the moment he entered the formation, he had sensed something was off. The person casting the lightning seemed to be somewhat blinded by anger, and the killing intent emanating from him was even stronger than his own. But the more this was the case, the more excited Xuekang became. He had now condensed the slaughter demon ball, and while he couldn't attack that kid, he could use the 3 of them to test the power of the demon ball. He saw the devilish chi around him transform into a large hand, which grasped one of the demon balls. As the devilish chi merged into the demon ball, it visibly expanded. At this moment, Qi Tong and Yu Pinghan, who were on the side, grew anxious upon seeing this, because they felt the immense magical power fluctuations within the demon ball. Senior brother's vast thunder's power was actually slightly inferior. Senior brother, don't act impulsively. We still have a chance, don't let anger cloud your mind. Senior brother, junior sister still has a chi replenishing pill, so we're not without a chance. In an instant, the 2 of them each spoke to calm him down. Upon hearing this, Ying Tianlong's anger subsided by half. He immediately realized he had been too selfish just now. If he had truly completed the activation of the lightning ball, a large portion of his magic power would have been expended. Then, the chances of completing the mission afterward would be slim. Even if he didn't consider himself, he needed to consider his 2 junior brothers and junior sisters. He quickly waved his hand, and 2 of the 3 balls of vast thunder in his hand rapidly dissipated. Then, just as the evil demon was about to finish condensing his demon ball, he threw out the ball of vast thunder in his hand first. With a crackle, the lightning ball, amidst a flash of lightning, slammed towards the evil demon at an extremely fast speed. Xuekang grinned. This kind of vast thunder was countless times weaker than that kid's demon subduing pearl, so how could it possibly harm him? At this moment, he waved his large hand, and countless black tentacles shot out in all directions. He then flashed and disappeared into the tentacles, leaving no trace. Crackle, boom. 2 sounds rang out, one after the other. A ball of lightning arcs completely enveloped a 3-jong radius. The black tentacles struck by the lightning were completely annihilated on the spot. However, many tentacles had already left the 3-jong range. 3 breaths later, a demonic shadow flickered out from within one of the black tentacles. Following it was a 5-foot demon ball, precisely the slaughter demon ball, which had now completely formed. Xuekang smiled sinisterly, if you 3 have no other means, then you can all die. Once the demon ball in his hand had condensed onto the demonic hand, it rapidly smashed towards Ying Tianlong and the other 2. However, when the demonic hand flew halfway, it inexplicably stopped. This was because at this moment, a ray of light enveloped the demonic hand. Xuekang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly looked over, only to discover that what was enveloping the demonic hand was the power of the formation. He then swept his gaze towards Ying Tianlong and the other 2, and saw a strange scroll floating in front of Ying Tianlong. Formation breaking talisman scroll? You actually possess such a secret scroll. Xuekang was startled. This was a secret talisman scroll with the power to break formations. The operation of every rune on it could cause the formation to change, leading to the formation being temporarily broken. No, this is just an incomplete manual, and its ability to break formation power is extremely limited. After all, Xuekang was an evil demon who had lived for a very long time, so he had this much insight. He saw through the talisman scroll as an incomplete manual at a glance. Ying Tianlong also had a strange flash in his eyes. This talisman scroll was indeed an incomplete manual, but to be able to see through it at a glance, even his master couldn't do that. Yet, this evil demon saw through it at a glance. Humph, so what? Even if it can only activate a portion of the formation's power, it's enough to easily trap you, this evil demon. Ying Tianlong knew that this formation was an ancient enemy trapping formation, and even if it was only a partial power, a chi refinement stage evil demon would not be able to resist it. Although this would cause some loss of the talisman scroll's power, with the 3 treasures no longer assisting him, a slight loss of power was acceptable. With that thought, Ying Tianlong's expression turned stern, and as his fingers moved, the light from the talisman scroll before him began to deepen. Now that the talisman scroll had temporarily controlled the formation, the silver light key was useless, and the formation had been sealed, making it impossible for this devil to escape. In at most 3 breaths, he would be able to fully activate the talisman scroll's power, and by then, this evil devil would be completely trapped by the formation's power, ready for him to slaughter. However, Xueqing gave a chilling smile. Since he recognized this broken formation talisman scroll as an incomplete manual, he naturally had a countermeasure. Then, his devilish chi transformed into two large hands, which began to wave towards the formation. If someone knowledgeable were present, they would surely recognize these as ancient devilish patterns. After the large hands waved for 2 breaths, the devilish patterns were mostly formed. When the large hands struck out, these devilish patterns finally began to appear, their lines extremely complex, and a mysterious power twisted within them. Under this mysterious power, a space of 10 feet was temporarily opened up. Within this 10-foot area, the formation actually returned to its original state, no longer affected by the talisman scroll. Xueqing knew that these 3 had the broken formation talisman scroll, and he could not harm them within this formation, so he could only give up on these 3 rare blood sacrifices. However, once outside, there might be even better blood sacrifices, who could say? As long as there were more blood sacrifices, it was not impossible for Xueqing to recover his former strength. Hat, hat, hat hat. After a few chilling devilish laughs, Xueqing suddenly squeezed the silver light key, and in a flash of white light, he disappeared. However, Ying Tianlong, who was still trying to activate the talisman scroll, saw this scene and his eyes widened. With the talisman scroll seal, how did this evil devil escape? Instantly, a surge of frustration welled up in his heart, neither rising nor falling. After a good while, he waved his hand, extinguishing the brilliant light on the broken formation talisman scroll, and sighed inwardly. He had now recovered his rationality and would not act impulsively. Now, he could only take a gamble. If he completed this mission amidst the danger, then he would be the successor of the 5-method Divine Thunder, and such things would never happen again in the future. Subsequently, the 3 looked at each other with grave expressions, then sat cross-legged, placing several treasures on the ground, and began to cast spells to control the formation. Within the formation, only the fluctuations of the spell remained. As a ray of light disappeared, a figure emerged. This person was Sun Yang, who had used the silver light key to be teleported out. Because that formation was for random teleportation, he didn't have to worry about the evil devil and Ying Tianlong's group following him. After all, the secret realm was so vast that such a coincidence wouldn't occur. This time, among the spirit medicine taken out from the spirit field by the blood slave, there were more than 10 rare spirit medicine for cleansing marrow and refining essence. This filled Sun Yang with joy. It was well worth the great risk, and he was quite satisfied with this harvest. With the urgently needed spirit medicine now in hand, Sun Yang decided not to take any more risks and prepared to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, waiting for the secret realm to end. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression changed. He found that this random teleportation seemed to have sent him into a certain palace, and specifically, into a certain passage. Logically, the demonic path's random teleportation should not send him to the righteous path area, but he also couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't send him to the central area. Reaching this place meant entering the battleground between the righteous path and the demonic path. Sun Yang felt that it shouldn't be such a coincidence. This might be a palace on the demonic path side that he hadn't explored yet. Upon closer inspection, he found that both sides were high walls as white as jade, with nothing particularly special about them. Forward led to an unknown destination, while backward was a bright exit. This bright exit should be the way out of the palace, and the dark area ahead was the path deeper into the palace. Sun Yang surveyed both sides, pondered for a moment, and still unwilling to go inside, decided to leave the palace first. Then, he circulated his chi and swiftly flew towards the exit. However, just as he reached about 10 feet from the exit, he inexplicably heard a loud rumbling sound. This sound startled him. He was all too familiar with this sound. It was the sound of a spell explosion. Evidently, someone was fighting ahead at this moment. Sun Yang dared not be negligent. He quickly patted his storage pouch, took out several items, and began to activate them. Then, he pasted an invisibility talisman on himself, and after activating the ghost sail underworld method, he became enveloped in a faint green light, his figure appearing and disappearing. With a light movement, he arrived not far from the exit and looked out. An extremely spacious grand hall appeared. This hall was magnificent, at least 1,000 feet long and 500 feet wide. More than a dozen large pillars were all glowing with golden light. But at this moment, the grand hall was in utter chaos. Countless spells clashed, and figures flickered, leaving behind after images. A rough estimate showed no less than 30 people. Among these people, some were dressed in green, yellow, or purple robes. These individuals had no sinister aura, but instead exuded righteousness. There were also some disciples from the 3 great demonic sects. These individuals all had a strong sinister aura, and those constantly flickering after images were the eerie methods of ghost cultivators. They were all gathered around the center of the grand hall, before a somewhat withered but faintly glowing golden tree. On the 3 branches of the large tree, there were 3 golden round golden light fruit hanging, and a tempting fragrance subtly emanated from around them. And the golden light on the 20 stone pillars was slowly converging towards the large tree, with countless runic symbols shimmering within the golden light. Sun Yang quickly understood that only when these runic symbols completely merged into the large tree would the fruit on the large tree fully ripen. At the same time, the golden light on the large tree would disappear, and it would be time for harvesting. But before the fruit ripened, these righteous and demonic cultivators could no longer hold back and began to attack, seeking to eliminate their competitors. Sun Yang was also quite helpless. Unknowingly, he had been drawn into this conflict, and at this moment, if he showed himself, he would become a target of attack, so he could only observe the situation for now. However, in this narrow passage, if anyone came over, he would surely be discovered. He looked at the grand hall. The space was so vast, and there were many hidden hiding spots, so he decided to find a place to hide first. Immediately, he flickered his figure and arrived in the grand hall, then unhesitatingly flew towards a corner on the left. However, just as he arrived there, he inexplicably felt a fluctuation of magical power, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that a black-robed man was also hiding there. His eyes met the man's, and a hint of surprise flashed in both their gazes. The black-robed man also realized that Sun Yang seemed to share his idea, also planning to bide his time to fish in troubled waters. The encounter of two cunning individuals made them wary of each other. The black-robed man was the first to curl his lips, because he discovered that Sun Yang's cultivation was only at the Qi refining stage 9th level. This person's strength was not strong, yet he dared to imitate him, truly seeking death. A murderous intent flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. With a quick flip of his hand, he summoned a bloated, blood-colored iron corpse. He then quickly retreated under the blood corpse's cover, creating some distance. He had already concluded that Sun Yang was a treacherous person, likely skilled in dark methods. He would not be careless just because Sun Yang's cultivation realm was low, maintaining distance was the safest approach. At the same moment, with a movement of his finger incantation, the blood-colored iron corpse lunged forward. Although this blood corpse was bulky, its jumping ability was astonishing. With just one leap, it arrived above Sun Yang's head, its sharp claws, like daggers, slashing downwards. Sun Yang's gaze turned cold, and anger welled up in his heart. He originally didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble inexplicably found him. Immediately after, he waved his ghost sail, and in a flash of green light, he vanished from his original spot, easily dodging the blood corpse's attack. He had seen too many corpse puppets of this kind. Although this person's blood corpse looked somewhat special, it still had a significant gap compared to the corpse puppets he had seen in the secret realm. How could such a close-range attack possibly harm him? Sun Yang also didn't intend to get entangled with this black-robed man for too long. After all, there were many people in the main hall at the moment, and it would be bad if it attracted others' attention. With this thought, he decided to use decisive methods for a quick resolution. Immediately, he took out his soul sail, swallowed a few chi recovery pills, then, with a movement of his spell incantation, summoned 7 fierce ghost creatures. Pointing at the black-robed man, the 7 fierce ghost creatures surged forward, their speed much faster than that of the bulky blood corpse. Upon seeing this, the black-robed man's heart tightened. He had witnessed many scenes of ghost cultivators commanding ghost creatures, but this was the first time he had seen so many fierce ghost creatures being commanded directly. This immediately made him feel uneasy. These fierce ghost creatures were not afraid of physical attacks, and only a few specific spells could harm them. He dared not be negligent and flipped his hand to take out a bone hand. This bone hand actually contained a surge of ghost spirit chi. Clearly, this item was something only Dao of ghost cultivators possessed. Since the black-robed man was a disciple of the corpse demon sect, how he obtained this bone hand remained unknown. At this moment, the black-robed man surprisingly formed an inexplicable finger incantation. These finger incantations resembled a strange talisman. After quickly completing a few talisman castings, he pressed it directly onto the bone hand. In an instant, countless surges of ghost spirit chi emerged from the bone hand. These surges of ghost spirit chi were extremely dense, almost completely covering a 10-foot area. A strange ghost spirit skeleton slowly formed. However, this skeleton was extremely peculiar, only the bone hand was a physical object, while the rest of the body and 3 limbs were indistinct, formed by ghost spirit chi. But as this ghost spirit skeleton formed, the surroundings immediately became several times more eerie, and even the surrounding chi felt chilling. When the 7 fierce ghost creatures approached, in just a flash, they were instantly blocked by a dark shield formed by a wave of the ghost spirit skeleton's bone hand. Moreover, a strange force twisted on the dark shield. When those fierce ghost creatures touched this force, they gnashed their teeth and crashed about, seemingly feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang was also startled. His fierce ghost creatures were ethereal bodies, yet they were inexplicably harmed and even felt fear just by the strange force released by this ghost spirit skeleton. Only high-level ghost creatures would cause fierce ghost creatures to feel fear. This clearly indicated that this ghost spirit skeleton was a ghost spirit entity 1 major realm higher than the fierce ghost creatures. However, he also noticed that the ghost spirit skeleton's attacks seemed very stiff, which should be due to its incomplete body. Sun Yang understood this point, then waved his soul sail again. This time, a ferocious female ghost creature emerged from within the soul sail. When the female ghost creature noticed the ghost spirit skeleton, she clearly and quickly showed signs of fear, and at the same time, a hint of anger emerged. He glanced at it, subtly smiling. As expected, this saved him from having to summon the ghost general from his ghost sail. The black-robed man naturally also saw the ferocious female ghost creature and a sneer flashed across his face. He couldn't help but think that this person might only know how to command these dark fierce ghost creatures, and with his ghost spirit skeleton present, no matter how many came, it would be in vain. After sneering, his finger moved again, seemingly taking out some item and beginning to infuse it with magical power. Once the magical power had circulated sufficiently, the black-robed man moved his finger incantation again, and the bulky blood corpse once again lunged forward. But as he watched the blood corpse charge, a sinister look flashed across his face. However, before this blood corpse could reach Sun Yang, it was intercepted midway by a silver corpse. And the bulky blood corpse, under the silver corpse's attack, was no longer able to advance even an inch. Silver-winged flying corpse, this is Senior Sister Tong's prized corpse puppet. How did you obtain it? Could it be? At this point in his words, the black-robed man suddenly realized that perhaps Senior Sister Tong had already died, and moreover, at this person's hands. This would explain why the silver-winged flying corpse fell into this person's hands. He also observed that this person's method of commanding the silver-winged flying corpse was extremely stiff. He clearly didn't know the sex corpse puppet commanding methods, but was using magical power to command it. The black-robed man admitted that his strength was not as good as Senior Sister Tong's, but how could this person, whose strength seemed so weak, have killed Senior Sister Tong? Could it be that this person was hiding his strength? Thinking of this, he finally realized something was amiss. However, before he could react, he saw that among the 7 fierce ghost creatures blocked by the ghost spirit skeleton, 2 of them were flashing with red light around their bodies. This was the prelude to a ghost creature's self-detonation. At this last moment, while fully activating the ghost spirit skeleton, the black-robed man actually looked towards the other battlefield and crushed a black talisman. The moment the talisman was crushed, a faint light clearly drifted away at high speed. But at this moment, the 2 fierce ghost creatures let out shrill screams and exploded with a roar. Countless surges of ghost chi rose, completely engulfing the black-robed man. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. As he expected, although the ghost spirit skeleton was powerful, it was ultimately a crippled body and simply could not withstand the explosion of these 2 fierce ghost creatures. He flashed forward and appeared before the black-robed man. As the Feng Yu blade in his hand surged with a swift wind, just as he was about to strike down. At this moment, a thick black chi rapidly approached, and a loud shout carrying magical power rang out, "Stop!" But the instant this voice echoed, Sun Yang ignored it, directly striking down viciously. A splash of fresh blood was seen, and a head rolled to the ground. You seek death." The black chi had just arrived and witnessed Sun Yang beheading him. A surge of fury immediately erupted, filling the surroundings. At this moment, a person walked out from the black mist. He was 8 feet tall, with dark grey skin, but a cold expression clearly appeared on his handsome face. This person was Hu Pingyang, Shi Tian's named disciple, and also a personal disciple of the corpse demon sect. The black-robed man from earlier was a cousin from his clan, and it was he who instructed him to hide there to seize the treasure. This was because the black-robed man possessed a treasure that could play a crucial role in the subsequent treasure hunt. Moreover, that bloated blood corpse had a remarkable origin. Its physical body had been soaked in the corpse demon blood pond for a full 5 years, and its body was filled with corpse demon blood, making it a formidable weapon once detonated. Even if it wasn't detonated, just spraying some corpse demon blood could quickly lead to someone's death. Now that Sun Yang had killed him, his plan had fallen through, which naturally enraged Hu Pingyang. "Brat, you dare to ruin my good deed, you will surely die today. After you die, I will refine your corpse into a corpse puppet, and your soul will be eternally confined within the corpse puppet, experiencing the boundless pain of being slowly infected by corpse demon blood." Hu Pingyang's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, then he waved his hand, and a dark black corpse puppet with 3 legs and a pair of wings emerged. This corpse was a 3-legged black bronze corpse, a variant corpse puppet, and it genuinely possessed the strength of a foundation establishment stage corpse puppet. However, due to the influence of the secret realm's formation, its strength was forcibly suppressed to the perfection of 10 levels of chi refining, but even so, its physical body strength and power were still quite terrifying. Sun Yang's heart tightened when he saw this corpse, but it was clearly impossible to scare him with just this dead object. After only a moment of thought, he already had a way to deal with it. Then he flipped his hand, took out several items, and was about to begin casting when he heard a voice, "Brother Hu, you actually brought out this 3-legged black bronze corpse. Brother Luo also wants to witness the power of this corpse." At this moment, a blood shadow flashed and landed in front of the 3-legged black bronze corpse. This person had a benevolent face and even exuded a scholarly aura. This person was Luo Liang, a personal disciple of the Blood Yin sect. "Junior brother, don't worry, senior brother, will deal with this person. You can retreat to the side and observe the situation." Luo Liang smiled faintly and spoke to Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang looked deeply at the man, a strange feeling flashing in his heart. He didn't know why this person had suddenly arrived, and at the same time, deliberately showed him goodwill. This couldn't help but make him feel a hint of doubt. However, he quickly dismissed his doubts. After all, he knew very well that the more harmless a demon sect cultivator appeared, the more insidious and cunning they were. This was because such people were best at disguising themselves, and once they shed their disguise, they were more ruthless and vicious than anyone else, acting most mercilessly. He figured this person must have some hidden motive for doing this. However, since this person was now attacking Hu Pingyang, Sun Yang naturally wouldn't stop him and was happy to be at leisure. Sun Yang quickly grabbed the black-robed man's corpse, while retreating his feet, and also put away the silver corpse and the blood corpse, then quickly arrived at another more secluded spot. And when Hu Pingyang saw that Sun Yang had also taken the black-robed man's corpse in the end, his expression immediately turned sour, and he prepared to stop him. "Humph, your opponent is me, Luo." However, at this moment, Luo Liang made a move first, and a ball of pitch-black blood flew out. Seeing the blood ball flying towards him, Hu Pingyang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly slapped his storage pouch, taking out a pitch-black shield to block in front of him. Hu Pingyang had dealt with Luo Liang many times and was very wary of the blood goo technique Luo Liang employed. In fact, what Luo Liang cultivated was the high-grade cultivation technique of the Blood Yin sect, the blood goo art, which was a combination of blood path secret arts and goo arts. It was precisely because of this that Luo Liang kept many goo worms inside his body. These goo worms were cultivated with essence blood, which was why his body had less evil chi, mainly due to being absorbed by the goo worms. However, these goo worms, when combined with blood path secret arts, were like a tiger with wings, making it impossible to guard against them. Once one was slightly careless, the goo worms would invade the body, leading to a miserable end. Hu Pingyang naturally understood this, which was why he used a high-grade magical artifact for defense. At the same time, he also knew that Luo Liang was determined to protect that person, and he had no chance to make a move now. It was truly hateful. This was because there was something in the black-robed man's storage pouch that he absolutely had to retrieve. Now, he would have to find another opportunity. Hu Pingyang gritted his teeth, then waved his hand, and the three-legged black bronze corpse rushed forward, throwing a punch at Luo Liang. Luo Liang smiled coldly, then his figure was enveloped in a bloody mist, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. However, a small amount of that bloody mist still lingered in place. And as the three-legged black bronze corpse threw its punch, this small amount of bloody mist quickly disappeared. On one hand, Sun Yang's eyes sharpened, he had faintly seen many tiny goo worms, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, within that bloody mist. It seemed that when the three-legged black bronze corpse threw its punch, they took the opportunity to burrow into its body. He was also greatly surprised, as the physical body defense of this corpse was very high, even an attack from a foundation establishment stage cultivator might not be able to break its defense. But just some goo worms easily broke through the corpse's defense and even took the opportunity to burrow into its body. However, after more than 10 breaths, both of them had made more than 10 moves. But Sun Yang felt that both of them seemed to have many reservations and didn't use any ruthless moves, only some ordinary restraints. Just as Sun Yang was feeling a bit puzzled, a voice rang in his ear, "Junior brother, let's be frank. My stopping Hu Pingyang for you this time was not by chance. Junior brother should understand the reason behind this." Upon hearing this, Sun Yang couldn't help but look at Luo Liang. At this moment, although Luo Liang was still continuously restraining Hu Pingyang, his gaze had already subtly drifted towards Sun Yang's side, clearly waiting for Sun Yang's reply. Sun Yang's expression turned cold, he knew the other party wasn't that kind, and sure enough, they had other motives. Junior brother never asked senior brother Luo to stop this person. All of this is just senior brother's self-righteousness. If senior brother doesn't want to stop him, you can leave on your own. He was also impolite, directly transmitting his cold words. Luo Liang's expression immediately became ugly upon hearing this. He had originally thought that with a slight threat, this person would obediently comply. But he didn't know that this person was not someone to be trifled with. After a moment of thought, Luo Liang transmitted again, "I was rash just now, senior brother. Doesn't junior brother want to seize that golden light fruit?" Sun Yang glanced at the golden light fruit. With so many runes gathered, it was clear that this fruit was extraordinary, and not wanting to seize it would be a lie. However, there were only 3 fruits, and with so many people present, the chance of successfully seizing one was truly slim. Junior brother considers his strength shallow and has no desire to covet the fruit. Seeing Sun Yang say this, Luo Liang, on the contrary, smiled at the corner of his mouth. This excuse was clearly a feigned refusal, this person's vigilance was truly ingrained. He went straight to the point, "Junior brother is too modest. Isn't it for this fruit that you and I risked coming here? Does junior brother truly not want to obtain the fruit? How about we cooperate?" "Cooperation? I have no intention of cooperating with anyone, senior brother, you should look for someone else." Sun Yang chuckled coldly in his heart, he knew the other party had ill intentions and was trying to use him as a pawn. "Alas, junior brother, there's no need to refuse so hastily. Senior brother already has a plan with a 70% chance of obtaining 2 golden light fruits. How about we each get one then? I've already laid it all out, junior brother, are you still going to refuse?" As he spoke the last words, Luo Liang's eyes clearly flickered with a cold light, evidently hinting a warning to Sun Yang, telling him to think carefully before answering. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's heart turned cold. For some reason, this person had completely fixated on him. If he refused again, something unfavorable would likely happen. After a moment of thought, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Since that was the case, he decided to play along and see what the other party's plan truly was. "I am somewhat curious as to why senior brother insists on seeking my cooperation. There must be a reason for this, right? Senior brother, please speak plainly now, I don't like beating around the bush." Seeing that Sun Yang's words showed compromise, seemingly just confused and wanting a clear explanation, Luo Liang couldn't help but withdraw his cold expression and transmitted his voice with a knowing smile. "Even if junior brother didn't ask, I would tell you. To be honest, I observed junior brother fighting that black-robed man just now and saw you use a peculiar soul sail, which seemed to summon many fierce ghosts. You also have a spell that makes fierce ghosts explode, which is crucial for my plan. But junior brother can rest assured, you will only be asked to act once at a critical moment. Once successful, junior brother will definitely receive a golden light fruit." After listening, Sun Yang realized that this person must have been constantly monitoring the situation in the Great Hall earlier. After all, his fight with the black-robed man only lasted a few breaths, yet the other party observed it so clearly. Even he was surprised, but then he thought that this person cultivates the blood goo art. It seemed that there must be many small goo insects, invisible to the naked eye, spread around him. This allowed him to have countless eyes, enabling him to clearly know all the movements around him. Sun Yang felt a sudden sense of difficulty after thinking this. "Senior brother, You think you can make me act with just these few empty words? You overestimate yourself. If senior brother gets the golden light fruit and then goes back on his word, wouldn't I get nothing? Sun Yang directly pointed out the problem. Luo Liang was not surprised. After all, Sun Yang's wariness, as displayed earlier, was far stronger than that of some cultivators. This was because those blood yin sect disciples who knew him wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. He was a personal disciple, and within the sect, taking the head of an ordinary disciple was effortless. With just that deterrence, those people would obediently comply and let him command them without daring to complain. Only this person wearing a ghost-faced mask was an exception, which made him feel unhappy. However, they were currently in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, and his status as a personal disciple was not very useful here. This also forced Luo Liang to repeatedly lower his status. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could satisfy this person for now. Once they left the secret realm and returned to the sect, everything this person obtained would still be his. No matter how wary you were, what good would it do? Within the sect, his word as a personal disciple was final. And his master was a nascent soul ancestor, who would dare to provoke him. Of course, all of this depended on Sun Yang being able to return to the sect alive, and in his plan, Sun Yang did not have a high chance of survival. Luo Liang chuckled sinisterly in his heart, a wicked look flashing in his eyes. However, for now, he still had to produce something to convince this kid, lest he cause trouble later, which would be exasperating. The next moment, he flipped his hand, took out a small box, and in the gap of his fight with Hu Pingyang, he secretly sent the box to where Sun Yang was hiding. Sun Yang quickly waved his hand, pulling the box with his magical power to a spot not far in front of him. However, he didn't rashly open the box immediately. Instead, he secretly formed a hand seal. Immediately after, he put on the Howlei cape, subtly channeling a trace of vast thunder, and struck it onto the box. With a crackling sound, the lightning twisted around the box. This thunder could restrain all evil. Even if Luo Liang had ill intentions and secretly placed some goo insects on the box, they should have turned to ash under the twisting of this thunder. After doing this, Sun Yang cautiously opened the box, while still holding the hand seal, to prevent any unusual movements from within the box. But his vigilance was somewhat excessive, there was no unusual movement in the box. Upon looking inside, he found a blood-colored jade pendant lying there, shimmering with an eerie glow, and at the same time, a strong wave of blood fiend energy emanated from within the jade pendant. Sun Yang felt it slightly and was somewhat surprised. From the fluctuations emanating from the blood jade, it was actually a high-grade magical artifact, and it seemed to be a defensive treasure primarily for defense. Just then, Luo Liang's voice sounded in his ear again. Hehe, junior brother, are you satisfied? This blood jade is called the blood fiend jade, and it is a high-grade defensive magical artifact. As long as its power is activated, it can release a blood fiend shield that can cover the entire body. This item is given to junior brother in advance. I suppose junior brother should believe senior brother's words now, right? Luo Liang naturally saw Sun Yang examining the box with his goo insects. At that moment, his brows furrowed, and he secretly sighed that this person was truly cautious to the bone. He had indeed tampered with the box, secretly placing 3 goo insects, intending to seize the opportunity to drill into this person's body. That way, he could use it as a fallback to threaten this person. But he didn't expect that under that fine thread of lightning, the carefully cultivated goo insects turned to ash. It was truly shooting himself in the foot. Now, he didn't dare to provoke the surrounding goo insects or make any unusual moves. Then many thanks, senior brother. Since senior brother is so sincere, I will agree to the cooperation. Senior brother, why don't you tell me about the plan? Sun Yang was also delighted, he really lacked a defensive magical artifact. Since the Wanggui shield's grey shield was broken earlier, it couldn't be used for a short period. Currently, he only had the Ghost Chi Cape for defense, but each time the Ghost Chi Cape's power was activated, it required a not too short cooldown period. During this time, he truly had no handy defensive magical artifact. Now that he had an additional high-grade defensive magical artifact, how could he not be overjoyed? Luo Liang heard Sun Yang agree to cooperate, and a cold smile of a successful plan seemed to flash across his face. After a moment, he transmitted his voice. If this plan is told to junior brother, the chances of success might be greatly reduced. But junior brother can rest assured, when it's time for junior brother to act, I will inform you of the plan in advance. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he had expected, this person had no good intentions at all and didn't even want to tell him the plan, deliberately keeping him in the dark. No matter, he would make some preparations in advance. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by this person without any means of retaliation? Luo Liang seemed to sense Sun Yang's displeasure and transmitted a cold message. It's not that I don't want to tell junior brother this plan, it's just that too much is involved. But junior brother should know that the blood fiend jade isn't so easy to obtain. If junior brother intentionally holds back because of this, don't blame me for disregarding our fellow sect members' friendship. Because the goo worms on the box had been destroyed earlier, there was temporarily no means to restrain Sun Yang, so Luo Liang issued a stern warning. If Sun Yang dared to play tricks then, he would certainly teach him a good lesson. Senior brother can rest assured. Since I have agreed to cooperate, I naturally know what is important and will absolutely not do anything foolish at the crucial moment. Sun Yang also took a deep look at Luo Liang. He saw ruthlessness in the other party's eyes. It seemed this person still had a trump card, or perhaps some powerful goo worms were spread around him. Since he was not very familiar with goo arts, he couldn't tell for a moment whether tiny goo worms were hidden nearby. So, when responding, he was extremely careful. Very well, then junior brother, just wait for my message. As soon as these words fell, their communication ended. Next, after Sun Yang twisted the lightning around inside the box once, he took out the blood fiend jade from the box. He intended to familiarize himself with this magical artifact first. In the distance, Hu Pinjiang's eyes kept shifting. Sometimes his peripheral vision swept hatefully towards where Sun Yang was hiding, and sometimes his eyes looked to the other side, as if waiting for something. After a full 10 breaths, he finally found an opportunity from Luo Liang. With a movement of his finger, he grabbed from his corpse storage bag, and a pitch-black iron corpse appeared. The next moment, he cast the hand seals he had already prepared. As the hand seals entered the iron corpse's body, the corpse's eyes became clear. In an instant, this iron corpse transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from in front of him and quickly fleeing towards a certain location. Luo Liang quickly noticed something was wrong and immediately activated his magic, preparing to block this iron corpse. However, due to its extreme speed and the fact that Hu Pingyang had gained some advantage over him, the iron corpse flashed past. He quickly realized that the iron corpse was heading precisely towards the ghost face kid's location and immediately transmitted a reminder, be careful of that iron corpse. This corpse is a divided soul secret technique that Hu Pingyang has cast, it can be considered one of his clones. Do not underestimate it. Sun Yang had actually noticed Hu Pinjiang's actions long ago and didn't need Luo Liang's reminder, he had already begun to employ his methods. As soon as that iron corpse arrived, it directly flipped its hand, and a large amount of corpse fiend chi emerged. In a short moment, these corpse fiend chi transformed into a large black hand and fiercely slapped towards Sun Yang. At the same time, the iron corpse waved its other hand, and a mass of black blood floated out from its body, turning into a blood arrow that shot fiercely towards Sun Yang. In just one breath, 2 attacks arrived one after another. Even Sun Yang, seeing this, did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He put on the defensive cloak and suddenly waved his hand, causing a large amount of ghost chi to emerge. The ghost spirit chi on this cloak was extremely skilled at defending against attacks like blood poison. Although there were 2 attacks simultaneously at the moment, since the speed of the corpse fiend's large hand strike was not too fast, it was actually not too difficult to dodge. Then he waved his ghost sail and merged into the green light, directly flying towards the blood arrows. With the defense of the ghost spirit chi on the cloak, those blood arrows were neutralized by this chi before they even arrived. Sun Yang easily dodged this attack, and as his figure flew away, with a flip of his finger, a transparent magical pearl shot towards the iron corpse. As the transparent magical pearl came within 3 feet of the iron corpse, it floated for a moment, then exploded with a loud bang. A wave of chi enveloped the iron corpse. At this moment, Hu Pingyang, seeing this from not far away, also frowned deeply. In just one round, his attack failed to cause damage to this person, and he was even counterattacked. At this moment, he felt he had underestimated this person's strength. He had originally thought that this person's killing of his cousin was a bit opportunistic, using that fierce ghost method. But now, this explosion seemed to have already injured his clone corpse puppet. As the chi wave dissipated, although that iron corpse was still standing in place, one of its arms and one of its legs had disappeared. Countless pitch-black blood flowed from the severed limbs. Sun Yang's face also darkened when he saw this. How could a mere iron corpse not be completely shattered by the explosion of the transparent magical pearl? This also surprised him a little. Logically, an iron corpse could not withstand the explosion of a transparent magical pearl. It could only be said that this corpse, at a crucial moment, used some unknown defensive method to dodge this blow. Sun Yang knew he had been careless. He thought this corpse would definitely be shattered in this attack, so he didn't follow up with a finishing blow. This, invisibly, gave this corpse an opportunity. At this moment, the iron corpse's body emitted corpse fiend chi that was even denser than before, enveloping its entire body. In just a moment, those corpse fiend chi transformed into a pitch-black long spear, and at the same time, the remaining corpse fiend chi slowly gathered, forming a pitch-black warhorse. This iron corpse, holding a long spear and riding a pitch-black warhorse, had a certain imposing aura. Even its aura was elevated by a few points at this moment. This is the Death Fiend art? You actually cultivated this art. Luo Liang was also startled to see this. This Death Fiend art was one of the 5 forbidden arts of the Corpse Demon sect, and those who cultivate it often do not come to a good end. But once one gets a glimpse of its basics, they can summon a powerful Death Rider corpse, which is a symbol of death. This corpse will be very difficult to kill. At the same time, once this Death Rider corpse is summoned, it will require enough souls to feed it. Otherwise, this corpse will devour the caster's soul. Clearly, Hu Pingyang could not allow this corpse to devour his own soul, so he would definitely cause a stir within this grand hall. Hu Pingyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He actually didn't want to use this method, but to reclaim that treasure, he could only take the risk. Of course, there was no shortage of souls within this grand hall. As long as he dealt with this kid and retrieved the treasure, he would let this Death Rider corpse wreak havoc within the grand hall. As long as he guarded from the side and prevented this corpse from being easily surrounded and destroyed, he would not suffer any backlash. Thinking this, Hu Pingyang's lips curled into an evil, cold smile. He formed a hand seal and pointed it at the corpse. Due to the appearance of this corpse, some of the souls he had stored within its body had already been blackened, and even he couldn't control it much. Since that was the case, he simply let this corpse move freely, and the hand seal he was currently forming was precisely the spell to unseal and control this corpse. As this spell was cast, the Death Rider corpse's eyes twisted, turning completely black, and an boundless killing intent surged from its body. The next moment, with the shake of its black warhorse, the Death Rider corpse galloped towards Sun Yang at an extremely high speed, the black spear in its hand radiating a chilling glint. Sun Yang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly patted his storage pouch, taking out a blood-colored talisman scroll. As he activated his spell, the blood-colored talisman scroll unfolded, and a blood-colored blood fox materialized out of thin air. He then directed the blood fox to go in another direction, while he himself activated another spell, taking out 7 or 8 talismans and rapidly activating them. Green mist, fire rain, strong winds, and other minor spells rapidly generated around him, starting to crash about randomly, creating quite a commotion. Sun Yang took advantage of this to activate a spell, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Hu Pingyang saw that these were just minor tricks and couldn't help but sneer. These low-level spells likely couldn't even harm a single hair on the Death Rider corpse. Even Luo Liang frowned, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Did this person have no other spells? With these, he wouldn't be able to stop this corpse, instead, he would only consume his qi. He also didn't want Sun Yang to die here, and he hesitated, wondering whether to expend some qi and forcefully intervene to distract the Death Rider corpse. But doing so would significantly reduce the chances of his subsequent plan succeeding. However, if he didn't intervene, and Sun Yang died at the hands of the Death Rider corpse, that would be even more troublesome. For a moment, he fell into hesitation. However, he soon discovered that the Death Rider corpse, which had rushed into the minor spells, seemed to have slowed down slightly and was momentarily disoriented. Even Luo Liang didn't know what was going on. Under the enhancement of the Death Fiend's spell, this corpse's current defense was incomparable to before, at least 10 times stronger. It shouldn't be harmed by these minor spells, there must be some other unknown reason. When the Death Rider corpse passed through that mist, its speed returned to normal, and the sense of disorientation suddenly vanished. It seemed the problem lay within that mist. However, Sun Yang, who was in the mist, looked at the Death Rider corpse with a different expression than others. Because he suddenly noticed that the corpse's black eyes were now faintly dim. Since the corpse's eyes were already completely black, it was difficult for an ordinary person to notice such a tiny change. But it was precisely this subtle change that allowed Sun Yang to discover a fatal weakness of this corpse. This weakness was probably not even noticed by Hu Pingyang, who cast the spell. However, at present, the corpse's eyes were not completely dim, clearly still possessing a trace of sentience, and he knew he could not be careless. He immediately cast another incantation into the mist, then shook the ghost sail, transforming into a streak of green light and fleeing. The moment Sun Yang fled, a flash of anger appeared in the Death Rider corpse's eyes. Clearly, its inability to capture Sun Yang just now had greatly enraged the corpse, and then a large amount of black qi surged from its body. As this black qi gathered on the long spear in its hand, it caused the spear to contain a vast amount of energy. As the Death Rider corpse continuously swung it, the black qi on the long spear transformed into streaks of black spear shadows, fiercely shooting into the mist. Dozens of black spear shadows streaked across the sky, piercing forward. The momentum was extremely vast, whether it was fire rain or strong winds or other minor spells, they directly vanished into thin air under the black spear shadows. The energy released by these spear shadows was so strong that anything struck by them was directly disintegrated by half, leaving no trace. Not far away, Hu Pingyang smiled coldly. This was one of the Death Rider corpse's 3 great killing moves, named Abyss Spear. Even a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, once struck, would not be able to escape unscathed. The only way was to dodge in advance when this corpse launched this attack, or to use a rapid movement spell that temporarily increased movement speed to dodge. Other methods were useless. Because the Death Rider corpse unleashed this killing move so suddenly, ordinary people would never expect to encounter such a powerful attack in such a short time. But by the time the spear shadows shot out, it was already too late to defend. Of course, the Death Rider corpse being able to unleash a killing move so quickly was also greatly related to him having severed the corpse's soul connection. Now that this corpse was no longer under his control, it was controlled by the blackened remnant soul he had left within its body. It would not be affected by any emotions, and its attacks were exceptionally ruthless. Clearly, Hu Pingyang did not believe that this ghost-faced boy could dodge this attack. He waited for the boy's miserable corpse to fall. Even Luo Liang felt some regret in his heart. He wished he had used some means earlier to restrain this corpse. However, just as he shook his head and sighed, thinking that the possibility of Sun Yang surviving this attack was slim, he suddenly found that when the black spear shadows dissipated, the area was completely empty, there was no sign of anyone. Could it be that this person was struck by the black spear shadows and not even a speck of dust remained? This thought flashed through Luo Liang's mind, but soon he felt a faint qi fluctuation. This discovery first surprised him, then a hint of suspicion flashed across his face. Damn it, how did this person dodge this attack? Clearly, Hu Pingyang also noticed this, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but curse. As long as this person was not dead, he could not be at peace. But as the golden light on the dozen or so stone pillars in the main hall began to dim, he grew increasingly anxious. His fight with Luo Liang was no longer just a containment, it became increasingly fierce. Clearly, he could no longer hold back and wanted to take the opportunity to break free and assist the Death Rider corpse in quickly killing that boy on the spot and retrieving that treasure. Luo Liang smiled coldly. The more crucial the moment, the more he could not let Hu Pingyang break free, otherwise, his plan would face great variables. At this moment, his attacks also became increasingly fierce, giving Hu Pingyang no opportunity whatsoever. On the other side, as a streak of green light landed, a figure emerged. Sun Yang coldly glanced at the Death Rider corpse, then his finger incantation shifted, and an invisible fluctuation shot towards the corpse. When the corpse was struck by this fluctuation, its black eyes clearly dimmed somewhat. At this moment, the corpse seemed to have lost some of its vitality, becoming somewhat sluggish. However, Sun Yang knew that this was not enough to make the corpse completely lose its sentience and become a mere walking corpse that only killed by instinct. He still needed to cast the spell several more times to completely dissipate the corpse's remaining vitality. Immediately after, he took out the soul sail, cast an incantation upon it, and at the same time, shook the ghost sail in his other hand. With a flutter of the ghost sail, a surge of soul power emanated from it, converging upon the ghost sail. Sun Yang dared not delay, quickly grasping the mass of soul power, and simultaneously took out a small porcelain bottle, feeding the ghost general 10 drops of soul liquid, before finally retracting the ghost sail. Afterward, he struck that mass of soul power onto the soul sail, which immediately glowed with a faint green light, with subtle green flashes appearing. Having done all this, he once again looked towards the Death Rider corpse. It turned out that earlier, when Sun Yang sensed Hu Pingyang's hand seal, he vaguely realized it was a method to sever the soul connection. From that moment on, he vaguely guessed that although this Death Rider corpse was very strong, it had a fatal flaw. There should be some remnants of Hu Pingyang's soul within the corpse. And Hu Pingyang obviously couldn't inject a large amount of soul into this corpse, as that would cause him great harm. Therefore, the remnant soul in this Death Rider corpse should be extremely weak. Of course, most people simply have no means of attacking a soul. This was also why Hu Pingyang was so confident in being able to sever the soul connection. But Sun Yang was different. He had the soul sail and the ghost sail in his possession. He could use the ghost general of the ghost sail to provide soul power support. Then, using the soul summoning technique of the soul sail, he could inject powerful soul power into the Death Rider corpse. This seemed to be increasing the strength of the corpse's soul, but in reality, because the soul within this corpse was too weak, it simply couldn't withstand such a massive amount of soul power. Forcing absorption would result in only one outcome. That was the complete shattering of the soul. At present, since this corpse had already absorbed 2 waves of soul power, its will was already beginning to waver. Just a few more times, and the soul within its body would shatter. Sun Yang gave a cold smile, then activated a spell and shot out, arriving not far from the corpse, and quietly released that soul power. At the same time, when the corpse saw Sun Yang appear, it swung the long spear in its hand and charged towards him at extreme speed. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning. Sun Yang's figure blurred, transforming into a blood fox and fleeing. The moment he fled, a blood fox shot out. This Death Rider corpse, instead of chasing Sun Yang, launched an attack at the blood fox. With a flash of dark light, the blood fox mysteriously vanished into thin air. Sun Yang, who had retreated to the side, was also startled by this attack, as the blood fox was a magical illusion and not a physical entity, yet it was directly shattered by the single strike. Despite his surprise, he still revealed a hint of triumph, as he discovered that this Death Rider corpse had already begun to become confused, unable to distinguish who the real enemy was. Even a blood fox conjured by magic could attract its attention. This corpse no longer posed a threat to him. Hee hee. Sun Yang chuckled a few times, but at the same time, he had to pretend to have narrowly escaped, so as not to let Hu Pingyang see through his plan for a short while. From this moment on, his heart also relaxed. Next, he used the blood-colored talismans to summon a blood beast to attract the Death Rider corpse's attention, while secretly using soul power to make the corpse lose its reason. After more than 10 breaths, as the last trace of vitality dissipated from the corpse, its dark eyes completely lost all luster. Now, it would only attack wildly, swinging the long spear in its hand at anyone it saw. This change could no longer be concealed. Hu Pingyang was astonished to see this. He initially didn't know what was happening, but as he continued to observe, he gradually realized that there was a problem with the soul within the corpse. This person had actually used strange means to directly destroy the soul within the Death Rider corpse, turning it into a walking corpse. At this moment, he understood that he was in big trouble. This meant that the corpse would no longer be able to distinguish enemies or use methods to attack them, it would only attack those who posed a threat to it. He himself could also become a target of attack. At this point, Hu Pingyang suddenly felt how foolish he had been to sever the soul connection earlier. He had originally thought that doing so would make the Death Rider corpse more agile, but he didn't realize that this was a huge weakness. Moreover, if he didn't allow this corpse to devour enough souls, even his own soul might be completely devoured by it. He no longer had the mind to think about how to kill the ghost-faced man, but rather how to eliminate this hidden danger. The only way was to quickly let this corpse kill more people and devour some souls, so that the corpse might still regain some sanity and not attack indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Hu Pingyang formed a hand seal and summoned a 3-headed silver corpse from his corpse storage bag. Although this corpse's strength was not as great as the 3-legged black bronze corpse, it also had the perfection of the 10 levels of chi refining. At the same time, this corpse was soaked in the blood of the black demon turtle, and its physical body strength even surpassed that of the 3-legged black bronze corpse. It was perfect for attracting the attention of the Death Rider corpse. As long as the Death Rider corpse, which had lost its reason, was lured to the center of the main hall, allowing it to fully unleash its power and wantonly kill the people present, it could devour enough souls. Hu Pingyang waved his hand, and under the cover of the 3-legged black bronze corpse, the 3-headed silver corpse flew out and arrived in front of the Death Rider corpse. The Death Rider corpse sensed someone approaching, and a black light erupted from the black long spear in its hand as it lunged towards the three-headed silver corpse. Pfft! After a muffled sound, the three-headed silver corpse was only pierced through the body by the long spear and was not completely shattered. At the same time, the three-headed silver corpse suddenly swung a punch, striking towards the Death Rider corpse. This punch landed on the Death Rider corpse, only causing a ripple, without harming the corpse in the slightest. But because of this, the corpse was completely enraged. The three-headed silver corpse quickly retreated, dashing towards the crowded area in the center of the main hall. The black horse beneath the Death Rider corpse twitched, and it chased after the three-headed silver corpse. The two corpses, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived in the middle of the main hall. Sun Yang, seeing this, did not obstruct them further, allowing the corpse to leave, which saved him a lot of chi. Then he flashed, once again hiding in a secluded spot. After one breath, under the Death Rider corpse's repeated attacks, the three-headed silver corpse was already covered in wounds and lay motionless on the ground. After defeating the three-headed silver corpse, the Death Rider corpse flashed and plunged into the center of the crowd, beginning to attack wantonly. This action startled the cultivators of both the righteous and demonic Dao who were still fighting, causing them to quickly retreat. But some who couldn't retreat in time immediately became wailing souls under the Death Rider corpse's long spear. And as black chi emerged from the long spear, those souls were also completely absorbed. When the corpse absorbed the first soul and felt that delicious sensation, its bloodlust was immediately ignited. It continuously moved among the cultivators, beginning to slaughter to its heart's content. In the distance, Luo Liang saw this, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. The Death Rider corpse's actions were exactly to his liking. The more people died in the main hall, the better, as there would be fewer people to compete with him for the golden light fruit. He even had to thank Hu Pingyang for this action. It truly helped him a great deal. Conversely, Hu Pingyang was full of sorrow. This action was extremely disadvantageous to him. Not only would he gain no benefits, but he also had to worry about the safety of his Death Rider corpse. Although this corpse had astonishing defensive power, if it was continuously besieged, it was still possible for it to be destroyed. In that case, he would have no choice but to suffer a backlash. This made him angry and resentful, truly feeling as if he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Forget about whether he could obtain the golden light fruit later. His most urgent priority now was to quickly allow the Death Rider corpse to devour enough souls so that this spell could be lifted sooner. At the same time, Hu Pingyang's hatred for Sun Yang had reached its peak. If Sun Yang hadn't killed his cousin at the beginning and ruined his plan, he wouldn't have been in such a passive position later. If he really couldn't retract the spell, he might, at the very last moment, drag Sun Yang down with him as a scapegoat. Sun Yang naturally didn't know what this person was thinking. Instead, he concentrated on observing the center of the main hall, and he began to calculate in his mind. At this moment, in the center of the main hall, with the entry of the Death Rider corpse, the original conflict between the righteous path and the demonic path also ceased. Instead, both sides began to guard against the attacks of the Death Rider corpse, mostly retreating. However, due to the fierce fighting before, the number of survivors had dropped from the original 30-odd people to 18 or 19. It could be said to be tragic. More than 10 people had died. Among them, because the four sects of the righteous path were relatively more united, there were still as many as 10 survivors. As for the demonic sects, there was animosity even among disciples of the same sect, let alone cooperation with disciples from other sects. Originally, at the very beginning, the people from the 3 demonic path sects were 5 or 6 more than those from the righteous path. But now, even with Sun Yang and Luo Liang, there were only 9 people. Aside from Sun Yang and Luo Liang, there was only one long-bearded strong man in a red robe from the Blood Yin sect in the center of the main hall. There were as many as 4 people from the Corpse Demon sect. Besides Hu Pingyang, there were 3 others in the center of the main hall, but these 3 were gathered together, led by a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a stern brow. The 10,000 Ghosts sect was in a more tragic state. They didn't know what went wrong with the secret realm. A total of only 5 people from their sect managed to reach this palace, and after the casualties from the fighting, only 2 remained. These 2 seemed to be at odds, each standing on one side. One was shrouded in ghost spirit chi, and the other had a tall ghost general blocking in front of him. If the Death Rider corpse hadn't suddenly intruded, the demonic path side would probably have fallen into a passive state even before the golden light from the golden light fruit tree dispersed. It was precisely the sudden appearance of this corpse that instantly killed 3 cultivators from the righteous path, which reduced the number of righteous path people to 10. The demonic path side also got a chance to breathe because of this. When the Death Rider corpse began its slaughter, the 6 demonic path cultivators in the center of the main hall, seeing that the situation was not good, had already hidden to one side. Because the people from the 4 righteous path sects were not skilled in insidious methods and had no spells to evade, they could only unite against the common enemy and began to besiege the Death Rider corpse. However, it wasn't long before someone discovered the abnormality of the Death Rider corpse. Despite its powerful strength, it seemed to have lost its intelligence. It would only attack instinctively and would not specifically pursue enemies. This discovery also gave some Yu Xiao sect and 100 Puppet Valley disciples an immediate opportunity. One could control spirit beasts, and the other could control puppets. Afterward, they either used extremely fast spirit beasts to attract the Death Rider corpse's attention or used some low-level puppets to draw its attacks. In just over 10 breaths, the situation stabilized, and no one else died at the hands of this corpse. Even under the combined attacks of the disciples from the 4 sects, faint, small wounds began to appear on the Death Rider corpse. Once these wounds appeared, they would only grow larger with subsequent attacks. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before significant injuries appeared, and it was even possible that this corpse would be defeated on the spot. The 6 demonic path cultivators who had dodged were happy to be idle. At present, their numbers and strength were no match for the righteous path. They could only take advantage of the Death Rider corpse's delay to recover their condition. When the golden light from the large tree dispersed, they would act immediately to snatch the golden light fruit. At this moment, some cunning individuals had already begun preparing their methods for treasure snatching. But not far away, the most anxious person was undoubtedly Hu Pingyang. Although he had long known that the Death Rider corpse's rampage would be curbed soon, he hadn't expected it to be so fast. He couldn't help but glare hatefully at the 6 demonic path individuals who had hidden to one side, simply because none of them took the opportunity to ambush the righteous path, leading to the Death Rider corpse being easily restrained by the righteous path. What a bunch of wastes. Such a good opportunity, an opportunity to wipe out the righteous path, was actually wasted. However, if this continued, Hu Pingyang knew that the Death Rider corpse absolutely couldn't hold on and would be defeated under the siege. He gritted his teeth, quickly activated a spell, and an unknown treasure appeared in his hand. With just a wave, a gust of bloody wind howled out. Within this bloody wind, there was also a foul, pungent smell that made people's faces change color, and at the same time, there was a strong fluctuation of magical power within it. Black Demon Tortoise's demonic blood. Luo Liang discovered something amiss. This black demon tortoise was a famous poisonous tortoise. Not only was it powerful, but its entire body contained potent toxins, especially its vital blood, which was a chronic poison. Once this blood came into contact, the body would fester and develop sores. As the skin completely rotted, it would slowly penetrate the bone marrow, and one would watch their body slowly melt away and die. But at the same time, this blood was also an excellent material for cultivating corpse puppets. Due to the extremely small number of black demon tortoises, people generally would not easily use this blood to attack others, it was more often used to cultivate corpse puppets. Clearly, Hu Pingyang was forced to the point of having to use this blood. Luo Liang quickly flashed, barely dodging the blood attack. But in the single breath he left, Hu Pingyang, along with the 3-legged black bronze corpse, transformed into a black shadow and directly fled towards the center of the main hall. Hu Pingyang dared not delay for a moment. Upon arriving at the center of the main hall, he released the 3-legged black bronze corpse, which began attacking the righteous path. At the same time, he took out a blood-colored seal. As he moved his hand seals, the blood-colored seal actually flew into mid-air, spun around, and instantly expanded several times. As his hand seals dropped, this blood-colored seal smashed down towards the puppets and spirit beast pets. These low-level puppets could not withstand a single blow from the blood-colored seal and were all smashed to pieces. Although those spirit beasts were fast, when the seal fell, an extremely strong hurricane would be generated, making these spirit beasts unable to move at all, watching the seal fall with wide eyes. As the seal lifted, these spirit beasts turned into minced meat. After this attack, the Death Rider corpse broke free and charged towards those righteous path cultivators at an extremely fast speed. Because it came so suddenly, one person didn't have time to dodge and was directly pierced through by the Death Rider corpse's spear, becoming a soul lost to the spear. The others could only use their life-saving methods, beginning to dodge the Death Rider corpse's attacks, while some of them were also looking for other opportunities. But just then, the golden light on more than a dozen stone pillars suddenly dimmed rapidly. This golden light gradually converged into the Fuhua tree, which now shimmered with golden light, illuminating the great hall a few shades brighter. This is the sign of brilliant golden light, the Fuhua tree is about to take shape. Someone, upon seeing the shimmering golden light, let out an exclamation, evidently realizing that as the Fuhua tree took shape, the golden light fruit on the tree would also ripen at the same moment. Regardless of whether they were from the demonic path or the righteous path, everyone was startled at this moment. Logically, the golden light should have taken more time to gather, so why did it suddenly converge now? This was vastly different from what was recorded in the scriptures, although they didn't understand why. Everyone in the Great Hall focused their attention on the Fuhua tree. Those righteous path cultivators who were still preparing to seize the opportunity to attack the Death Rider corpse also revealed some of their trump cards at this moment. Many people escaped the attack range of the Death Rider corpse and came to a place not far from the Fuhua tree, evidently waiting for the last moment of the fruit's ripening to burst forth and snatch the fruit. The demonic path people also dared not be negligent. Under the leadership of the corpse demon sex eagle-eyed, scowling person, they all converged towards the Fuhua tree. However, among them, Hu Pingyang was the most pleasantly surprised. Because he was concerned about the safety of the Death Rider corpse, he rushed over in a hurry and, by sheer coincidence, encountered the Fuhua tree opening. This made him regain some confidence. He glanced at the 3 golden fruits on the Fuhua tree, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. He then waved his hand and secretly took out a dim bronze corpse. Hu Pingyang looked at the bronze corpse, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. This bronze corpse had not actually taken shape yet and could only be considered a semi-finished product. In fact, this corpse puppet was crucial for him to cultivate the art of deathly malice. But now, in order to seize the fruit, he could only abandon it. However, abandonment must have its value. The golden light fruit had not yet ripened, and he knew he had to be patient. Fortunately, the Death Rider corpse was not far away at this moment and was still frantically attacking the surrounding people. This prevented those scoundrels from daring to get too close to the Fuhua tree. Not far away, a cold glint flashed in Luo Liang's eyes. He was also puzzled as to why the Fuhua tree would suddenly open, but he dared not delay, quickly activated his dharma and flew away. He landed when he was about 3 zhang from the Fuhua tree. Then his lips slightly parted and closed, seemingly transmitting a message. After only 5 breaths, the golden light of the fuhua tree slowly began to converge towards the 3 branches, gradually merging into the golden light fruit. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance began to emanate from the fruit, spreading in all directions. In an instant, as all the golden light converged into the fruit, these 3 fruits detached from the fuhua tree and floated into mid-air. As the golden light dispersed, a peculiar beast with a ram's horn, an ox's head, and a body resembling a zebra appeared, swaying a long tail as it floated with the golden light. Of the 3 fruits, there was one on each of the 2 ram horns, and one on the long tail. This beast, formed by the convergence of golden light, was precisely the fuhua demon king of the immortal sect from back then, but at present, it was merely a collection of golden light, possessing no aura whatsoever, only a phantom. But the moment this beast appeared, it signified that the golden light fruit had completely ripened. The next moment, several figures flashed one after another, they all began to contend for the closest golden light fruit, which was the one on the tail. Since the beast's tail hung to the ground and its ram horns stood high in the sky, everyone would choose the closest fruit. This was because trying to snatch the 2 fruits at the very top at this time would not only make one very susceptible to sneak attacks, but even if one succeeded, it would be difficult to escape. However, just as everyone had flown up and were each employing their methods, preparing to contend for it, a grey bronze corpse suddenly flew forth, its large mouth opening, and countless black chi emerged. One person, believing he possessed a high-grade defensive magical artifact, was not afraid of this black chi at all and directly rushed into it. When he was stained by the black chi, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. The green light shield covering this person's body had no effect whatsoever. Instead, the black chi directly penetrated it, infecting this person's body, and the person only had time to let out a scream before being enveloped by the black chi, leaving nothing but dust. This is deathly malice chi. One person exclaimed, then quickly activated his dharma, narrowly avoiding the black chi. However, there were 2 people among them who showed no fear. One of them was the person from the 10,000 Ghosts sect enveloped in ghost spirit chi, and the other was a disciple from the 10,000 Swords sect whose entire body shimmered with chilling sword intent. The person from the 10,000 Ghosts sect's ghost spirit chi surged outwards, transforming into a ghost chi shield that firmly enveloped him. Under the ghost chi shield, he effortlessly passed through the deathly malice chi. The other person, under an extreme sword intent, also emitted a white chi around his body, and the deathly malice chi around the white chi was actually dispersed. These 2, one after the other, bypassed the deathly malice chi and headed straight for the golden light fruit. Just as it seemed within reach, a sudden change occurred. The grey bronze corpse pounced forward, closely followed by a black shadow. This black shadow was extremely fast, and its spear first pierced through the grey bronze corpse. At the same time, the black long spear rotated, and the grey bronze corpse exploded, revealing the figure of the Death Rider corpse, whose killing intent soared to the heavens. The moment this corpse shattered the bronze corpse, it unceremoniously thrust its spear at the closer person from the 10,000 Swords sect. This person had not expected the Death Rider corpse to suddenly appear, and before he could even employ defensive measures, his chest was pierced through by the dark long spear. Then, with the tremor of the long spear, this person's corpse strangely turned into black dots, leaving only a green light soul still constantly trembling. But with a flash of black light, the green light soul was completely devoured. Seeing this, the ghost cultivator's eyes widened in horror. He no longer dared to contend for the golden light fruit, quickly activated his ghost spirit chi, and transformed into an afterimage, fleeing downwards. He, this golden light fruit is mine, whose? Hu Pingyang let out a sinister laugh, and in an instant, his figure landed before the golden light fruit. He unceremoniously waved his hand and put the golden light fruit into his storage pouch. However, after Hu Pingyang took the golden light fruit, his gaze shifted upwards, looking at the other 2 golden light fruits. Greed flashed in his eyes, and his heart stirred. And his Death Rider corpse, after devouring the souls, seeing no one around, actually turned and attacked him, its master. Hu Pingyang frowned at this, but with such a good opportunity at hand, an opportunity to pocket the other 2 fruits, he was unwilling to give it up just like that. After a moment of thought, he steeled his heart, waved his hand, and directly summoned 3 iron corpses, then abruptly cast a spell, sending these 3 iron corpses towards 3 different directions below. Doing so could temporarily lure away the Death Rider corpse. But it also had obvious drawbacks. Without the deterrence of the Death Rider corpse afterward, escaping after taking the fruits would be more difficult. However, in his mind, none of this mattered. He already had a method to temporarily escape, and the most important thing right now was to get the other 2 golden light fruits first. With another flicker of his figure, he shot towards those 2 fruits. Several people below saw Hu Pingyang's actions, and cold light flashed in their eyes, greatly displeased with his greedy behavior. Taking 1 golden light fruit was one thing, but he even dared to covet the other 2. It was as if he didn't want to share a single one with them. Being too greedy would only incite public anger. Among these people were 3 individuals, each with a dazzling light emanating from their hands, clearly having used some life-saving spell. Actually, they hadn't planned to risk forcefully passing through the death chi. They originally only needed to wait a while until the death chi dispersed, then figure out a way to seize the other 2 golden light fruits. It was just Hu Pingyang's actions that forced them to use their trump cards, otherwise, all the golden light fruits would be taken by him. What then would be the point of them taking such a great risk to come here? Among them, the eagle-eyed man with furrowed brows was the first to stamp his foot and fly up, heading directly towards the death chi. This person was draped in a black magical artifact robe, which was flickering with a chilling black light. Upon entering the death chi, the black light of that magical artifact robe flared greatly, and a strange force began to twist. The death chi that landed on the magical artifact robe was actually temporarily absorbed by the black light, and this person then took the opportunity to fly out. At the same time, the other two, one using a purple jade bracelet and the other a purple token flashing with lightning, each passed through the death chi. Of course, the moment these two passed through, the treasures in their hands each emitted a clear sound and turned into fragments, both paying the price of their treasures being destroyed. The moment these three passed through the death chi, they simultaneously cast hand seals, and 3 spells surged forth, striking towards Hu Pingyang. Hu Pingyang noticed this scene, and his face also turned grim. He hadn't expected these three to arrive so quickly. If it had been one breath later, he would have gotten the golden light fruits and could have used that method. But right now, he hadn't gotten the fruits yet, and if he used it, he might also be affected. It was truly a mess. But Hu Pingyang dared not be slow. Any one of these 3 spells hitting him would be enough to give him trouble. At this moment, he could only stop, quickly flip his hand, and take out a grey fur. This fur seemed to have been sealed for a long time. A strong putrid smell, mixed with a sour odor, wafted around. Hu Pingyang quickly cast a spell, and this fur suddenly flashed with a strange black mist. Under the amplification of this mist, the fur suddenly doubled in size, just enough to accommodate one person to squeeze into it. After he cast a spell, he struck the fur, and this fur quickly moved to cover his body. Suddenly, a strange rune twisted out from this fur. When the 3 different spells struck, they directly landed on this fur. However, as the runes on this fur twisted, the power of these 3 spells suddenly greatly diminished, having long lost their previous aura. But even so, after being struck, 3 muffled thuds were heard, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of Hu Pingyang's mouth. Clearly, in order to seize the treasures, he did not hesitate to get injured and did not retreat a single step. After taking on these 3 spells head-on, Hu Pingyang did not delay. He quickly patted his storage pouch, took out a black talisman scroll, and then abruptly cast a spell. This talisman scroll glowed brightly, and from within it emerged a human-faced demon spider with 8 legs and a human body. However, seeing that the spider's eyes were pitch black, it was clearly refined into a demon spider corpse puppet. As this spider's 8 legs moved, 8 sharp black lights attacked the 3 people who were pursuing him. The 3 people were quite surprised to see this. It was actually an extremely rare Yao beast corpse puppet, and only the corpse demon sex Yao refining Dao could refine a Yao beast into a corpse puppet. They rarely had the opportunity to encounter a Yao beast corpse puppet and were unfamiliar with its combat methods, so they dared not be careless. Even the eagle-eyed man with furrowed brows, who was also a corpse demon sect disciple, was quite surprised. Although he had heard of this corpse refining technique, it was not something he could access. Since he had already offended Hu Pingyang this time, this person naturally could not give up. Perhaps he could only resort to underhanded tactics. Although this person retreated, a copper coin sword appeared in his hand. This was a treasure he had obtained from an ancient ruin. It was a magical artifact specifically designed to counter inanimate objects like corpse puppets. Originally, this treasure falling into the hands of him, a corpse demon sect disciple, had already caused suspicion within his sect. Now, using it directly, he had already resorted to unscrupulous means. Clearly, this person intended that when he secretly used this magical artifact, he would definitely kill that demon spider at the first opportunity, and at the same time, kill Hu Pingyang. Casting a spell in secret, the eagle-eyed man with furrowed brows flew to another side, a more dangerous place. The other two, although righteous path disciples, had no means to deal with that demon spider corpse puppet, and could only dodge and look for opportunities under its fierce attacks. Seeing that all 3 were either restrained or repelled by the demon spider, Hu Pingyang smiled coldly. Now, no one should be able to stop him. Therefore, he would take these 2 golden light fruits. With a flicker, he arrived within 5 feet of the golden light fruits, just about to circulate his chi to draw the 2 fruits to him. However, he suddenly noticed that a faint trace of blood chi seemed to be emanating from around him, and within this blood chi, there was also a strong fluctuation of chi. Upon discovering this, Hu Pingyang immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly stopped his chi, waved his hand, and enveloped his entire body in a black mist, preparing to retreat at high speed. But it was already too late. These blood chi strands quickly drifted apart with lightning speed. Soon, the blood chi suddenly disappeared, and from within emerged tiny goo insects, the size of grains of rice. These goo insects seemed to have absorbed the blood chi and grown several times larger, making them visible to the naked eye. Although the goo insects still looked very small, needle-like red lights were flashing on their bodies. After only 2 flashes, they exploded with a roar. The power was astonishing, exploding like thunder in the main hall. Hu Pingyang was directly affected, and blood splattered from his body, but fortunately, he was wearing that fur coat, which had the effect of reducing the power. Otherwise, he felt he would have died in the explosion. Now, with a broken left leg, he barely dodged this attack. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Liang, you are truly insidious." "Hehe, same to you." Luo Liang's blood shadow flickered, and he appeared above the demon spider, speaking coldly. Under the explosion of these goo, the demon spider corpse puppet, due to its large size, was simultaneously struck by 3 goo, directly turning into a sky full of blood rain that crashed downwards. The 2 righteous path cultivators who were entangled with the demon spider corpse puppet also paid a heavy price. One, due to extreme bad luck, had a goo land directly on him and died on the spot. The other, like Hu Pingyang, lost a leg as a price, barely dodging this attack. As for the hawk-eyed, scowling man who had already fled to one side, he chose a good spot where no goo flew, but the aftermath still made his chi and blood churn. He did not dare to delay and immediately retreated, as his money sword in his sleeve was broken by this, he could only withdraw his spell power. Of course, those below who did not act to seize the treasure were not affected by the goo, and they felt immensely fortunate in their hearts. Seeing his masterpiece have such a great impact, Luo Liang's mouth curved into a crescent moon, his face beaming with joy, then he lightly raised a hand and grabbed the 2 fruits. Luo Liang, don't be too pleased, you won't be able to take the fruits. Hu Pingyang gritted his teeth, speaking viciously, and at the same time, with a flick of his hand seal, he recalled the 3 iron corpses he had released. The moment they were recalled, the Death Rider corpse, having lost its target, suddenly lunged towards Luo Liang. It immediately blocked Luo Liang's retreat path. Then, Hu Pingyang shouted loudly. What are you all waiting for? Don't let this insidious villain escape. Quickly seize the opportunity to attack. Even if this person is strong, he cannot withstand all of you attacking at once. Luo Liang saw that there was no way to retreat, but he showed no panic, coldly smiling and saying, fellow deist Hu, have you forgotten my previous methods? You should be thinking about yourself, how you can keep the fruits in your hand. Although his words were a rhetorical question, speaking them so loudly caused the eyes of those in the main hall to gleam. After all, Luo Liang was not injured, and his strength was evident, some who were hesitant to act truly dared not make a move rashly. But now, Hu Pinjiang's condition seemed very poor, already severely injured, which naturally drew the attention of others. Among them, 4 people had chilling gazes, and with a stamp each, they attacked towards Hu Pingyang. Seeing this, Hu Pingyang was both angry and hateful. He originally intended to use Luo Liang as a shield, but he did not expect to be outmaneuvered by this person instead. However, there were only 4 people, and with his 3-legged black bronze corpse, he was not unable to handle them. And below Luo Liang, there were still more than 10 people. He knew he still had a chance to leave with the fruits. Immediately, he circulated his chi and began to contend with the 4 people. The more than 10 people below Luo Liang had long been unable to bear it. Once the deathly aura dissipated, they all simultaneously formed hand seals, and brilliant light emanated from their hands. Luo Liang glanced coldly, then suddenly formed a hand seal. At this moment, among the crowd below, a red shadow flickered and shot upwards, blocking Luo Liang's path. It was precisely the long-bearded strong man from the Blood Yin sect. This person had been hiding in the distance earlier, secretly observing. He did not expect him to suddenly appear at this moment. However, this person's eyes seemed slightly dull, always giving people the feeling that he lacked a few points of proper clarity. When Luo Liang formed his hand seal at this moment, this person's body actually began to swell, and as the commotion grew louder, the person let out a piercing scream. As a strange insect leg emerged from this person's body, the scream abruptly ceased. This person transformed into a strange body that was neither human nor insect, and his strength continuously climbed during this process. He was even subtly comparable to the Death Rider corpse. Of course, this entire process happened within half a breath. Because it was too fast, everyone was still in shock. If someone knowledgeable saw this, they would surely be astonished. This was the mysterious and malicious goo devouring spell. The long-bearded strong man had probably been parasitized by a goo long ago, and as it continuously devoured his vital essence, the goo also continuously grew stronger. Only waiting for Luo Liang to cast the spell, the goo would completely devour this person, transforming him into a goo incarnation. Next, this man-insect confronted the Death Rider corpse. The Death Rider corpse's sharp spear seemed to have little effect in front of this man-insect. Each time it attacked, it was dissolved by a strange sticky liquid. Conversely, the sticky liquid spat out by the man-insect, once it landed on the Death Rider corpse, would hiss with white smoke, and before long, a small hole would appear on the Death Rider corpse. After a few rounds, the Death Rider corpse was covered in small holes. With the Death Rider corpse no longer an obstacle, Luo Liang felt his entire body lighten, but there were still many people below staring. Among them, many had brilliant light in their hands, which made him wary. He knew it would be unlikely for him to leave. At this moment, his lips moved slightly. Not far away, in a hidden corner, Sun Yang heard Luo Liang's urging voice, "Junior brother, what are you waiting for? It's time to make your move." Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's eyes flashed with cold light, then he unhesitatingly waved the soul sail in his hand, and 8 faint shadows shot out from within, which were 8 fierce ghosts. He fled out with the fierce ghosts, and with a gentle shake of the soul sail, those fierce ghosts surged towards the center of the main hall. Before long, they appeared before the Fuhua tree and attacked the more than 10 people there. These people, seeing the fierce ghosts charging, all showed horror, because the fierce ghosts came extremely suddenly, they had no way to respond. Many people directly blasted their already formed spells at the fierce ghosts. However, their spells had little effect on the fierce ghosts, which were illusory beings. Instead, under the fierce ghosts' tearing and biting, they suffered considerable damage. Humph, just a few fierce ghosts, daring to cause trouble. At some point, a green shadow appeared among them. This person was a Xianjing sect disciple, and he was one of the few who cultivated light-attributed spells, which were rare even within the Xianjing sect. But because the Xianjing sect did not have the legacy for such spells, he had actually only cultivated a superficial understanding. He could not deal with truly powerful evil spirits. However, these fierce ghosts were most afraid of light-attributed spells, and they happened to be restrained by him, so he jumped out and shouted triumphantly. Then, he loosened his finger, and a dark golden light landed on a ghost creature. Not to mention that this spell indeed caused immense damage to ghost creatures like these, but with just one flash of this light, the ghost creature only managed a single, shrill scream before it dissipated into a wave of chi and vanished. Sun Yang was shocked by this, he hadn't expected anyone to be able to cast such a spell, directly defeating a ghost creature at the 10 levels of chi refining on the spot. Even Luo Liang was somewhat incredulous upon realizing it. This spell was completely unexpected for him, it was truly a variable. If he had been given a few more breaths of time, the other 7 ghost creatures would likely have been defeated one after another. He couldn't help but move his lips again, seemingly transmitting a message to Sun Yang. Upon hearing him, Sun Yang's expression subtly changed. He looked at Luo Liang with some suspicion, but then his eyes sharpened, and with a shake of his soul sail, a female ghost creature drifted over from somewhere in the main hall. This female ghost creature exuded rage, clearly having been provoked by Sun Yang beforehand. As Sun Yang rolled up his soul sail, the female ghost creature suddenly roared several times. In a short while, 5 of the 7 ghost creatures began to glow with red light. Then, after a quick movement, these 5 ghost creatures swiftly dispersed to 5 different positions. This is a ghost roar. These ghost creatures are about to explode, quickly move away. One of the Righteous Path cultivators seemed to understand a bit of what was happening and quickly shouted to the other Righteous Path disciples. At this, everyone in the main hall was startled and began to scatter and dodge. Just one breath later, 5 booming explosions reverberated through the main hall. 5 waves of ghost chi spread out, dyeing that area pitch black. Ha 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 ha, junior brother, you did very well. I am also a man who keeps his promises, this golden light fruit is yours. Luo Liang casually tossed a golden light fruit towards Sun Yang, then he flew away, but at the end, he laughed loudly and said to Sun Yang. His voice carried magical power, as if he feared Sun Yang wouldn't hear him. Upon hearing him, Sun Yang's heart sank. At this moment, he had stopped using sound transmission and instead spoke very loudly, publicly announcing that he had obtained the golden light fruit. This was deliberately meant to draw hatred towards him, so he could attract the attention of those around him, allowing him to leave safely. This scheme was truly brilliant. Sun Yang showed an indignant expression, but he wasn't unprepared. After a cold smile, he grabbed the golden light fruit. Immediately after, he loosened the hand seal of his other hand, spat out a mouthful of vital essence, and with a grab and a squeeze, this mouthful of vital essence transformed into a bloody mist that landed on his body. At the same time, he plunged into a green light, flying away at an extremely fast speed. Luo Liang, who had initially fled a step ahead, was astonished to find that a blood shadow was several times faster than him, flying to a spot not far in front of him. Subsequently, a great thunderbolt erupted, and lightning flashed wildly. Luo Liang was greatly alarmed and quickly stopped and retreated, barely dodging the lightning attack. However, the next moment, the blood shadow seemed to throw something. When he looked down, he discovered it was a strange corpse puppet. This corpse puppet was bloated and round, constantly rolling on the ground. Could this be a corpse puppet containing a large amount of corpse demon blood? Luo Liang's eyes widened, and he immediately felt a bad premonition. How could he dare to take another step forward? He quickly activated a spell and retreated at extreme speed. However, when Luo Liang retreated 500 meters away, he was surprised to find that the corpse puppet did not explode. Then, a blood shadow flashed, rolling up the corpse puppet, and quietly disappeared at the end of the main hall. At the same time, a voice infused with magical power echoed all around. Senior brother, I'll take this fruit. You must take good care of your fruit, perhaps very soon, it won't be yours anymore, haha. This voice continuously echoed throughout the main hall. Upon hearing him, Luo Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Only then did he realize that he had been played by him. Perhaps the other party didn't even have a spell to detonate that corpse puppet. He had inadvertently fallen for such a low-level feint. It was supposed to be him toying with the other person, but in a short moment, it had reversed. Luo Liang gradually realized the depth of his cunning, even he felt inferior. He was extremely angry, but he could only watch him leave until he completely disappeared outside the main hall. He had already retreated to the center of the main hall, and by now, several people had already blocked the exit. It was impossible for him to retreat unscathed. The few people who blocked him were all dirty, clearly somewhat disheveled from the ghost creature explosion. But upon seeing Luo Liang, their eyes gleamed with cold light like arrows. This was because they had heard the conversation between Luo Liang and the fleeing person, and the two had been calling each other senior brother and junior brother intimately. This immediately enraged them. Since they couldn't catch the fleeing brat, they intended to vent all their anger on Luo Liang. Moreover, most of these people were righteous path cultivators, who despised these demonic disciples for using such insidious schemes. Now, all 3 golden light fruits had fallen into the hands of demonic disciples, and they, the righteous path, hadn't received a single one. How could this not make them furious? If they returned to the sect, they would have completely lost face. How would they be able to hold their heads high in front of their fellow disciples then? Without needing to say more, these few people had already taken out their most prized treasures, intending to use their strongest methods to kill Luo Liang on the spot and reclaim the golden light fruit. Luo Liang was also surprised by this, because he felt a strong killing intent. This killing intent could not be formed by one person alone, but rather by several people simultaneously to reach such a degree. He also didn't know when he had provoked the killing intent of these righteous path cultivators, and at the same time, the strong battle intent on several of them also slightly startled him. At this moment, he knew that a great battle was inevitable. Luo Liang's hatred in his heart deepened a few points. He had clearly been able to escape, yet he was forced back by that brat's feint. Brat, just you wait. If I return to the sect, I will definitely drag you out, extract your soul, refine your spirit, and let you taste a fate worse than death. Luo Liang glared fiercely at the exit of the main hall, thinking indignantly. Usually, he was the one toying with others, when had it been his turn to be toyed with like this? He was a personal disciple. That brat might be able to jump around here for a bit, but once he returned to the sect, he would let that brat know what the consequences of offending Luo Liang were. Subsequently, Luo Liang regained his composure, coldly scrutinized the 5 or 6 individuals before him, and with a flip of his hand, produced a blood-colored box, which he regarded with some reverence. Inside it were the goo worms he had painstakingly cultivated for a long time. These goo worms were different from other goo worms, they were second-tier goo worms after advancement, and their strength was extremely formidable. However, due to their extremely small number, once used, they would be rendered useless, and there would be no way to replenish them in a short time. He rarely took them out for use, mostly using them for breeding to cultivate more of these second-tier goo worms. At this moment, it was truly out of necessity. If he didn't use them, he feared it would be very difficult for him to safely leave this great hall. Enough, enough. Let you righteous path hypocrites taste what the true might of goo worms is. With a thought, Luo Liang moved his palm and struck the blood-colored box. Instantly, the box creaked open. Not long after, a thick bloody chi drifted out from within the box. If one were to investigate carefully, they would discover more than 10 tiny goo worms hidden within this bloody chi. These goo worms were imperceptible to the naked eye, but each possessed a fierce aura. Each one, surprisingly, had the strength of 10 levels of chi refining perfection. Next, Luo Liang's spiritual consciousness stirred, and these goo worms scattered and disappeared into the surroundings. Everyone, be careful. These are blood goo worms. Prepare your defenses and do not let the goo worms find an opening. One of the clear-faced men spoke in a deep voice. He was an inner sect disciple of the 100 Puppets Valley, and he possessed a 3-tailed poison scorpion puppet. His strength was not outstanding within the 100 Puppets Valley, but it was above average. With a gesture, he summoned the 8-foot-long 3-tailed poison scorpion puppet. This puppet was entirely made of a rare cloud wind sand. Although it did not have a hard exterior, it possessed extreme speed. Moreover, its 3 tails contained a potent venom. Once contaminated, it would sever the connection with the Danshan within a short period, causing the opponent to lose control of their magical power, leading to death within 10 breaths. Under this person's control, the 3-headed poison scorpion disappeared into the surroundings, seemingly hidden somewhere. The others did not dare to be negligent either. After each displaying their most proficient defensive spells, they began to launch attacks at Luo Liang. Luo Liang glanced warily at the disappearing 3-headed poison scorpion puppet, simply because his goo worms could not cause damage to this type of puppet. Even if they infiltrated the puppet, it would take a period of time, neither short nor long, to destroy the puppet's core. Not to mention, he also had to face the siege of the other 5 people. He also had to manage his defenses while simultaneously controlling the goo worms to attack. He knew that he was stretched too thin and utterly incapable of resisting the attacks of this puppet, let alone destroying its core. After a brief moment of thought, his eyes sharpened, and he decided to use that method. Then, Luo Liang slapped his storage pouch and took out a dark red glove. As he circulated his chi, the glove emitted a blood-red chi, which soon enveloped a 5-jong radius around him. He then shifted his body and disappeared into the blood-red chi. The spells that shot towards him, having suddenly lost their target, could only strike the blood-red chi. However, the blood-red chi, upon encountering the spells, was not pierced through, instead, it grew even denser. At this moment, 7 goo worms, imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly approached from a distance. After drilling into the bloody chi, they began to greedily devour it. In just the blink of an eye, the 5-jong radius of bloody chi was completely devoured. In the residual area of the bloody chi, 7 dark red, ferocious-looking goo worms suddenly appeared. These goo worms had grown at least 50 times larger, now the size of a thumb, with even their fangs and tentacles clearly visible. Their entire bodies emitted a blood-red glow, and their aura was extremely vast. Luo Liang waved his hand unceremoniously, and these 7 goo worms scattered with astonishing speed. They attacked one person each, and even the puppet was pursued by one of the goo worms. The 6 individuals were also startled and quickly took out their magical artifacts, beginning to attack the goo worms. However, they discovered that these goo worms, empowered by the blood-red chi, possessed astonishingly high defensive capabilities. Magical artifacts striking them only caused minor scratches. This surprised the 6 individuals, and they all began to use spells to evade the goo worms' fierce attacks. Several of them, unable to dodge in time, were caught by the goo worms, which left several shocking bloody marks on their bodies. But after only 2 breaths, it was unclear who ignited a white orb, generating a massive wave of chi that instantly blew the goo worms away. Without saying much, the 6 individuals quickly gathered together and simultaneously activated their defensive magical artifacts, which surprisingly curbed the goo worms' offensive. Their righteous path cultivators were truly exceptional in terms of cooperation. In a short time, they managed to contain the goo worms. But logically, Luo Liang could have escaped within these few breaths. However, he surprisingly did not do so, and it wasn't that he didn't want to escape, there was a reason for it. Driving 7 second-tier goo worms at once placed a considerable burden on Luo Liang. His vital blood had been completely mobilized by the goo worms during the casting of the spell, and he could not break the spell in a short time. Because once the spell was broken, his vital blood would not be able to return. He had to wait for a few breaths until the spell took shape within the goo-worms' bodies, then, the bloody chi would flow back and replenish his depleted vital blood. But Luo Liang finally endured these few breaths. At this moment, his vital blood was slowly replenishing itself. After one breath, he finally released the spell, but at this moment, he had no confidence in killing the 6 people in front of him, so he decided to seize this opportunity to quickly leave this place of trouble. However, just as he was about to turn and escape. But at this critical juncture, another dark figure flashed past him, appearing not far in front of him. Hu Pinjiang's figure instantly appeared, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he turned to look at Luo Liang with a cold, sinister gaze. Immediately after, a 3-legged black bronze corpse flew over and punched him twice. At the same time, closely following the 3-legged black bronze corpse was the Death Rider corpse. Similarly, when it was just one zhang away from Luo Liang, it turned its long spear and thrust it fiercely at him. Luo Liang perceived this scene, first with horror, then with shock and anger. This scene was too familiar, he had experienced it once before, and now he was experiencing it again. Why was it that at every crucial moment, he would be interrupted by someone? Only this time, he faced attacks from both front and back. It was several times more perilous than the last time. Luo Liang did not dare to be negligent and quickly formed a hand seal. A blood-red light flashed in his palm, and disregarding everything else, he violently squeezed the blood-red light. A burst of bloody chi erupted, followed by a thunderous tremor. This bloody chi exploded from within, and the resulting hurricane violently swept outwards. The hurricane's power was extremely strong, it even blew the Death Rider corpse away, and at the same time, the 3-legged black bronze corpse was also struck and sent flying by this wind. Hu Pingyang, you seek death. As the bloody chi dispersed, Luo Liang's face was flushed with blood, his hair disheveled, and he was extremely disheveled. He had not escaped unharmed from this attack either. Hu Pingyang, having been blown away by the hurricane, had already fallen far away. Seeing Luo Liang's bloodthirsty expression, he knew his plan had not succeeded, but he was now not far from the hall's exit. Even if the other party pursued him now, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Ha 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 ha, Luo Liang, just wait for death. Hu Pingyang smiled sinisterly, then waved his hand without hesitation. The Death Rider corpse, for a brief moment, seemed to gain some intelligence, transforming into a black shadow and rushing forward at extreme speed. Because the Death Rider corpse had devoured the souls of 5 or 6 people, it had now recovered some of its intelligence. With this trace of intelligence, Hu Pingyang could now confidently take the Death Rider corpse and fly towards the hall's exit. Of course, as he left, he still left behind a black corpse. As the black corpse exploded, a lot of corpse demon blood splattered out. Luo Liang could only circulate his magical power again and swiftly retreat 500 meters. Hu Pingyang smiled smugly to himself. At present, including the 3 people who fought him in the hall, there were still 9 people, which would be enough for Luo Liang to deal with. Seeing his opponent suffer was his greatest pleasure. Seeing the exit within reach, he circulated his magical power again, just about to fly out at the fastest speed. Unbeknownst to him, a white light suddenly appeared at the exit. As the white light landed, a burst of laughter rang out, ha 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 ha, heaven does not abandon me, Ying Tianlong. With such a low probability, I actually successfully completed the mission. Hey, humph, demonic path, you seek death. In just a moment, Ying Tianlong sensed someone flying towards him. His laughter ceased, and he quickly scanned the area with his eyes. When he realized it was someone from the demonic path, accompanied by a powerful corpse puppet, his eyes narrowed with seriousness, and a cold glint flashed within them. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Then, with a flick of his finger, a bolt of thunder erupted. This thunderclap was immense in its power, imbued with the vast thunder. Clearly, Ying Tianlong dared not be careless. He knew the strength of that corpse puppet and immediately launched an all-out attack. A ball of thunderous power gathered in his palm and was hurled first towards the dangerous corpse puppet. Hu Pingyang was initially startled by the loud laughter from the white light, and now, the sudden appearance of thunder made his scalp tingle. The might of this thunder, while not necessarily the strongest he had ever experienced, was certainly among the most powerful. He had never expected someone to suddenly teleport to the hall's exit, leaving him completely unprepared to defend himself. At the moment, he only managed to pull out a round shield and place it in front of him. However, the next moment, he saw that the ball of thunder was not attacking him, but rather the Death Rider corpse behind him. Hu Pinjiang's heart seemed to sink to the bottom, and he inwardly cried out that things were not good. But he could only watch helplessly as the Death Rider corpse was struck by the thunder. As the vast thunder spread out, he was directly pushed back 100 meters. And the Death Rider corpse's surrounding aura of deathly malice dissipated, breaking his spell. At the same time, the corpse puppet inside was completely reduced to dust by the power of the thunder. No. Hu Pingyang cried out, knowing he was powerless to reverse the situation. The moment the Death Rider corpse died, an invisible black chi emerged around him, revealing a strange devil head. A chilling, sinister laugh emanated from the devil head's mouth. Soon after, the devil head merged into Hu Pinjiang's body, seemingly beginning to devour his soul. This was a death demon summoned when a spell was broken, it would not disappear until it had completely devoured his soul. Hu Pingyang knew he was powerless to turn the tide, he was certain to die today. In the end, he revealed a determined and immensely hateful expression. He never imagined that he, a named disciple of Shi Tian, would die here. A strong sense of unwillingness surged into his heart, causing him to show a look of intense madness. At this moment, Hu Pingyang tore off his upper clothing. His body was pitch black, and a strange yellow talisman was affixed to his navel. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly tore off the yellow talisman. Suddenly, countless strange runes emerged from his navel, quickly enveloping his entire body. The corpse demon sect disciple with the hawk-like eyes and furrowed brows in the hall saw this, his eyes widening in horror, a look of dread appearing on his face. He knew this was a secret art of the corpse demon sect. He never expected Hu Pingyang to be so ruthless as to refine his own body into a living corpse puppet. And these runes were both the source of Hu Pingyang's magical power and the foundation of the deathly malice spell he cast. The runes now being unbound were the marks that would unleash all the power within his body, including the deathly malice chi sealed within it. Clearly, this was a mutually destructive technique that would only be used when one knew death was certain. Moreover, this method required no casting, the marks could cover the entire body in a short time, subsequently triggering a deathly malice explosion. And the person with the hawk-like eyes and furrowed brows, his eyes filled with deep despair, made no further moves, for he knew he had no chance of escaping this attack and could only wait for death. Some others who didn't understand what was happening even chased after him. Two Xianjing sect disciples, upon quickly realizing that the person in the white light was senior brother Ying Tianlong, had their brows raised high and offered flattering words. They spouted compliments like, as expected of senior brother Ying, your thunder is becoming even more exquisite and peerless. Only Luo Liang, who had always been at odds with Hu Pingyang, noticed something was amiss. His body flickered like a ghost, and he seemed to be clutching some treasure in his hand. Ying Tianlong and the other two had their attention focused on the Death Rider corpse. Upon seeing the Death Rider corpse annihilated in one blow, Ying Tianlong felt relieved. When his sharp gaze fell upon Hu Pingyang, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He didn't know why this person's body was covered in runes, thinking it was some secret art the other party was performing. But he had now received the blessing of the formation within the subduing beast hall, and his magical power had advanced by an unknown amount. He had no fear of the other party's secret arts, in any case, under his vast thunder, they would only turn into dust. At this moment, Ying Tianlong's gaze had already fallen upon the Fuhua divine tree in the center of the hall. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have arrived at the immortal palace of Haoshan Shangren. Haoshan Shangren was said to be the grand ancestral master of this immortal sect ruin, and this was his secluded cultivation palace. And that Fuhua divine tree was a divine tree brought by Haoshan Shangren's spiritual pet, Fuhua Demon King. This tree had always cultivated alongside the Fuhua Demon King. But with the fall of the immortal sect, this tree also gradually began to wither. Although it bore fruit, its effects were many times worse. Of course, for a chi refinement stage cultivator, it was still a rare treasure. However, Ying Tianlong believed that his arrival here was due to breaking the formation, which then led to a trace of power left by the Fuhua Demon King teleporting him to this place. Nevertheless, this was exactly what he wanted, as he had long yearned for the fruit on the Fuhua divine tree. Hey, where is the golden light fruit? Who has it? But as Ying Tianlong prepared to find out who had taken the fruit, he suddenly discovered a massive surge of magical power fluctuations within the hall, a surge that startled him. He quickly realized that this magical power fluctuation was emanating from the demonic path brat who had been blasted back by the thunder. Only then did he realize something was wrong. He quickly formed a hand seal, and another ball of thunder appeared, intending to quickly eliminate this person. However, before the spell could fully form, he felt a surge of pitch-black chi flying towards him, and his vision instantly turned completely black. Boom! A loud bang, reverberating throughout the palace, suddenly erupted. In this loud bang, everyone in the palace was enveloped by a surge of pitch-black chi, disappearing within it. No one knew what happened after the explosion. And those who subsequently tried to enter this palace were blocked by a strong aura of deathly malice, preventing anyone from entering. Sun Yang, who had already fled several miles from the palace, faintly heard a tremor. He didn't know what had happened. Although he felt a bit strange, he had no intention of paying attention to such matters. After confirming that no one was pursuing him, his tense nerves relaxed. He had already obtained quite a few spiritual items and planned to find a secluded spot later to wait until the secret realm ended. Of course, during this time, he also needed to organize his gains. After all, a portion of the spiritual items had to be handed over after leaving the secret realm, and the number of spiritual items he currently held was extremely vast. Sun Yang needed to figure out a way to perhaps hold on to some of the spiritual items. Chapter 160 Several major events. But then he thought, outside there was the core formation stage Old Ancestor Blood Evening, ordinary methods would definitely not escape his Dharma eye. If he were discovered, he would be not far from death. 3 days later, Sun Yang returned to the demonic paths area, found a relatively secluded mountain forest, opened up a temporary hiding place, and hid inside. After that, he was never seen coming out again. During this period, several major events also occurred in the secret realm. The first was that the secret realm actually saw the simultaneous appearance of 2 devil heads, turning the secret realm upside down. The first, it is said, was given the title of Blood Devil. This person was a disciple of the Blood Yin sect, cultivating the blood curse art. He killed everyone he met, seemingly finding pleasure in it. He made people pale at the mention of him and tremble at the thought of encountering him. Some cultivators with low strength, who only intended to seek spiritual items in the outer areas, upon hearing the name of the Blood Devil, were all terrified and scattered to find places to hide. The second one had only recently appeared, but his methods were many times more brutal than the Blood Devil's. According to those who were lucky enough to escape, this person was shrouded in devilish chi, a true evil devil. He killed people upon meeting them, even eating their flesh and drinking their blood alive, and the devilish chi tentacles he unleashed could even devour souls. Those killed by this evil devil not only had their souls devoured but also lost the chance of reincarnation. It is said they were thrown into a boundless black hole filled with evil. This made some people avoid him even more. After all, those killed by the blood devil still had a chance to reincarnate. But those killed by the second evil devil lost even their next life. Of course, the first blood devil was located in the demonic paths area, while the second evil devil was in the central area. As long as one did not go to the central area, the possibility of encountering the evil devil was actually not great. But the number of people who had died at the hands of these two devils had already exceeded 100. This could be said to be the biggest variable in this secret realm. Under the disruption of the two devils, the number of deaths in the secret realm gradually climbed, reaching the highest in previous years. On the other side, in a desolate forest. At this moment, a person emerged. This person was only a little over 4 feet tall, and extremely thin, appearing gaunt and short. This person was none other than Feng Ziyi, who had entered the secret realm. He scanned his surroundings, cold sweat beating on his forehead, looking incredibly nervous. Even the magical artifact he held in his hand flickered with light. After a good while, once he confirmed that there was truly no one around, he finally relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After entering the secret realm this time, he had been cautious every step of the way. He knew his own strength was low and that it was impossible for him to compete with others for spiritual items. Therefore, he did not go to the various immortal palaces in the secret realm. Instead, he did the opposite, deliberately avoiding places where spiritual items might appear, and taking some dark and hidden paths. This journey lasted for more than 10 days. During this period, he also encountered some cultivators who tried to ambush him, but he managed to resolve them without much danger. Now he had finally crossed the demonic path area and arrived at one of the two central areas. Upon reaching here, Feng Ziyi dared not be careless in the slightest. Only after confirming that there were indeed no figures around did he dare to relax. Hehe, I can finally use that method. After a soft laugh, his slender, withered hand carefully took out a talisman scroll from his sleeve. This talisman scroll was dark black, and it seemed to have hair floating on it. Upon closer inspection, one would find it looked like the fur of some kind of Yao beast. Feng Ziyi very carefully spread out the talisman scroll. Some strange and peculiar runes printed inside also began to slowly appear. It was not until the talisman scroll was completely flat and placed on the ground that one could see that these runes, though seemingly chaotic, were connected from beginning to end, subtly containing a pattern within their disorder. This also highlighted how profound these runes were. As long as I activate this ancient secret scroll, I can easily enter that place. Feng Ziyi muttered to himself, his expression becoming a bit more solemn. In fact, this scroll was something he had accidentally obtained 30 years ago and had kept in his storage pouch for 3 decades. At that time, he had taken on a sect mission to kill a demonic spider, and coincidentally discovered a cultivator's immortal cave in the spider's nest. This immortal cave was very secluded, and also very simple inside, containing only a skeleton and a storage pouch. The talisman scroll was found in the storage pouch. However, at that time, due to his poor aptitude and his cultivation being only at refining chi stage 4, and being almost 40 years old, his ambition had faded considerably. After learning the contents of the talisman scroll, he merely regarded it as a curiosity, looked at it for a few nights, and then left it in his storage pouch for years. But just a few years ago, under the effect of spiritual water, his cultivation improved, and he suddenly became much more interested in the contents of this talisman scroll. Of course, he still had doubts and dared not take risks easily. It was not until he ran out of spiritual water and his cultivation stagnated that he decided to take a risk and go on this journey in his lifetime. For this, he had put in a lot of effort and finally managed to arrive at the place recorded on the talisman scroll. However, whether he could seize the treasure would depend on his luck. Immediately, Feng Ziyi touched his storage pouch and pulled out spirit stones with a rustling sound, a total of 3,000 of them. These spirit stones were the vast amount he had obtained by selling all the goods he had on hand. For this, he had invested heavily. He quickly formed hand seals clumsily, taking dozens of breaths before completing the seals, then pressed them onto the talisman scroll. After a strange zhidong sound, dark light burst forth from the talisman scroll, and those runes actually floated out, dancing gracefully with the dark light. At the same time, the dark light also began to slowly draw up the spirit stones below. Seeing this scene, Feng Ziyi's aged face showed a hint of joy, simply because it was exactly as described in the talisman scroll. A moment later, after the dark light had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, those runes finally began to slowly gather. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, these runes actually gathered into a 5-foot-long dark black key. This key suddenly cast down a dark light, and a small, short-distance teleportation array appeared out of thin air before him. A powerful magical power fluctuation also emerged from it. Feng Ziyi's eyes gleamed, but his brows were also tightly furrowed, because he knew that this teleportation array, though seemingly complete, was not actually complete. There would be slight deviations in the specific destination of the teleportation. This would depend on his luck. If his luck was bad and he was teleported to an extremely poor location, he might die immediately. But as long as his luck was average and he didn't appear in an extreme location, then his chances of obtaining treasure were very high. After standing in front of the teleportation array for a full 10 breaths, Feng Ziyi finally made up his mind, taking small, short steps, and slowly walked into the teleportation array. As the light of the teleportation formation flashed, Feng Ziyi felt a vast darkness before his eyes, followed by a dizzy spell and a blur. When he landed again, he heard strange sounds, somewhat like the sounds of a battle. This made his eyebrows twitch and his expression change. He didn't wait for the light of the teleportation formation to dissipate, quickly taking out his life-saving treasures, and 5 magical artifact rings immediately encircled his body. He swept his hand across his waist, quickly pulling out a small flag emitting wind attribute chi. This was not an offensive magical artifact, but a speed-boosting treasure capable of temporarily increasing movement speed. Feng Ziyi was well aware of his own strength and dared not engage in battle with others, so his first thought was not to resist, but to flee. One breath later, the light of the formation finally dissipated. He nervously sensed that no spell attacks were coming, then his small eyes darted around, quickly scanning his surroundings. Phew! Feng Ziyi let out a long breath, realizing he had arrived at a hidden corner. His luck was not too bad, but not particularly good either. This was because, several hundred meters away, there was a spiritual field of 7 or 8 mu, where many figures were moving. The sounds of battle earlier came from there. Feng Ziyi knew that he had arrived at the Spirit Medicine Immortal Palace, and the place he was at was the most important few acres of medicinal fields in the Spirit Medicine Hall. Due to the abundant spiritual chi in the surroundings, some spiritual objects had been born over the years. One could see 7 or 8 spiritual objects of various colors, shimmering with faint light, scattered sparsely across the spiritual field. Those people, needless to say, were probably fighting over these spiritual objects. But Feng Ziyi quickly withdrew his gaze, because his goal was not those few spiritual objects. Currently, he was some distance from the battlefield, and his life was not in danger, which was a great fortune for him. Immediately, Feng Ziyi waved the small flag in his hand and quietly transformed into a faint shadow, disappearing into the surroundings. Soon, he left this medicinal field and headed towards a faintly visible small palace in the distance. Dozens of breaths later, he entered the palace, not daring to be careless in the slightest. His defensive magical artifacts were constantly active, and he held a shimmering object in his hand. At the slightest disturbance, he would crush the object in his hand. It was unclear whether it was heaven-defying luck or if heaven was favoring such an old man with a heart for the Dao. Along the way, the path was calm, without any danger. After flying for several hundred breaths, Feng Ziyi finally arrived at a dim, small corridor and stopped. To others, this place would be nothing special, except for being somewhat dim and deep, a place they wouldn't even linger. But upon reaching here, a look of joy finally appeared on Feng Ziyi's face. He dared not delay, quickly taking out a dark key. He awkwardly formed 2 hand seals, and the dark key flew nimbly, emitting a faint black light in mid-air, and instantly disappeared into the stone wall on one side of the corridor. The moment the key entered, a sound came from the stone wall. A secret room actually emerged from the wall. Feng Ziyi glanced at the secret room, even more convinced that the description on the talisman scroll was true, then he leaped forward, entering the secret room in 5 steps as one. The moment he entered, the secret room's stone wall closed again, as if nothing had happened there. The secret room was very dark, and it was a downward passage. After walking for about 30 breaths, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Although this light was very faint, it was still enough to vaguely discern the dim surroundings. In fact, there was nothing particularly strange about the surroundings. Most were small immortal caves, more than 20 of them. Feng Ziyi learned from the talisman scroll that this was where the immortal school secretly cultivated evil path disciples back then. After all, a sect also needed such sinister individuals to handle matters that could not be dealt with openly for the school. Even among the 4 righteous path schools in the current Chu kingdom, it is not uncommon to cultivate some evil path disciples, as they can indeed produce miraculous effects when truly used. This was also why this place appeared dark and extremely hidden. Of course, Feng Ziyi's purpose was not to visit these dark immortal caves, but because deep within these immortal caves, there was a spiritual field. According to the talisman scroll, the soil of this spiritual field had long contained a sinister chi. This sinister chi was very peculiar, somewhat like devilish chi, and somewhat like ghost chi, but it also contained some corpse chi. This was enough to indicate that the spirit medicine planted on this spiritual field back then was definitely not good spirit medicine. However, after so many years since the secret realm opened, the spirit medicine on it had long been harvested by those who entered. Nevertheless, every once in a while, some unique spiritual objects would still be born on this spiritual field. Feng Ziyi did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards the spiritual field. After all, he couldn't be sure if anyone else knew about this secret realm, so he had to go and check quickly. After passing through more than 10 immortal caves, he finally arrived at the spiritual field he had been longing for. This spiritual field was not large, only about 3 mu. But above it, a faint black light was flickering. Feng Ziyi stared with wide eyes, exclaiming, "This is great." On this spiritual field, there were actually 30 to 40 sparse spiritual objects of various colors. Most of these spiritual objects had a peculiar glow. There were strange small flowers as black as ink, faint green glowing ethereal thin bamboos, and some 7-leaf grasses with a drop of inky black liquid on their leaves. Of course, among these spiritual objects, there were also a few that stood out, spiritual objects with extremely vibrant colors. These spiritual objects did not have a peculiar glow, instead, they exuded a pure white and vast chi. As the saying goes, in dark places, things that are mutually reinforcing and restraining will also appear. Presumably, these few vibrant spiritual objects were existences that mutually reinforced and restrained the other sinister spiritual objects. A blush actually appeared on Feng Ziyi's aged face. This trip was truly worthwhile, truly worthwhile. He never expected that he, Feng Ziyi, would have such a glorious moment. This was a scene that existed in his dreams. Today, it actually came true. At this moment, he felt that his heart for the Dao had not been in vain. If he had truly given up and retired to the mortal world, how could he have witnessed today's grand event? Ha ha ha, Foundation establishment is within reach. Feng Ziyi laughed heartily, his eyes shining. After a while, he came back to his senses. Without further ado, he decided to quickly collect the spiritual objects to avoid any further complications, and then find a place to hide. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a magical artifact specifically for collecting spiritual items and leaped into the spiritual field. However, at this moment, Feng Ziyi suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a skeleton. This skeleton had been dead for who knew how long, buried by the soil. But as he moved his foot, he saw something faintly glowing on the skeleton's bony hand. Not good. Feng Ziyi had been cautious for many years, how could he not know what that light was? He quickly swept his storage pouch, not caring about the cost, and immediately activated a spell, casting it forth. Suddenly, that faint light shot up into the sky, transforming into a dark sword that fiercely slashed down at Feng Ziyi. How could Feng Ziyi withstand the power of this slash? He only had time to let out a tragic cry before he was cut in half by the dark sword, blood splattering everywhere on the ground. His two halves fell straight down. The dark sword seemed to sense the lack of life chi, it quickly dimmed and slowly transformed into a wave of chi, dissipating into the surroundings. At this moment, the surroundings became eerily silent. After more than 20 breaths, a faint tremor came from the blood-soaked ground. Along with this tremor, a small figure slowly and strangely crawled out from the blood. As the figure gradually stood up, Feng Ziyi's face emerged. That was close. If not for a substitute treasure, I would have almost died to this residual restriction spell. Feng Ziyi's old face was full of shock, he hadn't expected to encounter an attack from a residual restriction spell from countless years ago. This was truly an unprovoked disaster. He felt a little farther away from the skeleton because he could be sure that the person who owned this skeleton during his lifetime must have been a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, middle stage or above. Otherwise, the residual restriction spell would not have such great attacking power, and it was also an instant spell. It seemed that this restriction spell was set up by the skeleton's owner during his lifetime to defend against enemies while acquiring spiritual items. But little did he know, he was ambushed by some scoundrel and died on the spot. After this incident, Feng Ziyi decided that he needed to be even more careful in the future. He took out a few talismans, tested the area with small spells, and then re-entered the spiritual field. However, he did not know that the blood splattered on the skeleton was slowly being absorbed by it. After a while, Feng Ziyi finally harvested all the spiritual items. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 38 plants. If this quantity were placed outside, it would probably become a large battlefield, attracting countless cultivators to fight over it. But now, it all benefited him. Feng Ziyi was in a great mood at this moment, but he knew that carrying so many spiritual items, he should always remain low-key and vigilant. Immediately, he placed these spiritual items into a box he had prepared long ago. This box was a treasure box he had searched for many years and did not even recognize. This box was originally in the hands of one of his old friends, but he had used treacherous means to snatch it away. When the box was closed, no aura could escape, and even spiritual sense seemed to be cut off. It was truly peculiar. Feng Ziyi happily put away the box, then circulated his qi, preparing to leave the secret room. But the moment he flew out, a blue light flew out from the skeleton and directly entered Feng Ziyi's body. Soon, a skeletal shadow enveloped in blue light emerged from Feng Ziyi's body. Feng Ziyi's eyes almost popped out when he noticed this scene, and his heart was filled with horror. What was going on? How did a skeletal shadow suddenly appear on his body? His mind was full of questions, and at the same time, he was astonished to feel a powerful magical power fluctuation within this skeletal shadow. He had only been fortunate enough to experience this kind of magical power fluctuation once before, when he witnessed his senior martial uncle, a Foundation establishment stage late-stage cultivator, engaging in a spell battle. At that time, he was only at refining chi stage 5, and the shock it gave him was something he would never forget in this life. Now, he felt it again on this skeletal shadow, but this time, it landed on him, causing him immense shock. Humph, it's just a dying old man, how disappointing, a chilling voice echoed from within the skeletal shadow. Only then did Feng Ziyi realize that he had inadvertently been parasitized by the skeleton, and despair filled his heart. After all, a person of such cultivation only needed to lift a finger, and he would die on the spot. Even if he used rebirth through another's body, it would probably take less than a moment to complete easily. Senior, please spare my life. This old man is already at the end of his rope. It would be useless for Senior to possess this old body of mine. I hope Senior will consider that this old man is over 70 and still has a heart seeking the Dao, and grant me a way to live this time. Feng Ziyi's old face fell, becoming increasingly ugly and distorted with despair and sorrow. Humph, what kind of status do I have? How could I fancy your decaying body? However, in these past 100 years, you are the first person to enter this place, so I can only attach myself to your body. However, my soul has become extremely weak over the past 100 years. If you cannot find some items to replenish my soul, I am afraid your soul will be absorbed by me before long. The skeletal shadow glanced at Feng Ziyi's old body, its eyes filled with disgust. If there truly were no other options, how could he condescend to be within a withered body? But if he wanted to be reborn, he could only rely on this person for now. Ah, what should I do? Senior must have observed Junior's strength. How could I find souls for Senior? Feng Ziyi's old face crumpled. As for killing cultivators to obtain souls, although he had long wanted to do so, he lacked the strength. Even against a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, he only had a 30% chance of winning. And for cultivators above Qi refining stage 9th level, his only option was to run. With this level of strength, where could he get souls? Humph, what a useless person. The skeletal shadow was also a bit annoyed. He had indeed discovered that the old man's body was frail and weak. Although he possessed Qi refining stage 9th level magical power, it was scattered everywhere and could not be gathered together at all. A surge of anger rose within the skeletal shadow. Clearly, if there was truly no other way, he decided to take the final step. That was to forcibly occupy this body and then use his secret art, perhaps still able to exert some strength. Feng Ziyi's small eyes darted around, and he quickly sensed a strange gleam. His heart sank, clearly realizing that the senior seemed to be planning to occupy his physical body. He quickly spoke, "Senior, I remember now. Among these spiritual items, there should be some that can strengthen the soul." He couldn't help but think of the grey bamboo he had just harvested, it seemed to have a strong soul power fluctuation. Then he took out the black box and carefully opened it, revealing the many spiritual items inside. The skeletal shadow heard this and couldn't help but look over, but when he saw the spiritual items from the spiritual field, his expression stiffened. "Are you an idiot? If I could use these spiritual items to enhance my soul, why would I be trapped here? Although these few soul bamboos have strong soul power within them, they also have the effect of damaging the soul. If consumed rashly, the soul will shatter." However, his voice stopped there for no reason, simply because the skeletal shadow's eyes were staring straight at the black box. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyi's face turned ashen, and his heart became like dead ashes. Since these spiritual items were useless, wouldn't he surely die today? Was this the heavens wanting to destroy him, Feng Ziyi? As he thought this, his despair deepened, because he had not seen himself foundation establishment, had not seen himself admired by thousands, and to die like this was extremely unwilling. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft exclamation came from beside his ear. Tisk tisk tisk, very good. This is actually a box made of black soul crystal. Old man, you are truly lucky to get such a treasure. I can spare your life for now." After a while, the shadow of the skeleton slowly discerned some clues from the black box. This box was actually made from extremely rare black soul crystals, which have a soul-nourishing effect. Although not much black soul crystal was added to the box, even a tiny bit had a huge effect on his current soul. Only then did the shadow of the skeleton show surprise. Clearly, unless absolutely necessary, he would never choose to possess this withered body. Because once he used the soul-seizing spell to seize this physical body, it would consume the essence of his soul, and he would be unable to leave this body for 100 years. And if this withered body could not break through to the foundation establishment stage, then it would only have 20-odd years left, not enough for him to have 100 years. At present, he only needed to use enough souls to nourish his soul body, and in a few years, when his soul body was strong enough, he would be able to leave this withered body and find a more suitable one. "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." Upon hearing that he could live, Feng Ziyi's thoughts stopped, and a hint of surprise appeared in his heart, as he quickly expressed his gratitude. He also felt fortunate to have received a treasure box. The shadow of the skeleton, upon hearing this, instead showed a hint of coldness. "Old man, you are thanking too early. Although this old man has the help of this black box and can temporarily nourish my soul body. But don't be so fortunate because of this. To tell you the truth, this old man cannot wait too long. If you dare to be negligent because of this and fail to find enough souls for this old man, perhaps your life will still be in danger." Feng Ziyi's joyful expression stiffened. After all, as long as the shadow of the skeleton existed within his body, it was an invisible deterrent to him, making it impossible for him to feel at ease. But acquiring souls was not that easy. Although he had lived for 7 decades, he had spent all of them learning life-saving methods. As for self-preservation, he believed he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. But when it came to fighting, he didn't even have a handy magical artifact, let alone being able to kill people and take their souls. What should he do now? Feng Ziyi's mind was in a mess at this moment, but when his peripheral vision caught the sharp gaze on the shadow of the skeleton, his little head shrank, and he could only pretend to be in deep thought, not daring to answer easily. "Humph, what a useless fellow." The shadow of the skeleton snorted coldly once more. How could he not see Feng Ziyi's concerns? His eyes flashed with a hint of disgust and hatred. He also couldn't help but wonder why all those who entered this secret realm were of this sort, all timid and weak in strength. Because this was not his first experience. The last time, the skeleton Feng Ziyi stepped on, was the previous person he had possessed. He had even cast a powerful life-saving restriction spell, yet that person was still ambushed by another and died on the spot. This caused him to be dormant for over 100 years, and it took him a full 100 years to simply condense his soul body. Forget it, forget it. Upon thinking of this, the shadow of the skeleton sighed helplessly in his heart. Perhaps this was fate, but this time he did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. This old man knows your strength. You can choose to target weaker individuals. This old man can still wait for a few years. If you truly encounter danger, this old man will not stand idly by. The shadow of the skeleton retracted his aura, lowering his demands, and even promising to help when necessary. Feng Ziyi, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise. This was truly great. With the help of the senior, perhaps this would also become an opportunity for him to truly become stronger. Senior, rest assured, this old man will not be negligent from now on. Alright, what are you still standing there for? This old man has been trapped here for over 100 years and has long wanted to go out and see. Hurry up and go. Under the urging of the shadow of the skeleton, Feng Ziyi dared not delay. He quickly activated his limited magical power and fled. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would anger the senior and suffer some hardship himself. Soon, Feng Ziyi escaped from the secret realm and gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. Time flew by, a month and a half later. On the other side, in front of a magnificent palace. At this moment, 3 people stood side by side. Their expressions were somewhat stiff, but each of them wore a red robe. It was not difficult to see that these 3 were the 3 people arranged by Gu Jingfeng when they entered the secret realm that day. They were also the trump cards for Blood Evening to win the Fu Mo chess game. For the past 20 days, they had been guarding in front of the Spirit Medicine main hall. Because within the Spirit Medicine main hall, there were a considerable number of spiritual items, and it was also a place that both the righteous path and demonic sects would contend for. The disciples of the 3 great demonic sects and the righteous path schools would all come here to contend for spiritual items. And Gu Jingfeng's arrangement of these 3 people to guard here naturally had a great purpose, which was to directly choose to kill people and seize treasures. Often, the cultivators who came before this great hall were all the elites of their schools, and the spiritual items they had seized must not be few. Killing one person and seizing spiritual items was faster than searching for them in the secret realm. Of course, these 3 did not attack and snatch from everyone. After all, there were only 3 of them, how could they simultaneously contend against everyone who came here? And the ones they focused on killing were the disciples of the Corpse Demon sect. As long as they seized the spiritual items from the Corpse Demon sect, then Old Ancestor Blood Evening's Fu Mo chess game would definitely have a great chance of winning. In addition, the disciples who entered the secret realm this time were also not weak in strength, so it was likely that they would be able to seize many spiritual items. Then, Old Ancestor Blood Evening's chances of winning were greatly increased. In the past nearly 2 months, these 3 had been guarding here and had killed 18 or 19 people. 10 of these people were disciples of the Corpse Demon sect. They had indeed harvested many spiritual items. And the wisp of residual soul of Gu Jingfeng, who was subtly controlling these 3, now emerged from inside one of them. He touched a storage pouch, and a rare look of joy appeared on his face. However, he had been guarding this place for so many days, and he had always been very surprised as to why he had not seen the young man named Sun Yang. This young man's strength was not bad, and he had even received praise from old devil Fu Long. He should not have failed to come to the Spirit Medicine Immortal Palace to contend for spiritual items. He had originally intended to control these 3 to secretly help this young man, so that he could seize more spiritual items. But he had been waiting for this young man to arrive for a long time, which caused this wisp of Gu Jingfeng's residual soul to flash with a hint of surprise. Could it be that this young man died within the secret realm? But this shouldn't be. Given this young man's strength, as long as he was cunning enough, he shouldn't have been killed by others. Or perhaps, this young man had strength but was actually a coward who feared death. If that were truly the case, his plan would change. Perhaps, after leaving, he would resort to an extreme method. Thinking of this, a sinister look flashed across Gu Jingfeng's residual soul. Time flew by, another month passed. On this day, the 3-month period was up. It was also the day the secret realm ended. Within a hidden mountain forest, Sun Yang opened his tightly closed eyes. He had calculated the time in his heart. Today was the day to leave the secret realm. He couldn't help but touch his storage pouch and take out that token. However, just as Sun Yang took out the token, he noticed a faint light shimmering on it. This had never happened before. After a moment of hesitation, he circulated his magical power and struck the token, but as soon as the power landed, a voice suddenly echoed around him. The secret realm time is up. All disciples can leave the secret realm through the location indicated by the token. Those who fail to leave the secret realm within the specified time will be trapped within it. Be warned and act accordingly. The voice was very familiar, it was the voice of Gu Jingfeng, the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator. Sun Yang did not dare to delay and quickly cast a hand seal, which allowed him to ascertain a coordinate location from the token. That should be the exit of the secret realm. However, just as he was about to rush to the coordinate location, an extremely powerful voice emanated from the token. The voice suddenly boomed in his ear, "You little brats, listen up. Anyone daring to set up an ambush at the exit to kill and seize treasures will be dealt with according to sect rules once discovered." Sun Yang's head buzzed, as the voice carried a wave of magical power, like a thunderclap exploding in his ear. It took him a full 3 breaths to slowly recover. He was deeply shocked by this, just a mere voice transmission could possess such power, leaving him greatly shaken. The strength of a core formation cultivator was indeed terrifying. And that voice transmission still echoed in his mind, seemingly warning him to proceed with caution. After all, the coordinate locations for each sect to exit the secret realm were independent and would not be mixed with other sects. This was also to prevent some schools from using this to ambush and kill people to seize treasures, thereby reaping the benefits. While this method prevented disciples from other sects from seizing treasures, it couldn't stop disciples from the same sect from fighting amongst themselves. Demonic path disciples had no such thing as fellow sect member affection. It was likely that in previous years when the secret realm opened, perhaps at the very end when exiting the secret realm, there would be some who profited by killing and seizing treasures. After all, this was far more cost-effective than competing with others. Often, at this final moment, some cultivators who had expended too much magical power would become easy prey. However, this time, Blood Evening Old Ancestor personally transmitted a reminder, which certainly held a deeper meaning. Sun Yang quickly remembered that on the day they entered the secret realm, Blood Evening Old Ancestor seemed to have played a chess game with Shi Tian of the Corpse Demon sect. He even vaguely heard that the winner would be determined by the number of people and the quantity of spiritual items. Without a doubt, it was a game of Go. As for what treasure they were playing for, he did not know. Analyzing from this, he also understood why Blood Evening would deliberately transmit a reminder to them. Naturally, the number of people exiting the secret realm was also a crucial factor in determining victory. Although their internal struggle among fellow sect disciples would not reduce the amount of spiritual items obtained, people dying in the struggle was related to the chess game. Blood Evening clearly would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Of course, this reminder had no impact on Sun Yang, instead, it saved him some trouble. However, he still had to be wary. Some disciples might act recklessly, so he did not neglect any necessary preparations. Once prepared, Sun Yang activated a divine speed talisman and rushed towards the exit coordinates. Outside the secret realm, the three old ancestors stood in midair, coldly observing the formation on the stone wall, which glowed with three colors. Blood Evening now smiled coldly at Shi Tian. Haha, corpse sky old monster, this Fu Mo chess game, this old ancestor is sure to win. Shi Tian's heart tightened when he saw Blood Evening's cold smile. It seemed this old monster must have used some trick, and now that the secret realm was ending, he finally revealed it. He then couldn't help but sneer, saying, hee, who wins and who loses is still unknown. Upon hearing this, Blood Evening's expression subtly changed. He had deliberately appeared relaxed earlier, with an expression of certain victory, to test Corpse Sky Old Monster's tone. But seeing the old monster's confident expression, he immediately looked suspicious, his face instantly darkened, and he said no more. A full 100 breaths passed, and then the light of the formation flickered slightly. People began to emerge from it, one after another. An hour quietly passed. Blood Evening's face grew increasingly gloomy now, because the number of disciples from the Blood Yin sect who emerged was the fewest among the three sects. The 10,000 Ghost sect had already emerged with 20 people, the Corpse Demon sect with 16, but the Blood Yin sect only had 11. How could this not surprise Blood Evening? In previous years, an hour after the secret realm ended, at least 20 or 30 people would emerge, but now only 11 had come out. Something must have gone wrong in this secret realm. As time passed, after a full 3 hours, the number of people emerging from the secret realm gradually became fewer and fewer. From this point on, only a few individuals emerged. The 10,000 Ghost sect now had a total of 38 people emerge, the Corpse Demon sect 35, and the Blood Yin sect only a mere 25. What is going on? Why are so few people coming out? At this moment, Blood Evening's cold voice transmission echoed in Gu Jingfeng's ear, with a hint of questioning in his tone. Old Ancestor, I also don't know what happened, but please rest assured, Old Ancestor, this time my 3 clones controlled by my remnant soul have obtained quite a few spiritual items. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Jingfeng's forehead. Clearly, at this time, he dared not provoke Blood Evening Old Ancestor's displeasure and quickly reported the situation of his clones. Upon hearing this, Blood Evening's expression improved slightly. This Fu Mo chess game was related to his most precious treasure. If anything went wrong, none of these people would have an easy time. And at this moment, a figure flew out from the secret realm formation. This figure had completely dark skin, and even wisps of black chi emanated from his clothes. This person then landed among the Blood Yin sect. This person was Luo Liang, but he appeared extremely disheveled at the moment. Only he knew that this time he had truly escaped death. It took him a full 2 months to barely free himself from the dense aura of death and evil. Moreover, his chi was already extremely unstable, and he feared that it would take at least several years to recover once he returned to the sect. Luo Liang's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly scanned the surrounding disciples of the Blood Yin sect, trying to find the young man who had caused him to end up in such a state. However, because the young man wore a ghost face mask in the Great Hall that day, none of these people were wearing masks now, so he couldn't distinguish him for a while. However, although the face was concealed, the chi could not be changed, and he would eventually find some clues about this person. However, while Luo Liang was observing the people around him, another enchanting figure, Ao Qing, also had her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd, similarly searching for someone. After a while, she seemed to have not found the person she was looking for and withdrew her gaze with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Gu Jingfeng's gaze also swept continuously across the disciples below, one by one. After a long while, a look of confusion appeared on his face. The person he was looking for was Sun Yang. However, among these 20-odd people, there was no sign of Sun Yang. This made Gu Jingfeng flash a hint of worry. Could it be that something unexpected had truly happened to Sun Yang, and he had perished within the secret realm? After all, even his wisp of remnant soul within the secret realm had not discovered Sun Yang's presence. However, he quickly shook his head. It was impossible for someone Gu Jingfeng favored to die so easily. That kid must have encountered an accident, causing him to come out late. Moreover, there was still some time before the secret realm formation closed. But another hour passed. Within the formation, although a few people would occasionally fly out at sparse intervals, Sun Yang's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Even Gu Jingfeng's face showed a hint of anxiety. It was not easy to find a suitable person, he hoped nothing would go wrong. After another quarter of an hour, a figure emerged from the formation, glanced briefly around, and then flew towards the Blood Yin sect. This person was none other than Sun Yang, who had emerged from the secret realm. He had already removed his disguise, revealing his original appearance. The moment he landed, several gazes converged on him. The most fervent among them belonged to Gu Jingfeng. At this moment, Gu Jingfeng's anxious expression visibly relaxed, a faint smile appeared on his face, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. But he quickly seemed to realize the impropriety and deliberately withdrew his gaze. The other few gazes appeared a bit sharper. Luo Liang's gaze was as if devouring, continuously scrutinizing Sun Yang, seemingly wanting to see through his entire being. After a while, he finally withdrew his gaze with a slight disappointment. When he first saw Sun Yang, he felt a sense of familiarity, but the more he looked, the more he found that Sun Yang's chi seemed somewhat different from that of the ghost-faced kid within the secret realm. This feeling made him extremely strange. He had looked for a long time just now, but in the end, he still found nothing amiss. However, Luo Liang strongly felt that the ghost-faced kid must be hiding among these few dozen people. After much thought, he decided that after returning to the sect, he would thoroughly investigate these 20 to 30 people. Having been played by that ghost-faced kid in such a manner, there was no way Luo Liang could swallow this insult. Another person who had been watching Sun Yang for a long time was Ao Qing. Because she was ambushed by Feng Kong in the Immortal Slaying Hall, she was poisoned by a blood toxin. She originally thought she could kill Feng Kong and reclaim the treasure. Who would have thought that Sun Yang would snatch it away at the last moment? This left her with nothing, and at the same time, due to the activation of the blood toxin, she was unable to contend for other treasures within the secret realm. Currently, she had obtained very few spiritual items, and there was even a possibility that she would be punished by her master upon returning to the sect. She had already blamed all of this on Sun Yang. If Sun Yang hadn't snatched the treasure at the end, with that treasure, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. This made her determination to find Sun Yang exceptionally firm. Her beautiful eyes continuously swept over Sun Yang, even longer than Luo Liang's, but in the end, she still shook her head and withdrew her gaze. Ao Qing, like Luo Liang, felt a sense of familiarity at first glance, but the more she looked, the more different it felt. After all, the person's appearance and chi that day did not quite match Sun Yang's. Who exactly was this person? Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her gaze growing colder, because she suddenly realized that perhaps the person that day had disguised their appearance, and now only needed to change their chi to deceive everyone. At present, this person had definitely changed their chi, but no matter what, they were definitely among these 20 to 30 people. She couldn't help but use a secret technique to record all their appearances and chi. As Sun Yang landed among the crowd, his peripheral vision subtly scanned his surroundings, and his heart sank abruptly. A few people merely glanced and then shifted their gaze. Only 2 gazes lingered for an exceptionally long time. In his peripheral vision, he quickly realized that these 2 were Luo Liang and Ao Qing. Their gazes were filled with ill intent, making it hard for Sun Yang not to pay extra attention. Sun Yang was well aware of their gazes, he had thoroughly offended both of them within the secret realm. It seemed these 2 intended to seek revenge after returning to the sect. But he had no fear. This time, he had gained a lot in the secret realm, obtaining many magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and spiritual items. As long as he took some time to digest all of these, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even have a chance to break through the foundation establishment stage bottleneck. By then, even if these 2 didn't come looking for him, he would find an opportunity to secretly deal with them. Thinking this, a sinister look flickered in Sun Yang's cold eyes. Oh! At this moment, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Because he discovered that besides the gazes of Luo Liang and the other person, there was also an extremely subtle gaze. This gaze did not come from within the Blood Yin sect, instead, it originated from someone on the other side, within the Corpse Demon sect. Because this person was quite far away and their gaze was extremely subtle, if one did not observe carefully, it would indeed be difficult to detect. This person wore a black robe that covered their entire body, revealing only a pale, somewhat emaciated face. Their appearance was very ordinary, the kind that would be inconspicuous if thrown into a crowd. It was precisely because of this that this person rarely attracted attention. Sun Yang looked over with a blank expression, realizing that he had never had any contact with this person in the secret realm. Why would this person deliberately pay attention to him? This question made him feel even more suspicious. However, when he once again fixed his gaze on this person, that person actually turned their face over at this moment, meeting his gaze without any reservation, and a wicked smile curved at the corner of their mouth. It was this smile that made Sun Yang flash a hint of surprise. Because he felt this wicked smile was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. As he recalled it in his mind, his eyes turned cold. Could this person be Xuekang, the evil demon he encountered in the subduing beast hall? Although this evil demon was not shrouded in devilish chi, this extremely sinister wicked smile was impossible to change. This evil demon had actually come out and disguised himself as a corpse demon sect disciple. Xuekang seemed to have noticed the difference in Sun Yang's gaze and, without any avoidance, revealed a hint of greed. Having his identity guessed by Sun Yang, this demon showed no fear whatsoever, instead, he swept his gaze over Sun Yang with great interest. He possessed an extremely profound secret technique, even if Sun Yang turned to ash before him, he would still be able to identify him. This was also why the demon could recognize Sun Yang as the boy wearing the ghost-faced mask from subduing beast hall at a glance. However, the demon had not expected Sun Yang to be so young, which meant his flesh and blood must be exceptionally delicious. If it weren't for the nascent soul ancestor being present, the demon would not have dared to be so presumptuous, it probably would have lunged at Sun Yang already. Sun Yang was not to be outdone, his sharp eyes swept over, subtly emanating a strong killing intent. Upon seeing this, Shui Kang's gaze grew even more sinister. He hadn't expected this child to still be so arrogant. He truly was someone who could threaten him twice. However, things were different now. He had already devoured too much blood food within the secret realm, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the Dharma eye of the nascent soul ancestor at this moment. Humph, boy, let you be smug for a while. Prepare your neck and wait, in a few years, I will come for your life. You'd best increase your strength during this time, or else you won't even be qualified to be my blood food. At this moment, an extremely sinister voice transmission reached Sun Yang's ear. Although the sound was not loud, it made him slightly startled. This was because, despite the great distance between him and Shui Kang, the demon was still able to subtly transmit its voice using magical power. This strength was definitely not comparable to before. It seemed this demon had also obtained an opportunity within the secret realm, causing its strength to surge. This was becoming troublesome. Fortunately, the demon was within the corpse demon sect, so it likely couldn't extend its reach into the blood yin sect. However, he feared the demon might resort to underhanded tactics, using strange methods to infiltrate the blood yin sect, which would put him in some trouble. But as the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals will block them, when the water comes, the earth will cover it. He would have ways to deal with this demon. Sun Yang no longer paid attention to the demon's provocation, instead withdrawing his gaze and focusing his attention on his surroundings. Just then, the secret realm formation's light flashed. A thin, short figure emerged from the formation. This person was Feng Ziyi. Because of his dwarfish appearance, he indeed attracted some attention from others. Some people's eyes initially held a hint of amusement, but most who could safely emerge from the secret realm were not weak. This also made those with amusement quickly retract their gazes. Feng Ziyi's small eyes darted around, and he quickly fled towards the blood yin sect. The moment he landed, he seemed to sense a sharp gaze, and his small eyes subtly looked over. Upon realizing that the owner of this gaze was Sun Yang, Feng Ziyi's body instinctively trembled slightly. But the trembling quickly stopped, and a hint of arrogance appeared on Feng Ziyi's face. He couldn't help but remember that he had that senior backing him, so why should he fear this boy named Wang Ping? Then, he deliberately made his gaze sinister, turning back to meet Sun Yang's eyes. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang couldn't help but reveal a set of white teeth, smiling coldly. Is this old man crazy? Who gave him the guts to provoke me like this? His heart grew colder. If he hadn't failed to encounter this person in the secret realm, he would have killed him long ago. How could he let him jump around like this? However, Feng Ziyi was not only unafraid of Sun Yang's cold smile but also, on his unpleasant face, he returned a sinister smile, then tilted his head back and turned away. A cold glint flashed in Sun Yang's eyes, and his killing intent deepened. After a long while, he finally withdrew his gaze. Time slowly passed, and another 2 hours went by. Now, there was less than a quarter of an hour until the secret realm formation closed. Anyone who could exit the secret realm should have already come out by now. At this moment, a total of 42 people had emerged from the 10,000 Ghost sect, 38 from the Corpse Demon sect, and 30 from the Blood Yin sect. It could be said that for some unknown reason, the Blood Yin sect had the fewest people emerge this time, which was highly illogical. Even Blood Evening's brows were furrowed in anger. Normally, with the 70% mortality rate for the secret realm expedition, out of 150 entrants, at least 40 or so would emerge. But now, only 30 people from his Blood Yin sect had come out. Blood Evening felt a surge of anger, and a faint pressure emanated from his body, seemingly falling upon the Corpse Demon sect disciples. Not long after, he discovered the clue and said with a cold sneer, Corpse Sky old monster, you truly have good methods. You even used more than 10 living corpse puppet disciples. These living corpse puppets were a secret art of the Corpse Demon sect, which could refine cultivators into living corpses while retaining their consciousness. After doing so, these living corpse puppets' physical bodies could become as hard as corpse puppets, generally able to withstand attacks from medium-grade magical artifacts. Humph, same to you. Don't think I don't know what methods that junior next to you used, old monster. Shi Tian snorted coldly and retorted impolitely. Upon hearing this, Blood Evening felt a surge of qi that was neither up nor down. Clearly, the other party had also seen through his methods. Given that, he had nothing more to say. Fairy Feng Hun, on the side, watched the bickering between Blood Evening and the other with a cold, amused expression. Indeed, these two old ancestors had no good intentions. However, with her presiding this time, these two old ancestors wouldn't dare extend their reach to her 10,000 Ghost sect. This also meant that more people from the 10,000 Ghost sect had emerged than in previous years. They had also become the sect with the most survivors among the three sects. Now that the secret realm was basically over, she didn't want to stay here with these two old ancestors any longer. She felt disgusted staying even for a moment. Feng Hun waved her hand, taking out a flying ship emanating ghost chi, and coldly snorted at the 10,000 Ghost sect disciples, what are you still standing around for? Quickly get on the flying ship. Her clear voice was extremely penetrating, startling the 10,000 Ghost sect disciples, who scrambled onto the flying ship. As the flying ship emitted ghost chi, it whooshed through the air and departed. Blood Evening and Shi Tian both watched all this coldly, saying nothing much. They wished this fairy would leave sooner. Now that only their two sects remained, it was time to decide the outcome of the Fu Mo chess game. Corpse Sky old monster, don't be too happy too soon. The outcome is not yet decided. Perhaps I will win against you in terms of spiritual items. Oh, then let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tian waved his large hand, and the subduing demon chessboard shot into the sky, emitting a dazzling white and black light that enveloped everything around it. The chess game has been set, let's begin. After saying that, Shi Tian instantly appeared above the corpse demon sect disciples, gave them a cold glance, and then began to have those disciples take out all the spiritual items in their hands. Similarly, Blood Evening also appeared above the Blood Yin sect, but he swept a cold gaze over the disciples below. Suddenly, a strong pressure emanated from his body, directly and impolitely pressing down. Then, he spoke coldly, if anyone dares to hide spiritual items and not take them out, once discovered, I will personally take action. You all should think carefully. But rest assured, I will naturally not shortchange you on what belongs to you. Although the subduing demon chessboard was a treasure passed down from ancient times, the chess game was ultimately a contest between two people, and the subduing demon chessboard would not interfere too much. Therefore, only by displaying the spiritual items of both sides openly can a winner be decided. As for those spiritual items that were not found, or were hidden, they will not be counted. This depends on the skill of the chess player. If they fail to discover hidden spiritual items, they can only blame themselves for being inferior. This was also the reason for Blood Evening's cold warning, and at the same time, it was a deterrent. Although he had many ways to expose hidden items, doing so would somewhat tarnish his reputation. Under the pressure, the disciples below were immediately terrified and began to weigh their options. After all, if their methods were discovered, the consequences would be quite severe. Even Sun Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, but he quickly relaxed and regained his composure. Among them, Feng Ziyi was the most nervous. At this moment, Feng Ziyi was filled with fear. But thinking of what that senior had said, he still decided to go all out. If he truly handed over the spiritual items, he would only get 1/3. This would be greatly detrimental to his future cultivation. Rather than that, he might as well risk his old life to gamble. And those who considered their methods clumsy still dared not hide anything, and one after another, they flipped their hands and took out their spiritual items. Soon, the first person unhesitatingly took out 5 vibrant spiritual plants. The moment these spiritual items appeared, the subduing demon chessboard above emitted a light, which quickly landed on the 5 spiritual items. Then, the white chess pieces on the chessboard also began to move. A total of 7 pieces moved and landed on Blood Evening's side. 5 spiritual items, 7 chess pieces. This seemed unequal, but in fact, the subduing demon chessboard likely had the ability to estimate the value of spiritual items, which is why 7 white chess pieces flew out. And when the next person took out 3 spiritual items of a lighter color, only 2 white chess pieces flew out from the subduing demon chessboard. This further indicated that each white chess piece had a stable valuation, not influenced by the quantity of spiritual items, but by their value. Next, from front to back, the disciples slowly began to take out their spiritual items. After 100 breaths, it had already reached Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi paused slightly, then feigned calmness, and took out 3 dark, slender bamboo stalks from his storage pouch. Although there were few spiritual items, 7 white chess pieces actually floated out from the subduing demon chessboard and landed on Xuekang's side. Even Xuekang couldn't help but look over, and upon seeing that they were merely 3 sections of soul bamboo, he slowly withdrew his gaze. Although these 3 sections of soul bamboo were good, their effect was not particularly significant for a blood path sect. Feng Ziyi saw Blood Evening shift his gaze, knowing that he had made the right gamble. The 3 sections of soul bamboo, though seemingly extraordinary, were actually the least useful of the spiritual items he had obtained for blood path cultivators. This was why Blood Evening didn't pay much attention, and thus didn't focus too much on him. As Feng Ziyi took out his spiritual items, 23 people from the Blood Yin sect had already taken out spiritual items, with only 7 remaining. However, on Blood Evening's side, there were only 180 white chess pieces. Conversely, on Shi Tian's side, there were 230 pieces. This made Shi Tian's eyes show a hint of joy. He had an advantage in numbers, and even more spiritual items than the other side. How could this not make Shi Tian joyful? He was certain to win this time, and that blood banner would definitely be his. At the same time, he could also see old ancestor Blood Evening's frustrated expression, which was incredibly stimulating. However, before Shi Tian could be happy for long, after only a few breaths, he suddenly discovered that Blood Evening's side had an additional 130 white chess pieces. What on earth was going on? Although he had long anticipated that the junior beside Blood Evening had used a soul-splitting technique to infiltrate 3 people, it shouldn't have resulted in so many extra white chess pieces. Shi Tian was startled, and his expression immediately changed slightly. On the Blood Yin sect's side, a young man with a rosy complexion and delicate features was continuously taking out spiritual items from his storage pouch. Moreover, this person was not one of the 3 controlled by the junior's soul-splitting. Shi Tian then realized that some kind of change must have occurred. However, this scene also attracted the attention of other disciples. When they saw the young man's face, they were initially a bit confused, but soon many people's eyes widened, because wasn't this person precisely the one known as Blood Demon in the secret realm? Immediately, a solemn expression appeared all around. Seeing this, Shi Tian forcibly controlled a certain disciple of the corpse demon sect and performed a soul-searching method, quickly learning about the changes in the secret realm, and cold light flickered in his eyes. Even Sun Yang was startled. This was because Wang Qinglu, at this moment, seemed to have changed his face. He no longer had his previous purplish skin and dull eyes. At this moment, his skin was fair with a reddish glow and extremely elastic, and his eyes were full of spirit, making it very difficult to compare him to before. It was precisely this change that Sun Yang had failed to notice at first. If Wang Qinglu hadn't been taking out spiritual items so carelessly now, the other disciples around him would also not have noticed. And Wang Qinglu ignored the gazes of others. He had benefited immensely in this secret realm, and as for these spiritual items, he didn't care much at all. Since he had killed many people, these spiritual items all belonged to those he had killed, so taking them out wouldn't have much impact. At the same time, what he had done in the secret realm would be difficult to conceal, so he might as well use these spiritual items to curry favor with old ancestor Blood Evening. He thought that the old ancestor wouldn't refuse these spiritual items, and then the matter of the secret realm would be treated as if it never happened. At this moment, although Blood Evening's expression was stern, his slightly moving eyes revealed that he was somewhat pleasantly surprised. Blood Evening, this child wantonly killed disciples of my sect within the secret realm, are you not going to give an explanation? Shi Tian's yin qi surged, directly pressing towards Wang Qinglu, while a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he spoke coldly. However, Blood Evening flipped his hand, and a blood-red light shot out, breaking Shi Tian's pressure, and at the same time, he snorted coldly, "Humph, what explanation? Life and death are irrelevant within the secret realm, this is a rule set by our three sects." Although this sect's disciple was a bit out of line, he did not violate the rules. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your corpse demon sect disciples for being inferior. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian's anger flared. The Yin Extreme Secret Realm was a place to contend for treasures. If his corpse demon sect disciples were defeated and killed during the treasure hunt, he naturally wouldn't say much. But the Blood Yin sect deliberately let in an evil disciple just to randomly kill people to cultivate so-called demonic techniques. How could that be justified? If the three sects all played this way next time, wouldn't the Yin Extreme Secret Realm become a place for cultivating demonic techniques? But at this moment, how could Shi Tian not understand Blood Evening's purpose? He was resorting to any means necessary to win this chess game. Very well, Blood Evening, you truly intend to protect this child. But at this moment, Shi Tian was consumed by rage, and his expression turned stern. When had he, Shi Tian, ever suffered such a loss? This anger would definitely be unleashed. The next moment, a sharp black chi, rippling with a wave, shot towards Wang Qinglu. For a nascent soul ancestor to attack a junior, if this were on the Righteous Path School's side, it would definitely be something scorned by others. But in Shi Tian's eyes, he didn't care. If this kid were allowed to grow, that would be a huge threat. Instead of that, it was better to directly nip him in the bud before he could grow. He had killed a mere chi refinement stage junior, and that was that. Would Blood Evening old monster really fight him over this? Shi Tian, you are despicable. The black chi was extremely fast and unusually sharp. Although Blood Evening immediately moved to block it, he only managed to intercept most of its power. A small portion still struck Wang Qinglu's body directly. Wang Qinglu's body emitted black chi, and countless veins bulged around him. Under the twisting of the black chi, they began to burst open. A gush of black blood suddenly splattered all around. Humph, humph, after taking this strike from this venerable one, this kid is sure to die. Shi Tian's mouth curved into a cold, sinister smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of this person's miserable death, and the anger in his heart slightly dissipated. However, little did he know that at the moment the black blood splattered. A dense blood chi actually emerged from around Wang Qinglu's body, and a blood shadow appeared behind him. With a grab from the blood shadow, the remaining black chi in his body was actually swallowed. And his ruptured meridians also slowly began to heal under the blood chi. In just a few breaths, they gradually healed. However, after doing all this, Wang Qinglu's aura became extremely weak. Clearly, he had paid a price to save his life. Seeing this, Shi Tian's eyes flashed with shock. He discovered that the cultivation technique this kid practiced seemed to be one of the Blood Yin sect's secret arts, and he had actually survived this attack. His face turned pale and then green. This forceful attack was already a case of bullying the weak, and he had failed to kill a junior with one strike, which instantly made him lose all face. Enough, Shi Tian. You've also made one strike, which can be considered venting your sex junior's anger. Let's put this matter behind us. If you dare to strike again, don't blame this old ancestor for not adhering to our agreement and fighting you to the death. Blood Evening's eyes were filled with rage at this moment, but then he thought that this junior had indeed gone too far in the secret realm. Although he was currently engaged in the Fu Mo chess game with Shi Tian and didn't want to lose the chess game, that was why he spoke up to protect this junior. But if he didn't let Shi Tian vent some of his anger, what if the other party used the same tactic in the next secret realm? That would be troublesome then. For the sake of the sect's development, he had to forcibly break this rule, otherwise, the next secret realm would not be about seizing treasures, but a battlefield between their two sects. However, Shi Tian had already personally attacked once. If he couldn't kill this kid, he could only blame his own lack of skill in his techniques. If he were to let him attack again, where would Blood Evening's face be put? How would the juniors in his school view him, this old ancestor? Therefore, Blood Evening would absolutely not allow Shi Tian to act again. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian secretly pondered and could only reluctantly put away his killing intent. After all, a decisive battle with Blood Evening here would be extremely unfavorable to him. As this scene concluded, on Blood Evening's side, the white chess pieces had already reached 310, exactly 80 more than Shi Tian's side. But Shi Tian still had more than 10 people who hadn't taken out spirit medicine, while the blood yin sect only had 6. However, at this moment, Gu Jingfeng secretly performed a spell. His remnant soul controlled 3 figures, who slowly walked forward. The next moment, these 3 people rummaged through their storage pouches, and each of them actually took out about 30 spirit medicine. Together, the 3 of them had almost 100. As the light of the Fu Mo chess game fell, white chess pieces continuously floated out. This time, an astonishing 120 pieces floated out. Gu Jingfeng smiled even more broadly at this. With these 120 white chess pieces, the old ancestors' side had reached 430 pieces. Even if the corpse demon sect had 8 more people than the blood yin sect, if calculated at 5 pieces per person, they would only have 40 more pieces. And at this moment, his blood yin sect had a full 200 more chess pieces than the corpse demon sect. After subtracting 40 pieces, there were still 160 more. What could the corpse demon sect possibly use to surpass the old ancestor? Even Blood Evening cast a approving glance at Gu Jingfeng. However, Gu Jingfeng seemed to have celebrated too early. Even if Shi Tian could initiate the Fu Mo chess game with Blood Evening, he naturally wasn't unprepared. The last 10 or so people in the corpse demon sect were all living corpse puppet disciples he had arranged. These people had all gone to the central area of the secret realm. Many of them had gone to the Spirit Medicine Immortal Palace and the Alchemy Hall, where the quantity of spirit medicine was incomparable to other places. At the same time, Shi Tian had already detected the methods used by the Blood Yin Sect's Junior, who was behind Blood Evening, at the very beginning of the secret realm. He had been on guard beforehand and did not walk through the main entrance of the Spirit Medicine Immortal Palace. Instead, he used a secret art to quietly enter the Immortal Palace. These more than 10 people walked forward simultaneously, each grabbing their storage pouch, and each took out at least 10 spirit medicine. Together, there were over 150. As the light of the subduing demon chessboard appeared and fell upon these spirit medicine, black chess pieces quickly poured out, an astonishing 210 of them. Each of these spirit medicine was quite valuable. What? Blood Evening's heart tightened. This scene was also unexpected for him, which instantly made him anxious. He didn't expect this old monster to pull such a trick at the end. And on his side, there were only 3 people who hadn't taken out spirit medicine. This made Blood Evening feel a hint of disappointment. This time, he had fallen for this old monster's trick. For more than 10 people to simultaneously take out more than 10 spirit medicine, this was impossible in any secret realm. There was only one possibility, and that was that Corpse Sky Old Monster had used some secret art that allowed his disciples to quietly enter the Immortal Palace. No wonder this old monster was so confident. As soon as Blood Evening thought that the other party had cheated, a surge of anger immediately rose. But he still held on to a last shred of hope, looking at the last 3 people. Grandmaster Blood Evening, please rest assured and behold this item. At this moment, Luo Liang, one of the 3, stepped forward and took out a golden fruit, a fresh fragrance wafting towards them. Blood Evening's eyes immediately lit up. With just one glance, he realized that this fruit was actually a Fuhua fruit. This fruit was the most precious among these spirit medicine. Then, he looked at Luo Liang, and only then did he realize that this child seemed to be senior brother Fan Shui's disciple. A teachable youth. Blood Evening couldn't help but stroke his beard, extremely satisfied with Luo Liang. This single fruit, under the light of the subduing demon chessboard, actually generated 50 chess pieces directly. Luo Liang's face lit up with joy at receiving praise from old ancestor Blood Evening. He was merely a named disciple of old ancestor Feng Yu, although the title sounded grand, only he knew that his master did not have high expectations for him, only teaching him once every few months. Now, with old ancestor Blood Evening's praise, perhaps he would receive some guidance in the future. At the same time, Luo Liang also looked at the last 2 people, as he still hadn't seen the other golden light fruit appear. Only when the other fruit appeared would he be able to truly confirm who that ghost-faced masked boy was. Given the importance of this golden light fruit, this disciple would never dare to hide it, especially since old ancestor Blood Evening would not allow this fruit to be privately hoarded. This was a full 50 white chess pieces, and the importance of this fruit to the sect was also inexpressible. The reason he brought it out was because he was a disciple of old ancestor Feng Yu, as long as he mentioned it to his master later. Even if his master didn't value him much, he would likely step forward to claim this fruit for him. After all, this fruit was brought out by him, and it was only right that he should be the first to enjoy it. Ha 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 ha, Shi Tian, no matter what tricks you play, you've lost to this old ancestor. Currently, there were 40 more white chess pieces than black chess pieces, subtracting the 8 extra people from the corpse demon sect, with 40 chess pieces, the 2 were now tied. But on his Blood Yin sect's side, there were still 2 people who hadn't taken out their spiritual plants. His Blood Evening was destined to win, that blood drinking stone was his. Blood Evening, who told you that 1 extra person counts for 5 chess pieces? Have you forgotten that the subduing demon chessboard calculates the corresponding chess pieces based on the ratio of people? He, don't you see the number of people who have emerged from the secret realm now? Can it still be compared to the last time? Although Shi Tian was also very surprised that someone would take out the Fuhua fruit at the end, he then chuckled and said. Upon hearing this, Blood Evening finally noticed the problem. Due to some changes in the secret realm, the total number of people from both sects who had emerged was less than 30%. Compared to the 40% from the last time, there was a significant difference. If calculated this way, then each person would account for 7 chess pieces, and 8 people would be 56 chess pieces. In fact, he and the corpse demon sect were still 16 chess pieces apart. Blood Evening's expression involuntarily turned cold as he looked at the last two people. One was a fang-faced youth, and the other was Sun Yang. The fang-faced youth did not dare to delay, stepping forward and taking out two spiritual plants from his embrace, but these two spiritual plants were dull and seemed quite ordinary. Sun Yang secretly glanced, his heart tightening, because the spiritual plants taken out by this fang-faced youth were worth at most 2 chess pieces. However, in his storage pouch, he only had 3 prepared spiritual plants, which were worth about 4 or 5 chess pieces. It seemed that old ancestor Blood Evening was bound to lose. But at this moment, Sun Yang had no choice, he could only feign composure and step forward, taking out 3 spiritual plants from his storage pouch. As the 5 spiritual plants appeared, the subduing demon chessboard's light fell upon the spiritual plants, and soon only 7 white chess pieces flew out. Blood Evening's expression visibly darkened at this sight. An invisible chi rose around him. Ha 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 ha, Blood Evening, you lost. Shi Tian laughed triumphantly, then waved his hand, and the subduing demon chessboard began to calculate the number of people. Not long after, indeed, 56 black chess pieces flew out from Shi Tian's side. Adding to the previous count, Shi Tian's side now had a total of 496, while Blood Evening's side only had 487, a difference of 9 chess pieces. The Fu Mo chess game's outcome is decided. A bet is a bet. Blood Evening, you should hand over that treasure to me. Shi Tian glanced at the difference in chess pieces between the two, his eyes immediately filled with joy, but his expression remained cold as he spoke. Humph, the chess game's outcome is not yet decided. For you to ask this old ancestor to hand over the treasure, corpse sky old monster, aren't you a bit too impatient? Blood Evening, at this moment, coldly snorted, speaking each word with a chilling tone, and as his voice echoed, the surroundings were enveloped in a cold chi. You are 9 chess pieces behind. How is the outcome not decided? Or do you intend to go back on your word and not hand over that treasure? You should be very clear about the consequences of doing so. By then, it will be too late to be judged by the subduing demon chessboard. Shi Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he stared directly at Blood Evening, speaking the stakes without reservation. Humph, this old ancestor acts with his own discretion. You just watch. As Blood Evening's voice fell, a massive pressure emanated from him, directly pressing down on the Blood Yin sect disciples. At this moment, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, he vanished from the surroundings. At this time, Sun Yang's face showed a hint of shock, simply because Blood Evening instantly appeared to his left, in front of that fang-faced youth. Sun Yang was also startled by the powerful fluctuation of magical power, but fortunately, this old ancestor's target was not himself. Next, Blood Evening pointed a ruthless finger, and the fang-faced youth only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something had suddenly drilled into his head. In a moment, a faint, tiny black shadow was grabbed from the fang-faced youth's mind. The tiny black shadow, held by the large hand, struggled continuously, but it was clearly useless. In a short moment, it seemed to be swept by a strange ripple and stopped struggling. Blood Evening's face was cold. He then kneaded the black shadow and placed it on his palm, then his gaze, sharp as a torch, coldly swept over Shi Tian, and he grinned chillingly. Shi Tian's face instantly darkened upon seeing this scene. He was all too familiar with this black shadow, it was precisely the spell he had secretly cast. It turned out that when he attacked Wang Qinglu with black qi earlier, he had secretly woven a subtle secret technique into it. When the black qi hit Wang Qinglu, drawing everyone's attention, Shi Tian also secretly cast a spell, quickly attaching the black shadow to the fang-faced youth. The reason he chose the fang-faced youth was also based on something. This was because Shi Tian possessed a top-tier detection treasure that could detect the quantity of spiritual plants in other storage pouches without injecting any magical power. And he had already detected the quantity of spiritual plants in the storage pouches of the 6 people behind Wang Qinglu. However, this treasure could only detect the quantity of spiritual plants, not estimate their specific value. Among the 6 people behind Wang Qinglu, 3 were controlled by Gu Jingfeng's split soul. Shi Tian naturally wouldn't risk possessing these 3, as the risk of exposure was too great. And Luo Liang had only taken out 1 spiritual plant, Sun Yang's storage pouch only had 3 spiritual plants, and only the fang-faced youth's storage pouch contained a full 9 spiritual plants. Shi Tian naturally chose the fang-faced youth. After all, even if the spiritual items in the fang-faced youth's hand were of low value, there should still be 12 or 13 chess pieces. This also became his hidden move. Once he discovered something was amiss, he could quickly cast a spell to control the fang-faced youth. But now, it was seen through by Blood Evening, which made Shi Tian flash a hint of surprise, as this spell was extremely secretive and generally difficult for others to detect. However, what if it was discovered? With his spell, those spiritual items had already been devoured by the black shadow and could not be recovered at all. Shi Tian secretly flashed a hint of self-satisfaction. He had always held a grudge about Blood Evening damaging his heavenly illusion demonic corpse back then. This Fu Mo chess game was something he had planned for a long time. He had to get a piece of flesh from Blood Evening to avenge the past. However, when Shi Tian was immersed in his triumph, suddenly, unbeknownst to him, Blood Evening's palm moved, and he cast some unknown spell. The black shadow merged into a red mist and gradually began to dissolve. And as it slowly dissolved, threads of liquid twisted away. After a full 30 breaths, the black shadow completely disappeared within the red mist, and when Blood Evening's palm shook, as the red mist dispersed, 7 drops of thick liquid floated quietly in his palm. Blood Evening immediately patted his storage pouch and took out 7 small porcelain bowls, into which he poured the 7 drops of liquid. What, could this be the soul refining method? Upon seeing this, Shi Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was actually an extremely rare secret method capable of soul refining. Although his black soul had consumed spiritual items, it had not fully absorbed them. Now, with this soul refining method, it was forcibly refined out. Since the essence of the spiritual items had not diminished, it had merely transformed into a different state. At this moment, the subduing demon chessboard emitted a light, shining upon the thick liquid, and chess pieces began to fly out. In a short while, 10 white chess pieces directly flew out. He, Shi Tian, you are 1 piece short, you lost. Blood Evening let out an evil laugh, stood with his hands behind his back, and spoke coldly. Shi Tian's face was extremely unsightly, his eyes flashing with intense anger. He hadn't expected his meticulous plan to end in a loss. After hesitating for a long while, he still reluctantly took out an eerie stone and threw it towards Blood Evening. Upon receiving the blood-drinking stone, Blood Evening's old face showed great joy. He then carefully put the stone away. His mood greatly improved after obtaining the gem, and he couldn't help but say to his disciples, your performance was very good. Any who brought back spiritual items worth 10 chess pieces can go to Lianxian Hall when we return to the sect. I will prepare certain rewards for you. With that said, Blood Evening specifically looked at Luo Liang and some others who had brought out items worth 50 chess pieces, his mouth seeming to move slightly, as if transmitting something. However, Blood Evening did not pay much attention to Wang Qinglu. Although Wang Qinglu had brought out the most spiritual items, his actions within the secret realm still displeased this old ancestor quite a bit. His willingness to protect this person's life was already a great favor. If this disciple continued to act willfully upon returning to the sect, he could only fend for himself. It was getting late. Blood Evening glanced at Shi Tian's gloomy face and laughed heartily, unconcerned. Haha, Corpse Sky old monster, thank you for your treasure. I hope to meet you again at the next secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated, directly summoned the blood-colored flying ship, and had the disciples board. A few breaths later, the blood-colored flying ship streaked across the sky. Shi Tian's angry eyes swept over the disciples below, cursing trash, before waving his hand, summoning a flying ship, and beginning to instruct the disciples to board. These corpse demon sect disciples were all trembling with fear, not daring to linger when boarding, fearing they might displease the old ancestor and be instantly annihilated. In less than 2 breaths, all 38 people had boarded the flying ship. Among them, a gaunt person smiled sinisterly. At this moment, he felt like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the surrounding corpse demon sect disciples. At the same time, he cast a distant glance at Sun Yang's departing flying ship, a meaningful look flashing in his eyes. Then, as Shi Tian activated a spell, the flying ship instantly cut through the sky and escaped into the void. One day later, at the Blood Yin sect's side peak Immortal Cave. Upon returning to his Immortal Cave, Sun Yang took out the 5 Sun Soul pouch and carefully placed it into a prepared blood pool. Then, he flipped his hand, took out a small bottle, dripped 7 or 8 drops of spirit liquid into it, and then put the small bottle away. Due to Sun Yang's use of a divination treasure during the secret realm trip, his cultivation had decreased by 10%. Therefore, he urgently needed to cultivate his cultivation back to perfection at the 10th level. But before that, he planned to cultivate the 5 Sun Soul pouch to the Qi refining stage 9th level or above, so that when he cultivated, he could absorb more spiritual power through the pouch, which would also allow his cultivation to improve faster. After all, from the 9th level to the 10th level perfection, he had cultivated for a full 2 years back then, and he couldn't afford to wait now. Since he had offended many sect prodigies during the secret realm trip, he had to quickly improve his strength to be more secure. Upon seeing the soul pouch absorbing the spirit liquid, Sun Yang then went to the side of the immortal cave and sat down cross-legged. Then, with the thought, the 5-clawed dragon cauldron appeared. Sun Yang opened the lid and reached inside, pulling out a storage pouch. Previously, to hide spiritual items, he had tried placing the storage pouch into the cauldron, only to find that the storage pouch did not react when placed inside the cauldron. Apparently, this was because the storage pouch was merely a spatial magical artifact, containing very little spiritual power and capable of converging spiritual power within its space. And its internal space was independent, not directly contacting the dragon cauldron, which was why it didn't react. This also allowed Sun Yang to safely bring the spiritual items back. Then, he shook the storage pouch, and its contents poured out continuously. There were spirit stones, magical artifacts, medicinal pills, spiritual items, and some books. These were all things Sun Yang had spent some time organizing from the storage pouches of the several cultivators he had killed. Actually, there were many talismans and other miscellaneous items, but he felt they took up too much space and discarded them, only keeping the valuable ones. Of course, there were also some artifacts he couldn't identify but felt were not ordinary, and some materials, which he also put into the storage pouch. He had harvested as many as 8,000 spirit stones. This was mainly because the cultivators Sun Yang had killed were all strong. And the spiritual items brought out from the secret realm reached about 100 plants. These spiritual items were all vibrant and much stronger than ordinary spiritual items. At the same time, there was also a fuhua fruit. Although he didn't know what effect this fruit would have. But just by looking at its value of 50 chess pieces, this fruit should also be extraordinary, and perhaps it would be of great use to him. He then carefully placed the fruit into an exquisite box, which he then carefully put into his storage pouch. He didn't know which unlucky person's storage pouch this box came from, but he was quite surprised when he found it. This was because, at the time, there was also a spirit medicine stored in the box, and the roots of that spirit medicine had turned severely black, clearly damaged during harvesting. Such damaged spirit medicine would often lose a large amount of its medicinal properties within a few days, yet when placed in this box, its properties remained completely intact. Sun Yang realized the uniqueness of this box, which was why he kept it. Now, placing the fuhua fruit inside would perfectly preserve its medicinal properties. Subsequently, Sun Yang's gaze fell upon the spiritual items on the ground. 40% of these spiritual items could enhance the soul body, but they were not very useful to him at the moment, so he put them aside. Another 40% were used to enhance spiritual power. Only 20% could be used for wash marrow, and a rough count showed about 17 or 18 of them. That was enough, as these spiritual items had extremely potent medicinal effects, even just a few could produce more than 10 wash marrow pills. Sun Yang's spiritual root was not very poor, so he wouldn't need to consume 10 wash marrow pills to completely remove all impurities from his body. However, with his current cultivation regression, it was not the right time to consume wash marrow pills, he should only take them after his cultivation returned to the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining. Immediately, he carefully placed these spiritual items into different storage pouches. After he finished sorting them, half of the items on the ground were gone. Next, Sun Yang turned his attention to the magical artifacts, beginning to inspect them one by one. After a while, a hint of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The magical artifacts on the ground had been divided into 3 categories by him. The first category consisted of 4 high-grade magical artifacts. The second category had as many as 10 medium-grade magical artifacts. The third category, low-grade magical artifacts, were densely packed, numbering about 20 or more. There were also 3 treasures even more formidable than high-grade magical artifacts, the Haolei Cape, the Ice Feather Fan, and the Flame Pearl. This made Sun Yang immediately beaming with joy. Of course, among these magical artifacts, the most numerous were Ghost Dao magical artifacts. This was also because he had killed many Ghost Dao disciples of the 10,000 Ghost sect within the secret realm. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 Ghost Sails. Although the grades of these Ghost Sails varied, there was 1 high-grade Ghost Sail and 3 medium-grade Ghost Sails among them. This high-grade Ghost Sail was obtained from the Ghost Cultivator with thick eyebrows. At the same time, he also obtained a soul summoning banner. Seeing these ghost artifacts, Sun Yang couldn't help but fall into thought. Currently, his most important task was to quickly increase his strength, but Blood Path Daoist magic often required a long period of cultivation. In contrast, Ghost Daoist magic was not only powerful but could also be learned in a short amount of time, so he planned to also cultivate some Ghost Daoist magic. Currently, he could only use the low-level Ghost Sail Underworld method, which was too weak. Now was a good opportunity to learn how to control a Ghost Sail, and combined with that soul summoning banner, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. Of course, Sun Yang would not cultivate another Ghost Dao cultivation technique, as that would be too time-consuming and not worth it for him. As for the Ghost Spirit Chi required to control the Ghost Sail, he could cultivate some using the soul summoning banner, so he only needed to also cultivate the spell for controlling the Ghost Sail. Moreover, Sun Yang also kept many methods for controlling Ghost Sails and how to cultivate Ghost Generals from the Ghost Cultivators he killed. The books on his left side precisely recorded these spells. He then carefully put away all those Ghost Sails and books, as cultivation could not be rushed. Next, he sorted out the magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and spirit stones. After a full quarter of an hour, only a few items remained on the ground. 3 stones containing thunder, these were the Leilong crystal stones. Currently, Sun Yang only had 2 demon subduing pearls, which were also one of his powerful trump cards. At that time, it was because he had the demon subduing pearls in the secret realm that he was able to deter that evil demon twice. But since there were only 2 of these pearls, he was absolutely unwilling to use one unless it was an emergency. This was also why he would rather lower his cultivation and use a divination treasure in the secret realm than use a demon subduing pearl to eliminate enemies. With these 3 Leilong crystal stones, he could make a few pseudo-demon extinguishing pearls that were slightly less powerful. This way, when facing enemies, he could also offer up these pearls to quickly eliminate them. Sun Yang looked at these 3 crystal stones, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of eliminating enemies by offering up these pseudo-demon extinguishing pearls, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a dark ink-colored small bottle on one side. Oh! He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. At that time, when he put this dark ink-colored small bottle into the storage pouch, he didn't look closely, only thinking that this item was somewhat sinister. He also liked such sinister items the most, which was why he kept it, but now that he looked at it, it seemed that not only did it have a sinister chi, but also a chilling coldness that pierced to the bone. With curiosity, Sun Yang carefully picked up the small bottle. But after observing it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was, so it seemed he could only open the small bottle to see what was inside. However, as he prepared to open it, a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. If he opened it and some poisonous mist floated out, and he was poisoned and died so foolishly, that would be too unjust. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yang couldn't help but activate his magical power. With the support of his magical power, the bottle floated to the left corner of the immortal cave. But he was still not at ease, so he immediately put on that ghost chi cape. This defensive treasure was most adept at defending against such poisonous attacks. With the cape on, Sun Yang finally felt a little more at ease. Then, with the movement of his magical power, the small bottle opened with a thud. A moment later, Sun Yang seemed to feel that he had been overly cautious. No poisonous mist floated out when the small bottle was opened. It just felt as if the immortal cave had become much colder. After a while, he activated his Daist magic and grabbed the small bottle. Upon looking inside, he saw a dark, thick liquid. Within this liquid, there was actually a mixture of ghost qi, and at the same time, some kind of yin poison was mixed in it. Is this a bottle of ghost spirit yin poison? When Sun Yang inquired about some highly poisonous substances in the market, he heard people mention that ghost cultivators had a kind of yin poison mixed with ghosts and ghost spirit qi. Seeing the dark ink-colored liquid in this bottle, with ghost qi intertwined within it, he immediately thought of ghost spirit yin poison. He was instantly overjoyed. If this poison were mixed with essence blood, it could be made into ghost yin blood poison, which was quite potent. Upon being hit by this, one would immediately be enveloped by a chilling ghost qi and would die directly on the spot within a few breaths. At the same time, if the ghost spirit yin poison were to mix with the strange flower and corpse devouring blood poison in his hand, what kind of blood poison would it transform into? Just thinking about it made Sun Yang excited. After carefully putting away the ghost spirit yin poison, there were no more valuable treasures on the ground worth paying attention to. And now that he had experienced the yin extreme secret realm, the sect had also granted him 2 years of rest, during which there were no sect missions. Sun Yang planned to leave his immortal cave for a trip, first heading to the market. He would sell some of the useless magical artifacts in his hand to exchange for spirit stones. These would be used to purchase a batch of low-grade medicinal herbs to refine spirit liquid with the dragon cauldron, and at the same time, he also needed to find auxiliary materials for making the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl. Additionally, he would buy some implements for mixing blood poison. He also needed to go to the corpse cave to get a batch of living corpses, to see if he could use the soul summoning banner to absorb the remnant souls into the sale. This time, he intended to first raise his strength. After all, Sun Yang did not know if Luo Liang or others might come looking for him, and only by increasing his strength could he feel at ease. An hour later, Sun Yang quietly left his immortal cave, activated a flying talisman, and flew towards the market. However, after flying a short distance, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he always felt an uneasy sensation in his heart, as if someone was secretly peeking at him. When he released his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings, he found the area to be completely silent, with no human figures or strange qi. This was a bit strange. Doubt appeared in Sun Yang's eyes, but his spiritual sense would not deceive him. There really should be no one around. It seemed that this trip to the Yin extreme secret realm had made his nerves taut, leaving him a bit restless and overly vigilant. He shook his head and continued to fly forward. However, 10 breaths after he had flown away, a figure slowly emerged from a dark place. This person revealed an aged face. It was Gu Jingfeng. This boy is good, very good, to have such a vigilant mind. My spiritual sense was almost discovered by him. Gu Jingfeng stroked his beard deeply, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He had come here this time precisely to probe the situation. Because he still didn't believe that Sun Yang had only taken out 3 spiritual items from within the secret realm, he had been secretly peeking just now. But this action made him extremely satisfied. How could someone with such alertness be an ordinary person of mediocre strength? He began to believe that Sun Yang must have brought out many spiritual items from within the secret realm, but he had managed to conceal them through some means. Gu Jingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The kind of person Gu Jingfeng valued should possess such a temperament. Otherwise, if they were all just common rats, how could they enter his Dharma eye? At the same time, his goal would also have a higher chance of success. But Gu Jingfeng quickly restrained his smile. His purpose in coming here this time was only to investigate Sun Yang's true strength. Currently, Sun Yang's strength was indeed quite good, but his cultivation was still too low to be of immediate help to his plan. Of course, he also had matters to attend to. Because this time, he had stumbled upon a huge opportunity. It turned out that after Gu Jingfeng returned to the sect, he was summoned by Old Ancestor Blood Evening. Because of his performance this time, the Old Ancestor actually agreed to let him go to the sect's secret place, the Blood Yin Pool, for a 3-year seclusion. This was a windfall, a good thing that was impossible to find even with a lantern. It had actually fallen to him. Although he had long heard that Old Ancestor Blood Evening's character was unrestrained, possessing the unique casual characteristic of those on the demonic path. But this casualness had also caught him off guard. After all, to be able to go to a place like the Blood Yin Pool, who among them wasn't a rising star of the sect, or a once-in-a-century prodigy, to be able to go to such a place? And what qualifications did he have to be able to go to such a secret place? But it was just that dramatic. He had only relied on a small favor to the Old Ancestor, yet he had obtained this quota. Of course, another reason was that Old Ancestor Blood Evening was naturally unrestrained. For over 200 years, he had not taken in a single disciple. And every 50 years, the sect Old Ancestors would receive 3 opportunities to recommend disciples to enter the Blood Yin Pool. But Old Ancestor Blood Evening had been in seclusion for these 50 years and had only recently come out of seclusion. Perhaps, not wanting to waste the quota, he casually tossed one to Gu Jingfeng. This time entering the Blood Yin Pool, my strength will definitely improve significantly. Perhaps there is a slight chance to break through to the late stage. Even if I can't reach the late stage, I should at least reach the peak of Foundation Establishment middle stage. This opportunity was too rare, and Gu Jingfeng naturally couldn't give it up. But before entering the Blood Yin Pool, he was concerned about his plan, so he deliberately came to test Sun Yang's strength. That place still needs 5 more years. I hope this boy can advance his cultivation further. If he still has this level of cultivation after leaving the blood yin pool, then don't blame this old ancestor for being ruthless. Gu Jingfeng muttered coldly towards the direction Sun Yang had left. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he quietly disappeared into the surroundings. Sun Yang entered the market and moved among the various stalls. Since he needed a lot of low-grade medicinal herbs this time, he quickly began to buy them step by step. While purchasing, he also did not forget to inquire about the materials for the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl. After some searching, he did not disappoint. While purchasing enough low-grade medicinal herbs, he also found 3 gelée stones. This kind of gelée stone was not very rare, a few pieces would appear in the market every once in a while. Sun Yang spent about 100 spirit stones to acquire the 3 gelée stones. Afterward, he looked at the stalls further back. An hour later, he had basically looked through all the stalls. He also purchased several implements for mixing blood poison, and at the same time, bought some relatively rare poisons. He bought these poisons to take them back and refine their venom, and also planned to mix them into the ghost spirit yin poison to see which venom would produce unexpected effects. Currently, everything that needed to be bought had been purchased, and Sun Yang did not intend to stay long. After selling more than 10 low-grade magical artifacts, he walked towards the market exit. Of course, during this trip to the market, Sun Yang also kept an eye out for Feng Ziyi's figure. Unfortunately, Feng Ziyi did not appear in the market. It seemed that the old man knew he had offended him and dared not come to the market anymore. As soon as he thought of the provocative look in that old man's eyes before, a surge of anger rose in Sun Yang's heart. One could only say that the old man had many ways to save his life. That day in the market, he clearly saw his body explode under the blood explosion art. But unexpectedly, the old man had inexplicably survived. Not only had he emerged from the secret realm, but judging by his expression that day, he seemed to have also obtained some opportunity. This also made Sun Yang's desire to kill this person even stronger. However, the sect was so large, and there were so many disciples, it would be extremely difficult to find the old man's figure among them. Nevertheless, since he had become entangled with the old man, there would naturally be a day when they would meet again. After leaving the market, Sun Yang headed towards the main peak. An incense stick's time later, he arrived at the corpse cave on the main peak. His purpose this time was to test the soul summoning banner, to see if he could collect the souls from the living corpses into the soul sale. Therefore, low-level living corpses were not very useful to him, so this time he decided to choose living corpses above Qi refining stage 7. These high-level living corpses cost 35 spirit stones each. Sun Yang planned to test the waters first, so he decided to get 50 of them. If it met his expectations, it wouldn't be too late to buy more later. He then walked into the corpse storage pavilion and saw that the person in the pavilion this time was a red-robed, long-faced young man, which made him feel a hint of confusion. "Senior brother, are you here to purchase living corpses?" Seeing Sun Yang standing there with a look of confusion on his face, the red-robed youth took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang collected his expression and said, "It seems, junior brother, you must be the new manager. I wonder where your manager Zhou is now." In the past few years, he had visited the corpse storage pavilion countless times, but he had always dealt with a middle-aged manager surnamed Zhou, who was about 40 years old. This manager Zhou had a reclusive personality, never spoke much to others, and never privately inquired about the purpose of others buying living corpses. And Sun Yang also didn't want others to know the purpose of his purchasing living corpses, so he preferred to buy living corpses from manager Zhou. During this period, nothing he didn't want to see had occurred. But now, a young face had appeared, which made him hesitate for a moment. After all, such young people tend to be reckless in their actions and a bit impetuous. Perhaps they would pry into things they shouldn't. Sun Yang needed a large quantity of living corpses, buying them every few days, so it was hard not to attract attention. "Oh, you mean Zhou Meng, senior brother Zhou." The red-robed youth said this, a look of regret appearing on his face, and then continued, "Not long ago, he seemed to have committed a serious error and was sent to the law enforcement hall. Now he has probably been dismembered and had his soul placed in the soul refining pool." At this point, the person seemed to feel that it was inappropriate, having spoken too quickly and said something he shouldn't have, so he quickly shut his mouth and looked at Sun Yang with a doubtful gaze. But Sun Yang, with a quick glance from the corner of his eye, his expression subtly changed. He quickly realized that this was no mere slip of the tongue. After all, this person had just met him, so how could such a secret matter be blurted out? It seemed to carry a hint of intentionality. However, he did not expose it, simply because he had also developed some interest, and then deliberately showed a look of surprise. This person saw Sun Yang's expression, a subtle hint of something unusual flashed in his eyes, then he sized up Sun Yang a few more times, a trace of surprise revealing itself in his gaze. "Could you be Sun Yang, senior brother Sun?" Sun Yang was still surprised when he suddenly heard the red-robed youth's surprised words, and his heart involuntarily turned cold. "Oh, you know me." After asking coldly, he couldn't help but carefully examine the person. A moment later, he indeed felt that the red-robed youth looked somewhat familiar. "Senior brother Sun, I am Zhang Long, the one who rode the flying boat with you and joined the Blood Yin sect together. When you chose your task, you picked the spiritual herb garden task. Junior brother here remembers it clearly, while I chose to come to the corpse cave to be a corpse porter." A look of joy appeared on Zhang Long's face, and he quickly recounted the scene when they chose their tasks that day. Sun Yang couldn't help but recall, and indeed, there was a person named Zhang Long. It was just that he had just entered the sect at that time, and he had only met this person by chance, so he naturally didn't take it to heart. He hadn't expected that this person had emerged from the corpse cave and even become a manager disciple of this corpse storage pavilion. So it was Zhang Long, junior brother Zhang. Sun Yang couldn't help but smile amiably, but his words were neither cold nor warm. This person's cultivation was only at Qi refining stage 6, which was no longer within his Dharma eye. Originally, he didn't want to have too much interaction with this person, but since the other party had approached him, it aroused his strong curiosity. And this junior brother Zhang, seeing that Sun Yang still remembered him, couldn't help but show a joyful expression on his face, and he became even more talkative. Tisk tisk tisk, senior brother Sun, your cultivation and aura are exceptionally stable. Have you already reached Qi refining stage 9th level or above? To achieve such accomplishments in just a few years, junior brother truly envies you greatly, while junior brother here is not so fortunate. In these years, I have only broken through 2 levels, barely reaching Qi refining stage 6. Zhang Long seemed to have always been in the corpse cave, displaying the sinister personality of a demonic cultivator, appearing to know very little. It seemed he also wanted to use this to get closer to Sun Yang. Anyway, at this moment, he seemed to have lowered his guard and began to prattle on to Sun Yang. Sun Yang maintained an amiable smile on his face, nodding frequently and friendly to Zhang Long's narration, but seeing the other party constantly rambling about irrelevant things, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. A moment later, his heart stirred slightly. Junior brother Zhang, I asked about Manager Zhou just now because this person had some business dealings with me. I don't know what Manager Zhou did wrong. If junior brother finds it difficult, then forget it. Sun Yang couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. After all, Manager Zhou was reclusive by nature, didn't care about anything, and always followed the rules. How could he have attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall and even been executed with torture? This. Zhang Long was momentarily speechless, remaining silent for a long while before lowering his voice and saying, this matter isn't some great secret, so I'll tell you, senior brother, but senior brother absolutely must not spread it. The thing is, there's actually a secret room in the corpse cave, where many living corpses cultivated with secret techniques are stored. And Zhou Meng, I don't know what method he used, but he actually stole many of these living corpses from this secret room. It was just that when he was stealing a few days ago, he touched a certain restriction, and his arm was broken on the spot, causing his escape method to fail, which is why he was captured by the corpse cave enforcers. As for what happened after he was captured, I only know that he was sent to the law enforcement hall. Sun Yang was also slightly surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't expected someone who usually seemed to follow the rules to be so audacious. Presumably, those living corpses cultivated with secret methods must have something extraordinary about them. However, after hearing Zhang Long's words, Sun Yang's eyes kept drifting, not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later, a cold sneer arose in his heart. It was because he had discovered many problems from these words, and then his gaze towards Zhang Long held a hint of malevolence. Zhang Long thought he was being very subtle, but how could he hide it from him? But very quickly, Sun Yang's expression returned to normal, as if he had only heard a strange tale, and he did not inquire further. He just said, so that's how it is. Then he changed the topic and said, Junior brother, since Steward Zhou isn't here, I'll buy a batch of living corpses from you. Give me 50 living corpses at Qi refining stage 7. 50 living corpses, and at Qi refining stage 7? Senior brother, are you serious? Zhang Long initially felt it was a pity that Sun Yang didn't continue asking, but he quickly heard about the 50 Qi refining stage 7 living corpses, and a clear look of surprise appeared on his face. Of course, I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Sun Yang didn't waste words and directly threw out a storage pouch. Inside, there were exactly 1,750 spirit stones. Zhang Long took the storage pouch and, after a quick inspection, a look of astonishment flashed across his face at first, but it quickly turned into deep surprise. He looked at Sun Yang profoundly before saying, Senior brother, please wait. I will go and retrieve the 50 living corpses for you now. Zhang Long then walked towards the back of the pavilion, but as he walked, his peripheral vision subtly scanned Sun Yang a few times before he entered the back pavilion. Not long after, he walked out holding a black bag. Senior brother Sun, these are 50 Qi refining stage 7 living corpses. Please check them, Zhang Long said, tossing the black bag to Sun Yang. Sun Yang casually took the black bag, circulated his magical power, and nodded to himself, I trust junior brother's work. The next time I need living corpses, I'll come to you first. With that, he said no more, turned, and disappeared outside the main hall. Zhang Long watched Sun Yang's figure, lost in thought for a long time. Didn't he only buy 20 or 30 low-level living corpses every time he came? Why is he buying so many advanced living corpses this time? As he muttered, Zhang Long's eyes clearly showed a difference, they were no longer as simple as before, but held a hint of sinister malice. But soon, he came back to his senses, his face sinking into a thoughtful expression. Did this person become interested in those living corpses after all? Regardless, I must get him involved, only then will I have a chance. However, I think this person will still need living corpses, so I can only try probing him more times in the future. Zhang Long muttered, simply because he wasn't sure if his words had piqued Sun Yang's interest. After a good while, he returned to the wooden counter and closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon returning to his immortal cave, Sun Yang took out the items he had purchased during his outing. The preparation of the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl and the ghost yin mixed blood poison would take a long time, so there was no need to rush them yet. He decided to first try to see if he could extract the souls from the Qi refining stage 7 living corpses and absorb them with the soul summoning banner. This was extremely important, as there were no other souls available in the sect to replenish his supply, and he could only rely on living corpses to enhance the strength of the fierce ghosts within his soul sail. Without delay, Sun Yang quickly took out a living corpse and began to cast the spell to extract its soul. These Qi refining stage 7 living corpses were vastly different from the low-level ones, their soul strength alone was 3 times that of low-level living corpses. Because of this, a slight carelessness during soul extraction could lead to soul damage, thus causing the loss of soul power. Sun Yang dared not be negligent and was extremely cautious this time. At this moment, even the sound of dripping water in the immortal cave was clearly audible. However, as a slight unusual sound spread, a green shadow suddenly disintegrated, turning into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into the world. Damn it! I failed 5 times in a row. Sun Yang was extremely enraged at this moment. The soul was almost extracted, yet it inexplicably failed at the last moment. After his anger, a hint of confusion surfaced. After all, 5 consecutive failures, all at the last moment, seemed somewhat unusual. If it were a coincidence, it wouldn't happen 5 times simultaneously. 3 times the charm, that's an unchanging principle. Sun Yang realized that there must be some problem, so he stopped the soul extraction and fell into deep thought. After a while, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. He suddenly thought of a problem: these living corpses had their spiritual intelligence erased, which meant their souls were already damaged. For low-level living corpses, the weakening of the soul body was not obvious, but for advanced living corpses, it was extremely apparent. And his soul extraction method had precisely overlooked this point. Thinking of this, Sun Yang took out another living corpse and began to extract its soul. This time, he planned to use another method at the very end. Half an hour later, a joyful sound rang out in the immortal cave: "It's done." Indeed, in Sun Yang's hand, a green shadow was floating, but on the head of the green shadow's soul, there was a dark, black mark. It seemed this was the hidden injury left on the soul by the forceful erasure of spiritual intelligence. Although the soul extraction was successful, with such a defect, whether it could be absorbed by the soul summoning banner was still an unknown. Sun Yang took out the soul sail and, with a hint of tension, began to pinch his fingers to cast a spell, striking it onto the soul sail. As the soul sail emitted a green glow that landed on the soul. The soul immediately reacted, and under the shroud of the green glow, it slowly moved towards the soul sail. Immediately after, it slowly merged into the soul sail, disappearing without a trace. It's done. Sun Yang exclaimed joyfully. However, just then, an anomaly arose: the soul that had merged into the soul sail suddenly floated out inexplicably. Moreover, red light was flashing all around it. Not good, this is a soul explosion. Sun Yang quickly waved his hand, took out the Haolei cape, and with a swift circulation of power, a surge of vast thunder power emerged. Before the soul exploded, as the thunder landed on it, the soul, which was flashing with red light, was instantly annihilated by this thunder. That was close. If it had exploded in the immortal cave, the trouble would have been immense. Sun Yang was also somewhat startled. After all, if this soul had exploded within the immortal cave, it would have been difficult not to attract the attention of others. Fortunately, he had the vast thunder, which could annihilate evil spirits. After putting away his Haolei cape, his expression immediately turned ugly. How could a normal soul absorption lead to a soul self-detonation? He truly had not expected this. From this, it seemed that the soul summoning banner could not absorb souls with damaged spiritual intelligence. Sun Yang sighed inwardly, but he was still a bit unwilling and decided to try again. Half an hour later, he took out another soul. This time, he summoned the main soul female ghost. He intended to try using the main soul female ghost to guide it, to see if the remnant soul could be absorbed into the soul sail. When he cast a spell on the female ghost, she let out a shriek, but instead of controlling the remnant soul, she pounced on it. Crunch, crunch sounds of chewing began to echo. The main soul female ghost had actually treated this remnant soul as food. Sun Yang was startled at first, but he soon burst into joyful laughter. Unexpectedly, after eating, the female ghost's aura became noticeably more solid, and her soul body felt subtly enhanced. Even the ghost spirit chi around her had slightly strengthened. Although the improvement was not significant, with this beginning, if he fed her more of these remnant souls in the future, she would definitely see a greater improvement. Perhaps, there was even a chance for her to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Next, Sun Yang took out the remaining living corpses and began to extract souls one by one. More than half of the extracted souls were fed to the main soul female ghost. A small portion was fed to several fierce souls in the soul sail whose strength was not much weaker than that of the main soul female ghost. However, these fierce souls did not show a significant increase in their soul bodies after consuming the remnant souls, possibly because they had not developed sentience. But the ghost spirit chi produced within them was much more than that of the main soul female ghost. However, the inability of these fierce souls' bodies to strengthen was a major flaw. Seeing this, Sun Yang stopped feeding remnant souls to the fierce souls, mainly because he didn't need that much ghost spirit chi. The ghost spirit chi produced by these fierce souls was already enough for him to cultivate the spell of driving the ghost sail. After he finished extracting the remnant souls, he took out the book on driving the ghost sail and began to study it seriously. At this moment, the immortal cave was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a hurry. During this period, Sun Yang would still go to the corpse storage pavilion every 10 days or half a month to purchase a batch of living corpses at Qi refining stage 7. He used these living corpses to extract souls and feed them to the main soul female ghost. But after the main soul female ghost was fed over 100 remnant souls, her soul body underwent a tremendous change, and even her aura strengthened by a factor of 1. However, at this point, the main soul female ghost abnormally began to refuse to eat, even if forced. Aside from no longer consuming remnant souls, the female ghost would be controlled by the soul sale for all other commands from Sun Yang. Sun Yang was initially puzzled, but after careful thought, he realized that the female ghost's soul body seemed to have reached a critical point. It was like the great hurdle for human cultivators from Qi refinement stage to foundation establishment stage. If she could overcome this great hurdle, she would be able to reach the foundation establishment stage realm. However, Sun Yang didn't know how to overcome it. Perhaps there would be records of such soul treasures in the 10,000 Ghost sect. But he couldn't possibly delve deep into the 10,000 Ghost sect to explore this issue. This immediately led to a stalemate. Sun Yang could only sigh, hoping that he could obtain records related to the soul sale from a 10,000 Ghost sect disciple in the future. Due to this change in the main soul female ghost, he could only feed the remnant souls to other fierce souls afterward, producing ghost spirit chi for cultivating ghost sale spells. Now, 3 months later, he had roughly mastered the spell. Sun Yang could now simply summon a ghost general, and also clumsily form hand seals to command the ghost general to use some simple spells. In the future, he only needed to spend more time to gradually master the spell, and he would be able to drive the ghost sale to face enemies like a ghost cultivator. Of course, during this period, a small incident also occurred. Because Sun Yang continuously went to the corpse storage pavilion afterward and no longer mentioned anything about the manager surnamed Zhou, Zhonglong, on the contrary, became anxious. He frequently took the initiative to bring up the matter of the manager surnamed Zhou, and also greatly praised the great utility of the secret method living corpses he had stolen. Every time Sun Yang heard this, he remained expressionless, showing a curious demeanor, but at the very last moment, he would deliberately change the topic, not letting the conversation go any further. After 4 times, Zhonglong finally couldn't hold back. He proactively told Sun Yang some things about the manager surnamed Zhou, and it was these things that greatly surprised Sun Yang. He hadn't expected that after Zhonglong replaced the manager surnamed Zhou and became the manager disciple of the corpse storage pavilion, he was assigned to the immortal cave of the manager surnamed Zhou. Inside the immortal cave, he accidentally discovered a hidden mechanism. From this mechanism, he obtained a record book. After Zhonglong started reading the contents of this record book, he was greatly shocked. It meticulously recorded the process of the manager surnamed Zhou stealing the secret method living corpses. Among them, there was also a secret method used for escape. Zhonglong was also very pleased to see this. A bold idea also emerged in his mind. He planned to learn the secret method from it and repeat the trick. But when he secretly sneaked into the corpse cave to investigate the hidden dark spots left by the manager surnamed Zhou in the cave, he found that they had already been discovered by people from the Sex Law Enforcement Hall, causing these dark spots to be destroyed. Without these hidden dark spots, it would obviously take at least more than 10 years to rebuild multiple dark spots that could cast the secret method, according to the record book. During this period, no slight error was allowed, making it extremely difficult every step of the way. Zhonglong asked himself if he had the strength or the courage to secretly enter the corpse cave for a long time to build any dark spots. At that moment, he temporarily gave up. But when a person sees an opportunity, their mindset changes. After several nights of contemplation, Zhonglong still decided to cultivate the secret method, simply because the materials for cultivating the secret method were all stored by the manager surnamed Zhou somewhere outside the sect. Based on the principle of not wasting, Zhonglong decided to give it a try. After all, even if he couldn't steal corpses from the corpse cave, this secret method was still a rare life-saving means. Zhonglong utilized the corpse storage pavilion's opportunity to leave the sect once a month to go to the large stronghold, Bloodwind Stronghold, 100 miles away, to retrieve living corpses. He mingled with some corpse cave disciples and left the sect. During a free moment, he went to the place where the manager surnamed Zhou hid the materials. He didn't know it until he went, and he was startled when he did. This was because the place where the manager surnamed Zhou hid the materials was actually a dark cave, and there was also a bloody stench inside the cave. As soon as Zhonglong stepped in front of the cave, he found movement inside the cave, and a black shadow actually attacked him. He was also frightened by the sudden attack. But fortunately, he had only stepped in front of the cave and had not truly entered, and he also had a life-saving item in his hand. He activated this life-saving item and quickly dodged to one side. Then, Zhonglong quickly fled desperately into the distance. However, he was surprised to find that the black shadow stopped at the entrance of the cave and did not chase him out. Zhonglong then stopped in confusion, injecting spiritual power into his eyes, and only then did he clearly see that the black shadow seemed very much like the secret method living corpse. This was because there were many traces left on its body from someone casting a secret method. He was first happy, but then surprised. He was happy that the secret method living corpse was actually hidden here by the manager surnamed Zhou. But he was surprised that the secret method living corpse seemed to be able to attack. Looking at the strength of the secret method living corpse, it was clear that he couldn't deal with it. He reluctantly returned to the sect and continuously reviewed the secret method in the manager surnamed Zhou's record book, finally discovering some clues. He found that these secret method living corpses seemed to have been refined by the manager surnamed Zhou into an existence similar to blood slaves. But in Zhonglong's understanding, he always felt that it was somewhat different from blood slaves. After all, blood slaves had no consciousness and could not attack people on their own. However, in the secret method, there was a place that could be deciphered. But it required casting this spell into the secret method living corpse's body before the spell could be deciphered. However, Zhang Long's cultivation was weaker, and he knew that before his spell could take shape, he would be annihilated by that secret art living corpse. That's why he sought out Sun Yang, hoping to use his strength to temporarily control the secret art living corpse, giving him a chance to cast his spell and infuse it into the secret art living corpse's body. Of course, after the deed was done, Sun Yang would take 80% of the secret art living corpse, and he would only need 20%. It seems Zhang Long was also worried that if Sun Yang turned hostile and attacked him after the deed was done, what would he do? So he appeared very humble, giving the larger share to Sun Yang. However, Zhang Long still held a spell that could self-detonate the secret art living corpse. If Sun Yang wanted to kill him and monopolize these secret art living corpses, he would need to weigh the consequences of doing so. After listening, Sun Yang also pondered deeply, realizing that perhaps only 50% of what this person said was true. But one thing was certain, the blood slaves mentioned by the other party should be real, otherwise, this person would have already gone to retrieve the secret art living corpses himself, and there would be no need to tell him this secret. He immediately became interested in the secret art living corpse. After all, a living corpse that could be refined into a blood slave was far more useful than one used for cultivating. He did not decline but agreed to Zhang Long's request. However, Zhang Long needed a year and a half to prepare, simply because his secret art still required some time to get ready. A year and a half later, Sun Yang was to go to a blood door mountain outside the sect, where the two of them would meet. Since the other party needed to prepare, he would also take this opportunity to prepare. This was because Sun Yang sensed something unusual. After all, no treasure is easy to acquire, especially when invited by others, which might involve a conspiracy. But Sun Yang, having gone through the Yin extreme secret realm, had already grown greatly in wisdom. How could he be easily swayed by others? If this person made even the slightest abnormal move, he would definitely make him experience what it means to wish for death. Thinking this, Sun Yang took out the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl materials and the ghost spirit yin poison artifacts, then began to get busy. Time flew by, and another 3 months passed in a hurry. On this day, a loud laugh echoed within the immortal cave. Before Sun Yang, 4 dark black round pearls were laid out. These dark black round pearls were, naturally, the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearls crafted over half a year. The reason he was so excited was that among these 4 demon subduing pearls, one demon subduing pearl's thunder power was distinctly different from the others. The thunder in this one flashed extremely violently, and its aura was also significantly stronger than the other 4. Before Sun Yang made the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl, a thought suddenly struck him: what would happen if he infused the vast thunder from the Haolei Cape into it? He acted on the thought and, after failing to, finally obtained this pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl containing a good amount of vast thunder. Because it contained vast thunder, it should be able to produce miraculous effects against some insidious evil spirits. However, Sun Yang did not plan to make many more, simply because the failure rate was a bit high, and furthermore, the power of the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl was not much stronger than the others. Trading 3 for 1 would make further production somewhat uneconomical. Having this one was enough. After all, it was only for critical moments, to deal with ghost creatures from the demonic path, or corpse puppets, and other evil spirits. In fact, not many evil spirits could use the demon subduing pearl. Sun Yang also had the soul sail and ghost sail in his hand, and under normal circumstances, he would use these 2 to deal with them. He carefully placed the 4 demon subduing pearls into his storage pouch. Sun Yang flipped his hand and took out 2 dark black small bottles. One of them was a multi-layered mixed blood poison, made by combining ghost spirit yin poison with strange flower corpse devouring blood poison. Initially, Sun Yang simply mixed the ghost spirit yin poison directly into it, but since ghost spirit yin poison is a type of cold poison, nothing peculiar happened, and everything went smoothly. The mixed blood poison also gained the effects of ghost spirit yin poison. Sun Yang was initially quite satisfied, but then, upon calculation, his brows furrowed tightly. Because he suddenly realized that this action was somewhat redundant. The strange flower corpse devouring blood poison alone was enough to quickly incapacitate someone. He only needed to swiftly step forward and deliver a fatal blow. And the added ghost spirit yin poison could only poison someone to death. Its effect was actually not as great as imagined. Although it could produce miraculous effects at certain specific moments. But Sun Yang was still not very satisfied, so he began to research how to maximize the effect of this blood poison. Therefore, he started researching other toxins he had brought back. It took a full month. Finally, he found that the toxin extracted from a poisonous creature called the corrupt demon lizard was the most suitable. This was because the toxin within the corrupt demon lizard was extremely unstable. As soon as it left the body, it would explode not long after. Sun Yang utilized this characteristic, carefully mixing this toxin into the blended ghost spirit yin poison. Since ghost spirit yin poison is a cold poison, it could precisely restrain the explosion of the demon lizard toxin after it left the body. At the same time, Sun Yang also tried to unleash the poisonous blood using the blood arrow technique. Under the effect of his magical power, he could control the explosion of the blood poison. By calculating the distance and injecting the corresponding magical power, the blood poison could explode directly in front of the opponent. Alternatively, by injecting enough magical power, it could be directly injected into the opponent's body, causing the blood poison to explode inside the opponent. This made Sun Yang extremely excited, and one of the 2 small bottles in front of him contained the mixed blood poison of ghost spirit yin poison and corrupt demon lizard. The other bottle was a multi-layered mixed blood poison formed by adding the ghost demon lizard mixed blood poison to the strange flower corpse devouring blood poison. The former could be directly injected into the opponent's body, causing an explosion inside the opponent, quickly poisoning them to death. The latter was for injecting in front of the opponent, or into a crowd, directly causing an explosion, allowing anyone who came into contact with or smelled its aura to be directly afflicted by this poison. Its power was a few times more terrifying than imagined. Of course, both had their merits, so he kept both. With these 2 bottles of blood poison, Sun Yang gained another great killing weapon. In the future, when encountering enemies, he could make them die without anyone knowing. This was an excellent method for sneak attacks while hiding in the shadows. With the ghost sail, pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl, and mixed blood poison, Sun Yang's strength also took a big step forward. Now, after putting away the blood poison, he came before a blood pool in the immortal cave and peered inside. Seeing the 5 Suns soul pouch glowing with a faint green light, Sun Yang nodded in satisfaction. After such a long period of cultivation, the 5 Suns soul pouch had finally reached the Qi refining stage 9th level of cultivation. Now that so much time had passed, it was time to use the 5 Suns soul pouch and spirit liquid to enhance his cultivation. For the upcoming period, Sun Yang intended to go into seclusion for cultivation. Sun Yang put on the 5 Suns soul pouch, picked up the spirit liquid he had already refined with the 5-clawed dragon cauldron, and dripped a drop into his mouth. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, then began to meditate and circulate the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Cultivation was a monotonous and tedious process, and time, at this moment, began to flow slowly. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quickly. During this year, Sun Yang only went out once to the market when he ran out of spirit liquid, and since then, he had not left his immortal cave. Through a year of arduous cultivation, his cultivation finally reached the perfection of the 10 levels of Qi refining once again. This time, he managed to go from the Qi refining stage 9th level to the 10 levels of Qi refining in just 1 year. Firstly, the high-grade 5 Suns soul pouch played a significant role. Secondly, having the experience from his previous cultivation saved him a lot of detours. Now that his cultivation had returned to the perfection of the 10 levels of Qi refining, it was time to use the spiritual items obtained from the Yin Extreme Secret Realm to cleanse his meridians and refine his marrow. However, Sun Yang intended to reach the foundation establishment stage in one go this time, which was definitely not possible within the sect. After all, a small celestial phenomenon would be caused during a breakthrough. And his immortal cave was surrounded by a large number of sect cultivators. If someone were to jump out and interfere with him at a critical moment, he might very well fail his foundation establishment. This consequence was extremely severe, which was also why sect members had to leave the sect and find a quiet place when they wanted to break through to a major realm. For safety's sake, Sun Yang also planned to go outside the sect to find a secluded place before making his move. He had just stood up and stretched his body. However, at this moment, a yellow talisman, a sound transmission talisman, floated in through a crack in the immortal cave. Sun Yang used his magical power to grab the sound transmission talisman, then directly crushed it. The next moment, a voice sounded within the immortal cave. After he finished listening, a cold smile appeared on his face. He's really punctual. Calculating the time, the deadline agreed upon with Zhonglong seemed to be tomorrow, yet this person, worried that Sun Yang would be late, deliberately sent a sound transmission talisman to remind him. After all, leaving the sect was not something one could do casually, one also had to go to Lianxian Hall to accept a mission to leave the sect, and all of this required time. From this, it seemed that this person did not dare to accept any mission to leave the sect, he was probably leaving the sect with the sect to retrieve living corpses from the Bloodwind outpost. He intended to set aside some time to meet Sun Yang at Blood Mountain. Therefore, this person's time was quite tight, which was also the reason for him to urge Sun Yang not to be late in advance. Without further ado, Sun Yang quickly organized what he needed to prepare, then flew out of his immortal cave and headed towards Lianxian Hall. Upon entering the main hall, he walked towards the mission stone wall. Scanning the stone wall, he began to choose a mission. Since this outing might require a period of stay. Currently, Sun Yang was focusing on finding some missions that were relatively medium difficulty but required a not too short, not too long period of time to complete. After searching for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was one mission that was very suitable. This mission was to kill a Qi refining stage 9th level 100 puppets sect disciple, and the mission time was about 1 year. He only needed to bring back the corpse of the 100 puppets sect disciple and a lost sect treasure from his possession. As for how to kill this person, it depended on the strength of the mission taker. Because this 100 puppets sect disciple seemed to have appeared recently in the Fengbu black market area, and as for where he would go afterward, the sect mission did not have an accurate location. Firstly, the Fengbu black market was quite far from the sect, and there were many variables within it. Secondly, this 100 puppets sect disciple had a powerful mechanical puppet in his possession, which posed some risks. Therefore, sufficient time was given. However, the mission reward was actually only considered medium. This also meant that this mission had not been taken for a long time. Sun Yang considered it and found it very suitable. He needed to find a secluded place this time to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and only the border area of the 3 sects had many such places. They were basically deserted all year round, without even a Yao beast in sight. And the Fengbu black market happened to be in this area. Now, this mission also perfectly coincided with where he was going, and with his current strength, how could he not be able to deal with a Qi refining stage 9th level 100 puppets sect disciple? Sun Yang then went to the managing disciple and accepted this mission. After the managing disciple gave him a few simple instructions, he hurried out of Lian Xian Hall and headed outside the main peak. More than an hour later, after Sun Yang presented his sect departure token and was allowed to pass by the law enforcement disciple, he left the sect and flew towards a certain direction. Since the agreed meeting point with Zhang Long was not very far from the sect. After flying for most of the day, Sun Yang arrived at a gloomy mountain peak. By now, the sky had completely darkened. Sun Yang carved out a simple mountain cave here, then entered it and sat down in meditation with his eyes closed. The next day, at noon, Zhang Long flew over in a hurry, and upon seeing Sun Yang standing on Blood Mountain, gazing into the distance, a smile appeared on his face, and he swiftly flew towards the mountain peak. Senior brother Sun, I apologize for making you wait so long. Zhang Long came before Sun Yang and quickly apologized. No need for pleasantries, lead the way. Sun Yang simply glanced at Zhang Long and spoke coldly. All right, senior brother, follow me. Zhang Long was somewhat surprised to see that Sun Yang hadn't prepared any spells and simply told him to lead the way. After all, they were going to a relatively dangerous place, and he should have prepared spells in advance to deal with unexpected situations. However, upon seeing that Sun Yang had not prepared any spells, Zhang Long quickly recovered his composure, and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't offer any further reminders and directly led the way. After 15 minutes of travel, the two of them arrived before a large mountain, and at the valley of the mountain, there was indeed a cave with a strong yin qi. Senior brother Sun, inside that cave is where Zhou Meng hides his secret living corpses. Senior brother, please be careful. When we enter, I will cast a secret spell. Senior brother only needs to block the attacks of that blood slave like dark shadow and buy me some time. Zhang Long pointed to the cave and slowly explained. Sun Yang gazed deeply at the cave, seemed to ponder for a moment, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Zhang, you just need to prepare your spell within 100 breaths, and I will have a way to delay that blood slave for 100 breaths. Let's go. With that, Sun Yang activated his magic and headed towards the cave. Seeing him flee without preparing any spells, Zhang Long hesitated for a moment. After all, there was a powerful blood slave inside, was he really that confident? In Zhang Long's understanding, Sun Yang was only at the Qi refining stage 9th level, while the blood slave inside should at least be at the 10th level perfection. He hadn't revealed this to Sun Yang, only telling him that the blood slave inside was very strong, probably around the Qi refining stage 9th level, and not someone he could deal with. He even deliberately understated the blood slave's strength by a few points. The reason he said this was with a purpose. Zhang Long hadn't expected Sun Yang to just rush in like that, and he was momentarily stunned. He worried that if Sun Yang encountered the blood slave and got killed in less than a round, what would happen? But if he didn't follow now, it would easily arouse Sun Yang's suspicion. After a moment of thought, Zhang Long could only bite the bullet and follow, but his sleeve was subtly activating something. If he really found something amiss, he could quickly leave the cave. However, he still deliberately kept some distance from Sun Yang. As Sun Yang landed before the cave, he glanced inside and found it pitch black. All he could smell was a thick, bloody stench, mixed with a peculiar strange odor, but the situation inside was utterly unclear. It seemed he could only go in to know what was inside. But he didn't dare to be overconfident. He had already subtly activated several magical artifacts within his sleeves, with faint glows flickering. Before, he was just deliberately putting on a show for Zhang Long. With his cautious nature, how could he make a move without any safeguards? But upon reaching this point, Sun Yang stopped and fixed his gaze directly on Zhang Long behind him, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Zhang Long felt a wave of helplessness. Clearly, his little scheme had been seen through. He quickly circulated his qi and landed steadily behind Sun Yang. Then, he nervously peered inside. Junior brother, don't be nervous. I just checked, and that blood slave should not be in the outer area, so you can rest assured. However, junior brother, don't fall too far behind. If I can't look out for you, junior brother might be in mortal danger. Sun Yang gave Zhang Long a cold glance, then spoke in a chilly tone. Zhang Long's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He knew his previous actions had backfired somewhat, so he forced a smile and said. Senior brother is right. It's just that junior brother's strength is low, and I felt a bit timid just now. But senior brother, rest assured, I will complete that secret spell within 100 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Long took out a dark, slender bamboo, and began muttering incantations, his hand seals changing. Very good, junior brother. Make sure to stay within 1 height of me, and don't get too far away. After Sun Yang finished speaking, he also took out his Feng Yu blade, and began to infuse it with magical power as he walked forward. As he delved deeper, it wasn't long before he heard the rushing sound of wind by his ears. The next moment, a black shadow appeared, moving extremely fast. In just a moment, a thick, bloody stench assailed them, and the black shadow arrived before Sun Yang and Zhang Long. A black claw struck down, leaving a bloody mark. Zhang Long's face visibly paled at this sight. Clearly, he had underestimated the blood slave's speed, and his heart leaped into his throat. He was truly afraid that Sun Yang wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Immediately, he quickly warned, Senior brother Sun, be careful. In fact, in that moment of crisis, Zhang Long didn't realize that his warning was extremely unwise. After all, his cultivation was much lower than Sun Yang's, so how could he, in turn, warn Sun Yang of danger? Sun Yang gave a cold, sinister smile, but his hands were not idle. As a green light emanated from his hand, a hurricane swept towards the black shadow. Under this hurricane, the black shadow was instantly blown back. Sun Yang then grabbed Zhang Long and flew back 3 height. After landing, Zhang Long noticed that Sun Yang was holding a green flag, and the hurricane had been unleashed from it. Hehe, junior brother, don't be surprised. This green flag was something I obtained by chance, and it can only unleash a small portion of its power, but with this flag, I think holding back this blood slave should not be a problem. Sun Yang seemed to have noticed the change in Zhang Long's gaze. He glanced at the green flag and understood that Zhang Long was surprised why he was using a Righteous Path Cultivator's magical artifact, so he explained. Seeing Sun Yang say this, Zhang Long finally put aside his doubts and began to wholeheartedly infuse his magical power beside him. Taking advantage of this, Sun Yang took out a stack of talismans. With just a spell, these talismans glowed brightly, and then fire rain, hurricanes, mist, and earth spikes emerged within the cave. Under the firelight of the fire rain, the cave surroundings were ablaze, and the black shadow had nowhere to hide. Afterwards, hurricanes and earth spikes continuously swept towards the black shadow, while a cloud of mist also covered Sun Yang and Zhang Long's surroundings. This display looked extremely grand. But Zhang Long was stunned. These talismans were already somewhat difficult to deal with for him, a chi refining stage 6th level cultivator. He never expected Sun Yang to use them so creatively. But what was the use of this? Could it really harm that blood slave? However, to Zhang Long's surprise, this method actually had some effect. Because the blood slave on the other side was not being controlled by anyone and acted purely on instinct. When encountering such a grand spell, it couldn't distinguish the strength of the spell and only knew how to dodge blindly. After dodging one wave, Sun Yang then waved his hand, took out another stack of talismans, and began to infuse them with magical power. Immediately after, another wave of spells attacked the black shadow. This repeated process actually lasted for a full 60 to 70 breaths. Even Zhang Long was dumbfounded. He cursed himself, wondering why he hadn't thought of such a move. If so, there would be no need to find a helper. But he had to admit, just based on his words, Sun Yang could come up with such a brilliant method, which made him admire him. However, if this method went awry, the consequences would be unimaginable, and who would dare to do it so easily? He, Zhang Long, would not dare to do it. If something went wrong, his life would surely be forfeit. It was at this moment that the black shadow seemed to be enraged by these minor spells. It actually cut its finger and extracted a drop of dark blue essence blood from it. With a sudden flick forward, that drop of dark blue essence blood directly exploded upon colliding with those minor spells, transforming into a cloud of blue mist. This mist was extremely potent. Any minor spell that came into contact with it was actually dissolved by the blue mist. Even a hint of surprise flashed across Sun Yang's face. He then realized that the blood within this black shadow's body seemed to be extremely virulent, capable of corroding spells. Immediately after, the black shadow conjured several drops of essence blood in succession, and with a wave of its hand, shot them out in all directions. Similarly, the resulting blue mist instantly cleared away the minor spells unleashed by the talismans. Even when Sun Yang activated a talisman, the small spell formed would be redissolved by the mist before it could be cast. You really messed up this time. Zhang Long muttered to himself, but his gaze at the blue mist revealed more of a strange look. At the same time, the glow in his sleeve became increasingly solid. But Sun Yang flew forward, waving the small flag in his hand, and a small hurricane suddenly formed, then fiercely swept forward. As the hurricane passed, even the powerful blue mist was blown into the interior of the cave. After doing this, he again took out a stack of talismans, and countless small spells were generated, shooting towards the black shadow. These two methods, at this moment, actually complemented each other. Zhang Long was also stunned when he saw this works too. He hadn't expected that such a low-level method could hold the black shadow for so long, this was completely unforeseen. At the same time, he gradually concluded that Sun Yang's strength was not very good, otherwise he wouldn't use such low-level methods. Soon, 100 breaths quietly passed. A faint dark glow appeared on the dark thin bamboo in Zhang Long's hand. Senior brother, my secret method has taken shape. Please step back a bit, the rest is up to me. Zhang Long didn't wait for Sun Yang's reply. With a wave of his hand, he took out an object emitting a brilliant light, and then activated it. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light appeared on his body. Under this blood-red light, he abruptly transformed into a blood shadow, rushing forward. His speed was the same as Sun Yang's using the ghost sail underworld method. In the blink of an eye, he arrived within 3 zhang of the black shadow. Immediately, Zhang Long cast out the dark thin bamboo in his hand. The dark thin bamboo spun in the air, and then a faint dark glow shot out. The dark glow seemed to have eyes, shooting directly towards the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to realize something was wrong and tried to dodge, but no matter where it dodged, the dark glow would change direction and pursue it. In an instant, the dark glow directly struck the black shadow's glabella, and then penetrated into its body through the glabella. The black shadow's body stiffened immediately, and a layer of faint glow actually emerged from its entire body. The furious aura on its body also dissipated into nothingness at this moment. It seemed to have turned into a walking corpse, standing motionless in place. A young man in a dark black robe with purple skin was revealed. But at this moment, the young man's eyes were dull, as if he had lost his life chi. Ha 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 ha, it's done. Zhang Long activated his spell again, then transformed into a blood shadow and landed beside the purple young man. His mouth was full of smiles, and he lovingly touched the young man's body. It was as if a long-lost item had been found again, making him incredibly cherish it at this moment. But after touching for a while, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. Senior Brother Sun, I have controlled this blood slave. The crisis has been resolved. We can now go deeper into the cave to find the secret method living corpse. Zhang Long then pointed to the blood slave beside him, letting Sun Yang clearly see that there was no longer any furious qi on its body, and it had turned into a dead thing. He couldn't help but say. After speaking, he gestured, inviting Sun Yang to come over. Sun Yang's gaze swept coldly, and he also noticed the blood slave's state. He then retracted his spell hand seals and descended from mid-air. When he saw Sun Yang flying down, a murderous intent flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. The hand he had placed on the blood slave subtly formed a hand seal and then patted the blood slave's back. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A black shadow flashed at an extremely fast speed. It arrived beside Sun Yang, and then the black shadow patted its chest, actually spitting out a large mouthful of blue blood. In an instant, this blue blood exploded directly, and a large expanse of mist enveloped the area where Sun Yang was located. Because this attack was unexpected and extremely sudden, Zhang Long laughed unreservedly. Ha 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 ha, infected with purple yin blood poison, he will surely die. He knew the power of purple yin blood poison better than anyone. That's why he was so confident and started laughing loudly. A person who only knew how to use talismans and an unfamiliar wind-attributed green flag could certainly not survive in the blood poison. As the sound of laughter gradually spread through the cave. When the sound echoed in the cave, one could faintly hear the sound beginning to change. It seemed to have undergone a drastic change from the previous sound. Zhang Long's eyes gleamed with cold light, and his aura gained a strong sinister and evil intent, clearly undergoing a significant change. Even a wisp of black qi floated on his face, making his somewhat handsome face extremely ferocious. After 10 breaths, when the blue mist dissipated, a body so corroded that it was unrecognizable, still emitting bursts of purple qi, lay quietly on the ground. When he saw this corpse, a look of self-satisfaction appeared on Zhang Long's ferocious face. As he expected, this person was indeed dead beyond dead. Even his face had been corroded by the blood poison, making it unrecognizable. At this moment, he seemed to no longer intend to pretend. Some of the black qi on his face slowly floated out. From within the black qi, a familiar figure could faintly be seen. But the appearance of the figure was not Zhang Long. In fact, the real Zhang Long had died long ago. And he, to be precise, was a Zhou Meng soul fragment, but not exactly Zhou Meng, because when the main soul separated this soul fragment from himself, he became an independent soul. Of course, he would still be constrained by the main soul. The purple young blood slave in front of him had previously been the vessel for his soul fragment. The reason for this situation was that Zhou Meng had obtained a high-grade blood slave creation method back then. It allowed him to separate a portion of his own soul body. This soul fragment would then enter an unconscious blood slave's body, thereby occupying this blood slave's body. By doing so, he obtained a blood slave that could grow. This type of blood slave could grow to the foundation establishment stage, or even higher realms. At the same time, because it was controlled by a soul fragment, it could be controlled better. However, there was also a drawback. That was the need to completely sever the connection with the soul fragment. Afterward, the blood slave could only be constrained by contracts and soul control methods. But since Zhou Meng stealing the secret method living corpse was already a risky endeavor, it was naturally impossible for him to keep it by his side. This led to the soul fragment, due to being uncontrolled for a long time, developing the desire to break free from the main soul's control. Of course, Zhou Meng's main soul was also worried about problems with the soul fragment, so every time he left, he would perform a secret method to restrain it. To feed the purple yin blood slave, a cultivator's essence and blood are required, neither can be missing. Additionally, the opponent's blood must contain blood toxins to prevent the purple yin blood poison from being diluted and to maintain its purity. Zhang Long, however, cultivated the blood poison art, was extremely weak, and was merely a small corpse mover in the corpse cave. Even if he died one day, it was unlikely anyone would ask too many questions. Thus, he was captured by Zhou Meng and thrown to his soul fragment blood slave. But due to the limited time, Zhou Meng didn't have a chance to erase Zhang Long's intelligence before hastily throwing him to the soul fragment blood slave. This laid a hidden danger for the future. Unexpectedly, the soul fragment blood slave took the opportunity to separate his soul from the blood slave and infiltrate Zhang Long's physical body. After devouring Zhang Long's soul, he simply occupied this physical body. However, the soul fragment knew that Zhang Long's physical body would not last long and would assimilate his soul fragment. Therefore, using Zhang Long's physical body, he successfully returned to the sect. Leveraging Zhang Long's identity as a corpse mover in the corpse cave, he went directly to the law enforcement disciple and exposed the main soul's theft of the secret method of the living corpse. As soon as this matter came to light, the law enforcement disciple quickly captured the main soul and sent him to the law enforcement hall, where he was destroyed. And because he reported it, he was assigned to the corpse storage pavilion. However, just when he thought all his worries were over with the main soul's death, he took the opportunity to return to the blood slave's location, intending to re-enter the blood slave's body. He suddenly discovered that the main soul had left behind a secret method that not only automatically attacked those nearby but also prevented the blood slave from leaving the immortal cave. This momentarily stunned him, and he could only return to the sect, heading to the immortal cave left by the main soul to find a way to break the method. Of course, he did find the method as he wished. But another problem lay before him. Once this secret method was completed, the faint glow on it could not be maintained for too long. He needed to quickly strike the faint glow into the blood slave's body the moment the secret method was completed, but this required him to perform it inside the immortal cave. However, the strength of the blood slave was not something that Zhang Long, whom he possessed, could deal with. It wasn't until he saw Sun Yang that he came up with a bold plan. The reason he chose Sun Yang was mainly due to Zhang Long's memories. He knew that Sun Yang had only joined the sect a few years ago. Moreover, he had chosen the spiritual herb garden mission and had been looked down upon by Zhang Long and several others. Although he had now broken through to the Qi refining stage 9th level, his strength was likely not too great, which is why he set his sights on Sun Yang. This led to the current scene. As long as I return to this purple yin blood slave's body, with the strength of this blood slave, I will surely achieve the immortal Dao. Zhou Meng, don't worry, the path you haven't finished, I will help you continue down it. After all, you are me, and I am you, we are actually one, haha. As his voice fell, Zhou Meng's soul fragment, controlling Zhang Long's body, walked towards Sun Yang's corpse. The corpse had only recently died, so his soul should not have completely dissipated. Right now, his soul body had been assimilated quite a bit by Zhang Long's body, and he urgently needed soul replenishment. Upon arriving beside the corpse emitting purple qi, he moved his hand seal, intending to extract the soul. But when he struck the hand seal into the corpse, he found that no soul floated out at all. This startled him, and he immediately realized something was wrong. Is it too late to discover it now? From somewhere, a cold voice drifted out. You're not dead. At this moment, when the soul fragment turned his head to look in a certain direction, he saw a figure bathed in green light. This person was none other than Sun Yang. At this moment, Sun Yang smiled lightly at Zhou Meng's soul fragment, his eyes filled with indifference. So what if you are not dead? I have the purple yin blood slave, you can't do anything to me. As he spoke, Zhou Meng's soul fragment quickly moved his hand seal, intending to control the blood slave not far away to launch another attack on Sun Yang. But suddenly, he found that the spiritual power within his body seemed to be cut off by something, and he couldn't circulate it at all. At this moment, he completely panicked. Sun Yang was too lazy to say more and went directly to Zhou Meng's soul fragment. With a grab of his large hand, that soul fragment was pulled out of Zhang Long's body by him. If you weren't still somewhat useful, just for daring to scheme against me, it would be enough to make you experience a fate worse than death. Sun Yang coldly held the black soul, letting him struggle endlessly in his hand, completely unmoved. In fact, earlier, the moment the purple yin blood slave appeared and attacked him, Sun Yang deliberately only took out the green flag to repel the blood slave. When he grabbed Zhou Meng's soul fragment and retreated, he had already quietly injected poisonous blood into this person's body. Later, when this person used this blood slave to attack him after breaking the spell on the purple yin blood slave, Sun Yang had actually already noticed it. He put on his ghost tool cloak and used the ghost spirit chi on the cloak to successfully escape the attack of the purple yin blood poison. But to deceive Zhou Meng's soul fragment, he deliberately left a corpse puppet in its original place. This is also the reason for the corpse currently on the ground. And now, Sun Yang deliberately did not kill this soul fragment, simply because he had become interested in this purple yin blood slave. He wanted to obtain the superior blood slave refining method from this soul. I'll give you one chance. As long as you can tell me the method to control this purple yin blood slave and the refining technique, I will give you a quick end, so you won't die so miserably. Sun Yang's clear and cold voice came out, not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in Zhou Meng's soul fragment's ears. Dream on. I am merely a soul fragment. Since I've fallen into your hands, you can use whatever methods you want. You're dreaming if you think you can get a single word out of me. Zhou Meng's soul fragment's voice was extremely sharp, and he roared out in anger. Now he was just a soul fragment, with no afterlife to speak of, so he was clearly adopting a nothing-to-lose attitude. Since this person felt he had some use and held this leverage, he thought that as long as he remained unyielding, he should not die quickly. As long as he could survive, there would still be a chance. After all, no one was more familiar with that purple yin blood slave than him. Once he had a chance to return to the blood slave's body, he would return this humiliation 1,000 times over. Sun Yang saw the other party's expression, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed this person still wanted to blackmail him with this, which was truly ridiculous. He just didn't want to go through the trouble. Since that was the case, he simply flipped his hand and took out the soul summoning banner. The moment the soul summoning banner appeared, Zhou Meng's soul fragment was also startled, but after feeling the powerful soul power fluctuations within, he immediately realized something was wrong. If he were summoned into this, he would never be able to leave the soul sail for all eternity. At the same time, under the secret method of this banner, he would suffer endless torment from the souls within. Until he revealed the secret. This kind of torment was inhumane and would make him wish he were dead. As long as the soul sail remained intact, it would continue indefinitely. Seeing this, Zhou Meng's soul fragment immediately withered. Perhaps a quick death really was a good ending. Zhou Meng's soul fragment realized he was terribly wrong. The person before him was not a weakling at all, but clearly someone feigning weakness to prey on others. Moreover, his methods were extremely ruthless. He was clearly a devil. At this moment, he instantly felt a bit timid. Seeing the other party's sinister gaze, he could confirm that the endless torment was real. If he dared not reveal the secret, he would immediately be thrown into the soul sail, to taste the feeling of being unable to live or die. Even if he spoke up later while in the soul sail, it would probably be too late. I'll talk, I admit defeat, I'll tell you everything, I just ask that you give me a quick end. A hint of fear flashed across Zhou Meng's soul fragment's face, and he quickly spoke. Next, he truthfully told Sun Yang the location of the secret technique, and also verbally described how to control the purple yin blood slave. Sun Yang recorded the man's words in his heart, then said coldly, to be safe, you'll come with me to the place where the secret technique is hidden. If I find you've lied, you should know the consequences. Zhou Meng's soul fragment's soul body trembled slightly upon hearing this, but he could only nod helplessly. At this point, he was a prisoner and knew he had to satisfy this person as much as possible. Sun Yang saw this, nodded in satisfaction, and stood still, then glanced at the depths of the cave. Then he grinned, I suppose the living corpse of the secret technique you mentioned is just the one in front of me. The others must be something you fabricated, right? Zhou Meng's soul fragment was startled, he had thought he had hidden it very well, yet the other party had already determined that his story about the living corpse of the secret technique was false, even without entering the cave deeply. Clearly, the other party must have suspected that there was a problem with the living corpse of the secret technique early on, but he had not shown any abnormalities along the way, and had even misled him, the instigator. The depth of this person's schemes instantly astonished him. At this moment, he realized how foolish he had been, having been played in the palm of someone's hand all along without even knowing it. At the same time, he began to feel fortunate that he had come to his senses and told the other party the true secret. Senior brother truly has a wisdom eye for discerning talent, junior brother is utterly impressed. Indeed, there is only this one purple yin blood slave in this immortal cave. Although the main soul has successively retrieved 7 living corpses of the secret technique over the years, they have all been used to cultivate this one purple yin blood slave. Zhou Meng's soul fragment no longer dared to be negligent and even began to flatter him. Clearly, saying some pleasant words at this time could also make the other party feel comfortable, and then he might be given a quick death. After listening, Sun Yang's mouth curved into a cold smile, his guess was indeed correct, and he had also used this to intimidate the person, thinking that this person would not dare to play any more tricks later. Let's go to the place where you hid the secret technique. Then, after putting the purple yin blood slave into his storage pouch, he waved his hand, taking Zhou Meng's soul fragment into his sleeve and simultaneously using his magic power to restrain him. He then activated a flying talisman and flew out of the immortal cave, heading towards another location. According to Zhou Meng's soul fragment, to be safe, he dared not carry the complete method for refining blood slaves on him. After all, if this item were to be discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it would be a death warrant, so he had placed it in a hidden location. At the same time, a scroll with an escape secret technique was also stored there. After an hour of flying, Sun Yang arrived at an desolate mountain named Huangfeng Mountain, 10 li away from the Bloodwind stronghold. He looked around, this desolate mountain was only 100 zhang high, the spiritual qi was extremely thin, and the surrounding terrain was treacherous, which meant mortals could not come, and cultivators were unwilling to come. It was indeed an excellent place to hide treasures. Senior brother, the temporary immortal cave I opened is located at a southwestern position on the mountainside of this mountain. Zhou Meng pointed to a certain spot on the desolate mountain and spoke. Sun Yang did not hesitate and directly headed towards that direction. Soon, he indeed saw traces of spell bombardment. After using his magic power to scatter the floating branches and dead leaves, a relatively hidden simple mountain cave indeed appeared. He walked in without ceremony, it was not large, only a few square meters, and empty, with only a small platform for meditation. Under the guidance of Zhou Meng's soul fragment, Sun Yang came to a corner of the mountain cave, found a mechanism, and upon pressing it, a secret door appeared, leading underground. It was pitch black inside, and perhaps because it had not been opened for some time, a thick cloud of dust floated out. Sun Yang glanced at it briefly and, without hesitation, activated his magic, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Under the illumination of the firelight, the surroundings immediately brightened. He took Zhou Meng's soul fragment and slowly walked underground. Passing through a corridor that was neither too long nor too short, they arrived at an underground immortal cave. Inside, in addition to stone tables, stone beds, and stone stools, there were some strange runes on the ground. Sun Yang looked at these runes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Perhaps seeing Sun Yang's unusual gaze, Zhou Meng's soul fragment, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly and nervously said. Senior brother, these runes were drawn according to the descriptions when I was cultivating that secret technique. Now that it has been a long time since I came here, they have long lost their effect. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Yang's expression relaxed slightly, and then he slowly shifted his gaze. Seeing this, Zhou Meng's soul fragment finally relaxed and quickly pointed to a recessed area on one side of the immortal cave, saying, Senior brother, that is where I hid the secret technique. At the same time, there are also some cultivation materials stored inside, which are useless now. Senior brother can take them. Sun Yang let out a light laugh, you're sensible. As long as I get the secret technique, I will indeed give you a quick end. As soon as his voice fell, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he still strode over to the recessed area. He activated his magic inside, and indeed 2 ancient books emerged, along with some black, pill-shaped unknown objects. These black objects were probably the secret technique materials Zhou Meng's soul fragment had mentioned. But when Sun Yang first grabbed the 2 ancient books, just as he was about to put them into his storage pouch, suddenly, those black objects emitted a burst of dark light. Under the flying dark light, it immediately landed on the runes within the immortal cave, causing the immortal cave to glow with a great black light. Ha ha ha, kid, you fell for it. I had already set up a forbidden spell here. You're dead. At this moment, Zhou Meng's soul fragment burst into laughter, an expression of triumphant cunning on his face, filled with self-satisfaction. Although he was also controlled by Sun Yang and could not escape the forbidden spell's attack, it didn't matter to him. From the moment he learned of Sun Yang's deep schemes and ruthless hard nature, he had already anticipated that even if he told Sun Yang everything he knew, he would probably not escape the fate of being thrown into the soul sail. And he knew very well that once he was no longer useful and could only be at the mercy of others, his end would surely be extremely miserable. Rather than that, it would be better to die within the forbidden technique he had set up. This way, it would not only be quick but also dignified enough. Hehe, you think a mere forbidden technique can kill me? You're truly dreaming in broad daylight. Sun Yang was not surprised at this moment, instead, he acted as if nothing had happened, a wicked smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He had seen too many such rune techniques in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, and compared to those within the Secret Realm, the runes in this immortal cave were like a child's game. How could he not have taken precautions? The next moment, a pitch-black object landed on the runes and exploded with a bang, and a thick black chi sprayed out from it. Under the erosion of this black chi, the runes within the immortal cave were completely corroded away, and the black light also dissipated at this moment. Even the few pitch-black objects that had activated the black light were crushed with a crack by Sun Yang's circulating magical power. After doing all this, Sun Yang waved his soul sail, and a thick ghost spirit chi floated out, blowing away all the black chi. How is this possible? Zhou Meng's soul fragment's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. What exactly was that black chi? It was able to completely corrode the rune forbidden technique, it was truly terrifying. This is demonic blood chi formed from corpse demon blood. Sun Yang also snorted disdainfully, this blood was taken from the round corpse puppet within the secret realm. He had already tested the power of the corpse demon blood before, it could corrode anything around it. And that rune forbidden technique was already relatively low grade, so under this blood, it was completely corroded and dissolved. Then, Sun Yang's gaze turned sinister as he suddenly grabbed Zhou Meng's soul fragment, waved his soul sail, and threw him inside. In fact, Zhou Meng's soul fragment's guess was correct, Sun Yang would never let go of anyone who plotted against him. Once he obtained the secret technique, he would immediately throw him into the soul sail, letting the resentful souls inside properly serve this person. At the same time, his inferior forbidden technique had long been seen through by Sun Yang. Now, with old and new grudges to settle, how could Sun Yang let this person off easily? He directly had the resentful souls pounce on Zhou Meng's soul fragment. Since he was inside the soul sail, even if Zhou Meng's soul fragment's soul body was damaged by being torn and bitten, it would quickly be repaired by the soul sail. Sun Yang, you won't have a good end. At first, Zhou Meng's soul fragment was still very tough, continuously cursing Sun Yang, but as the resentful souls kept tearing at him, the pain coming from his soul body quickly made his arrogance disappear. Kid, no, senior brother Sun, seeing as you've already obtained the secret technique, just give me a quick death. After begging for a while and seeing that Sun Yang remained unmoved, he quickly said in a humble tone, Senior brother Sun, I'm still useful. I'm willing to be driven by senior brother for life. Sun Yang smiled sinisterly, then seemed to think the other party was talking too much, so he arranged for the main soul female ghost to go over and, with powerful soul pressure, directly silence him. Seeing that it was quiet, he then put away the soul sail with a wicked smile and used a fire to completely destroy any remaining traces in the immortal cave. Then, with a shift, he disappeared outside the immortal cave. More than 10 days later, in a place filled with yellow sand, two people stood facing each other. One of them was Sun Yang. The other was a young man dressed in purple robes, a cultivator at the Qi refining stage 9th level named Duan Qi. He was a disciple of the 100 Puppets sect and the target of the mission Sun Yang had accepted. At this moment, Duan Qi's face was solemn, and the person in front of him made him feel a strong sense of danger. Not long ago, he had just left the Fengbu black market area, but before he had escaped far, he suddenly noticed a blood shadow chasing after him at high speed. He originally thought it was just a rogue cultivator and intended to use a secret technique to shake him off, not wanting to get too entangled with the other party. But he didn't expect that the other party's target was very clear, chasing directly after him, and his speed was extremely fast, far beyond what his secret technique could match. Only then did Duan Qi realize that this person was coming for him. Then, feeling a strong blood qi from the other party, he vaguely guessed that he was a disciple of the demonic path's blood yin sect. He quickly realized that the person chasing him should be after this item, recalling that not long ago, he had indeed killed a demon cultivator, who seemed to be from the blood yin sect, and had obtained a strange item from him. He had originally planned to return to his sect and exchange this item for some goods, but feeling that the strength of the person chasing him was extraordinarily powerful and that his life would surely be in danger if he was caught, he gritted his teeth. He then took out that strange item and used a puppet to carry it and escape in another direction. He wanted to use this to lead the pursuer to the puppet. His idea was also very good, as long as the pursuer got what he wanted, he thought the other party shouldn't continue chasing him. This approach actually worked to some extent, the pursuer was indeed led away by the puppet. But before Duan Qi could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that after obtaining the strange item, this person apparently had no intention of letting him go. Only then did he realize that he had done something foolish. Not long after, he was caught up too. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Duan Qi's eyes, then he flipped his hand and took out his most prized puppet, a dark great ape. He adopted a stance of fighting to the death. Sun Yang glanced at the puppet, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, because the aura on this puppet was extraordinarily powerful, even much stronger than Duan Qi cultivation. This was a significant discrepancy from the mission description. However, a puppet was ultimately an inanimate object. No matter how skilled Duan Qi control methods were, it could not compare to a cultivator. With a cold snort, Sun Yang directly waved his soul sail, and 4 or 5 fierce ghosts emerged, pouncing towards the mechanical puppet. Seeing this, Duan Qi could only hastily control the great ape puppet to deal with the pouncing fierce ghosts. But he himself, without the protection of the mechanical puppet, was ultimately too weak. Sun Yang merely waved the ghost sail in his hand, then activated the blood escape technique, and in just an instant, he arrived not far above this person's head. Amidst the other party's astonished gaze, he unleashed several drops of blood poison. Although Duan Qi was quite surprised, he was still extremely vigilant and had already taken out a shield, blocking in front of him. But his shield was merely a low-grade defensive magical artifact. How could it block such a fierce attack? Under the corrosion of the corpse demon blood, this low-grade defensive magical artifact instantly lost all its light and turned into an ordinary object. As 2 drops of poisonous blood landed on his body, Duan Qi, in his terror, was corroded by the blood poison, collapsed to the ground, and fell silent. Sun Yang flew down and directly struck the top of this person's head with his palm, destroying all the meridians in his body. Only then did he wave his hand. If it weren't for the mission requiring him to bring back this person's corpse, Sun Yang would never have wasted a single drop of corpse demon blood and a single drop of exotic flower corpse-eating blood poison. After placing the person's body into a corpse storage bag, he grabbed the out-of-control great ape puppet with a single claw. He held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. He discovered that this mechanical puppet was extremely precise, and its core seemed to be quite extraordinary. Following the principle of not wasting anything, he still put it into his storage pouch. Having done all this, he waved his soul sail, recalled the vengeful spirits, and then transformed into a blur, disappearing into the horizon. 10 days later, Sun Yang arrived above a deep mountain forest, surveyed it for a long time, and then flew down. This place was remote, constantly shrouded in a thin layer of miasma, and there were no Yao beasts or mortals around. It was indeed an excellent place for secluded cultivation. After Sun Yang found a relatively rugged spot, he took out a longsword magical artifact and activated it with his magical power. Soon, a simple immortal cave appeared. This immortal cave was only about 20 square meters, completely sufficient for him to sit in meditation and cultivate. He set up some defensive measures around, then stepped into the immortal cave and began his secluded cultivation, no longer going out. Sun Yang planned to take the washmarrow pill here. He intended to expel all the impurities from his body and, at the same time, attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Soon, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind. After adjusting his heart nature, he took out a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was a high-grade washmarrow pill made from the spiritual materials obtained from within the secret realm. The moment the medicinal pill was taken out, a fragrant aroma emanated throughout the immortal cave. Sun Yang didn't hesitate and took one. Afterward, he began to circulate his cultivation technique, quietly waiting for the medicinal pill's effects to manifest. Not long after, he felt a burning sensation surge through his body. The effects of this medicinal pill were several times more intense than the inferior washmarrow pill he had taken previously, which brought a slight joy to Sun Yang. However, he dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly circulated his magical power to resist the intense burning sensation. Time slowly flowed, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Sun Yang was drenched in sweat, and a layer of black, viscous mud covered his skin, faintly emitting a foul odor. However, he didn't mind it. Instead, his face was full of smiles. This time, the washmarrow pill had an unexpectedly good effect. 70% of the impurities in his body had been expelled. Only a few acupoints still contained some impurities. But Sun Yang was confident that after taking 1 or 2 more washmarrow pills, all the impurities should be completely expelled. After cleaning the black mud from his body and allowing himself to relax completely, he sat cross-legged once again. Sun Yang intended to expel all the impurities in one go, and then attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As another washmarrow pill went down, he once again closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Spring turned to autumn, and no major disturbances came from within the immortal cave. 7 months passed in a flash. On this day, 2 dark figures were seen fleeing from the distant horizon. The first was a young woman dressed in a cyan robe, with a graceful figure and an extremely beautiful and enchanting face. However, her face was pale at this moment, appearing very disheveled, and she was frantically fleeing forward, occasionally glancing back with an anxious expression. The latter was a young man also dressed in a cyan robe, but his face was hideous, his eyes fixed on the young woman ahead, filled with a sinister charm. From their attire, it was clear that they were not disciples of the demonic path, and among the righteous path schools that wore cyan robes, only the Xianjing sect fit the description. Junior sister, don't run anymore. I merely desire your body, I promise not to harm your life. The young man's lips curved into a wicked smile, his gaze cold as a torch, as he transmitted his voice to the young woman ahead. Upon hearing this, the young woman's body visibly trembled, but she continued to fly forward at top speed without stopping. However, seeing that she was about to be caught, she hurriedly said, "Senior brother, have you forgotten Master's instructions before he left, and the sect rules? What you are doing now, what difference is there from those demonic path disciples?" The young man's face clearly flashed with disdain upon hearing this. "Humph, now that we are outside the sect, you still try to pressure me with instructions and sect rules? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Today, whether you want to or not, you will obey. You, despicable. I will never let a treacherous scoundrel like you succeed. Anger appeared on the young woman's face. She bit her silver teeth tightly and fled even more desperately forward. Humph, it seems your heart is only for senior brother, but don't forget that you were cultivated by my Hong family. It's one thing for you not to be grateful, but you're also biting the hand that feeds you. It's a waste of how good I've been to you on weekdays. Today, I will not only break your Yin Phoenix cultivation technique but also make you my cauldron for life. The young man glared fiercely, speaking each word distinctly. In fact, these two were fellow senior brother and junior sister from the same school. The young man was named Hong Yu, and the young woman was named Guan Ningxiu. Both were disciples under Elder Haoli of the Xianqing sect. Guan Ningxiu was able to enter the immortal cultivation realm and join the Xianqing sect thanks to the strong assistance of the cultivation family, the Hong family. The reason the Hong family provided such strong support was that they wanted Guan Ningxiu to become Hong Yu's dual cultivation partner. However, after Guan Ningxiu joined the Xianqing sect, her heart nature completely changed. She actually got involved with the senior brother of the same school. But on weekdays, she didn't refuse Hong Yu's affections, constantly pulling back and forth between the senior brother and Hong Yu. And because of this, today's events transpired. Of course, Guan Ningxiu's ambition was also very great. From the moment she came into contact with the immortal cultivation realm, a seed of immortal ascension had already been planted within her. She also didn't want to be manipulated by others for her entire life. Whether it was the senior brother or Hong Yu behind her, they were actually stepping stones for her to climb higher. Otherwise, with her medium-grade spiritual root, how could she have cultivated to the 10 levels of qi refining in less than 5 years? This time, they were outside the sect, actually following an elder from the school to the vicinity of the Fengbu black market to capture a rebellious disciple who had betrayed the sect. But they never expected that the rebellious disciple was actually arranged by Hong Yu, and the Hong family had even dispatched a foundation establishment stage family elder from their clan to come to this place together. As the elder from the school was led away by the Hong family elder. This led to her being pursued by Hong Yu for 10 days. During these 10 days, if Guan Ningxiu hadn't possessed a treasure, she would have been caught by Hong Yu long ago. But soon, Guan Ningxiu looked ahead, and upon seeing a certain desolate mountain in the distance, a hint of joy clearly appeared on her pretty face. Not long after, as she flew to the sky above the desolate mountain, she deliberately feigned a lack of spiritual power, then frantically flew down. Ha ha ha, you little bitch, why don't you run? There's nowhere to escape now, is there? You'll never escape my grasp. Hong Yu's face lit up with joy when he saw Guan Ningxiu flying down, and a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes. He swooped down towards the mountain forest below. Soon after, sounds of a fight echoed from all around. However, Guan Ningxiu's strength was no match for a member of the Hong family, a cultivation family. Not long after, she was sent flying to the side by a fire spell. Even her clothes were burnt beyond recognition, faintly revealing countless enticing sights within. This made Hong Yu even more excited. He licked his lips, revealing a lecherous expression. But he didn't hesitate with his hands. He directly waved the staff in his hand, bringing a fireball emitting a chilling flame, and slowly approached Guan Ningxiu. Junior sister, you know that I never intended to harm you from the start. It's just that you were too ignorant, and I was forced to show you a bit of my power. If you turn back now, it's not too late. A hint of fear flashed in Guan Ningxiu's eyes, but she quickly recovered her composure. Then, her face turned cold, and she flipped her hand to take out a treasure, throwing it towards Hong Yu. Humph, unappreciative. Upon seeing this, Hong Yu's gaze turned cold. It had come to this, and this woman still showed no sign of compromise, which made him even more furious. It seemed he would only be able to truly capture her through force. At that time, he guaranteed he would make this woman experience what despair and what pain truly were, making her wail under his torment. Immediately, that fireball violently smashed forward. Boom, boom, 2 loud bangs resonated. The next moment, 2 waves of fire swept outwards, turning all the surrounding trees into ashes. Guan Ningxiu narrowly dodged the fire wave's attack and was still able to circulate her spiritual power to escape towards one side of the desolate mountain. As she fled, her eyes seemed to intentionally glance at a certain spot, then she took out a red orb from her hand. Inside this orb, wisps of flame were still burning. As her spiritual power was injected, the orb emitted a string of faint flames. After arriving at a treacherous location, the woman turned her head, glaring fiercely at the pursuing Hong Yu, and raised the orb. You should know what this orb is. If you dare to take another step forward, then both of us will perish together. Upon hearing the threat, Hong Yu laughed instead. He naturally knew this orb very well, it was originally an item of his Hong family. Humph, it's just a mere fire crystal orb. Since I gave it to you that day, I naturally have ways to break it. How could it possibly harm me? Humph, don't forget the methods of my Hong family. Even if you die by the fire crystal orb, I will still find a way to extract your spirit. At that time, I only need to reshape your physical body, and you still won't escape my grasp. Don't worry, I will definitely cherish you well. After all, I love you so much, how could I let you die so easily? Guan Ningxiu's heart trembled upon hearing this, but she still gritted her teeth, though her peripheral vision subtly glanced at a certain spot behind her. A hint of doubt actually flashed in her eyes, but she still clutched the fire crystal orb in her hand, preparing to throw it out. However, just at this moment, a disturbance came from behind, and suddenly 5 or 6 fierce ghosts drifted out from somewhere. These fierce ghosts all bared their fangs and claws, rushing towards Hong Yu with extreme speed. Due to the sudden appearance of the anomaly, and with Hong Yu's attention entirely focused on Guan Ningxiu, he never expected fierce ghosts to fly out. Not good, this is the Ghost Dao's ghost control spell. Hong Yu sensed something was wrong and quickly activated a fiery red object, transforming into a fiery shadow, and fled rapidly into the distance. But those fierce ghosts would not let go of the food that had come to their mouths. They all changed direction and pursued the fiery shadow. Not long after, a shrill scream echoed from nearby. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. 5 or 6 fierce ghosts tore a living person into several pieces. Each fierce ghost got a portion of the body and began to chew on it. At this moment, only the continuous crunch chewing sounds remained. Even Guan Ningxiu's face turned deathly pale at the sight, and her body began to tremble slightly. Although she knew there was a powerful senior here beforehand, thanks to a treasure in her hand, she hadn't connected it to a demonic path cultivator of the Ghost Dao. She had a deep understanding of the ruthless methods of demonic path cultivators. But she glanced at the fierce ghosts and, finding that they weren't attacking her, she could only hold her breath, kneeling down immediately and saying in terror, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This junior has nothing to repay you with, but I am willing to serve Senior as a slave and maidservant, to repay your kindness." Guan Ningxiu knew that in the eyes of the senior, she was useless, but to survive, she could only rely on her beauty. If this senior took a liking to her, perhaps she could still live. As soon as her voice fell, a cold voice came from behind. "Oh, what a good slave and maidservant." Immediately after, the sound of a stone door opening echoed, and a black-robed young man walked out from inside. And this black-robed young man was precisely Sun Yang, who had been in seclusion here. Guan Ningxiu nervously raised her eyes and looked at the black-robed young man in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. She hadn't expected the senior she spoke of to be so young. His spiritual power was unstable, but the sinister aura of a demonic path cultivator was extremely rich, causing her heart to pound uncontrollably. "Senior, I cultivate the Yin Phoenix cultivation technique, which will definitely be of great use to Senior. I beg Senior to take me in." Guan Ningxiu quickly lowered her head, whether intentionally or unintentionally, deliberately revealing a magnificent and vast expanse of snow-white scenery. Sun Yang, however, looked at her coldly, a sinister smile playing on the corner of his lips. "It's not that I can't spare your life, but I've just cultivated a new cultivation technique and plan to try it out on you. Do you agree?" "I agree," this junior agrees. But as soon as Guan Ningxiu's voice fell, she felt a black shadow flash, and the next moment, a large hand gripped the top of her head. Immediately after, a chilling spiritual power surged into her sea of consciousness. Then, a piercing pain came from her mind. The woman's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. But because she was confined in his palm, she couldn't move, only allowing that spiritual power to rampage in her mind. It lasted for dozens of breaths before finally stopping. Sun Yang released his hand, and Guan Ningxiu then collapsed weakly to the ground. At this moment, her eyes were vacant, as if her mind had been stolen, and she became completely dazed. And what Sun Yang had performed was precisely the soul-searching spell. In fact, 10 days prior, Sun Yang had finally successfully broken through to the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm with the help of sufficient wash-marrow pills and some spirit-enhancing spiritual items, and was in the process of stabilizing his realm. And the soul-searching spell was a malicious spell that could be cast after advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage. It allowed one to directly search the souls of cultivators whose souls were weaker than his own, forcibly reading others' memories. When Sun Yang finished reading Guan Ningxiu's memories, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. As he had expected, this woman had indeed schemed against him. In fact, Sun Yang had long since observed the scene of the two fighting outside. It was just that he was busy consolidating his realm and hadn't bothered to intervene. However, Guan Ningxiu was conceited, constantly and deliberately approaching his place of seclusion, even using that fire crystal pearl to force him to show himself. And being interrupted in his cultivation, a surge of anger immediately rose in his heart, and he unceremoniously unleashed a soul-searching technique on Guan Ningxiu. The drawback of this technique was also very obvious. Once forcibly cast, it would shatter the soul of the searched, causing them to directly lose their consciousness and become idiotic. The current Guan Ningxiu, from the moment she lost her consciousness, had actually already died from her soul shattering. This was the fate she deserved. After all, Sun Yang disliked nothing more than someone daring to scheme against him. Of course, under Sun Yang's forceful soul search, he learned from her memories that this woman had relied on a treasure to accurately find his hidden immortal cave. Immediately after, he pulled off her storage pouch, probed inside, and after a moment, took out a black compass. On this compass were many Daoist characters, each corresponding to a direction, and in the center was a black needle. Sun Yang glanced at it, but he didn't understand the meaning of those Daoist characters. But at this moment, on the compass, one Daoist character was shining brightly, yet the needle pointed to other Daoist characters. Based on Guan Ningxiu's memories, this Daoist character seemed to represent chi fluctuation. The brighter the light emitted by the Daoist character, the greater the chi fluctuation. This led Guan Ningxiu to believe that there was a small possibility of a treasure appearing in the place emitting strong chi fluctuations, and a high probability that a cultivator who had just successfully completed Foundation Establishment was cultivating there in seclusion. And Guan Ningxiu speculated that in such a desolate wilderness, it was impossible for a treasure to appear, so there must definitely be a person in seclusion who had broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage here. After all, Only when breaking through a major realm would it cause a celestial phenomenon, attracting powerful chi fluctuations to gather around. That's why she led Hong Yu over, intending to use this foundation establishment stage senior to help her escape her predicament. But she never expected that the one in seclusion here would be a demonic path cultivator, which led to her being too clever for her own good. After Sun Yang understood the whole story, he became somewhat interested in the compass in his hand. According to Guan Ningxiu's memories, this compass did not seem to be a detection treasure, but rather an item for seeking treasures. After all, places with large chi fluctuations, apart from cultivators breaking through major realms, should only emit strong chi fluctuations when a treasure appears. Sun Yang's heart filled with joy. With this treasure, it might be of great use in the future. Subsequently, he carefully put it into his storage pouch. Afterward, he looked at Guan Ningxiu, who was kneeling on the ground, observed her for a few moments, and his heart stirred slightly. According to what this woman said, she seemed to have cultivated a certain technique called the Yin Phoenix art, which could be of great use to him. He couldn't help but wonder if it was some kind of auxiliary cultivation technique. Such auxiliary cultivation techniques seemed to be very popular among righteous path schools, and there were even large families specifically cultivating such female cultivators for use as cauldrons. And Sun Yang, being disturbed by these two, could only forcibly stop his cultivation, which resulted in his realm not being consolidated. This was one of the reasons why he was extremely annoyed. But as Sun Yang's gaze lingered on her body, an evil thought arose in his heart. Then, with a wave of his hand, he recalled the vengeful spirit that was still chewing on the corpse. These vengeful spirits could only stop chewing and quickly floated back, bringing back Hong Yu's storage pouch with them. Sun Yang didn't hesitate, directly channeling his qi, he grabbed the storage pouch and began to examine it carefully. After a short while, his face lit up with joy. With a wave of his hand, he took out a red book from the storage pouch. On it was written, Soul-absorbing art. This was a dual cultivation technique, but it was only useful for male cultivators. Sun Yang felt as if he had found a treasure and quickly began to flip through it. After a long time, he finally understood some of the key points of the cultivation technique. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he took Guan Ningxiu with him, transforming into a black afterimage, and vanished into the immortal cave. Subsequently, the stone door slowly closed, and the surroundings returned to tranquility once more. 7 days later, the stone door slowly opened, and Sun Yang walked out, his face radiant. This soul-absorbing art was indeed extraordinary, his cultivation had completely stabilized in just a few days. At the same time, it had even subtly improved a little. This also made Sun Yang visibly happy. Then, he cast a spell, and his body flew up, soaring through the air with a flick of his sleeve. This time, he did not rely on a flying talisman. Instead, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, due to his profound qi, he was able to fly through the air using his deep qi. After flying for a full quarter of an hour, Sun Yang finally landed, still feeling unfulfilled, his mood extremely joyful at this moment. This allowed him to truly understand why everyone wanted to achieve foundation establishment. Its powerful strength was indeed extraordinary. However, the foundation establishment stage was only the first step into the immortal cultivation realm, merely possessing some of the demeanor of an immortal. But it also made Sun Yang's resolve even firmer, and his desire for higher cultivation became even stronger. However, then his brows furrowed slightly. After experiencing the strength of the foundation establishment stage, he felt a subtle sense of worry in his heart. Because he discovered that the methods he originally held, which gave him confidence, seemed to be of little use in front of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Once he engaged in combat with those who had been in the foundation establishment realm for decades, he actually felt increasingly uncertain. It seemed he needed to reevaluate and upgrade the rank of the cultivation techniques and magical artifacts he possessed. As for the foundation establishment stage blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, he truly didn't have it, but he imagined that the sect should definitely have it in stock. After all, the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique he cultivated was not some rare or superior cultivation technique, it was merely one of the blood yin sect's several common cultivation techniques. With his current foundation establishment stage strength, acquiring it shouldn't be too difficult. It was just that his left arm, refined by the 100 meridian body refinement technique, seemed unable to withstand the powerful essence blood impact that was coming. Now he felt as if there was still a sharp sword hanging over his head. Sun Yang's most urgent task now was to find the Fuyin grass to completely form the meridians in his left arm. However, there had been no news of the Fuyin grass until now. Nevertheless, now that he had achieved foundation establishment, his level of contact was incomparable to that of the Qi refinement stage, so perhaps there was still a chance to find it. But for now, it was still best to improve his strength. After all, if he did find the Fuyin grass but couldn't obtain it due to a lack of strength, that would be truly terrible. Sun Yang then patted his corpse storage bag and took out the purple yin blood slave. During this time, in the intervals of breaking through his realm, he had also thoroughly studied the method for refining higher level blood slaves. Now that I have some time, I will use the method recorded above to condense this purple yin blood slave into something I can command. Returning to the immortal cave, Sun Yang sat cross-legged, placed the purple yin blood slave in front of him, and began to slowly and awkwardly form hand seals. After a while, when the hand seals were finally formed, he pressed them against his forehead. The next moment, a green soul shadow floated out from his forehead. This soul shadow was precisely Sun Yang's soul. Not bad, it's indeed wondrous. Sun Yang's soul body scanned the area below and nodded slightly in satisfaction. As expected of a high-level secret technique, it could directly allow the soul body to leave the body without any damage, which greatly broadened his horizons. However, he dared not be negligent and quickly performed another spell. As the spell fell, a faint light flickered on his soul body, and a green mass slowly began to emerge, showing faint signs of separation. This process was extremely slow. It took a full half day for the green mass to completely detach from the soul body, float to the other side, and reveal a faint phantom. This faint phantom still vaguely showed Sun Yang's face. It was a sub-soul separated from Sun Yang's main soul. This sub-soul only retained a portion of Sun Yang's memories, and its soul body strength was only 1% of the main body. But this was enough, as long as it entered the purple yin blood slave's body and was nourished by soul liquid to make it stronger, it would be fine. However, at this point, it was the most crucial time. Afterward, Sun Yang needed to use a secret technique to forcefully sever his connection with the sub-soul. Although there was a very small possibility that this secret technique would damage his soul body. At the same time, he could also use a secret technique to forcefully control the sub-soul. But thinking of Zhou Meng's situation, he did not want to follow in his footsteps because of this. What if one day, he was forced to separate from the purple yin blood slave? Or, if this blood slave was captured by others? Then the sub-soul within the blood slave's body would very likely develop some independent consciousness, which would be troublesome then. After all, if this sub-soul wanted to completely break free from Sun Yang's control, it would act like Zhou Meng, finding an opportunity to kill the main soul, thus achieving complete liberation. Sun Yang certainly did not want the blood slave he personally refined to become his archenemy. Once that time truly came, even Sun Yang might get a headache, as this sub-soul was extremely familiar with his methods and might even inherit his personality. Sun Yang had to take some precautions at this time. And with his cautious personality, he naturally already had a countermeasure. In the storage pouch of the ghost Dao disciple he killed in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, he indeed obtained a soul-controlling technique. This technique was originally used by ghost Dao cultivators to control ghost generals when making ghost sales, and it had a very strong binding force. And right now, it could be used on the sub-soul. Sun Yang chanted incantations, his fingers flying up and down. After a while, a black light spontaneously generated under the movement of his hand seals. Immediately afterward, he struck this black light into the sub-soul's body. As the black light flickered slightly, it completely disappeared within the sub-soul. Sun Yang clearly felt a surge of qi emerge in his mind, and with a thought, he could make this qi collapse. Once the qi dissipated, the restriction force within the sub-soul's body would directly shatter the soul body. However, Sun Yang was still not at ease, so he continuously struck 3 more black lights into 3 different directions before stopping. Even if the sub-soul found a way to break the black lights one day, since there were 4 black lights on the soul body, trying to remove them all at the same time would not only be extremely difficult but also easily detected by Sun Yang. After doing all this, Sun Yang felt much more at ease, and then he began to perform the secret technique to sever the connection with the sub-soul. This process might take a long time for a qi refinement stage cultivator, but for Sun Yang, who was now in the early stage of foundation establishment, his soul body was extremely powerful, and it didn't take long for him to completely sever the connection. Then the sub-soul floated towards the purple yin blood slave, and in a moment, it merged into the blood slave's body. At this time, a faint green light emerged from the blood slave's body. Clearly, the sub-soul had begun to gradually occupy this physical body. Sun Yang glanced at it briefly, then shifted his gaze. The next moment, his soul body floated down and directly merged into his body, disappearing. Sun Yang opened his eyes and moved around briefly. Due to separating some of his soul body was clearly a bit weaker. He quickly took out some soul liquid, consumed 2 drops, and then sat down to meditate and recuperate his soul body. A day later, Sun Yang stood up and began to examine the purple yin blood slave in front of him. At this moment, the purple yin blood slave had opened its eyes and was calmly looking around, but it remained woodenly in place. Although it already possessed intelligence, it was suppressed by Sun Yang's spell, so the intelligence it could display was not high. Only when Sun Yang cast spells to command it would some of this suppression be lifted, allowing it to analyze the opponent's weaknesses and attack. However, under normal circumstances, Sun Yang would not easily lift the suppression. Only by continuously suppressing it could he reduce the possibility of it developing independent consciousness. Since you are my sub-soul in the body of a purple yin blood slave, from now on, you shall be called Purple Yin. Sun Yang chuckled, then after some thought, felt that the name Purple Yin was more fitting for this blood slave. However, Purple Yin's current strength was only at the perfection of 10 levels of qi refining. If it were before Sun Yang broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment, it would indeed be a decent combat force. But now, it was still too weak. When encountering a foundation establishment stage cultivator, it could only use the purple yin blood poison attack, which had a certain miraculous effect. However, since the blood slave did not possess the strong physical body strength of a corpse puppet, it could very likely die on the spot if struck by a full force blow from a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This made Sun Yang hesitant when commanding it. He had to raise this blood slave to the foundation establishment stage realm. Fortunately, among the high-level refining secret techniques, there was a spiritual item that could enhance the blood slave's physical body. This spiritual item was called Ronggong Flower. As long as this spiritual item was obtained, along with more than 10 auxiliary items, the blood slave's physical body could be enhanced in strength through a medicinal bath. This method of enhancement was actually somewhat similar to a cultivator's cleansing of meridians and marrow. However, a cultivator's cleansing of meridians and marrow was relatively gentler, trying not to damage important parts like meridians and danshan. And because the blood slave did not have attention, all its magical power was stored in its vital blood, and its entire body's vital blood was carefully cultivated, so even if the meridians ruptured, they could be repaired with a secret technique. Therefore, violent means could be used to forcefully cleanse the blood slave's meridians and marrow. As for Ronggong flower, although it was also very rare, it did not seem to be extinct, it still existed in the immortal realm today. Sun Yang planned to go to Fengbu Black Market to inquire about Ronggong flower, and also to seek information about Fuyan grass. Without delay, he decided to go immediately. However, before setting off, he set fire to completely obliterate all traces around him, and then, with a movement of his spell, he fled into the distance. However, he hadn't fled far when Sun Yang frowned tightly, because he sensed that someone was fleeing towards him. This person's aura was very strong, and his flying speed was extremely fast. He could confirm that the approaching person had at least the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation. He didn't know what this person's objective was. Why would he flee in his direction? But this place was sparsely populated, so perhaps this person was just passing by. Or perhaps this person had some other objective in coming here. However, Sun Yang had only just achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, and his strength was at its weakest. He did not want to engage in a spell battle with a foundation establishment stage cultivator at this time. After a brief thought, he still decided that avoiding was the best option. Immediately, with a wave of his ghost sail, he cast the netherworld method. He was enveloped in a layer of green light and fled at an extremely fast speed in the other direction. However, as Sun Yang fled 500 feet away, his brows furrowed tightly. He discovered that the person chasing him had also changed direction and was now pursuing him. Could this person's target be me? As Sun Yang thought this, his heart turned cold, but he still suppressed his anger. With a wave of his hand, a ball of vital blood floated out, transforming into a wisp of bloody chi that enveloped him. At this moment, his speed doubled. This speed lasted for a full quarter of an hour. However, the person chasing him from behind did not change direction at all, relentlessly pursuing him. Moreover, it seemed he had used some secret spell, as his speed was not much different from Sun Yang's. A cold light flashed in Sun Yang's eyes, then he stopped and landed on a large mountain. It seemed the other party's objective was very clear, showing no intention of giving up until he was caught. Judging by the fluctuations in his magical power, this person was only at the early stage of foundation establishment realm. Sun Yang originally did not want to cause more trouble, but this person was pressing him step by step. He was not one to fear trouble, and a killing intent surged in his heart. Very well, he also wanted to see how much of a difference there was in strength between him and this early stage of foundation establishment individual. How dare he so brazenly pursue a cultivator of the same realm? Not long after, a grey shadow shot from the horizon. Upon sensing Sun Yang's presence, he landed directly 5 feet away from Sun Yang, looking down at him indifferently from above. The newcomer was an old man, appearing to be 70 or 80 years old, with a long beard that danced in the wind. Coupled with his rustling long robe, he exuded an air of arrogance. When the old man saw how young Sun Yang was, although he possessed an early stage of foundation establishment cultivation, he presumed Sun Yang had only recently advanced. He, on the other hand, had been in the early stage of foundation establishment for over 40 years, and his strength had reached the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment realm. Dealing with someone who had just entered this realm would be effortless. Although the old man had already known during the chase that the person in front of him was a practitioner of the demonic path. However, he was not from a righteous sect, and his animosity towards the demonic path was not that great. Then, recalling some of the insidious methods commonly used by practitioners of the demonic path, he knew it would require some effort to deal with them. And he had other important matters to attend to, so catching this person was merely to question him. This old man is Hong Qingshan, a member of the Hong family of Wanzhou. Your Excellency, there is a residual aura of my clan's junior on your person. It seems you must have encountered my clan's junior before, and his soul sail has not shattered, so he should not be dead. As long as you hand him over, this old man will immediately turn and leave. Otherwise, Your Excellency, do not even think of leaving easily. The old man's eyes sharpened, and a powerful aura emanated from him as he spoke coldly to Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang remembered that when he searched Guan Ningxiu's soul, he did indeed learn from her memories that Hong Yu had come with an elder from his clan. From this, it seemed that this old man was likely that elder. And he had already thrown Hong Yu's soul into the soul sail after killing him with a fierce ghost, which was why the old man believed Hong Yu was not dead. Humph, old man, your tone is quite arrogant. If I don't hand him over, what can you do? Sun Yang snorted coldly. Hong Yu's soul had already entered the soul sail, so it was a pipe dream for him to cast a spell to retrieve it. Even if he could retrieve it, if the old man saw that his junior was only a soul, he would still seek justice. Rather than that, it was better to fight. You're seeking death. Hong Qingshan's beard bristled, and his face immediately showed rage. A powerful magical power surged, and then a head-sized fireball appeared out of thin air, its scorching heat rapidly raising the surrounding temperature. Sun Yang was also slightly surprised by this. This was a spell cast by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, it was indeed extraordinary. Now, he had gained some insight. This was his first time engaging in a spell battle with a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and Sun Yang did not dare to be overconfident. He directly slapped his storage pouch, took out a high-grade ghost sail, and with a fierce wave, a tall ghost general, 3 feet tall, walked out. This ghost general was covered in silver armor, holding a grim, dark long spear in one hand and a 2-foot shield in the other. This was a ghost general with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Humph, a mere chi refinement stage ghost general dares to show off in front of this old man. It's truly laughable. When Hun Qingshan saw that the other party had actually summoned a chi refinement stage ghost general, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He became even more certain that this person was a ghost Dao demonic cultivator who had only recently advanced. Even his natal ghost general hadn't had time to be upgraded. He had killed such people with both hands. Die. As the fireball in his hand took shape, he pointed it fiercely at Sun Yang. The fireball glowed with intense fire and smashed directly towards him. In Sun Yang's understanding, fire elemental spells were known for their power, and their speed should not be very fast. However, the fireball shooting towards him was as fast as lightning, reaching him in the blink of an eye. This made his brow twitch. Such speed was unexpected, and he quickly circulated his chi, causing a ball of bloody chi to emerge around him. At the same time, the tall ghost general, wielding its shield, directly blocked in front of him. However, by the time he had done all this, he suddenly and strangely discovered that the fireball had rapidly changed direction, bypassing the ghost general's shield, and directly struck him at a peculiar angle. Seeing this, Sun Yang's heart tightened. He quickly circulated his magical power, and a blood-red jade in his hand glowed red, transforming into a blood-colored shield that enveloped him. A loud boom echoed. The blood-colored shield, upon being struck by the fireball, only lasted for less than a moment before cracks appeared all over it, and it shattered completely shortly after. Fortunately, during this time, Sun Yang managed to narrowly dodge by casting the ghost sail underworld method, flying into the air. After just a brief exchange, he had already suffered such a hidden disadvantage. However, just as he stabilized himself, the fireball did not dissipate, instead, it changed direction again and shot fiercely towards his location. What kind of fire spell is this? It's so fierce and can even pursue enemies. Sun Yang was once again bathed in a green glow, dodging in all directions. But soon, he discovered that no matter where he hid, the fireball would follow. At this moment, he finally noticed that the old man in the distance was making a hand seal, seemingly controlling the fireball's direction. It seemed this person intended to use this method to first deplete Sun Yang's strength, while his other hand held a dark red staff, faintly shimmering with red light. He seemed to be casting some powerful spell. Hun Qingshan knew deeply that these demonic path cultivators were insidious individuals, and based on his many years of experience, the longer it dragged on, the more variables would appear, possibly putting him in a passive position. Even though the person in front of him had just advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he dared not be careless in the slightest, intending to use his most formidable means to directly kill this person with one strike. Although this would consume a lot of chi, it was also the most reliable method. At the same time, this method would not harm the person's soul, as he would still need to perform soul searching to find the whereabouts of his junior. While dodging, Sun Yang also noticed the staff, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, he quickly had a countermeasure in mind. The opponent thought that merely relying on this fireball could restrict him, but this was already a fatal mistake. Sun Yang waved the ghost sail in his hand, and the ghost general immediately attacked Hun Qingshan. Then, he took out the soul summoning banner and released 7 or 8 fierce ghost creatures, which, along with the ghost general, shot forward. 9 ghost shadows surged forward in a mighty attack. Hun Qingshan glanced lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. These ghost creatures seemed numerous, but in reality, they were all only at the chi refinement stage. To think they could harm him with this was a fool's dream. Other cultivators might find dealing with these intangible ghost creatures a bit tricky, but he had cultivated advanced fire spells. Now, the flames in his hand had transformed into a fire-based Dao technique. These mere ghost creatures would turn to ash in an instant. Hun Qingshan sneered, and with a slight activation of his Dao, a ball of flame emerged, then gradually began to change color. From its original yellowish red, it slowly turned deep red, and its temperature also increased several times over. Be annihilated by this old man. The moment the ghost creatures lunged, Hun Qingshan suddenly squeezed the flame in his hand, and with a burst of fire, a fire snake could be seen lunging towards the ghost creatures in front of him. However, just as the fire snake approached, a silver corpse inexplicably materialized, directly blocking the ghost creatures. The fire snake was instantly completely blocked by the silver corpse, but since the fire snake was a fire-based Dao technique with extremely high temperature, it instantly scorched a part of the silver corpse. One arm of the silver corpse even revealed its stark black bones. This is a silver-winged flying corpse from the corpse demon sect. Upon seeing this, Hun Qingshan's expression also darkened. He had initially thought Sun Yang was a ghost Dao demonic cultivator, but he hadn't expected the opponent to be able to command the corpse puppet technique of the corpse demon sect. This gave him a strange feeling, but these alone were not enough to trouble him. However, just as he was about to cast another Dao technique to annihilate both the silver-winged flying corpse and the ghost creatures behind it, he suddenly noticed 3 ghost creatures emitting a red glow. These 3 ghost creatures directly bypassed the silver corpse and lunged at him, exploding violently when they were about 10 feet away. A black mist instantly enveloped Hun Qingshan. After a while, a figure, disheveled, burst out from the black mist, revealing a dust-covered Hun Qingshan. At this moment, Hun Qingshan was in a sorry state, even his long beard was half blown off in the explosion, and his black robe was tattered. He was both angry and enraged. He had actually suffered some minor injuries and a hidden loss under this low-level Dao technique, and the spell in his hand had been forcibly interrupted. Hun Qingshan furiously activated his Dao, and another fireball appeared in his hand. This time, the fireball formed extremely quickly. Immediately after, he cast the fireball out. The fireball exploded with a roar before it even reached the ghost creatures, and the resulting fire wave completely engulfed the ghost creatures. Hun Qingshan didn't even look at the ghost creatures, flying directly into the air above Sun Yang, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a fan of flames. He had originally intended to use the most reliable method to kill Sun Yang with one blow, while preserving his soul to find the whereabouts of his junior. But since the opponent didn't want to die that way, then fine, let the opponent experience the power of the fire-based Dao technique and let his soul also be burned to death. While controlling the fireball to pursue Sun Yang, Hun Qingshan suddenly activated his Dao and then waved the fan of flames in his hand. A massive flame shot out directly, engulfing a 50-foot radius. With such a large area, it was unlikely this person could escape. But at the same time, Hun Qingshan moved his hand seal, and the pursuing fireball, when it was about 10 feet from Sun Yang, also suddenly exploded, and the fierce flame it formed spread out in all directions. A 50-foot radius instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flames lasted for 10 breaths before they began to recede. However, the surrounding temperature did not decrease with the receding flames. When the flames completely disappeared, there was nothing left but a charred area, with no figures present. However, Hun Qingshan's expression showed no joy, instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. But with his many years of experience, he immediately felt something was amiss. Logically, besides the chi fluctuations generated by the flames, there should still be residual chi aura from that brat. But there was no aura whatsoever around. No wonder this brat, knowing he couldn't escape the fire attack, finally gave up resisting and was directly burned to ashes under the flames. However, this possibility was too small. After all, Hun Qingshan had been at the foundation establishment stage for many years, and the moment he realized something was wrong, he patted his storage pouch and took out a shimmering green treasure. However, just as he was about to activate this treasure with his Dao, he heard a faint sound in his ear. The sound was as subtle as a mosquito flying by. But Hun Qingshan already felt something was off, and his vigilance heightened. This faint sound still couldn't escape his perception. Immediately realizing the danger, he quickly waved the staff in his hand, and a dark red flame barrier instantly formed around him. A clang sound rang out. On the flame barrier, there was a mass of pitch-black blood. The next moment, this blood instantly transformed into a rising black mist. The flame barrier was corroded by more than half by the black mist in just a moment, but at this point, another drop of purple blood struck the corroded spot. Under the further corrosion of the purple blood, a bowl-sized hole was completely corroded through the flame barrier. Could this be the corpse demon blood meticulously cultivated by the corpse demon sect, and the purple yin blood poison cultivated by the blood yin sect? Hun Qingshan felt a great sense of foreboding and quickly activated a spell, preparing to fly away and escape the range of the black chi in front of him. However, little did he know that at this very moment, a drop of black essence blood shot out right behind him. This blood suddenly exploded open not far in front of Hun Qingshan. A peculiar scent wafted out from the blood. Although Hun Qingshan noticed something was wrong immediately and sealed his meridians, some of it still drifted into his body through his nasal cavity. Instantly, he felt his head grow dizzy. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique, forcing himself to clear his head slightly, and then waved the magical artifact in his hand. Under a ball of fire, he quickly flew away. At the same time, a purple figure flashed, and a blade light slashed down, but it was still a step too late, and Hun Qingshan had already escaped. Bathed in flames, Hun Qingshan didn't dare to stop for a moment, directly fleeing rapidly into the distance. Clearly, he knew he had been careless, not expecting Sun Yang to be able to simultaneously use the formidable methods of the three great demonic sects. At present, he knew he must have been hit by the blood poison spell of the blood yin sect, which was extremely troublesome. This kind of blood poison was also very difficult to remove, and its onset time was very short. If he didn't escape quickly now, it would be too late once the blood poison took effect. Fortunately, he had come fully prepared this time, bringing with him the holy medicinal pill that could counteract this type of blood poison. As long as he got through this period, he would be able to neutralize the poison in his body. Hun Qingshan swore in his heart that he would make that kid taste what truly terrifying flames were. After Hun Qingshan had flown 100 feet away, a black shadow then floated out from not far away. At this moment, Sun Yang's expression was also very unpleasant. Just now, when dodging the flame attack, he not only used the Haolei cape, using the vast power of lightning to neutralize a portion of the flames. At the same time, he also damaged a high-grade defensive magical artifact, the blood jade. Immediately after, he also used the last gathering wind pearl in his hand. Just now, he was bathed in the hurricane, thus quietly hiding to one side. And the 7 or 8 ghost creatures, the tall ghost general, and the silver-winged flying corpse in the distance were all annihilated under Hun Qingshan's flame attack. This time, it could be said that the losses were truly heavy. A ruthless glint flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. How could he let Hun Qingshan escape? He then transformed into a red shadow and pursued him. This person had been hit by his mixed blood poison of strange flower corpse devourer and ghost spirit yin poison, he wouldn't be able to escape far for a while. Sun Yang was well aware of the potency of this poison. Even if the other party had an antidote medicinal pill, it wouldn't be able to detoxify quickly. Before long, once the blood poison truly invaded the heart and spleen, that would be this person's death date. At this moment, Sun Yang not only performed the netherworld method but also used the blood escape technique, pursuing at an extremely fast speed. Ahead, Hun Qingshan's face actually turned black and purple, and a sense of panic emerged in his heart. He hadn't expected this blood poison to be exceptionally fierce, raging wildly within his body. He had already taken the holy medicinal pill not long after he escaped. At first, the medicinal pill's efficacy did indeed dissolve much of the blood poison's spread, but for some unknown reason, an extremely malicious yin poison emerged from within this blood poison. The moment this yin poison invaded his essence blood, it spread continuously throughout his body at a terrifying speed. Even if he forcefully sealed his meridians, he felt it was useless. At this moment, Hunkingshan suddenly felt that the tide had turned against him. He knew that he had truly been careless this time. He hadn't expected that he, who had been wise his entire life, would actually suffer a setback here. And his spiritual sense had already detected that a blood shadow was hot on his heels, and he would be caught up to before long. A resolute look appeared on Hunkingshan's aged face. But he was not reconciled to dying here like this. He decided to go all out for one last struggle. He knew that in this struggle, his physical body would definitely not be preserved. But he had another method that could allow him to luckily survive, though his realm would drop by at least one major realm. However, if he didn't fight, he would surely die. At this moment, Hunkingshan's old face showed determination. He then gathered chi in his fingers and sharply cut at his own meridians. A large amount of black essence blood continuously flowed out along his meridians. The blood poison of the blood yin sect first attacked the cultivator's essence blood. Only by releasing the blood poison from his body could he barely activate a large amount of magical power. However, doing so would not only cause his cultivation to dissipate but also his physical body's vitality. However, his Hong family had a life-extending medicinal pill that could sustain a breath of life. If not for this, other cultivators would truly not dare to do so. At this moment, Hunkingshan dared not delay. While releasing his essence blood, he unleashed all the remaining magical power in his body. At this moment, the magical artifact in his hand glowed brightly with red light. There was also a scorching sensation that made the hand holding the magical artifact turn completely red. With this strike, he almost exhausted all of his magical power. This is this old man's most formidable strike in his entire life, and there will probably never be a second time. Let this child witness what true flame spell is. A smug smile flashed across Hunkingshan's black and purple face. Because this strike, if it were in normal times, he would never easily use it, as it consumed all of his magical power. In fact, he had never truly witnessed how powerful this full power strike would be, and being able to witness it this time also added some excitement to his brows. Next, a small flame spontaneously generated on the magical artifact. As the small flame grew larger, an eerie red inferno slowly ignited. This inferno continuously expanded, gradually reaching the size of a thumb, a fist, a head, and so on. In just a few breaths, it reached the size of his body, but the inferno did not stop, it continued to grow larger. Keep burning, keep burning. At this moment, Hunkingshan became increasingly excited. Feeling the terrifying power within the inferno, he became several times more exhilarated. In this exhilaration, he no longer fled forward but stopped, actually turning around and pursuing Sun Yang. Of course, at this time, he also activated a ring in his hand, and this ring flickered with dark black light. Only he knew that this was a soul fusion treasure. He couldn't dodge this attack, so this was a spell that would harm the enemy 1,000 while damaging himself 800. At the same time, he had already made plans to abandon his physical body. Sun Yang, who was pursuing from behind, was also slightly startled when he felt a powerful magical power fluctuation. When he saw Hunkingshan actually controlling a vast inferno and flying towards him, he realized something was wrong. However, Sun Yang instead curled his lips into a cold smile and softly uttered, "Explode." Hunkingshan heard the words he shouted and thought it was just another trivial trick, so he didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, he was already immersed in the vast flames he had unleashed. Once these flames appeared, no matter how many tricks this person had, he could only be completely reduced to ashes beneath them. Ha 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 ha, no matter what methods you use, you will only be completely reduced to, under the flames. Hunkingshan's triumphant words were not yet finished when he felt a muffled sound within his body. His internal organs, at this moment, all inexplicably exploded. This caused his words to be completely stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered anymore. Even the little remaining magical power in his body seemed to be completely severed by an invisible blade, unable to circulate at all. At the last moment, he looked down and found that his body had swollen into a balloon, and the poisonous blood inside him was still gushing out. In a short while, his body would completely burst open. At this moment, he finally realized that he had lost himself in his excitement just now and completely forgotten that the other party also knew the sinister blood path spells of the blood yin sect. Having lost the circulation of his magical power, he immediately fell from mid-air. And the flames on that fiery staff were still burning fiercely. But because his magical power was cut off, Hunkingshan could only glare with wide eyes. How he wished he could unleash this great spell completely at the last moment. However, he couldn't do it now. Since this spell could not be detonated by a secret art, it could only remain on the staff, allowing the flames within to burn fiercely. Perhaps as the flames continued to rise, it wouldn't be long before they would spontaneously explode, but not now. Hunkingshan could only watch the flames rise, helpless. A helpless bitter smile emerged in his mind. One breath later, in Hunkingshan's wide eyes, he saw the person he least wanted to see. Sun Yang quickly arrived in front of Hunkingshan, grabbed his storage pouch, and also took away the flickering ring. The next moment, he slammed a ruthless palm onto Hunkingshan's head, brutally using his magical power to grasp the person's soul in his hand. When Hunkingshan's soul was seized, he immediately struggled in panic and roared, "I am from the Hong family of Qingzhou. if you dare to kill me, you will surely be hunted down by the Hong family to the very end, relentlessly. Noisy. Sun Yang coldly snorted, completely ignoring the other party's struggles, and waved his soul sail, sucking the soul into the sail. Having done all this, he tapped his foot, and in an instant, he turned into an afterimage and swiftly fled into the distance. After 5 breaths of fleeing, a terrifying explosion erupted. Towering flames suddenly burst forth in all directions. Wherever they passed, whether it was flowers, plants, trees, or hard rocks, they were directly reduced to ashes under these flames. Sun Yang, witnessing this scene from afar, was also astonished. He had expected these flames to be strong, but he hadn't expected them to be so powerful. Sun Yang was not astonished for long, because these flames had a drawback, somewhat similar to the demon subduing pearl, only those at the center of the flames would suffer extreme damage. The further out one went, the weaker the power would gradually become. This was also the reason why Hunkingshan flew towards Sun Yang as soon as he saw the flames take shape. But as soon as this person got close, he would unleash the blood explosion art to deliver a fatal blow. This person would not have the chance to throw the flames at close range. The explosion lasted for more than 30 breaths before finally dissipating completely with the smoke. Sun Yang paused and observed for a moment. Seeing that the magical power fluctuations had weakened, he then circulated his chi and flew back. His return was to see if the staff had survived the explosion. After all, being able to release such terrifying flames, this staff was definitely not an ordinary magical artifact, and he was unwilling to give it up just like that. When Sun Yang returned to the explosion site, he was secretly slightly surprised. He saw that a deep pit had appeared within 100 jong radius, and everything around the deep pit had turned into a scorched black scene. When he reached the very center of the deep pit, he discovered a fiery red light flickering faintly. Soon, he saw a fiery red staff, currently stuck in a scorched black area, with only its tip exposed. Seeing this, Sun Yang felt a slight joy in his heart. He then used his magical power to summon and grab the staff. He then held it in his hand and carefully examined it. I really didn't expect that this staff could remain perfectly intact after such an explosion. Sun Yang touched the staff and muttered softly, a clear glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't know what materials this staff was made of, but he could be sure that these materials were definitely very rare. What was certain was that this staff would not be eroded by flames. He impatiently used his magical power to investigate, and after a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this seemed to be a low-grade spiritual artifact. Currently, weapons in the cultivation world are divided into 4 ranks: magical artifact, spiritual artifact, magic treasure, and spirit treasure. Each rank is further divided into 3 grades: low, mid, and high. The power of a spiritual artifact is several times stronger than that of a magical artifact, and its rarity is also several times more than that of a magical artifact. Not every cultivator in the foundation establishment stage can use a spiritual artifact. Moreover, for a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment to possess a spiritual artifact, this only exists within large families, or perhaps among those highly cultivated by a sect, who might have 1 or 2 such items. Sun Yang felt as if he had found a treasure. Although he could not use this spiritual artifact, he could sell it in the black market and use the spirit stones obtained to purchase a spiritual artifact of the same grade. After carefully putting away the spiritual artifact, he glanced around, his brows furrowed deeply. Such extensive traces of battle in the surroundings needed to be erased. After all, if the Hong family were to come looking and, by means of some treasure, detect his chi or some clues, he would very likely be targeted by the Hong family. The Hong family is a large family located in Qingzhou within the Xianjing sect's territory. According to Guan Ningxiu's memory, there is a nascent soul ancestor within the family. The reason why such a large family exists within the Xianjing sect's territory is inseparable from the Xianjing sect's sect system. The Xianjing sect is a sect that has existed for 7,000 years. One must know that in this Chu kingdom, where righteousness and evil are at a standstill, sects that can maintain their Dao for 7,000 years are extremely rare. This brings us to a bold decision made by the Xianjing sect's founding ancestral master back then. That was to allow the nascent soul ancestors within the sect to establish families. Moreover, they were also allowed to preserve a portion of the legacy. This led to countless large and small families being distributed around the Xianjing sect. Firstly, the probability of someone with a spiritual root emerging from these families is much higher than from ordinary mortals, allowing for a continuous supply of disciples to the Xianjing sect. Secondly, if the sect were to encounter a devastating disaster, these families would also be able to preserve the Xianjing sect's Dao, ensuring its future resurgence. In fact, over the past 7,000 years, the Xianjing sect has encountered 3 great calamities, each time resulting in the complete destruction of the sect. Although the sect's Dao was broken, the legacy of some top-tier spells was not cut off at all, it was continuously preserved by these families. Within 100 years, the sect would be re-established under the call of these surviving families. Of course, a sect must have its sect rules. As the saying goes, no rules, no order. In the early stages of the sect's establishment, for a short period, the old ancestors of several major families jointly governed the sect. But when the rising stars within the sect emerged, the old ancestors of these families would retreat behind the scenes, allowing the new generation of leaders to manage the sect. This also helped to balance the conflicts of interest that arose among the various families. Currently, the Xianjing sect is actually jointly governed by both large and small families and a newly rising faction within the sect. This is also the reason why Hunkingshan kept mentioning the Hong family. Simply because the Hong family can be said to be a major force within the Xianjing sect. Offending the Hong family would mean facing the pursuit of this major force. Sun Yang had no choice but to be cautious. After checking the residual magical power traces around him, he quickly patted his storage pouch and took out the soul sail. Then, he channeled his magical power and slapped it onto the soul sail, and a sudden black chi swept out from within the soul sail. The black chi was precisely ghost spirit chi. As the ghost spirit chi circulated around, the remaining magical power fluctuations were enveloped within it and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Sun Yang then took out a stack of talismans and, channeling his magical power, scattered them around, causing the scorched black earth to sink into the ground. Immediately after, a strong wind swept through, and heavy rain poured down, all under the nourishment of a burst of magical power. Before long, small blades of grass began to sprout from the ground, and only when the grass was lush and green did Sun Yang stop casting his spell. He glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, Sun Yang transformed into a streak of light and flew away into the distance. A few days later, before the Feng Yu black market, a figure hurried over. Soon, he landed in front of the steward guarding the black market. His face was revealed to be Sun Yang, who had been traveling for several days. After paying a few spirit stones, he strode into the black market. His most important objective for coming to the black market this time was to see if there was any Ronggong flower for sale. He wanted to buy a stock to enhance the strength of his purple yin blood slave. At the same time, he also wanted to inquire about information regarding Fuyin grass. Upon entering the black market, Sun Yang did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out a ghost face mask and put it on, while also concealing his aura. Although he had now breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage realm, the Feng Yu black market was a mixed bag, with many foundation establishment stage cultivators circulating within it. It was always right to be low-key. Sun Yang then walked onto the black market street and began to look around. It was actually no different from his last visit. On both sides of the street, many cultivators had set up stalls. However, the items on these stalls no longer caught Sun Yang's dharma eye. After all, at the foundation establishment stage level, one would not easily display treasures for others to casually admire. Doing so would only attract unnecessary trouble. Sun Yang had experience from his previous visit to the black market and knew that if foundation establishment stage cultivators wanted to sell treasures, they would go to the shops behind the street or to some cross-border trading alliances. Firstly, the people behind these shops or alliances were mostly influential, capable of offering suitable prices, and there was no need to worry about them not being able to provide the corresponding spirit stones. Secondly, these shops or alliances only looked at the treasures and would not inquire about their origin, which ensured safety. Besides inquiring about the two spiritual artifacts, Sun Yang also planned to see if he could purchase a suitable spiritual artifact to enhance his strength. Naturally, the magical artifacts sold at the stalls on both sides no longer caught his dharma eye. Sun Yang did not want to waste too much time, so he walked directly towards the back of the street. Before long, he arrived at the area where many shops were located. Sun Yang looked around, briefly scanning the shop signs, and found that the variety was quite complete. Treasures from various sects seemed to be readily available in this black market, including spiritual beasts, puppets, corpse puppets, ghost creatures, and other items used by the major sects. There were also magical artifacts, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, and so on. But Sun Yang walked past the entrances of these shops and found that most of the items displayed inside were quite common. The few rare items were placed deep inside, serving as the shop's main attractions. It seemed these shops did not have overly high-end goods and likely catered to chi refinement stage cultivators. Sun Yang shook his head and walked further inside. After some searching, he arrived at an ancient and old-fashioned shop, with the words Huaping Trading Company written on its plaque. He looked at the 4 characters of Huaping Trading Company, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly remembered that this trading company seemed to be the host of the last Feng Gu auction house. Not only was it powerful, but it was also said to be well connected in both the righteous and demonic Dao. This trading company had a presence in many large market towns. Sun Yang paused for a moment, intending to go inside and take a look. As soon as he stepped through the door, a beautiful young girl greeted him. The girl was charming, with a proud bosom and a seductive look in her eyes, but she had no cultivation aura about her. Sun Yang quickly realized that this girl was immortal. This made him show a hint of surprise, but he quickly understood Huaping Trading Company's intention of using mortal women to attract customers. It was clearly to make the cultivators entering the trading company feel at ease. Whether it was someone coming to buy or sell items at the trading company, they did not want their identity to be known. And facing a mortal, there was no need to worry too much about these things, allowing them to temporarily lower their guard. Huaping Trading Company was quite thoughtful in its considerations. Being able to operate in both the righteous and demonic Dao indeed showed they had some brains. That being said, being able to do this also demonstrated the trading company's strength. After all, without some deterrent power, how could a mere mortal suppress those who wanted to cause trouble? Senior Foundation Establishment, what do you need? At this moment, the girl bowed slightly to Sun Yang and asked. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang frowned slightly, you can discern my cultivation. The girl smiled slightly, how could this junior discern senior's cultivation? I merely used a treasure. However, please rest assured, senior, our shop does not have any other intentions by doing this. It is merely to provide senior with better service. Sun Yang sharply scanned the girl, and indeed, he noticed an ancient bracelet on her wrist. At this moment, this bracelet was emitting faint, clear light. It seemed that this bracelet was what detected his cultivation. This made Sun Yang regard this trading company even more highly, and such an artifact capable of sensing others' cultivation had to be at least high-grade magical artifact level. To use it on a mortal was truly a display of wealth. Sun Yang then waved his hand slightly, I am not here to purchase items. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes brightened noticeably, and she quickly smiled, does senior have any treasures to sell at our shop? Precisely. Sun Yang then spoke coldly, you are a mere mortal, and you are not qualified to inspect the items in my possession. Why don't you call out your steward? Upon hearing Sun Yang say this, the girl dared not speak carelessly anymore. Although she had been trained by the trading company since childhood and could discern the value of most treasures, there were many rare items she had never seen before. And the person before her was a senior at the foundation establishment stage, she dared not easily offend him. After thinking for a moment, she left a message for Sun Yang to wait and then walked into the inner hall. Before long, an old man with white whiskers followed the girl out from the inner hall. This old man had fluctuations of magical power, but they were very weak, judging by his cultivation, he was only at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon seeing Sun Yang, he quickly stepped forward and said, Senior, I am the high-grade appraiser of this establishment. Please come inside, Senior. Sun Yang coldly swept his gaze over the old man, who was almost 70 or 80 years old, yet he sensed a strange aura from him. He couldn't help but follow the old man inside. Soon, the two arrived at a simple private room. Inside, besides exquisitely crafted tables and chairs, there was only an ancient teapot placed on the table. A rich tea fragrance wafted from the teapot. Senior, this is our establishment's finest spiritual tea, named Ancient Abyss Flower Tea. Senior, please feel free to sample it. The old man walked to the tea table, and instead of immediately asking questions, he slowly picked up the teapot and poured Sun Yang a cup of spiritual tea. Sun Yang didn't hesitate. He picked up the spiritual tea, sniffed it at the tip of his nose, then slowly took a sip. A rich floral fragrance, mixed with a unique tea aroma, lingered in his mouth, the taste exceptionally wonderful. Upon entering his stomach, it instantly refreshed his divine soul. Not bad, good tea. Sun Yang praised the tea without reservation. This tea is made from 100 kinds of spiritual flowers, combined with several supreme yang spiritual materials, and processed through 50 steps. It can purify the mind and clear the divine soul. The old man smiled slightly and began to introduce the tea. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. The effects described by the old man subtly seemed to be for dispelling demonic thoughts and even suppressing some methods of possession targeting the divine soul. Clearly, the other party was doing this to ascertain whether Sun Yang was possessed by a demon or another person. Now that he confirmed he wasn't possessed by an evil entity, he would get to the main topic. The old man seemed to have noticed Sun Yang's expression and, to avoid further misunderstanding, explained, Senior, upon entering our establishment, we are obligated to ensure the safety of transactions. This tea was personally prepared by our establishment's elder and will only benefit Senior, with no harm. It can also cleanse any marks or evil entities left by petty individuals within Senior's body. Sun Yang secretly nodded, knowing he had been overly suspicious, and didn't dwell on the topic further. For this treasure, what price can your establishment offer? As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yang took out the red staff. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he quickly took the red staff into his hand, carefully observing it. For quite a while, he didn't look away. Sun Yang could only pour himself another cup of spiritual tea and quietly savored it. After 100 breaths, the old man finally shifted his gaze and spoke, this is the staff of fiery spirit crystal, a rare low-grade spiritual artifact. Your Excellency, do you truly wish to sell this spiritual artifact to our establishment, or do you merely want an appraisal? This staff is useless to me. You can give me a price first. Sun Yang put down his teacup and leisurely said. The old man didn't hesitate and directly stated, this low-grade spiritual artifact is in excellent condition. Our establishment can offer 9,000 spirit stones. Of course, this is only an appraisal. If Senior is willing to sell, our establishment can place it in the Fenggu auction house 3 days from now. The price will certainly be higher than 9,000 spirit stones, but our establishment will charge a 10% commission. What do you think, Senior? Sun Yang fell into thought. In fact, a low-grade spiritual artifact typically sells for around 10,000 spirit stones, so the old man's appraisal was quite standard, neither too high nor too low. The old man's suggestion to place it in the Fenggu auction house, implying a higher price for this spiritual artifact, likely had a deeper meaning. It seemed the old man had probably realized that this spiritual artifact belonged to the Xianqing sect, and he likely intended to use this to deliberately inflate the price. Sun Yang was happy to be at leisure, after all, with the trading house handling it, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Why not earn a bit more? Very well, let's put it up for auction at your establishment's auction house. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across the old man's face. He then pulled out a black token from his sleeve and said, Senior, this is our establishment's token. 3 days from now, after the auction concludes, Senior can bring this token to our establishment to collect the spirit stones obtained from the auction. Sun Yang was not polite, with a wave of his hand, he directly put away the token. But then he picked up the teacup again, leisurely sipped the spiritual tea, appearing in no hurry to leave. The old man knew Sun Yang likely had other matters, so he didn't speak but quietly waited. A moment later, Sun Yang finally spoke slowly, may I ask if your establishment deals in intelligence? Of course, it depends on what Senior wishes to know. The old man hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's about two spiritual materials, one is Fuyin grass, and the other is Ronggong flower. Does your establishment know their whereabouts? Sun Yang didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly stated the two spiritual materials. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed a little. After a while, he finally said in a deep voice. As for Fuyin grass, apart from discovering one 50 years ago, our establishment has had no further discoveries to this day. However, what? Sun Yang's heart was stirred, and he quickly asked. This, in fact, Junior doesn't know much either. I only occasionally heard that it appeared in an ancient secret realm. As for where, with Junior's knowledge, it's not enough to delve into. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking disjointedly. But Sun Yang, upon hearing this, showed a hint of disappointment. This answer was no different from no answer at all, except that it revealed an ancient secret realm. Perhaps he needed to inquire whether there were any ancient secret realms appearing within the Chu kingdom. What about Ronggong flower? Does your establishment have any information on this spiritual material? Sun Yang collected his thoughts and couldn't help but ask about the whereabouts of the other spiritual material. This time, the old man didn't ponder for too long. Instead, he slowly said, our establishment does indeed have some information on this flower, but it will cost 300 spirit stones to provide Senior with the information. Is this information reliable? Sun Yang's heart was filled with joy upon hearing there was information about the Ronggong flower, but he still spoke to confirm it. Senior, rest assured, the intelligence sold by our establishment is absolutely accurate, usually within a 10% margin of error. The old man said with considerable confidence, but then he continued, if Senior later discovers a significant discrepancy, our establishment is willing to offer 100-fold compensation. Upon hearing this, and seeing the old man's confidence and willingness to offer such compensation, Sun Yang's doubts in his heart eased slightly. A mere 300 spirit stones for this information was not too expensive, so he took out the spirit stones and threw them over. After collecting the spirit stones, the old man walked out of the private room. Soon, he walked back and holding a scroll. This scroll contains the specific whereabouts of the Ronggong flower. Senior, please feel free to examine it. The old man walked to Sun Yang's side, took out a strange object, and stamped it onto the scroll. It seemed some forbidden art on the scroll was unsealed, and then he handed it to Sun Yang. Sun Yang eagerly opened the scroll and began to examine it. However, after only a moment of reading, his brows furrowed. It did indeed record the specific location of the Ronggong flower, but it was in an extremely dangerous place. After observing for quite some time, Sun Yang finally put down the scroll. He didn't find anything unusual about the information on it. The described location was indeed very suitable for the growth environment of the Ronggong flower. It was just quite dangerous, and he still needed to plan carefully. After putting away the scroll, he stood up, bid farewell, and hastily left the trading company. After turning into a secluded place and confirming that no one was following him, Sun Yang finally lowered his guard. Then, he arrived at the market, in front of a small peak. He spent 5 spirit stones to temporarily rent an immortal cave. Upon entering the immortal cave, Sun Yang set up some arrangements, then sat cross-legged, patted his storage pouch, and took out the scroll. Earlier, at the Huaping Trading Company, he seemed to be dealing with an old man at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, but in fact, he clearly sensed a powerful soul power fluctuation from the old man. Either the old man was wearing a treasure that allowed communication with his soul body, which could be used to contact a high-ranking individual in the trading company. Or, a wisp of soul power was attached to the old man to guide him. If Sun Yang's soul body hadn't been nourished by soul liquid, making it much stronger than other cultivators of the same stage, he might not have been able to discover it. It was precisely because of this that the content of the scroll's authenticity was beyond doubt. After all, at that time, Sun Yang had confirmed it again. What seemed like he was speaking to the old man was actually a confirmation directed at the soul power on his body. Simply because Sun Yang subtly used a trace of soul power. At that time, the soul power on the old man clearly showed some fluctuations, which led to the promise of 100-fold compensation. Only then did Sun Yang spend spirit stones to purchase this information. At the trading company, he had only given it a cursory glance. Now, he intended to take this opportunity to study it thoroughly. Time slowly passed, and half an hour vanished in the blink of an eye. At this point, Sun Yang's eyes slowly moved away from the scroll, and he then fell into deep thought. What was recorded on the scroll was a place of wailing souls. This place was located at the border between the Corpse Demon sect and the 10,000 Swords sect, where it was covered by a layer of black dense fog year-round. It was said to be the battlefield of a world-shaking battle between righteous and demonic forces 1,000 years ago. A large number of cultivators died there, with corpses everywhere and wailing souls and vengeful ghosts floating about. Corpse Qi and Yin Qi enveloped an area of 100 li. The resulting Yin evil Qi, Corpse evil Qi, and resentment poison, these 3 types of evil poisons, made the surrounding area barren. Mortals who entered it would instantly suffer from festering bodies. Qi refinement stage cultivators who entered, unless they had magical artifacts to protect against evil poisons, would likely be afflicted by evil poisons after half an hour, and would be corroded to death by evil poisons after an hour. Of course, logically speaking, after 1,000 years, those evil Qi should have long been eroded and dissipated. However, their continued existence now had another reason. It turned out that 100 years after the righteous and demonic battlefield ended, when the 3 evil poisons were at their most concentrated, a group of evil cultivators inexplicably arrived. This group of evil cultivators was actually able to simultaneously utilize the 3 types of evil chi to cultivate a sinister demonic technique. These people opened up some immortal caves beneath the battlefield. They then began to live in seclusion there year-round, engaging in deep cultivation. Because there were only a few people at first, the surrounding evil chi was completely sufficient for their cultivation. Thus, they didn't cause any stir in the cultivation world. But as time went on, within just a few decades, the number of these evil cultivators grew increasingly large. And the surrounding evil chi began to become scarce. Seeing that the evil chi was about to run out, and without cultivation resources, these evil cultivators began to display a brutal side. They started to leave their immortal caves, one by one, traveling out. Wherever they went, whether it was mortals, cultivators, wild beasts, or livestock, they would be cruelly killed. They would be brought back to the battlefield immortal cave for evil refining, to be used as materials for producing the 3 types of evil chi. It is said that this group of evil cultivators also set up an ancient formation to refine the corpses they brought back. In just a few years, within a 1,000-li radius, not even a chicken or dog was left. Their cruel methods surpassed even those of demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators prioritized profit, and while they also refined mortals for cultivating demonic techniques, it generally didn't happen on a large scale. However, this group of evil cultivators viewed living beings as cultivation materials, appearing as if they wouldn't stop until all living beings were slaughtered. This action quickly aroused the animosity of both the righteous and demonic factions. This group of evil cultivators also paid the price for it. In the following 100 years, with the joint efforts of both the righteous and demonic factions to eradicate them, this group of scourges was finally completely eliminated. Although scattered evil cultivators would still appear in the future, they ultimately couldn't cause any significant trouble. Of course, the reason why the battlefield is still densely covered with 3 types of evil poisons today. The ancient formation set up by that group of evil cultivators was not completely broken, and could still emit partial power. It's unknown whether it was intentionally preserved by someone or simply impossible to break, but in any case, deep within the immortal caves of those evil cultivators, this formation is still continuously operating. Over the years, many cultivators have also ventured deep into it, to explore for possible remaining cultivation techniques or some surviving magical artifacts. At the same time, some Ghost Deo and Corpse Deo cultivators, who use Yin Evil Chi or Corpse Evil Chi to cultivate secret arts, would also go to the battlefield. Apart from these, some other cultivators had a very pure objective, to enter and search for spiritual items. Due to the influence of the 3 types of evil chi, some yin and evil spiritual items would still be born at irregular intervals. Although cultivators continuously went there, and most of the spiritual items inside were harvested, there were still many evil cultivators' caves with restrictions and ghost creatures blocking them, which were not easily breached. There were still many opportunities to be found inside. This also led to many cultivators risking their lives to go there every year. And Sun Yang knew that danger and opportunity coexisted, and to obtain rare spiritual items, one had to pay a certain price. The location of the Ronggong flower, as recorded on the scroll, was within a certain evil cultivator's cave. This was also the reason why it hadn't been picked. However, according to the scroll, the one who brought back this information didn't seem to be the Huaping Trading Company, but someone else. Nevertheless, it's likely that the trading company was so confident in the scroll's authenticity because they had privately sent people to that place. It was only for some reason that they couldn't truly take the Ronggong flower, which is why they sold it as information. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence that Sun Yang just happened to stumble upon it, and the trading company sold it to him as information. In fact, besides the Ronggong flower, the scroll also seemed to record several other spiritual items and some other treasures. The Ronggong flower was just one of the rarer spiritual items among them. Actually, what was truly valuable were not the other treasures. The danger of an evil cultivator's cave that even the Huaping Trading Company couldn't enter was self-evident. Sun Yang's expression was even more solemn than it had been inside the trading company. But if he retreated just like that, he would be very unwilling. After all, to obtain treasures and improve one's strength, one must understand how to take risks, only then can one achieve something on the path of cultivation. Being overly cautious would only lead to his quicker demise. To acquire a mere Ronggong flower and then start to retreat. Then, to obtain the even rarer Fuyin grass, wouldn't that be as difficult as ascending to the heavens? Sun Yang knew that time was pressing, he had to raise his cultivation in the short term to deal with the upcoming crisis. Thinking of this, he decided to venture into this evil cultivator's cave. But before that, he had to first purchase a defensive magical artifact capable of resisting 3 types of malevolent poisons. Although Sun Yang had the Ghost Sail Underworld method, which allowed him to wrap himself in soul power to temporarily resist the invasion of malevolent poisons, if he stayed in there for a long time, he would still need to find a magical artifact that resisted malevolent poisons. This would be safer. It seemed he would have to visit the Feng Gu auction house in 3 days. As it was still early, he instinctively touched his waist, pulled out Hunkingshan's storage pouch, and began to investigate it. Indeed, a foundation establishment stage cultivator's storage pouch was incomparable to that of a chi refinement stage cultivator. Inside, there were over 7,000 spirit stones alone. There were also several high-grade magical artifacts, and over 10 medium-grade magical artifacts. As for low-grade magical artifacts and talismans, and other items used by lower-level cultivators, there weren't many. Perhaps Hunkingshan didn't deem these items worthy of his Dharma eye, so he didn't carry them with him. As for medicinal pills, there were quite a few bottles and jars. Among them were several small, dark purple bottles, exquisitely crafted. Sun Yang opened one of them and immediately smelled a rich medicinal pill fragrance, making his eyes light up. Looking inside, he found that the medicinal pills were all emerald green and had a slight luster. Just by looking at them, it was clear that these medicinal pills were extraordinary. Sun Yang poured one out and examined it for a good while, slowly confirming that this should be a medicinal pill that could increase foundation establishment stage cultivation. Not bad, not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, then carefully put it away. Aside from these items, there was nothing else of interest among the miscellaneous items. As for the many books, Sun Yang merely scanned them briefly before setting them aside. This was mainly because Hunkingshan was a righteous path cultivator, and the fire element cultivation technique he cultivated was useless to him. At this moment, only a single ring remained on the ground. A quick glance at the ring revealed it to be a silver-white ring, but when held in the hand and moved slightly, it emitted a deep, dark light. This immediately caught Sun Yang's attention, piquing his interest. He then held it in his hand, carefully examined it for a while, and then slowly began to inject a stream of magical power into it. As soon as the magical power was injected, the ring emitted a deep black light, and a strange aura flowed out. Sun Yang sensed this aura and immediately a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This aura was actually a soul power fluctuation. Upon discovering this, he injected a wisp of soul power into it. Soon, this wisp of soul power disappeared into the ring. Before long, he sensed that there was a space of about 50 square meters within the ring. And Sun Yang's wisp of soul power could freely move within this space, lasting for a full 100 breaths without any sign of dissipating. If this were outside, his wisp of soul power would only last for a few breaths at most before being affected by the power of heaven and earth and dissipating. But within this ring, it could be perfectly preserved. At this moment, Sun Yang could confirm that this item should be a relatively rare soul-nourishing magical artifact. According to the magical artifact's grade, this magical artifact should be a high-grade magical artifact. Sun Yang felt as if he had found a treasure. Perhaps in the future, it could be used to nourish ghost creatures. After a good while, he suppressed his joy and then carefully placed it into his storage pouch. Sun Yang then looked at the 7,000 spirit stones on one side, plus the spirit stones he still had. After a careful calculation, he had about 20,000 spirit stones in his possession. He thought that this should be more than enough to purchase 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts. 3 days passed quickly. The Feng Gu auction house was held as scheduled outside Black Reef City. People attending the auction came in an endless stream, beginning to enter the venue. At this time, Sun Yang also arrived at the venue punctually. And at this moment, he not only wore a ghost mask but also wore the 5 Sun Soul pouch, transforming his appearance into that of void tempering. Following the crowd, he slowly entered the auction hall. It wasn't his first time attending. Upon entering the venue, he headed towards a private room with the number 67. Entering the private room, Sun Yang picked up the spiritual tea and began to drink. But while drinking, he also didn't forget to look around. Although the auction hall blocked spiritual sense, it was still possible to use some other means to simply detect the surrounding situation. Sun Yang held a hand seal and was using a detection magical artifact to simply detect the people around him. Not long after, he made some discoveries. In the private room number 31 below him, a person wearing a bamboo hat caught his attention. The bamboo hat this person wore was very strange. It clearly didn't completely cover their face, yet it made it impossible for people to see their features clearly. Although his magical power was restrained, the aura emanating from him was quite strong, at least at the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation. And beside this person, there was even a female cultivator whose aura was no less inferior, subtly also possessing foundation establishment stage cultivation. Sun Yang couldn't help but pay more attention to these two. Afterward, in private room number 83, sat a person in a purple robe. This person's aura was vast, indicating he should be a righteous path cultivator, and his cultivation was also at the foundation establishment stage. Then, in private room number 53, sat a person in a grey robe, wearing a fierce tiger mask on his head. When Sun Yang's magical artifact detected him, this person actually sensed it. A black mist emerged from his body and dispersed in all directions. His detection magical artifact immediately lost its ability to detect this person. At the same moment, Sun Yang was also astonished to find that an abnormal fluctuation had appeared on his own body. He was slightly startled and dared not be negligent, quickly waving his sleeve, disappearing into a burst of green light. Seeing this, the abnormal fluctuation could only slowly dissipate. After this incident, Sun Yang became even more cautious. But after that, he only detected 2 more people, one in private room number 90, and the other in private room number 58. Other than that, there was no one else who caught his attention. It seemed that these few people would definitely become one of his obstacles when bidding for treasures later, and he would have to pay extra attention to them. An incense stick's worth of time later, activity began on the platform below. At this moment, a female cultivator, clad in a black robe, with a captivating and fiery figure, and a cold demeanor, slowly walked to the center of the platform. The female cultivator coldly scanned her surroundings, then a powerful magical power fluctuation emanated from her, and she said in a cold voice. My name is Shui Yat, which may be unfamiliar to some of you, but you must have heard of the name Fairy Han Yat. I am a newly promoted elder of the Merchant Guild, and I will be presiding over this auction. I hope you will all give me some face. The woman's voice was exceptionally delicate, yet it possessed great penetrative power, resounding in everyone's ears, and at the same time, it carried a chilling intent that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who heard it. It seemed this woman was also warning everyone that even though it was her first time hosting an auction, she would not tolerate anyone disrupting it. A commotion arose from the various private rooms, clearly indicating that many people had heard of this woman's great name. Even Sun Yang's expression tightened slightly, because the voice the woman had just emitted contained a startling fluctuation. It seemed to be a strange secret realm, and although it was transmitted through sound and had no destructive power, if it were a spell, he might not be able to withstand it. While releasing that startling fluctuation, this woman was also able to keep her aura restrained, indicating that her cultivation was at least at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Fairy Shuiyi's name is like thunder to our ears, we will naturally abide by the auction rules and not overstep our bounds. At this moment, an aged voice came from an unknown location. However, some of those who used an aged voice flashed with surprise in their eyes. The voice came from private room number 98, where an old man sat, his face uncovered. He was a loose cultivator named Evil Lightning Child, who had not joined any school, but his reputation was astonishingly great. This person was both righteous and evil, countless people had been saved by him, while countless others had been brutally killed. It was said that he cultivated an ancient lightning spell called Purple Evil Green Lightning, a dark attributed lightning spell that was incredibly mysterious and unpredictable. To this day, few people have been able to fully understand it, they only know that once this lightning strikes someone, it is as if they are possessed by an evil demon, and their death is exceptionally tragic. Of course, those who have witnessed this lightning and managed to escape unscathed are few and far between, which is why it is rumored to be exceptionally sinister. Evil Lightning Child's current cultivation was said to have already reached the perfection of the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Sun Yang also followed the gazes of the crowd, subtly sizing up the man. He was gaunt, but his eyes were very deep, and a single glance often made people feel a hint of evil. Moreover, the pressure emanating from this person also startled him. Upon hearing this, Shuiyi also deeply looked at Evil Lightning Child, a clear hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. However, since the initial effect had been achieved, she withdrew the chilling intent. Then, she let out a soft chuckle and spoke again, the Feng Gu auction has been held more than once or twice, I assume you all understand the rules, so I won't introduce them further. The auction begins now. Let me give you a preliminary introduction to the items up for auction. There are a total of 39 items, including 7 rare items, and 2 grand finale treasures. Alright, I won't introduce any more. Now, please bring out the first item. As her voice fell, 2 female cultivators wearing rabbit masks walked out slowly, holding an ancient box in their hands. Shuiyi wasted no words and directly opened the box. As the box opened, a distinct chill emanated from within. Inside the box, a purple jade lay quietly. A faint chill emanated from this purple jade, freezing a layer of frost around the box. This is purple extreme cold jade, which is greatly beneficial to cultivators with yin cold bodies and those who cultivate yin cold attribute cultivation techniques. The starting bid is 300 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 50 spirit stones. As soon as her voice fell, it caused a commotion. Even Sun Yang took another look, as a cold jade that only aided in cultivation could have a starting bid of 300 spirit stones, which was indeed not low. However, unfortunately, he did not cultivate cultivation techniques in this area. Although this jade was very good, it had no effect on him. But Sun Yang knew that this was just an appetizer, aimed at chi refinement stage cultivators, only when it came to the rare items would it be the objects for foundation establishment stage cultivators to bid on. Although he did not put this jade in his eyes, for some ghost Dao cultivators, or those from righteous path sects who cultivated ice attribute cultivation techniques. This jade was particularly important. I bid 300 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. 400 spirit stones. Soon, a series of bids began to sound, one after another. It lasted for a full 100 breaths. The bidding price directly reached 950 spirit stones. At this point, not many people continued to bid. It was then successfully bought by a person in a purple robe from private room number 59. Next, the second item was brought out. This was a high-grade magical artifact called the Ghost Spirit Saber. It was a magical artifact used by Ghost Dao cultivators. Sun Yang's eyes subtly changed, simply because he was extremely familiar with this Ghost Saber, he also had one in his hand. He had obtained one from the secret realm after killing the Ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, but when he tried to inject magical power, he found no reaction, so he put it in his storage pouch. However, it was also slightly different from the one being auctioned. The one in his hand was a ring saber with a ghost face carved on the hilt, while the one being auctioned was a long saber with a ghost claw carved on the hilt. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Since this Ghost Spirit Saber was aimed at Ghost Dao cultivators, and there were only a few Ghost Dao cultivators present. Therefore, the bidding was not very intense. The starting bid was 1,000 spirit stones, and after a few breaths, it only rose to 1,200 spirit stones. At this point, no one else made a bid. 1,200 spirit stones once, 1,200 spirit stones twice. At this point, just as the hammer was about to fall, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded at the crucial moment. I bid 1,300 spirit stones. Sun Yang ended his contemplation and spoke in a clear, cold voice. As his voice fell, no other sound was heard. Apparently, the previous bidder felt that this price was too high, so they did not bid again. 1,300 spirit stones once, 1,300 spirit stones twice, sold. Number 67 successfully acquired a Ghost Spirit Saber. As Shuiyi's words fell, the transaction was completed. After this small interlude, the auction house presented its third item. It was 3 iron cages made of cold iron, and inside them were 3 enchanting, voluptuous, and incredibly beautiful female cultivators. 3 cauldrons who have cultivated the infusing art. This trading company guarantees that their cultivation technique has not been broken, and they can promote the effects of any dual cultivation method. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. Sun Yang was slightly stunned when he saw this. He hadn't expected there would even be cauldrons for auction. He had certainly learned something new. These cauldrons were not created by demonic path cultivators. Instead, they were the creations of those hypocritical righteous path individuals. After all, demonic path cultivators had no use for cauldrons. Those who truly cultivated wicked demonic techniques often simply refined cultivators as sacrifices. Righteous path cultivators, however, were different. While they publicly claimed not to indiscriminately kill innocents, they secretly deliberately nurtured these types of cauldrons. Although harvesting yin to supplement yang wouldn't immediately kill someone, once the cultivation technique was broken, they would suffer a backlash from the cultivation technique. Ultimately, these female cultivators would all meet a tragic end. Of course, some who coveted beauty and wanted to buy two to take back as concubines also began to stir. At this moment, the entire auction house became lively. 500 spirit stones. 550 spirit stones. I bid 700 spirit stones. Humph, I bid 800 spirit stones. Bidding voices rose and fell. The bidding price also soared, eventually reaching 1,300 spirit stones. Such a large number of spirit stones could even buy a low-grade high-grade magical artifact, but unfortunately, the bidding had not stopped. Among them, 2 or 3 foundation establishment stage individuals also joined in. Sun Yang's eyes subtly changed, but he also understood the efficacy of the cauldron. In fact, if not for the blood refinement scripture's influence preventing him from increasing his cultivation too quickly, he would have also bid. But for now, he decided against it. This bidding lasted for a full quarter of an hour. The price also stopped at 1,850 spirit stones. It was won by number 53, the person in the grey robe. This person was precisely the one who had previously detected Sun Yang's detection magical artifact. Sun Yang couldn't help but give this person another deep look. After this item was sold, the subsequent items were not particularly outstanding. Most of them were magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and some strange cultivation techniques aimed at chi refinement stage cultivators. However, when it came to the 18th item, a female cultivator wearing a rabbit mask slowly walked out, holding a purple box. Shuiye slowly opened the box, and inside lay a profound fan, with a trace of lightning power flowing from it. Sun Yang's gaze was involuntarily drawn, and his expression clearly changed slightly. This fan was actually the profound lightning fan among the 8 profound fans. This was too much of a coincidence. He currently had 4 profound fans in his hand, namely wind, fire, earth, and water, and now another lightning fan appeared. 1 profound lightning fan, starting bid 300 spirit stones, each bid not less than 50 spirit stones. Although this fan was sharp, it was only one of them, and its power was truly too ordinary, so Shuiyi's voice sounded very calm. If it weren't for the Elder Council's decision to use this to attract Xianjing sect individuals to bid and fetch a good price, a single profound fan alone would not have been able to make it into this auction. As expected, as soon as Shuiyi finished speaking, there was no commotion around, and only a few Xianjing sect individuals' expressions changed slightly. However, after learning that 3 profound fans were lost at once last time, they no longer held hope for collecting all 8 profound fans. Nevertheless, since this item was a relic of their sect, they still needed to compete for it, no matter what. 300 spirit stones. One of the Xianjing sect disciples, dressed in a green robe, opened the bidding. But as soon as his voice fell, only a few scattered exclamations were heard, raising the profound lightning fan to 700 spirit stones. At this point, the price stopped changing. Sun Yang also seized the opportunity to bid, offering 800 spirit stones. Those Xianjing sect disciples seemed to feel that bidding further was not worthwhile. After all, this item was just a medium-grade magical artifact, and a single one couldn't display much power, so they lost the desire to bid. Sun Yang then acquired this profound fan for 900 spirit stones. Thus, he now had 5 profound fans in his hand, and only lacked metal, wood, and dark to complete the 8 profound fans. He didn't know if collecting all 8 profound fans would be useful to him, but since he had already collected 5, if he encountered more later, he would certainly try to acquire them. If he didn't encounter them, it wouldn't affect him either. After this matter, the auction house presented the remaining items. These items no longer attracted Sun Yang's attention. Time slowly passed, and half an hour later, it was the 31st item. At this point, the auction reached its tense moment. Because among the remaining 9 items, 7 were rare, and 2 were the highlight items. The 31st item was a fiery red staff. It was precisely the low-grade spiritual artifact that Sun Yang had given to the trading company. Spiritual artifacts were already relatively rare, and this fiery red staff was a rare fire-attributed offensive spiritual artifact. However, as soon as this spiritual artifact appeared, the atmosphere subtly changed. Clearly, someone in the auction house recognized this spiritual artifact. It belonged to the Hong family of Qingzhou. And there were quite a few disciples cultivated by the Hong family within the Xianjing sect. In the auction house, there were clearly several individuals connected to the Hong family. Upon seeing this spiritual artifact, their expressions changed. It also indicated that someone had killed an old ancestor of the Hong family and thus seized this low-grade spiritual artifact. This had a significant impact, because they knew that the Hong family's old ancestor was extremely protective of his kin. Once he heard that his junior had been killed, he would surely be furious. At present, although they knew someone had killed a Hong family member, there was an unwritten rule in the black market that the seller of such an item would not be revealed. And the organizer of the auction was the Huaping Trading Company, which traversed both the righteous and demonic paths, and its foundation was very deep. In any case, getting this spiritual artifact back first might still earn them a favor. Several people had already begun to stir restlessly. However, among those with significant aura fluctuations, a man and a woman in private room 31 stood out. The moment they saw this spiritual artifact, a strong killing intent clearly erupted from them. This is the Blazing Fire Spirit Crystal Staff, its grade is low-grade spiritual artifact. The starting bid is 8,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 500 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. Shui Yi's eyes swept coldly around. She had clearly sensed that the atmosphere was wrong, and her tone became a few degrees colder. It was clearly a warning to those with ulterior motives to put away their schemes. Because such spiritual artifacts were extremely rare. Immediately, several Foundation Establishment stage cultivators began to bid. The first to speak was the male cultivator in private room 31. He offered 8,500 spirit stones. But very quickly, he was outbid by someone from private room 58, whose voice was very neutral. I bid 9,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, the male cultivator in private room 31 clearly had a flash of anger in his eyes, but he still increased his bid to 9,500 spirit stones. Haha, this old man happens to be lacking a spiritual artifact. I bid 11,000 spirit stones. That evil lightning child, unexpectedly, spoke up and increased the bid at this moment. Hearing this, the male cultivator in private room 31 was somewhat surprised. His anger, instead of increasing, decreased, and at the same time, a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Evidently, facing this evil lightning child, the male cultivator in private room 31 did not dare to be presumptuous in the slightest. The surrounding Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, who were originally still bidding, seemed to have been intimidated by evil lightning child's price increase, daring not to make another sound. 11,000 spirit stones once, 11,000 spirit stones twice. As Shuya announced the price twice, a hoarse voice rang out from the surroundings. I offer 12,000 spirit stones. The bidder was precisely Sun Yang, located in private room 63. Sun Yang did not want this blazing fire spirit crystal staff to only reach a bid of 11,000 spirit stones. After the merchant guild took its cut, there wouldn't be much left for him. He was certain that evil lightning child would not give up easily, so at this crucial moment, he added fuel to the fire. However, this was quite risky. If no one else bid, he would be stuck with this spiritual artifact. When evil lightning child heard that someone dared to bid against him, a clear flicker of unusual movement appeared in his deep eyes. Then, a strange light was seen sweeping towards Sun Yang's direction. But Sun Yang was already prepared at this moment. He fiercely injected soul power into the ghost sail, and at the same time, put on the Hao Lei cape. While bathed within the netherworld method, faint lightning repeatedly flowed over his body. The strange light emitted by evil lightning child flowed over Sun Yang's body, causing him to frown slightly, and then he withdrew the strange light. Clearly, his secret art did not gain any advantage on Sun Yang's body, he only felt a hazy grayness around Sun Yang. After a brief thought, evil lightning child said in a deep voice, this old ancestor offers 13,000 spirit stones. As this voice rang out, one could clearly feel a subtle, distinct fluctuation within it, as if it were a warning. At the same time, it was telling everyone that evil lightning child had set his eyes on this item, and anyone who dared to raise the price again would be going against him, evil lightning child. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's heart also tightened. It seemed this old fellow was truly getting angry. His original intention to bid higher involuntarily receded. He could only let out a sigh and no longer bid. After all, if someone of such cultivation truly targeted him, it would indeed be a rather troublesome matter. This also made Sun Yang realize that no matter where one went, strength was the ultimate truth. Even in an auction house that seemed fair, it was still the same. However, just as Sun Yang thought this blazing fire spirit crystal staff was about to fall into evil lightning child's hands, a female voice suddenly rang out. I offer 14,000 spirit stones. Following the female voice, one would find it came from private room 31, from another female cultivator who was also a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. This woman saw the male cultivator beside her remain silent, and understood the gravity of the situation, but thinking of the importance of this blazing fire spirit crystal staff, she gritted her teeth and offered a price. But as this voice rang out, evil lightning child's aura surged dramatically, and sharp gleams clearly flickered incessantly in his eyes. Clearly, evil lightning child was already enraged. It was the first time someone dared to contend with him for something he had set his eyes on. This old ancestor offers 15,000 spirit stones. If anyone offers a higher price, this old ancestor will no longer bid. Evil lightning child's aged voice became a few shades sharper, and at the same time, a wave of magical power fluctuated within it, causing the hearts of those present to tremble slightly. Senior evil lightning child, please forgive me. This item is very important to this concubine, so I can only offend you. I hope senior will not blame me. I offer 15,500 spirit stones. The female cultivator also hesitated slightly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, and she spoke out, raising the bid. Good, very good. This old ancestor keeps his word, this item is yours. Evil lightning child's eyes blazed with anger as he spoke, enunciating each word. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this evil lightning child would not let the matter rest, and many people's eyes flickered with a hint of schadenfreude. Even Sun Yang was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected someone else to bid, raising the price to 15,500 spirit stones, which made him happy. At the same time, evil lightning child's anger had been diverted. This was truly a great thing for him, as this auction item was acquired by Private Room 31. Next, the following auction item was presented. A small emerald green box was opened, and inside lay a medicinal pill. This pill was deep green in color, but upon a second glance, one would find a grey hue imprinted within it, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. One soul refining pill, refined from the soul of a jade-eyed spirit crystal beast. Starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Shuye spoke in a deep voice, but did not introduce its effects. Presumably there were some hidden details. However, those who understood this pill all had bright lights in their eyes. Clearly, many people in the auction house had come specifically for this item. The first to bid was the person in private room 90, whose first bid was 15,000 spirit stones. This immediately caused some people with limited funds to abandon their intention to bid. But there were still many people who began to bid one after another. It lasted for several hundred breaths, and finally, it was won by the person in private room 90 for 19,000 spirit stones. Next, two auction items were directly presented. Mainly, these two auction items were a pair. One was the Yin Bagua Jade, and the other was the Yang Bagua Jade. If combined, they would be the Yin Yang 8 trigrams jade. However, looking at the broken marks in the middle of the two jades, it was clear that they were difficult to combine, which is why they were auctioned separately as two items. According to Shui's introduction, when these two jades were combined, they were a top high-grade spiritual artifact, but once separated, each jade only had the power of a low-grade spiritual artifact, which was truly a pity. It was said that the one who created this jade was a nascent soul ancestor from the Righteous Path School, Yu Xiao sect. However, due to the Battle of Fallen Demon Valley, this old ancestor perished, and this jade was also destroyed as a result. Then, Shuye circulated her spell, demonstrating the effects of the two jade pendants. Unexpectedly, this Yin and Yang jade was a rare defensive spiritual artifact. After the Yin jade was activated, it would emit a star-like light shield, which not only had strong defensive power. At the same time, it could also absorb some spell power, and after accumulating to a certain extent, it could release a star blade to attack opponents at close range. The Yang jade was also a defensive spiritual artifact. After activation, in addition to its defensive power, ordinary spell attacks on it could reflect a certain degree of attack power. Sun Yang also took a deep look, and he was somewhat moved. Although they were separated and their effects were greatly reduced, even so, they should still rank among the best in low-grade defensive spiritual artifacts. Sun Yang disliked direct frontal assaults and preferred to quickly eliminate his enemies through sneak attacks. Now, with the soul sail and ghost sail, along with his potent blood poison, he had no shortage of methods for sneak attacks. What he currently lacked most were defensive spiritual artifacts. Moreover, it could also defend against the three types of baleful poisons found in an evil cultivator's cave, killing two birds with one stone. These two Yin and Yang jades were very much to his liking. However, when Shuye announced the starting price for each jade as 12,000 spirit stones, Sun Yang was slightly surprised. With the spirit stones he had, he likely couldn't acquire both Yin and Yang jades simultaneously, which made him hesitate. Fortunately, this type of defensive spiritual artifact was not very useful to others, as not everyone, like him, favored underhanded methods. With these spirit stones, it would be better to purchase offensive spiritual artifacts. There's a saying, offense is the best defense. First, the Yang jade was put up for bidding. I bid 12,000 spirit stones. The first to bid was the person from private room number 53. Sun Yang couldn't help but take a deep look, finding that the person was still shrouded in a cloud of black chi, with no figure visible. Aside from bidding on a few items at the very beginning, this person had not made any further bids until now. Now, being the first to bid, it seemed he had come for these two Yin and Yang jades. This made things a bit difficult. With this person's obstruction, Sun Yang's idea of bidding on both Yin and Yang jades was completely shattered. He frowned, falling into a brief contemplation. After a moment, Sun Yang still decided to give up on one, resolving to only secure one of the jades with all his effort. As for which one to choose, after a brief calculation, he decided on the Yin jade. While the Yang jade had the ability to reflect attacks, its usefulness to him was not very great, as with his cautious nature, he would rarely engage in direct combat with others. However, the Yin jade's ability to store magical power was very suitable for him. At this point, only 2 or 3 scattered individuals were bidding. When the price reached 16,000 spirit stones, the hall fell silent. A short while later, Shui's voice rang out, 16,000 spirit stones, going once. 16,000 spirit stones, going twice. Sold. Number 53 has acquired the Yang Bagua Jade. As Shuya waved her hand, the Yang Bagua Jade was taken away by a female cultivator wearing a rabbit head mask. Alright, next we will begin bidding for the Yin Bagua Jade. The starting price is 12,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. But as soon as Shui's words fell, a voice from private room number 53 was heard again. I bid 16,000 spirit stones. This time, he directly offered the same price as the previous item, clearly indicating his determination to acquire both Yin and Yang jades. Moreover, to save trouble, he directly offered the final price of the previous jade, skipping the bidding process for others. As soon as this bid was made, the surroundings fell silent. Clearly, for some, this low-grade defensive spiritual artifact was not worth that price. The evil lightning child glanced at it with disdain, indicating that he did not regard this defensive spiritual artifact at all. Seeing that it was about to be won by the person from number 53, Sun Yang could no longer hold back and directly said, "I bid 17,000 spirit stones." At this sound, the black chi-shrouded figure of the person from number 53 visibly trembled slightly. 18,000 spirit stones. A moment later, the person slowly spoke, adding another 1,000 spirit stones. A sharp glint flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. The opponent seemed imposing, but it was actually just a bluff. From his moment of hesitation, it could be seen that this person did not have many spirit stones left. This was not surprising, as he had just spent 16,000 spirit stones to acquire a Yang Jade. For an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator to be able to produce over 30,000 spirit stones was already a very good fortune, anything more would likely be his limit. 19,000 spirit stones. Sun Yang seized the opportunity and spoke without hesitation. As his price fell, the aura of the person in private room number 53 clearly shifted slightly, yet he was helpless, only able to continuously scan Sun Yang with a strange gaze, remaining silent for a long time. A look of joy appeared on Sun Yang's lips. It seemed the opponent could not produce 19,000 spirit stones, which meant he had secured this Yin Jade. Just as he felt it was a sure thing, an old voice rang out, "This old man bids 21,000 spirit stones." At this sound, Sun Yang was also startled and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the evil lightning child. However, the evil lightning child's face showed a playful expression, clearly intending to deliberately retaliate against Sun Yang for his previous bid, now targeting him. And it was not for this low-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Sun Yang fell into contemplation for a moment, but this defensive spiritual artifact was extremely important to him, and he did not intend to give up. However, he only had 24,000 spirit stones, and after acquiring a few items earlier, he now only had 22,000 spirit stones left. "I bid 22,000 spirit stones." Sun Yang finished his contemplation and then spoke. If the evil lightning child truly continued to bid relentlessly, he would have no choice but to give up. However, the evil lightning child seemed to know that if he continued to bid, he might end up stuck with that Yin Jade. Instead, he smiled evilly and said nothing more. 22,000 spirit stones, going once. 22,000 spirit stones, going twice. Sold. Number 67 has successfully acquired the Yin Bagua Jade. As Shui Yi's words fell, the tension in Sun Yang's heart slightly eased. However, there was still a sense of frustration, as this spiritual artifact was certainly not worth 22,000 spirit stones. A short while later, two people arrived at his private room and brought over the Yin Bagua Jade. After paying the spirit stones, Sun Yang briefly examined the jade before carefully placing it into his storage pouch. However, since his spirit stones were now exhausted, he could no longer participate in the subsequent auctions due to his empty purse. Nevertheless, to broaden his horizons, he did not leave but continued to observe. Time flew by, and an hour quickly passed. The auction concluded after the final, most important treasure was acquired by the evil lightning child for 30,000 spirit stones. To avoid attracting attention, Sun Yang had quietly left as soon as the price for the last treasure was settled. He chose his timing well, as at that moment, the evil lightning child was busy collecting the main treasure and had no time to spare for others. Sun Yang also understood that the evil lightning child was someone who always repaid grudges. Upon leaving the auction house, he dared not be careless and immediately cast the blood escape technique, fleeing rapidly. In just a moment, he vanished without a trace. However, just as Sun Yang disappeared, an annoyed person flew down. This person, dressed in a black robe with faint black chi floating around him, was none other than the individual from private room number 53. Due to Sun Yang's unexpected bid, he had failed to acquire the Yin Jade, which now filled him with anger. He had originally intended to use his strength to reclaim the Yin Jade from Sun Yang, but he found Sun Yang's escape speed terrifyingly fast, and he lost track of him instantly. This also made him realize that his previous actions had been somewhat rash. Sun Yang felt a slight sense of relief when he saw that no one was following him. After setting up some restrictions and spells around the immortal cave, he finally entered it. Then, he sat cross-legged and took out the Yin Bagua Jade. When Shui Ye tested it, she only injected a small amount of qi to briefly activate this spiritual artifact for demonstration purposes. Sun Yang still needed to test its true effects. Immediately after, he suddenly activated his spell, quickly injecting qi into the jade. In a short while, a layer of stellar power shimmered on the jade. A stellar shield completely enveloped his entire body. Sun Yang touched the stellar shield, a satisfied expression on his face. However, very quickly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then withdrew his qi, but the stellar shield around him did not completely dissipate. Instead, it lasted for another 5 breaths before finally vanishing. This discovery filled his heart with joy. Next, he injected qi again and conducted repeated tests. He ultimately discovered that the engravings on the jade were not just simple markings but had the effect of temporarily storing qi. Once a large amount of qi was injected into the jade, a portion would be stored within these engravings. Even if no more qi was injected, it could maintain the stellar shield for a maximum of 10 breaths. This was too important. He could store qi in the engravings in advance, so if he ran out of qi, he could still use this jade for defense. Alternatively, when facing a strong enemy's attack, he could instantly activate the stellar shield to defend against their assaults. Sun Yang, who had originally felt that spending 22,000 spirit stones was quite unworthy, instantly felt a sense of relief at this moment. This defensive spiritual artifact was several times stronger than other defensive spiritual artifacts. However, the only pity was that he couldn't acquire the Yang Jade. He thought that the Yang Jade, like the Yin Jade, could also temporarily store qi. If he had both 8 trigrams jades, his defensive power could be greatly enhanced. Next, Sun Yang spent a quarter of an hour testing the stellar blade of the Yin Jade. He found that while the stellar blade's attack power was equivalent to a single strike from a high-grade magical artifact, its range was very short, only able to attack enemies at close quarters. But ultimately, being limited by distance, its utility was actually just so-so. Fortunately, as long as the stellar shield had enough stored qi, this blade could be instantly activated to unleash a stellar strike to attack the opponent. It could still achieve miraculous effects in special circumstances. After testing for a while longer, Sun Yang lost interest and carefully put the Yin Bagua Jade into his storage pouch. Then, he flipped his hand and took out 2 ghost spirit sabers. One of them was a ring saber, which he had obtained from the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. The other was a long saber. Looking at these 2 different ghost spirit sabers, a look of doubt flashed in Sun Yang's eyes, and then he stroked each of them for a while. He found that the material used to make these 2 ghost sabers was almost identical, and even the qi emanating from them was basically the same. Sun Yang slowly began to conclude that these 2 ghost spirit sabers must have been made by the same person. He had already tried the ring saber, injecting qi into it had no effect whatsoever, and the qi simply dissipated into thin air. This had left him puzzled at the time. Now, he picked up the long saber with a let's try attitude and slowly began to inject qi into it. After a good while, Sun Yang's expression became very grim. Unexpectedly, this long saber was just like his ring saber. When qi was injected into it, it would inexplicably dissipate, having no effect at all. What exactly is going on? Sun Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Even if he wasn't a ghost cultivator, when using ghost cultivator magical artifacts, regardless of their strength, there should be some reaction, activating a small amount of power. But why did these 2 ghost spirit sabers have no effect whatsoever? He pondered for a while but found no clues. In his helplessness, he was about to put away the 2 ghost sabers, but his peripheral vision seemed to catch something. Immediately, he grabbed both ghost sabers simultaneously, holding them in his hands, and joined the handles of the 2 sabers together at a strange pattern. With a clear click sound, the 2 sabers actually merged into one. This sudden and unexpected action filled Sun Yang with a hint of surprise. However, at this moment, a wisp of dark black qi suddenly emerged from the 2 sabers. As the dark black qi slowly gathered, a human face actually appeared. Sun Yang was immediately startled and quickly patted his storage pouch, taking out several magical artifacts to deal with the sudden change. He watched nervously as the dark black qi gathered into a human figure. It was an ancient old man, whose withered face was largely covered in wrinkles, and whose beard was disheveled and exceptionally long, resting on his chest. However, the old man's eyes were dull and lifeless, and he did not look at Sun Yang, but spoke to himself. Whoever activates the ghost spirit saber left by this old man can obtain 1 copy of the ghost fusion cultivation technique and 1 copy of the 3 ghost soul severing saber creation method. As he finished speaking, the old man casually waved his hand, and a ball of black qi floated out. As it landed on the ground, it transformed into 2 ancient bamboo slips. And after one breath, the old man's figure once again turned into a wisp of dark black qi, rapidly dissipating into the world. Sun Yang was left stunned by this sudden turn of events. After seeing the old man dissipate, his tense heart finally relaxed slightly. Then, upon reflection, he quickly realized that this old man must have been the one who created these 2 ghost spirit sabers. He probably infused a trace of his soul into the ghost spirit saber at that time. Once someone merged the 2 ghost spirit sabers, this trace of soul power would be activated. His purpose was likely to prevent his secret technique from being lost, which is why he used a soul form to impart his secret technique to those who came after him. As for who would obtain the ghost spirit saber, it was all up to fate. Sun Yang was also overjoyed, never expecting such a good thing. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed the 2 bamboo slips in his hands. Then, he began to read them. The first bamboo slip recorded an auxiliary cultivation technique called the Ghost Fusion Cultivation Technique. When Sun Yang initially understood the cultivation technique, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. This cultivation technique was actually a secret method for cultivating and fusing with the ghost generals driven by ghost cultivators, complementing each other. It was divided into 3 levels in total. Each level cultivated would increase the compatibility with the ghost general, allowing one to command the ghost general at will. Moreover, one could also attach a subsoul to the ghost general, achieving the effect of driving the ghost general with a subsoul. When all 3 levels were fully cultivated, one could even achieve human ghost fusion. It should be known that even ghost cultivators, when driving ghost generals, do so indirectly through the binding power of a ghost sail. But this ghost fusion cultivation technique could actually drive ghost generals without the aid of a ghost sail, and at the same time, it could also use a subsoul to drive them. When facing an enemy, this is equivalent to having a clone helping one fight, and its strength can be imagined. The second bamboo slip recorded the method for crafting a ghost artifact called 1 Ghost Soul Severing Blade. It also contained extremely detailed information on the materials, crafting methods, and how to forge and temper it. It was said that once completed, it would possess the might of a magic treasure. However, Sun Yang had never heard of the materials listed on it, and even the core formation stage fierce ghost soul crystal required within was beyond his reach. Killing a core formation stage fierce ghost? He would have to be insane. What was the difference between that and seeking death? After a brief look, Sun Yang put it into his storage pouch. Nevertheless, he wasn't entirely empty-handed from this bamboo slip. From it, he learned that the ghost spirit saber he had synthesized was called One Ghost Soul Severing Blade. It was the lowest grade soul severing blade made by that old man, and also the first and most successful creation when he was discovering the secrets of the soul severing blade. That's why the old man passed it down. By grade, the One Ghost Soul Severing Blade was a low-grade spiritual artifact. However, Sun Yang discovered that this spiritual artifact was not for cultivators. This spiritual artifact was briefly mentioned in the Three Ghost Soul Severing Blade and was a true ghost artifact, a weapon for a ghost general to use. He was quite surprised when he learned this. He hadn't expected that a ghost general could also use a spiritual artifact level magical artifact. This reminded Sun Yang of the time in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, when the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows seemed to have used the ghost general's hand to wield the ghost spirit saber. If he hadn't used the divination treasure, the twin divination beads, to foresee the opponent's position in advance and then interrupted with a spell, he might have truly been hit by the ghost spirit saber. Getting back to the main topic. Sun Yang was somewhat troubled, simply because his most powerful ghost general had been killed by Hun Qingshan's fire spell during the previous fight. Now, he truly had no presentable ghost general at hand. After fretting for a while, he waved his hand and took out a tattered ghost sail. It was the ghost sail he had always used to activate the netherworld method. The ghost general within was severely damaged, but its strength was genuinely at the foundation establishment stage and above. However, Sun Yang had always been hesitant, as he wasn't sure of the ghost general's true strength. If he restored its soul body, he might very well suffer a backlash, which would be more trouble than it was worth. But later, he had to venture into the evil cultivator's cave, which was too dangerous. He could only restore some of the ghost general's soul body. With this ghost general and the assistance of the One Ghost Soul Severing Blade, his strength should increase significantly. However, it was definitely too late to cultivate the auxiliary cultivation technique, the combined ghost art, now. According to the bamboo slip's description, it would take about 10 years to cultivate the first layer, and 50 years or even longer to complete all 3 layers. After all, the further one progressed in this method, the harder it became to cultivate, and it also had strict requirements for the ghost general's strength. Currently, Sun Yang only had time to learn a few hand seals, which were used to control the ghost general in wielding the One Ghost Soul Severing Blade. As for controlling the ghost general, he could only use the ghost sail. The ghost sail before him was already severely damaged, and whether it could restrain this ghost general was another matter entirely. After much thought, Sun Yang decided to raise the ghost general to the 10 levels of chi refining. Even if the ghost general broke free from the sail, he would have means to deal with it. However, to be safe, he still planned to use some soul-expelling techniques as a backup. If this ghost general broke free from the ghost sail and attacked him directly, he would use this technique to kill the ghost general on the spot. In the time that followed, Sun Yang left a total of 4 marks on the ghost general before patting his storage pouch, taking out a bottle of soul liquid, and beginning to restore the ghost general's soul body. 3 days passed quickly. During this period, Sun Yang also restored the ghost general to the perfection of 10 levels of chi refining and briefly learned the hand seals to control the One Ghost Soul Severing Blade. Afterward, he got up and left his immortal cave. Immediately after, he headed towards the Huaping Trading Company. Sun Yang planned to first retrieve the spirit stones he had obtained from the auction at the trading company. A short while later, he strode into the trading company. After showing his token, he was led to a private room by a woman. The person who received him at the trading company was still the same old man from last time. Sun Yang had no intention of wasting words and directly placed his token on the table. The old man understood his purpose and did not dare to delay. He immediately took out a storage pouch and handed it to Sun Yang. Sun Yang took the pouch, looked inside, and nodded with satisfaction. The Huaping Trading Company was indeed trustworthy, only taking a 10% commission. He had no other needs and directly bade farewell and left. However, as Sun Yang walked out the main entrance, a faint blue fluctuation flickered continuously on the old man's body, as if he was communicating something. A moment later, the old man got up and walked towards a certain dark place. After leaving the Huaping Trading Company, Sun Yang planned to leave the black market. However, as soon as he flew a short distance, his brows furrowed tightly. Then, he deliberately changed direction and flew towards a deep alley in the black market. Upon arriving in the alley, his magical power twisted, and several treasures on his body glowed with brilliant light. Then, he snorted coldly towards a certain spot. "Your Excellency, are you not going to show yourself? Do you want me to make a move?" "Ha ha ha, fellow deist is very alert. I thought I had some tricks, but I didn't expect to be easily seen through by fellow deist." At this moment, a loud laugh rang out, and then a dark figure walked out from the corner. This dark figure was dressed in a grey robe and wore a fierce tiger mask. It was indeed the person from Private Room 53, who had competed for the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams jade with Sun Yang at the auction house earlier. If this person had not been without killing intent, and had deliberately restrained their Yin and Yang aura to avoid suspicion during the previous tailing, Sun Yang would not have spoken like this, he would have already attacked. "Is your Excellency following me just to show off your tracking skills? Why exactly are you following me? Please state it clearly. If your Excellency is here for the Yin Bagua jade, I advise you to give up on that thought." Sun Yang's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in a neither cold nor indifferent tone. Fellow deist, rest assured. Since the Yin Bagua Jade was auctioned off to fellow deist, it is now fellow deist's jade. I know what is important. To avoid misunderstanding, the grey-robed man quickly explained. In fact, as soon as he finished speaking, a subtle glint appeared in the corner of his eye, which clearly indicated that he still very much wanted to retrieve the Yin Bagua Jade. However, for some unknown reason, he suppressed the matter. Then he paused for a moment and spoke again, actually, I came to fellow deist for the evil cultivator's cave. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's face turned frosty. Did the Huaping Trading Company leak the news to you? Fellow deist, please don't misunderstand. In fact, the information within the trading company was provided by me. When I provided the information that day, I had already made an agreement with the trading company in advance. The grey-robed man did not conceal anything and directly revealed the hidden truth. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Yang looked deeply at the grey-robed man, and his doubts dissipated somewhat. To be frank, I came to fellow deist this time because I wish to cooperate with you to obtain the items within the evil cultivator's cave. I believe fellow deist also does not wish to give up the treasures within. If one goes alone, the danger can be imagined. If you cooperate with me, there will be at least a 60% chance of success, which is better than fellow deist going alone. The Ronggong flower that fellow deist needs does not conflict with the items I seek. At that time, we can each take what we need, wouldn't that be wonderful? Sun Yang's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Your Excellency, why are you so insistent on cooperating with me? There must be a reason. You'd best not try to deceive me with information from the Merchant Guild. Although what the other party said was flowery, he was somewhat intrigued, but then he thought about being sought out for cooperation by a stranger. It made him feel that this person had an ulterior motive. The grey-robed man, upon hearing this, also put away the faint smile on his face, knowing that simple information would not deceive Sun Yang. He then said in a deep voice. To be frank, the main reason is that the evil cultivator's cave has many mechanisms and restrictions, and I alone cannot handle them. Secondly, I sought out fellow deist because I discovered that fellow deist's strength is comparable to mine, and cooperating with fellow deist will greatly increase the success rate. Of course, the yin jade in fellow deist's hand is also an important item for breaking into that immortal cave. The grey-robed man did not hide anything, and even directly explained the use of the yin jade for the evil cultivator's cave. Sun Yang was also surprised to hear this, not expecting that the yin jade he purchased would be useful for the evil cultivator's cave. No wonder this grey-robed man was so insistent on acquiring both the yin and yang jades at the auction. And this person could have completely concealed this matter, but instead told him truthfully. It seems it was to show some sincerity. Sun Yang also knew that if he were to venture into the evil cultivator's cave alone, firstly, the danger would be too great, and secondly, it would be difficult to avoid encountering the person in front of him within the immortal cave later. At that time, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Although he also knew that this person might have a certain purpose, and that some unexpected variables might arise then. However, it would ultimately be of some help in breaking into the evil cultivator's cave. After the immortal cave's restrictions are broken, how to seize the treasures would then depend on each person's abilities. And at this moment, the other party had already shown some sincerity, and Sun Yang was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Before agreeing, Sun Yang still feigned hesitation for a while, and then said, What your excellency said has some sincerity, but it's still too hasty. How about allowing me a few days to consider? The grey-robed man's eyebrows flashed with joy upon hearing this, naturally understanding Sun Yang's implied meaning, and then chuckled. Of course. If fellow deist considers it and is willing to agree to cooperate, 5 days later, you can meet me at Han Luo Mountain, 100 li outside the Fengbu Black Market, to discuss further. All right, farewell. After replying, Sun Yang transformed into a green shadow and flew into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. As the grey-robed man watched Sun Yang's retreating figure, his eyes instantly turned cold, as if their earlier interaction was merely a pretense. Then, a wicked glint flashed in his eyes before he slowly withdrew his gaze, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. After a good while, he slowly moved and disappeared into the distance. And Sun Yang did not linger either, he left the black market directly and flew into the distance. Half a day later, he landed on a mountain peak, opened up an immortal cave, sat down cross-legged, and took out some item, which he began to constantly manipulate. 5 days later, before Han Luo Mountain, a long rainbow flew over and stopped in front of the mountain, revealing Sun Yang's figure. At this moment, a voice came from somewhere on the mountain, Fellow deist is very punctual. I have been waiting here for a long time. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang immediately activated his magic and flew towards the source of the voice. A moment later, he landed on the mountain peak, in a deep, secluded forest. And somewhere in this forest, there was a simple small pavilion made of bamboo, and behind the pavilion, there were figures moving. Sun Yang glanced at the small pavilion, his brows slightly furrowed, but he still moved his magic power and entered the pavilion. As soon as he landed, he looked to one side of the pavilion. At this moment, inside the small pavilion, besides the grey-robed man, there were actually 2 other people. One of them was wearing a red robe, with a red scarf covering his face, and a very strong smell of blood emanated from his body. The other person was quite robust, also wearing a grey robe and a wolf head mask, but a very long scar could vaguely be seen on his forehead. Who are these 2? Sun Yang asked the grey-robed man with confusion. The grey-robed man smiled lightly, fellow deist, there's no need to worry. These 2, like fellow deist, are fellow deists whom I arranged to explore the evil cultivator's immortal cave together in advance. This way, the success rate can increase by a few points. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang also took a deep look at the two. From the chi fluctuations on their bodies, they should both be at the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation. He naturally had no objections, as having more people was also beneficial to him. At this moment, the other two also cast their gaze upon Sun Yang, observing him for a while. And among them, the red-robed person's eyes flashed with a wicked light, and a bloody ray shot out from his body. This bloody ray flew towards Sun Yang at an extremely fast speed. Sun Yang's expression changed slightly upon noticing it, but he merely snorted coldly, moved his finger, and suddenly grabbed. That red ray was shattered by some unknown item. At the same time, he moved his finger, and a ball of black blood shot towards the red-robed person. This time, it was the red-robed person's turn to be surprised. He quickly took out a defensive treasure and completely protected himself. The black blood shot onto it, creating a slight ripple, and was then dissolved. Ha ha ha, I heard fellow deist Ghost Capital say that you found another powerful helper. I didn't believe it at first, but after this test, I didn't expect fellow deist's strength to be so surprising. The red-robed person, after blocking the attack, burst into laughter, instantly enlivening the originally dull atmosphere. Fellow deist, it's best not to make such jokes again in the future. Sun Yang replied coldly and indifferently, his eyes icy. The two of you, do not get angry. We are to collectively seek the treasures within the evil cultivator's immortal cave later. We are now considered teammates, so let's not hurt our harmony. The grey-robed man finally stepped forward at this moment, once again diffusing the atmosphere somewhat. The grey-robed man did not stop them immediately just now, so it seems he intentionally wanted to see Sun Yang's strength. Although Sun Yang's escape speed at the auction had greatly surprised him, he did not know much about his combat methods. And now, seeing that Sun Yang not only quickly broke the red-robed person's spell but could also counterattack in a short period of time. This was enough to show that his strength was also quite extraordinary. This also made the other people present feel slightly at ease. Alright, our numbers are complete, but before that, shouldn't we all drop our disguises? The grey-robed man walked to the center of the small pavilion and spoke in a deep voice. After all, the four of them would be plotting for treasures together later. If he continues to hide, it will be difficult for people to feel at ease. Fellow deist Ghost Capital is right. Then I'll start. The red-robed man stepped forward at this moment, directly removing the red cloth on his head, revealing a thin, pale face. However, from the overall face shape, his appearance was quite handsome, but at the root of his left ear, there was a deep green circular scar. And within this circular scar, one could vaguely see nauseating small insects crawling around. Seeming to sense the strange gazes, this person said without hesitation, "My name is Song Feng. I believe everyone has already seen this tumor. To be honest, this is an evolution of a vicious spell. If it cannot be broken in the short term, my life may be in danger. My trip to the evil cultivator's cave is for a king's grass, to break this spell. I trust that you all will not compete with me for this grass. Fellow deist Song, don't worry. Before I invited you all, we had already discussed what each of us needed, so no one will have conflicting treasures." Ghost Capital quickly spoke to alleviate Song Feng's concerns. After Ghost Capital finished speaking, she was the second to pull off the tiger head mask on her head, revealing a fair-skinned, exquisitely beautiful face. She was, in fact, a female cultivator. Sun Yang was also stunned by this. He hadn't expected that beneath the grey-robed man's mask, there would actually be a female cultivator. Her light makeup still couldn't conceal her peerless beauty. Among the female cultivators Sun Yang had seen, her beauty was top tier. Hehe, did I scare you all? The woman also smiled charmingly. I didn't expect, Fairy, that you would use the name Ghost Capital. Song Feng's eyes clearly changed, and he said with a hint of surprise, but quickly withdrew his gaze. After all, he had some understanding of her conduct. And the other grey-robed man's gaze kept flickering, not staying on Ghost Capital for too long at all. Then this person stepped forward and also removed his wolf head mask, revealing an extremely ordinary face. This face was not ugly, nor could it be called beautiful. In any case, if thrown into a crowd, it would definitely be the most inconspicuous. My name is Buletin Yang. This person didn't say much, only stating his name, then began to keep silent. Sun Yang also took a deep look at this person. The more someone fails to draw attention, the more dangerous they are. He couldn't help but become more wary of this person in his heart. Next, it was his turn, and he didn't hesitate, directly removing the ghost face mask on his head, revealing his void-tempering face. This was something he had prepared in advance. He didn't want to show his true face to others, being able to disguise himself was naturally for the best. Of course, these people might also have used some spell to disguise their faces, it's hard to say. My name is Void Tempering, and I have come for the wrong gong flower. Sun Yang, like Song Feng, stated his purpose. This would not only alleviate their suspicions but also reduce their schemes against him when it came to seizing treasures. The three of them looked at Sun Yang's face, seemingly unable to discern anything, and quickly shifted their gaze. Alright, let's discuss countermeasures later. As she finished speaking, Ghost Capital waved her hand and took out a scroll, which she held with her magical power, spreading it flat in mid-air. Since she organized the cooperation, her strategy was extremely important. Sun Yang couldn't help but look at the scroll, and his eyes suddenly changed slightly. He hadn't expected that what was recorded on this scroll was very different from the scroll he had obtained from the Merchant Guild. On this scroll, there were records of various evil cultivators' caves, and also corresponding records of obstacles along the routes. Although some places were recorded very abstractly, one must know that this was an evil cultivator's cave, filled with 3 kinds of evil chi and many restrictions and spells set up by evil cultivators. To have such a record was already quite rare. If Sun Yang were to follow the scroll given by the Merchant Guild to that evil cultivator's cave, he would probably have to pay a certain price. At this moment, he also realized that agreeing to Ghost Capital's cooperation was a wise move. After all, it could at least save a lot of effort to achieve his goal. The other two, after reading the scroll, also had flickering eyes. It seemed that these two, like Sun Yang, had only received the simplified version of the scroll given by the Merchant Guild. They also realized that when she provided information to the Merchant Guild, she deliberately concealed most of the content. Fairy Ghost Capital's scroll is of great use to us. If this scroll's records are true, it can indeed reduce many dangers. Song Feng nodded deeply before slowly speaking. Fellow Daoist Song, you praise me too much. This item also took me a lot of effort to obtain. I trust you all believe that the 60% success rate I mentioned is not made up, right? According to this scroll's route, there is indeed a 60% chance. Even Sun Yang couldn't help but nod, greatly surprised by her thorough preparation. Alright, time is limited. We must hurry to the battlefield, otherwise, after this period, there might be some variables in the Immortal Cave. No time to lose, let's go. As Ghost Capital's voice fell, she waved her hand, and a small flying boat appeared before them. Sun Yang and the other 3 also looked on in astonishment. They hadn't expected that she would have a flying magical artifact in her possession. One must know that even the lowest grade flying magical artifact would cost thousands of spirit stones to purchase one. With that many spirit stones, one could buy offensive weapons. Who would be foolish enough to spend spirit stones to buy a useless item? Only sects would make such flying boats for their disciples to use. And upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage realm, one could fly by riding the wind, making such low-grade flying magical artifacts even more unnecessary. However, at present, due to the long journey, if they rushed all the way, it would definitely consume a lot of magical power. With the flying boat as transportation, it could indeed save a lot of magical power. Of course, the most important thing was that the evil cultivator's cave would experience a wave of rampage after this period. Once there would be no time to recover magical power. The 4 of them circulated their chi and landed on the flying boat. As the flying boat soared with the wind, it sped away into the distance. After more than 10 days of travel, Sun Yang and the other 4, covered in dust from their journey, finally arrived at the border between the Corpse Demon sect and the 10,000 Swords sect. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately felt a dense evil chi. The strength of this evil chi made even Sun Yang frown. Although he had expected this evil chi to be troublesome, it was only after arriving here that he truly experienced its formidable intensity. Within 100 miles, black mist covered the sky and obscured the scorching sun. Within it, one could vaguely see many wandering souls and vengeful spirits moving about. At the same time, countless skeletons were densely spread, covering a lair. One could well imagine how fierce that world-shattering battle was back then, and how it ultimately ended with an extremely tragic conclusion. When Sun Yang and the others approached the center of the battlefield, they clearly felt that resisting the 3 types of malevolent poisons with just their magical power was no longer very effective. The 4 immediately waved their hands, each taking out a treasure to resist the malevolent poisons. The next moment, a layer of starlight cover first emerged from Sun Yang, and with countless stars converging, it instantly blocked the malevolent poison chi. Meanwhile, a layer of scorching sun yellow cover emerged from Ghost Capital, and as soon as this cover formed, the malevolent poisons that touched it were all melted away. As for Song Feng and Bulet and Yang, one was enveloped by a layer of strange blood red cover, and the other was covered by a layer of dark black cover. However, their covers were slightly inferior compared to Sun Yang and Ghost Capital's. Although they covered their entire bodies, there was still a faint trace of malevolent poison chi penetrating through the covers. Therefore, they still needed to circulate their magical power to resist this trace of malevolent poison. Fortunately, they hadn't consumed much magical power along the way, so using magical power to resist this bit of malevolent poison was insignificant. Everyone, when we step into the sea of malevolent ghosts in the center later, be sure to restrain your aura and not be detected by the malevolent ghosts. Ghost Capital instructed, then was the first to retract her aura, and after a moment, no aura was emitted. Even Sun Yang and the other 2 could no longer sense any aura fluctuations from Ghost Capital, and even her magical power was restrained. This surprised them slightly. It seemed that Ghost Capital must have cultivated some kind of chi concealment method. Next, the other 2 also began to retract their auras, but they couldn't achieve what Ghost Capital did, as faint traces of aura still escaped. And these 2, for some unknown reason, used some kind of treasure, and under the effect of the treasure, their auras were completely restrained. Sun Yang also dared not be negligent, directly employing his always proficient chi concealment method, which was the Ghost Sail Underworld method, combined with a concealment talisman. This method consumed the least magical power and could completely restrain his aura. Even if a faint trace of aura still escaped, it would be blocked by the Ghost General's soul body at the first instance. Ghost Capital and the other 2 showed a hint of surprise when they saw Sun Yang's method. Apparently, they also recognized the Netherworld method used by Ghost Dao cultivators, and their expressions subtly changed. After all, to be able to use a Ghost General to conceal one's aura, one must at least possess a very powerful Ghost General. Alright, let's go. Ghost Capital, seeing that time was limited, interrupted everyone's thoughts, then was the first to activate her magic and step into the center of the battlefield. Sun Yang and the other three also dared not be negligent, activating their magic one after another and following closely behind. When they arrived at the center, they were immediately astonished by the scene before them. There was a vast expanse of darkness, filled with wandering wailing souls and malevolent ghosts. Their numbers were so vast that it could be called a sea of malevolent ghosts. Although the highest cultivation of these wailing souls and malevolent ghosts was only 10 levels of Qi refining, and the lowest was merely refining Qi stage 5. However, they excelled in sheer numbers. If they were discovered, they would swarm forward in a dense mass, and even foundation establishment stage cultivators would not be able to withstand them. Fortunately, the cultivation of these wailing souls and malevolent ghosts was weakened, and the Qi concealment methods of Sun Yang and the other four could not be seen through by these ghost creatures with undeveloped intelligence. They passed through the area with the most malevolent ghosts without any danger. Sun Yang had been deep in thought, and a notion suddenly emerged in his mind. Could he use the soul sail to collect all these malevolent ghosts? But thinking of the immense number of wailing souls and malevolent ghosts around, he couldn't help but back down, and reluctantly gave up. If he were to encounter small-scale malevolent ghosts later when entering the evil cultivator's cave, he would try it then. Of course, he would only do so discreetly, as exposing the soul sail to Ghost Capital and the other two would be extremely unwise. After a short while, led by Ghost Capital, they arrived in front of a cave located underground and stopped. The inside of the cave was pitch black, and from time to time, faint traces of malevolent poison Qi slowly drifted out from within. It seemed that this should be the entrance to the evil cultivator's cave. Ghost Capital did not stop, directly transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the cave, while the other two, after taking a deep look at the cave, also did not hesitate and entered the cave. When only Sun Yang remained, he was not in a hurry to enter immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, took out the soul sail, then subtly activated his magic, and after a moment, 10 malevolent ghosts floated out from inside the soul sail. These malevolent ghosts, having been nurtured by him, each had a strong aura, all possessing the strength of 10 levels of Qi refining perfection. They were considerably stronger than the wailing souls and malevolent ghosts in the surroundings. Sun Yang releasing these malevolent ghosts naturally had a deeper meaning. This was because from beginning to end, he had never truly trusted the route provided by Ghost Capital. If he were to follow this person, and this person secretly used some trick, wouldn't he be kept in the dark? To be on the safe side, Sun Yang decided to let these malevolent ghosts follow behind him and also disperse, which would allow him to thoroughly explore the surrounding routes. Of course, in this place with many malevolent ghosts, the presence of a few more malevolent ghosts would not attract too much attention from Ghost Capital and the others. After doing all this, Sun Yang moved his finger seals and, taking the 10 malevolent ghosts, entered the cave. A moment later, Sun Yang converged with Ghost Capital and the others. You all must have already sensed it. Due to the influence of the immense malevolent poison Qi, our spiritual sense can only probe a maximum range of 50 feet. Everyone, you must be careful and cautious from now on. Do not give any evil creatures around an opportunity. Ghost Capital's clear and cold voice softly echoed around them. Sun Yang had already noticed this point the moment Ghost Capital reminded him, but besides the limited spiritual sense, there was also a more troublesome matter. Due to the extremely dense malevolent poison Qi in the surroundings, everything was also rendered in a pitch black color. Visibility basically did not exceed 10 feet, even if they circulated magical power to their eyes, they could at most see a range of 60 feet. And with their spiritual sense restricted by the malevolent poison, they were practically blind. At present, they could only probe objects within a 60-foot range at most. If any evil creature were to attack quickly, they might not even have time to defend themselves and would be attacked in a daze. Not to mention, there were also various restrictions left by evil cultivators scattered all around. It could truly be said that every step was perilous. Fortunately, Sun Yang had placed the malevolent ghosts behind him, which could provide him with some information about the rear. However, the front was a bit difficult to manage. Ghost Capital, who was nearby, seemed to notice the strange look in the three people's eyes, and naturally understood their concerns, so she waved her hand. Immediately after, a three-headed wolf ghost creature bathed in devilish Qi appeared in front of her. Everyone, don't worry, I have already considered this point. This wolf is called the demonic spirit wolf, as the name suggests, it is a demonic wolf born from devilish Qi, and the devilish Qi on its body can temporarily dispel some of the surrounding malevolent poison Qi. With this wolf leading the way, we no longer need to worry about going in the wrong direction, but as we go further, the immortal cave ahead will be several times wider, making it impossible to truly cover everything. As soon as the words fell, Sun Yang and the other two breathed a slight sigh of relief, but upon hearing the latter part, they couldn't help but frown. The current location is just a passage, the wider area ahead is the true immortal cave of many evil cultivators, and the danger begins there. If they couldn't investigate the situation beforehand, it would be a very dangerous matter. However, at this moment, Ghost Capital Fairy's gaze turned to Sun Yang, and she chuckled, just now, I saw that fellow Daoist Void Tempering seemed to be using Daoist magic of the Ghost Path. Fellow Daoist should have ghost generals and other ghost creatures, right? Why not take them out and let them go ahead to scout? Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's expression immediately became grim. If it was truly just scouting, using a ghost general would be fine. However, the dangers ahead are unknown, heaven knows what evil creatures might appear. Once a ghost general encounters an attack, there's a risk of it being defeated. However, since he was traveling with them this time, it would be unreasonable if he didn't contribute. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yang still waved his hand and took out a ghost sail. Then, with the turn, a ghost general emerged from the ghost sail. Naturally, he wouldn't use a stronger ghost general. This ghost general in front of him was only a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. Upon seeing this, Ghost Capital Fairy and the other two also frowned slightly, clearly somewhat displeased that Sun Yang had used such a low-level ghost general. However, when they thought that this ghost general could die at any moment given the unknown dangers they might encounter later, they couldn't find a reason to refute, and one by one, they could only swallow their dissatisfaction. Sun Yang, however, didn't even glance at them. He then waved his hand, urging the ghost general to go forward. At the same moment, Ghost Capital Fairy also waved her hand, and the demonic wolf's figure flickered, disappearing into the front without a trace. Song Feng and Buletanyang only glanced from afar before retracting their gazes. They truly didn't have any spirit pets that could prevent the poisonous miasma. Alright, let's go. With the demonic wolf scouting, Ghost Capital Fairy no longer lingered. She activated her cultivation and flew forward. As Sun Yang followed, he was also subtly circulating his magic within his sleeve. They flew for a full quarter of an hour. The four of them finally passed through the long passage. The surroundings immediately widened several times, and even the poisonous qi became more concentrated. At the same time, a demonic qi also drifted around. Under the influence of this qi, Sun Yang and the others felt an inexplicable chill. However, upon reaching this place, Ghost Capital Fairy suddenly stopped, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. Ghost Capital Fairy, what happened? The others also noticed something was amiss and quickly asked. Ghost Capital Fairy hesitated for a long while before speaking. You all should have felt this sinister qi, but I might as well tell you all that when this little girl came last time, there was no such sinister qi here at all. This little girl believes that something has changed here, but what kind of change, this little girl cannot say for sure at the moment. The reason she sensed something was amiss was because she possessed a treasure that could detect changes in demonic qi. It was precisely because of this item that she had avoided several crises. And now, demonic qi, which should not have appeared here, has inexplicably emerged, indicating that some danger will arise. However, the demonic wolf scouting ahead did not sense any danger, which greatly puzzled her. Fellow Deist Void Tempering, has your ghost general sensed any danger? The others also adopted the attitude of better safe than sorry and became vigilant. Song Feng then asked Sun Yang. Sun Yang moved his incantation but seemed to sense nothing unusual. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, I haven't detected any danger. This is a bit strange. Ghost Capital Fairy's eyes showed deeper doubt. She had considerable faith in her treasure's detection and believed there must be something fishy. But the surroundings were calm, so where could the danger come from? Just as she was about to proceed, a voice sounded in her ear. Have you all heard a faint unusual sound? At this moment, Sun Yang said solemnly, but he used a sound transmission. Upon hearing this, the others also focused their minds and began to investigate. After a while, Ghost Capital Fairy's expression changed first. Not good, everyone be careful, there are a large number of ghost mist bugs around. What, ghost mist bugs? Upon hearing this, the others were also startled one after another. Ghost mist bugs are a type of poisonous insect born within this poisonous miasma. From the day they are born, they move in swarms. At the same time, these ghost mist bugs are very special. When they gather to a certain number, a bug king will be born. Moreover, this bug king will also possess a remarkably high level of intelligence. This also led to the insect swarm, under the leadership of the bug king, becoming the most troublesome existence within the evil cultivator's cave. And the seemingly calm surroundings were actually due to the bug king's command. These insects knew how to bide their time. If the few of them were to go further, they would fall into the encirclement of the insect swarm, and then it would truly be dangerous. At this moment, Sun Yang was able to detect the slight movements around them from some subtle sounds, which made the other three look at him with increased regard. With a solemn expression, Ghost Capital Fairy moved her finger seal, urging the demonic wolf ahead to lean against the left side of the cave wall. Only then did they discover that the cave wall was covered with dense, tiny holes, which were precisely the nests of the ghost mist bugs. Clearly, there was an astonishing number of ghost mist bugs on the left cave wall at this moment. Moreover, for these ghost mist bugs to be so quiet, there must also be a bug king present. Ghost Capital Fairy quickly relayed the information she had gathered to Sun Yang and the other two through sound transmission. Sun Yang and the other two also became solemn. Because once the ghost mist bugs attack, their speed is extremely fast. It's certainly impossible for them to avoid them by dodging. Then, there's only one path they can take, to force their way through. But how to force their way through still needed to be discussed. Over the next few breaths, the four of them began to deliberate. After a while, Ghost Capital Fairy made a hand seal, retrieved an unknown object, and then flew forward. Closely following her was Buletanyang. Buletanyang's magical power stirred, and a thick layer of black qi enveloped his entire body. Then, a black qi emitting blade appeared on his back. Sun Yang and Song Feng, who remained, did not delay either. They each took out a treasure and began to inject their magical power into them. As Ghost Capital Fairy first arrived at the center of the ghost mist bug nest, a sudden commotion erupted. Immediately following, countless tiny insect shadows, like black dots, densely packed together, flew out at an extremely fast speed. Although these small insects were numerous, they flew out in an orderly fashion, so their speed was not affected by their quantity. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Capital Fairy was already enveloped by them. At this moment, Ghost Capital Fairy released her finger seal and sacrificed a jet black object. The moment this object was sacrificed, it suddenly grew larger. In a short moment, it magnified 100-fold, transforming into a gigantic hammer. Demonic chi was attached to this hammer, and the aura it emitted was incredibly powerful. Then, this hammer crashed down onto the area with the most ghost mist bugs. However, just then, a strange sound came from behind the ghost mist bugs. And those ghost mist bugs that were under the black hammer seemed to have received some command, and at this moment, the ghost mist bugs on the periphery gathered together, forming a shield made of the swarm. As the black hammer pressed down, a loud noise erupted. Once the sound reverberated, a peculiar scene emerged. The black hammer had not fully struck down. Instead, it was blocked by a layer of the swarm shield, but upon looking at the swarm shield, it was not difficult to see that many ghost mist bugs had been reduced to dust by this strike. However, this small loss was merely a drop in the ocean for the swarm. But it allowed most of the ghost mist bugs under the black hammer to survive. Even Ghost Capital, who had unleashed this strike, trembled slightly. Evidently, she hadn't expected the swarm to be able to create such a defensive measure in such a short time. This minimized the damage caused by her attack. Ghost Capital was certain that the sound previously emitted from within the swarm must have come from the Insect King. Although she briefly understood the root of the problem, the swarm would not give her a second chance to attack. The numerous ghost mist bugs under the shield took this opportunity to swarm towards Ghost Capital. Seeing a large number of ghost mist bugs rushing towards her, Ghost Capital dared not be careless. She activated a spell, and a protective shield enveloped her body. Under the cover of the protective shield, she channeled her magical power and swiftly flew out. However, although she avoided a large number of ghost mist bugs, there was still a dense mass of ghost mist bugs tearing at the protective shield. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before the protective shield around her would be completely bitten through by the ghost mist bugs. And many others, following her direction of escape, quickly pursued her. Just then, Buletanyang's figure appeared like a ghost. Buletanyang landed in front of Ghost Capital, and as the pursuing ghost mist bugs detached from the main swarm, the black chi blade on his back subtly flickered twice. The next moment, a sharp chi burst forth from the black chi blade, and then, the black chi blade flew through the air in a strange arc, unleashing a powerful strike. This strike, once unleashed, formed a black light that fiercely slashed towards the pursuing ghost mist bugs. Sizzle sizzle sounds rose and fell in that instant. This single strike annihilated over 200 ghost mist bugs. This was several times more damaging than Ghost Capital's black hammer earlier. Of course, this extraordinary effectiveness was achieved because this portion of the ghost mist bugs had separated from the main swarm. If it were facing the main swarm, the effect of this strike might be discounted. However, at this moment, behind the ghost mist bugs, a shrill cry suddenly erupted. Evidently, that Insect King, upon discovering such heavy casualties, let out an angry roar. After this sound, a large ghost mist bug, 5 times larger than the other ghost mist bugs, emerged. The other ghost mist bugs also moved aside, creating a space, and then protected this large ghost mist bug in the center. Without a doubt, this was the Insect King. Seeing the Insect King appear, Buletanyang dared not linger. He quickly flashed and arrived beside Ghost Capital. Next, with a flash of black light, he helped Ghost Capital break through the remaining swarm's attack and quickly fled to one side. However, they hadn't fled far when they saw a strange chi ripple on the Insect King's body. The next moment, large portions of the surrounding swarm became enraged. These enraged ghost mist bugs began to secrete pus, which completely enveloped their bodies. Then, they shot out with an incredibly strange speed. This speed was even faster than lightning. In an instant, they arrived at the location where Ghost Capital and Buletanyang had fled, completely surrounding it. Their flight stopped, and they appeared with a hint of surprise. When Ghost Capital glanced at the enraged ghost mist bugs around her, a slight shock appeared on her face. Fellow Deist Buletanyang, be careful. This seems to be a swarm body rampage. The ability to use this spell indicates that the Insect King has reached a cultivation comparable to ours. Buletanyang's eyebrows twitched at the words. According to Ghost Capital, did that Insect King possess the cultivation of the early stage of Foundation establishment? How was that possible? After all, it was rare for swarms, known for their numbers, to produce high-level Insect Kings. The cultivation resources in the surroundings were limited, and the ghost mist bugs were vast in number. If each bug received a share, it simply wouldn't be enough. How could an early stage of Foundation establishment Insect King appear? There must be some reason for this. Fortunately, although this Insect King possessed early stage of Foundation establishment cultivation, its strength was not very strong. The most troublesome aspect was that this Insect King would gain certain talents, and with these talents, the swarm's strength would greatly increase. Just like these rampaging ghost mist bugs before them, their speed and defense had been greatly enhanced. However, Ghost Capital and Buletanyang had both broken through to the Foundation establishment stage many years ago, and after a brief discussion, they had a countermeasure. The two of them each unleashed their signature spells, and in a short time, they each broke open a small gap. They then transformed into streaks of light and fled in 2 different directions. Doing so was naturally to disperse the ghost mist bugs somewhat. Then, Buletanyang patted his storage pouch and took out a pitch-black long saber with faint, tiny ghostly figures floating around it. Compared to the previous black chi blade, this saber's aura was several times stronger. It was as if the black chi blade was merely a shadow of this saber. And when the main saber appeared, the other naturally paled in comparison. Buletanyang gripped this saber with both hands, and as a large amount of magical power flowed into the saber, a deep, profound light gradually emerged from its body. As this light deepened, Buletanyang, holding the saber, radiated an aura like a rainbow and fiercely unleashed 3 strikes in all directions. 3 black lights slashed out in all directions, not only annihilating all the pouncing ghost mist bugs. This was not all, the 3 black lights, following a strange arc, converged again, causing a violent explosion. As the black light formed by the explosion spread outwards, it enveloped a large portion of the ghost mist bugs. Although at the first instant, another strange chi flashed from the insect king's body and landed on the swarm. This caused many ghost mist bugs to quickly fly out of the black light, but many ghost mist bugs were still completely enveloped within the black light. Strange screams continuously echoed. The next moment, debris continuously fell from the black light. Seeing this, the Bug King's small eyes clearly showed raging anger. At this moment, it was thoroughly enraged. The Bug King emitted a surge of sinister chi, which actually made the surrounding environment several degrees colder. As this chi landed among the swarm, the bodies of the bugs below began to rapidly expand, quickly growing 3 times in size. Moreover, a pair of sharp claws transformed into sharp barbs, emanating a chilling aura. Then, a strange sound came from the Bug King's mouth. About 80% of the swarm below flapped their wings and shot towards Ghost Capital and Buladenyang, evidently vowing to tear them to shreds. However, the moment the swarm flew away, a figure, seemingly having waited for a long time, as if just for this moment, quietly emerged. Then, with several after-images, he arrived within 5 jong of the Bug King in the cave. He held a scarlet bone longsword in his hand and, with a spell, slashed down towards the Bug King. As the bone longsword descended, a bloody bone actually flew out from the sword's light. When this bloody head, following the sword's light, reached 1 jong from the Bug King, a blood-stained bone claw suddenly appeared and fiercely grabbed down towards the Bug King. The bloody wind it brought forth made wailing sounds. The Bug King quickly realized something was amiss and immediately let out a shrill cry, and the remaining swarm around it gathered at an extremely fast speed. In a short moment, they formed a giant shield, firmly protecting the Bug King within it. However, as the bone claw descended, it struck the shield fiercely. The bug shield immediately let out a loud dong sound, and large numbers of ghost mist bugs instantly died under this strike. But as the remaining ghost mist bugs filled the gap, the bone claw strike was completely blocked by the bug shield. Song Feng saw this strike blocked and was not surprised. Instead, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he moved his finger seals and pointed at the bone. In an instant, countless foul-smelling blood emerged from the bone claw, and as this blood landed on the bug shield, it began to hiss and emit bursts of white smoke. Unexpectedly, this foul-smelling blood possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. After 2 breaths, as ghost mist bugs continuously turned into a thick liquid in the blood, the bug shield also slowly began to break open at this moment. Just as the bug shield broke open, 2 drops of black essence blood shot in, and after 2 explosions, a huge gaping hole was immediately torn open in the bug shield. At this moment, a black shadow seized the opportunity to drill in, and with a flash of green light, the Bug King's shrill scream abruptly ceased. Sun Yang, holding half of the Bug King's body with his magical power, flew out. As the ghost mist Bug King died, the surrounding swarm, like a headless dragon, began to crash chaotically in all directions. After crashing for a while, these swarms instinctively began to drill into their nest, and soon they disappeared into the nest, becoming motionless. Fellow deist void tempering's methods, I, Song, am greatly impressed. Only Song Feng, who was closest, truly witnessed Sun Yang's sharp methods. The terrifying poison contained within those 2 exploding essence blood drops made him tremble with fear. He asked himself that if he were to get contaminated, he would also lose a layer of skin. Although the 3 of them created an opportunity for Sun Yang, without such sharp methods, how could a Bug King in the early stage of Foundation establishment be so easily slain? Fellow deist Song is joking. That I could kill the Bug King so quickly is also thanks to the 3 fellow deists. Sun Yang glanced indifferently, knowing that it was not wise to be too sharp at this moment, and quickly changed the subject. Fellow deist void tempering is too modest. Song Feng was also somewhat satisfied with Sun Yang's words. If Sun Yang had truly taken all the credit, he would have been more wary of him later. At this moment, Ghost Capital and Buladenyang flew over in a hurry. Upon seeing Sun Yang holding the Bug King's body, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Of course, they did not witness the scene of the Bug King's slaying, so they naturally believed they had a share of the credit. Fellow deist void tempering, quickly extract this Bug King's Yao Beast core. Ghost Capital hastily spoke, looking intently at the Bug King's body. Sun Yang understood, and with a movement of his magical power, he took out a dark black round core, which still had strong magical power fluctuations on it. He also knew that Yao Beasts in the Foundation establishment stage would have a natal Yao Beast core within their bodies, and this core sealed the source of the Yao Beast's magical power. However, the moment he took out the Yao Beast core, 3 pairs of eyes looked over with fervent gazes. Sun Yang's eyes flickered constantly. There was only 1 Yao Beast core, and although he was the one who ultimately killed this Bug King, from beginning to end, the danger he faced was actually the smallest. It would be extremely unwise to contend for the single Yao Beast core at this time. If he were to do so, then when they entered the evil cultivator's cave, he would become a target, being simultaneously targeted by the 3 of them. After a moment of thought, Sun Yang said, I admit I contributed the least. This core shall be distributed among the 3 fellow deists. Ghost Capital and Buladenyang were initially surprised after hearing this, but they also seemed to feel that Sun Yang's words held some truth. Only Song Feng, on the side, had his eyes flickering non-stop, and after a while, he seemed to sigh inwardly and said, I am the same as fellow deist void tempering, I admit I contributed the least. This Yao Beast Core should rightfully be distributed between fellow Daoist Ghost Capital and fellow Daoist Buletin Yang. With 2 people withdrawing, this Yao Beast Core fell before Ghost Capital and Buletin Yang. Neither of them was willing to give it up. Buletin Yang believed that he had used the Ghost Subduing Blade to deliver 3 strikes, and his magical power consumption was the greatest among the 3, so he should rightfully obtain this Yao Beast Core. But Ghost Capital did not think so, since she had made the first move, the danger she faced was also the greatest, and she should also obtain this Yao Beast Core. The 2 of them continued to argue over this. The reason they argued endlessly over a single Yao Beast Core was mainly because both of them cultivated yin attribute techniques. And the Yao Beast Core within Yao Beasts born in this place where 3 types of malevolent poisons gathered inherently possessed yin cold power. This was greatly beneficial to their cultivation technique. However, because the bug king of this ghost mist bug in the early stage of foundation establishment appeared so suddenly, they had not set a distribution method, which led to the current situation. Ghost Capital knew that continuing to argue like this would not yield any benefits, and her deeper intentions were far beyond what this single Yao Beast Core could compare to. After much deliberation, she finally gave up the Yao Beast Core. However, she also did not want to suffer a loss and asked Buletin Yang to exchange it for half the value of this Yao Beast Core. Buletin Yang happily accepted and threw out a black bottle. Ghost Capital took the bottle, glanced at it, and said nothing more. After this matter concluded, the 4 of them once again continued to flee forward. As the 4 ventured deeper, large and small immortal caves began to appear, scattered unevenly around them. They stretched row after row, seemingly endless. Clearly, back then, as the evil cultivator S continuously developed and grew, the number of evil cultivator S here must have been substantial. Even though only abandoned immortal cave S remain now, wisps of sinister chi still seep out, making the inside of the immortal cave S eerie and gloomy. However, the outer immortal cave S had long since been visited by countless people over the years, they were empty, with nothing left behind. Sun Yang merely glanced at them before retracting his gaze. These immortal cave S were almost entirely destroyed, even the secret chambers that evil cultivator S used to cultivate corpses and practice evil techniques seemed to have been blasted open by magical power. There was nothing left behind. Naturally, it didn't pique his interest. Since the ancient Grand Formation was located in the deepest part, and the outer areas rarely produced any spiritual treasures, as for the restriction S and spell S left behind by those evil cultivator S, they were mostly within the immortal cave S, rarely arranged in the outer areas. Sun Yang and the other 3 had a smooth journey, they didn't stop at all and directly fled deeper. This flight lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Upon reaching the central area of the immortal cave, Ghost Capital stopped. From here on, everyone must be careful, because when those evil cultivator S refined their evil techniques back then, they sacrificed all the living beings they killed here, Ghost Capital said slowly, her expression solemn. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang looked puzzled. After all, this place was only the central core of the immortal cave, and the ancient Grand Formation was in the deepest part. Logically, the Grand Formation should be cast in the deepest part to sacrifice living beings, it couldn't possibly be here. He asked, puzzled, Ghost Capital Fairy, is there anything special about this place? Ghost Capital didn't hesitate after hearing his question, she walked onto a strange stone platform and explained, you probably don't know the purpose of this stone platform. Let me put it this way, this platform is just the tip of the iceberg of the Immortal Cave's ancient Grand Formation. There are such stone platforms spread out for 1,000 feet around, and this 1,000-foot range is the true array core of this Grand Formation. Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Yang and the other 2 also showed a hint of surprise. They hadn't expected that this place was one of the array cores of the ancient Grand Formation. This implied that the ancient Grand Formation covered a vast area, and there wouldn't be just one such array core. This also explained why this place was where living beings were sacrificed. Song Feng then spoke, according to Ghost Capital Fairy, it's very likely that evil creatures like Ghost Devil S will appear here. Ghost Devil S are evil creatures born from countless wailing souls. Once born, these evil creatures gather immense power of resentment and possess extremely powerful strength. It is said that newly born Ghost Devil S have the strength of 10 levels of Qi refining perfection, and after just 10 years of growth, they will possess the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment. They might even grow to a more terrifying realm above the late stage of foundation establishment by continuously absorbing the power of resentment. This is one of the major dangerous evil creatures in this evil cultivator's cave. Fortunately, Ghost Devil S are born from the power of resentment. Over so many years, the power of resentment in this place has been weakening year by year. Moreover, as Cultivator S continuously delve deeper, many Ghost Devil S have also been killed by the Cultivator S who entered. This leads to the number of Ghost Devil S not being too large, nor will there be high-level Ghost Devil S with cultivation levels like late stage of foundation establishment. But even so, every Ghost Devil possesses strong strength, and it cannot be denied that Ghost Devil S are quite dangerous existences in the evil cultivator's cave. Sun Yang also frowned, simply because he had indeed encountered a Ghost Devil in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. It was cast by Wang Si Yujing, a disciple of the 10,000 Ghosts sect, at that time. However, Wang Si Yujing's Ghost Devil was very small, presumably newly born, and only had the strength of 10 levels of Qi refining perfection, but the power of the Ghost Devil explosion it formed was exceptionally astonishing. From this, it seems that the strength of this Ghost Devil should not be underestimated. Fellow Daoist Song is right. From here on, if we are unlucky, we might very well encounter an attack from a Ghost Devil. Ghost Capital nodded, speaking in a deep voice. Everyone listened, and their expressions also turned solemn. Then, the four discussed countermeasures for encountering Ghost Devil S and once again began to fly forward. But at this time, the four were all holding spell S, ready to react quickly if a Ghost Devil truly attacked. They didn't know if they were simply lucky. They flew for several hundred breaths, and everything around them was calm. And when they reached a place emitting a strange chi, Buletin Yang, who had rarely spoken on the way, slowly spoke to Ghost Capital Fairy, you haven't forgotten what you promised someone earlier, have you? This question left Sun Yang and Song Feng full of questions. Had Ghost Capital promised Buletin Yang something before this? Sun Yang gravely scanned the two, his eyes flashing with cold light. Meanwhile, Ghost Capital smiled gently upon hearing this little girl naturally hasn't forgotten. Don't worry, this little girl will certainly lend a hand to help fellow deist Buletin Yang find what he seeks. As long as you haven't forgotten. After all, it's not far from there, and I'm just reminding fellow deist. Buletin Yang then put away his grave expression, but then he scanned Sun Yang and the other and realized something was amiss, so he spoke again, it seems, Ghost Capital Fairy, you haven't mentioned this matter to these two fellow deists, have you? Ghost Capital's eyes flickered slightly, then she chuckled, if fellow deist Buletin Yang hadn't brought it up, this little girl would have truly forgotten to tell fellow deists Void Tempering and Song Feng. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang frowned slightly. Looking at Ghost Capital's expression, it was clear she hadn't forgotten, but had deliberately not mentioned it. Even Song Feng, beside him, had a very unpleasant expression. Clearly, the two of them had been kept in the dark. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ghost Capital quickly explained, fellow deists, there's no need to be overly suspicious. This matter is not a big deal. It's like this. Next, Ghost Capital slowly began to explain. It turned out that the reason Buletin Yang had agreed to cooperate with Ghost Capital to conspire for the treasure in that hidden immortal cave was that he had another requirement. The treasure Buletin Yang sought was not within that hidden evil cultivator's cave, but in another place called the Twisted Forest Land. At that time, he had agreed with Ghost Capital that he would only go with her to break the hidden immortal cave after she accompanied him to the Twisted Forest Land to retrieve the treasure. As for why she agreed to Buletin Yang's request, Ghost Capital spoke vaguely, only explaining that it was because Buletin Yang had a treasure in his hand that could play a crucial role. So, Ghost Capital Fairy, you must accompany fellow deist Buletin Yang on this trip, Song Feng said coldly from the side. That's right, but Buletin Yang promised that once he obtains the treasure from the Twisted Forest Land, then no matter what treasures appear when we break into that evil cultivator's cave, they will have nothing to do with him and will be distributed among the three of us. What do you two think? After Ghost Capital finished speaking, she couldn't help but look at Sun Yang and Song Feng, the meaning of which was obvious. She seemed to want to pull the two of them along to the evil forest land to retrieve a treasure for Buletin Yang. Given Buletin Yang's strength, he didn't dare go to the place where the treasure was to be retrieved alone, so the danger was imaginable. Sun Yang also gradually understood why Ghost Capital hadn't informed them in advance. She naturally had selfish motives for doing so. After all, if she had informed the two of them in advance, they would surely have refused. But now, they had already arrived at this place and had seen the importance of the information provided by Ghost Capital. If Ghost Capital didn't lead the way, the chances of them breaking into that evil cultivator's cave on their own would be very small. Only by combining the strength of all four of them to open that immortal cave would it not only be the least dangerous but also the most stable approach. But now Ghost Capital needed to accompany Buletin Yang to the evil forest land. The two of them couldn't just wait here. Ghost devils could be wandering around here at any time, so staying in this place was quite dangerous. Sun Yang's eyes flashed with an evil light. He knew this was a step-by-step entry into this woman's trap, leaving him in a dilemma. Since this woman had such a scheme, it was likely that this evil forest land also held benefits for her, otherwise she would never have agreed so easily. At this moment, a hint of anger surged in Sun Yang's heart, and he remained silent. Song Feng, who was beside him, also had an unpredictable look in his eyes. After a while, he slowly said, accompanying fellow deist Buletin Yang to the evil forest land to retrieve the treasure is not impossible. However, fellow deist Buletin Yang must agree to only take what you need. Regardless of what other treasures appear in the evil forest land, they will have nothing to do with fellow deist. If fellow deist can agree, then no matter how dangerous it is, I, Song, will personally accompany fellow deist on this trip and lend a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Buletin Yang's expression also subtly changed, and he fell into a brief contemplation before finally speaking after a moment, all right, I agree. Seeing Buletin Yang agree, Song Feng's expression improved significantly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but a strange glint flashed in his eyes. I wonder, fellow deist Void Tempering, what do you think? Seeing that Song Feng had already agreed, Ghost Capital then turned her gaze to Sun Yang. After a good while, Sun Yang finally spoke, since fellow deist Song has also agreed, I have no other choice. Then I will accompany fellow deist Buletin Yang on this trip. Haha, with the help of the two fellow deists, the chances of obtaining the treasure will greatly increase. But rest assured, as long as the two of you can wholeheartedly help me obtain the treasure, then afterwards, when we break into that evil cultivator's cave, I will do my utmost. Buletin Yang laughed heartily, then made a full guarantee. The few of them discussed for a while in place, then fled towards the other side. After flying for a quarter of an hour, the four of them arrived at a place where yin evil chi was extremely dense. And when Sun Yang looked forward, he indeed found a sparse, dark forest not far away. This forest exuded an eerie aura. In this place where the sky was perpetually dark, the presence of this forest was very strange. Moreover, this forest was very different from forests in the outside world. Each tree was permeated with an extremely dense ghost chi. It seemed less like trees and more like countless ghost spirits gathered together. Only Buletin Yang's expression was calm, because he had been here more than once or twice, but each time he had returned empty-handed. However, this time, he was extremely well prepared. Ghost Capital's expression was still good, but there was still a hint of solemnity in her eyes as she looked at the forest. And Song Feng, on the side, had an erratic gaze throughout. Everyone, you must have noticed some clues. In fact, this is a breeding ground. As the name suggests, the creatures captured by the evil cultivator back then were all brought here to be raised. This resulted in this place, which appears to be full of life, but also has a strong ghost chi and death chi intertwined. Buletin Yang pointed at the forest and slowly revealed its hidden secrets. After explaining the reason, he continued, when I first stepped into this place 3 years ago, I also thought there was nothing special inside. However, I unexpectedly discovered the corpse of an evil cultivator. Although I don't know why this corpse appeared here. But what surprised me most was that this evil cultivator's corpse, after such a long time, could still remain intact, with no signs of the physical body decaying. As I used a secret technique to investigate, I gradually discovered that within this corpse, there was a vast ghost corpse chi, which is the chi of ghost spirit and corpse fiend infusion. Perhaps for the 3 fellow deists, this chi is useless, but for me, it is extremely precious. Speaking of this, Buletin Yang's eyes showed a hint of greed. Clearly, this chi seemed to be something extremely valuable to him. But soon, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he continued, when I was about to take this corpse away, an anomaly occurred. A strange ghost creature floated out from within this corpse. This ghost creature had 3 ghost heads and many tentacles. Its attacks were not only bizarre but also unusually fierce. When I first encountered its attack, fortunately, I had a treasure in my hand and managed to escape with my life. Afterward, I constantly consulted ancient texts and finally learned a little about the origin of this ghost creature. It turned out to be a product of the fusion of a powerful ghost spirit and a Yao beast's soul. After speaking, Buletin Yang took out a scroll from his pregnant. Then, he spread it open between Sun Yang and the other 2. Sun Yang quickly looked over and found that it indeed contained records about that strange ghost creature. It turned out that the evil cultivation techniques practiced by evil cultivators would not only quickly affect one's mind but also their soul. When these evil cultivators died, the evil cultivation technique within their souls would erupt, thus triggering an evil soul transformation. If the surrounding ghost spirit chi was very dense, it was even possible to trigger a second evil soul transformation, which would then fuse with a powerful soul nearby. And at present, this area, a long time ago, should have housed many large Yao beasts, among which a powerful Yao beast soul would surely have been born. It just so happened that at this time, the second evil soul transformation occurred, which led to the fusion of this evil cultivator's soul and the Yao beast's soul. And what Buletin Yang was describing now should be the strange ghost creature. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. I can confidently come here, naturally, because I have made sufficient preparations and have the means to kill this ghost creature. I will set up a ghost extermination 3 souls formation, and at the same time, with a few treasures, I will completely eradicate this ghost creature. However, when I cast the spell, I cannot move. So, I need the 3 fellow deists to lure this ghost creature into the formation where I am. Sun Yang's eyes flashed with doubt. If there really was such a method, why didn't Buletin Yang set up the formation and lure the ghost creature himself? Why would he need the help of the 3 of them? Clearly, there must be some problem there. Perhaps seeing the strange looks in their eyes, Buletin Yang explained again, this ghost creature has actually been hiding and cultivating within that evil cultivator's corpse and will not easily leave the corpse by more than 3 feet. However, there is a method that can make this ghost creature leave the vicinity of the corpse. That is, while angering this ghost creature, one must also injure it. This way, in order to absorb souls and replenish its spirit body, this ghost creature will leave the vicinity of the corpse. I asked the 3 fellow deists to lend me a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Buletin Yang looked at Sun Yang and the other 2. Clearly, while Buletin Yang had a method to exterminate this ghost creature, he lacked the means to anger and injure it. That was why he was seeking their help here. Sun Yang's brows furrowed after listening. It seemed very simple, just injuring the ghost creature with the combined strength of 3 people. But how could he not know a thing or 2 about the dangers involved? After all, he had dealt with many ghost creatures. These incorporeal beings were the most troublesome. Ordinary spells might not harm them in the slightest. Only a few specific spells that cause damage to ghost bodies could inflict some harm on this ghost creature. However, the attack methods of these ghost creatures were varied and unpredictable. If precautions were not taken properly, there could very well be a risk to one's life. Even Ghost Capital frowned slightly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Song Feng's expression was solemn. From his expression, it was not difficult to tell that his means of dealing with ghost creatures were very limited. Moreover, what they were about to face was a strange ghost creature at the early stage of foundation establishment or above. He had no confidence in his heart. Sun Yang took in the expressions of Ghost Capital and Song Feng. Although these 2 appeared to be in a very difficult situation, they were actually harboring selfish thoughts, unwilling to exert too much effort. If they truly went all out, it was likely that both of them had certain methods to quickly injure that ghost creature. But doing so would not bring any benefits. After all, they still needed to explore the evil cultivator's cave later, and no one was willing to expend too much magical power here. Of course, since they had come here, they would naturally not shrink back because of this. Ghost Capital glanced at Sun Yang and Song Feng, then, after a moment of contemplation, broke the silence and began to discuss countermeasures. After a while, the three of them finally settled on a strategy. Seeing that the three had finished their discussion, Yang did not dare to delay. He quickly patted his storage pouch, took out several small flags and 4 different treasures, and began to activate them with his spell. This continued for several hundred breaths. Yang's spell was now complete, and those small flags had already been arranged by him 10 feet around. With a flash of a clear, faint light, a strange and unpredictable formation slowly took shape. This formation was precisely the Ghost Extermination 3 Soul formation. Sun Yang examined the formation closely, nodding secretly at its exquisite design. This formation was indeed somewhat unusual. Furthermore, there was a faint green light within it, somewhat resembling a soul-breaking lock specifically used in the Ghost Dao to imprison souls. Once a ghost creature was enveloped by this light, it would no longer be able to break free. However, although this formation was called the Ghost Extermination 3 Soul formation, it seemed to lack an array core for exterminating ghost creatures, apart from soul locking. Sun Yang quickly discovered that within the formation, there was only a grey compass emitting a green light. It seemed that the formation was incomplete due to the absence of a formation magical artifact. As for the other method of exterminating the ghost creature, it should be among the strange treasures Yang was currently manipulating. 3 fellow deists, the formation has been completely set up. I will temporarily conceal the formation. Once the 3 fellow deists lead that ghost creature into the formation, I will activate the formation to exterminate it. However, this formation can only be maintained for 2/4 of an hour. Please act quickly, fellow deists, and be sure to lead that ghost creature into the formation before its power is exhausted. Yang then moved his spell, and the light of the floating formation immediately dimmed. Then, he spoke to Sun Yang and the other 2 with some urgency. Fellow deist Yang, rest assured, we will go. As soon as she finished speaking, Ghost Capital was the first to move her spell and escape towards the forest. Since it was her idea, it was only right and proper that she should be the first to act and lure out that ghost creature. Sun Yang and Song Feng would then assist from the side. As Ghost Capital headed towards the forest, Sun Yang and Song Feng did not linger either, each transforming into after-images and disappearing to their respective sides. Sun Yang was currently fleeing to the left side of the forest, 100 feet in front of the evil cultivator's corpse. As he fled, his hand seal moved inexplicably, then pointed towards a hidden spot. As the hand seal fell, a purple afterimage could be seen flashing extremely quickly, disappearing into a corner. Following the purple afterimage were many ghost shadows. After completing these actions, Sun Yang then, according to the agreed-upon strategy, arrived 100 feet from the evil cultivator's corpse and began to vigilantly look ahead, waiting for Ghost Capital to lure out that ghost creature. Meanwhile, when Song Feng flew to 100 feet behind the evil cultivator's corpse, a sinister, cold smile flashed across his lips. His gaze was as dark as an arrow. He then surveyed his surroundings, as if he had discovered something, and his pupils clearly constricted. Then, with a wave of his hand, he somehow took out a treasure. He then transformed into an afterimage and began to arrange something around him. 5 breaths later. At this moment, Ghost Capital held a pitch-black long fan in her hand and approached the evil cultivator's corpse with a wary expression. Soon, she arrived within 5 feet of the corpse. With a flick of her finger, a green light flashed on the pitch-black long fan. In an instant, a wisp of flame abruptly emerged from the fan. This flame was greenish-blue. When it appeared, it did not raise the surrounding temperature, instead, it faintly exuded an icy chill. This was actually Ghost Yin Fire, a type of Yin Fire. The woman waved her long fan, and that wisp of flame immediately split into 7, burning even more vigorously. Ghost Capital used her magical power to grasp a wisp of flame, placed it in her palm, and gently blew it towards the evil cultivator's corpse. That wisp of flame flew over extremely quickly. As soon as the fire approached, it formed a ghost fire flower, landing on the corpse's glabella. However, at this moment, the corpse moved strangely, and a chilling roar emanated from within the corpse. Subsequently, a ghost shadow emerged from within the corpse. This ghost shadow was very tall, a full 10 feet high, with 3 bizarre human heads, but its facial features were occupied by tiny, strange tentacles. Half of its body was human, while the other half was covered in numerous strange tentacles, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. The moment the ghost creature emerged, dozens of tentacles moved, and that ghost fire flower strangely dissolved and disappeared. Seeing this, Ghost Capital could not help but show a hint of surprise. She was very aware of the power of Ghost Yin Fire, but she did not expect it to be dissolved by this ghost creature in just a moment. This was enough to show that this ghost creature's spirit body was unusually powerful. Her expression immediately tightened, and she no longer delayed. She suddenly waved the long fan in her hand, and the remaining 7 wisps of ghost fire floated out. Subsequently, 7 ghost fires struck various parts of the ghost creature. Meanwhile, Ghost Capital's cultivation technique activated, and she transformed into a black shadow, vanishing from her original spot. However, she seemed to have overestimated the power of the ghost fires. As soon as the 7 ghost fires floated out, countless tentacles attacked them. If she hadn't fled beforehand, she would have certainly been hit by the countless tentacles. The 7 ghost fires were submerged and disappeared within the tentacles the moment the countless tentacles grabbed them. When this ghost creature's attack missed, countless ghost chi emerged from its 3 heads, and as this chi spread, it vanished. Ghost Capital, who had landed to the side, saw that the ghost creature had disappeared, and her face instantly turned grim, but she dared not delay, quickly patting her storage pouch, retrieving some unknown treasure. As spiritual power was injected, a black corpse bathed in green fire immediately emerged, and as soon as this corpse appeared, it let out a roar to the sky. The green fire on the black corpse gathered in its fist, and it suddenly threw a punch into thin air. Although this punch clearly didn't hit anything, a loud noise resonated from thin air, and then the green fire exploded with a rumble. The moment the green fire exploded, a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was precisely that ghost creature, which had been preparing to attack Ghost Capital with a thunderous strike, but unexpectedly, it failed to gain anything and lost more. The ghost creature was instantly enveloped by the green fire. As the green fire exploded and spread in all directions, the surrounding dark trees, upon being affected by the fire, all ignited, and after a short while, they turned into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating into the world. Ghost Capital's figure flickered, appearing outside the green fire, and she coldly looked into the green fire, yet there was no joy on her face at all. Instead, her brows furrowed even tighter. At this moment, as the green fire slowly dissipated, a black shadow escaped from within, intentionally landing 3 feet from the evil cultivator's corpse, revealing the ghost creature's form. However, under such green fire, this ghost creature was completely unharmed, only the ghost chi emanating from its 3 heads became a little denser. How is this possible? Ghost Capital was also surprised by this. Although she had anticipated that the ghost creature was unlikely to be harmed by the green fire, she hadn't expected it to be completely unscathed. Judging from the ghost creature not leaving the 3-foot range of the corpse, this attack did not provoke any anger from it. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. As Ghost Capital's eyes darkened, she immediately moved her lips, beginning to transmit a message to Sunyang and Songfeng. Clearly, the plan had changed, so it was impossible to proceed as originally planned. They could only combine the strength of the 3 of them to see if they could deal with this ghost creature. Sunyang and Songfeng were also slightly surprised upon hearing this. The 2 of them could only fly out separately. After exchanging glances with Ghost Capital, they quickly understood the reason. The plan has changed. This ghost creature's strength has exceeded my expectations. We can only go all out to try and injure this ghost creature. Ghost Capital said with a grave expression, quickly transmitting her voice. In fact, Sunyang had witnessed Ghost Capital's previous fight. The ghost creature's strength indeed exceeded expectations. Even the ghost yin fire, which restrains ghost creatures, had little effect on it. However, it hadn't reached the point where the 2 of them needed to appear, which caused Sunyang to show a hint of confusion, and his gaze towards Ghost Capital held a slight hint of strangeness. With their appearance, the countermeasures they had discussed earlier were now completely useless. Moreover, this ghost creature showed no signs of anger when facing the green fire explosion, which fully indicated that the idea of forcing it to get angry and leave the evil cultivator's corpse was self-defeating. As a result, all schemes and tricks became ineffective. Currently, the only way was to attack head-on, relying on the strength of the 3 of them to injure this ghost creature. At this moment, Sunyang flipped his hands, taking out 2 ghost sails, and as he activated his spiritual power, 2 ghost generals emerged from the sails. He, along with the 2 ghost generals, then vanished to one side. Songfeng also dared not delay, patting his waist, a black shadow emerged, transforming into a giant black snake. And on the back of this snake, a bolt of lightning constantly flickered. It was actually a spirit beast of the dark element with the power of lightning. Ghost Capital's eyes also changed slightly upon seeing this snake. After all, most who can control spirit beasts are righteous path cultivators, but this black snake was somewhat demonic and did not seem to be controlled by a righteous path cultivator. This could only mean that Songfeng was likely not a sect disciple, but rather more like a loose cultivator who practiced both righteous and demonic Dao. However, at this moment, Ghost Capital did not think deeply, quickly activating her spiritual power, and the corpse puppet bathed in green fire reappeared beside her. However, at this moment, this green fire corpse puppet's aura was noticeably stronger. The 2 of them almost simultaneously activated their techniques, vanishing from their original spots. After one breath, the first to attack was Sunyang. He landed to one side, and with a movement of the ghost sail in his hand, a black shadow floated above the ghost creature's head. The black shadow moved its staff, and countless grey ice crystals began to fall from above. A chilling cold spread from within the ice crystals, and wherever they struck, the ground was covered in grey frost. The ghost creature below noticed this scene and moved its body, transforming several black chi into sharp arrows, which immediately shot towards the black shadow in midair. However, when the black chi shot over, the black shadow strangely transformed into a mist, directly dissipating and disappearing. At the same time, when the ghost creature reappeared, another black shadow emerged like a ghost. This black shadow, holding a black long spear, suddenly thrust it towards the ghost creature. As the long spear thrust out, a black chi also shot out with it. With a hiss, the long spear seemed to pierce into water, causing no ripples at all, but the black chi flew and landed on the ghost creature's soul body. The ghost creature seemed to sense something amiss, and countless tentacles shot out, directly piercing through the black shadow. As ghost chi emerged from the tentacles, the black shadow was instantly torn into pieces, turning into countless fragments that dissolved within the tentacles. Sunyang saw his ghost general destroyed but felt no heartache, simply because his goal had been achieved. When he saw the black chi slowly merge into the ghost creature's soul body, he smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, quickly activated his technique, and vanished from his original spot. Meanwhile, Songfeng's black snake and Ghost Capital's green fire corpse puppet also shot forward, one after the other. A flash of lightning flickered on the black snake's body, merging into its mouth, and as the great snake opened its mouth, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out. This lightning seemed to have great momentum, but it was merely ordinary lightning, although it had a good restraining effect on evil creatures. However, when it landed on the ghost creature's countless tentacles, it merely flashed with electricity before being completely swallowed by the tentacles. Clearly, this lightning was not as powerful as the ghost yin fire that Ghost Capital had previously controlled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song Feng's expression immediately became extremely unsightly. He quickly activated his technique again, and the black snake's mouth continuously shot out 3 bolts of lightning. But the outcome was the same, they were all swallowed by the ghost creature's tentacles. Their only effect was to delay the ghost creature for 2 breaths of time. It was precisely these 2 breaths that allowed a cultivation technique in Ghost Capital's hand to take form, and then she struck the green fire corpse puppet with her palm. The corpse opened its mouth wide, and a green orb floated out. Green fire coiled around this orb, which was several times more enchanting than the green fire on the corpse puppet itself. However, the moment this bead appeared, Ghost Capital did not immediately unleash it. Instead, she whispered, transmitting a message to Sunyang and the other person. Not far away, Sunyang heard her voice. After listening, his expression changed slightly. The content of Ghost Capital's message was a mantra and 2 hand seals. According to her, driving that azure fire bead was somewhat difficult, and she alone could not fully activate it. She needed Sunyang and the other person to cooperate. Only by simultaneously casting the 2 hand seals could the full power of the azure fire bead be completely unleashed. As long as this bead exploded around that ghost creature, it would definitely be able to injure it. At this moment, Sunyang's eyes shifted, and he couldn't help but look at the azure fire bead, sensing the power emanating from it. Then, a hint of doubt flashed in his heart, and he fell into brief contemplation. The power on this bead was immense. If truly activated, there was an 80% chance it could harm that ghost creature. However, his doubt was not about this point, but about the 2 hand seals Ghost Capital had transmitted. He always felt something was subtly off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Nevertheless, these 2 hand seals were indeed seals for activating a spell, and there was nothing overtly improper about them. But upon seeing Song Feng already moving to a spot not far from Ghost Capital, awkwardly forming those 2 hand seals. And with the current emergency, Sunyang couldn't afford to think too much. Sunyang could only suppress the doubt in his heart. With a flash, he appeared not far to the left of Ghost Capital. Immediately, he began reciting the mantra, then awkwardly formed the hand seals. These 2 hand seals were not very difficult. As they took shape, Sunyang only felt as if a stream of azure chi entered his body, then carried a surge of magical power, channeling it to his 2 fingers. You two, watch my gesture and simultaneously cast the hand seals. Ghost Capital also formed her hand seals, but the magical power fluctuations emanating from her fingers were different from Sunyang and the other persons, they were a faint grey color. Sunyang and Song Feng, however, emitted an azure glow. But at this moment, the 2 of them didn't think too much about it. The moment they saw Ghost Capital lower her hand seals, Sunyang and the other person also simultaneously directed their hand seals towards the azure fire bead. As the 3 hand seals descended, the azure fire bead, with a slight tremor, began to spin rapidly. The azure fire on it immediately surged upwards, accompanied by faint crackling sounds, ringing incessantly. Fellow deists, quickly move 30 feet away from this place. Ghost Capital lightly shouted, then waved her hand. The azure fire corpse puppet, grasping the azure bead, flared with azure fire and vanished from its original spot at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Below, the ghost creature still entangled with the black snake seemed unaware of the approaching danger, continuously using its tentacles to defend against the lightning attacks from the black snake's body. When the azure fire corpse puppet arrived within 3 feet of the ghost creature, Song Feng immediately moved his hand seals, forcibly recalling the black snake. He and the black snake then fled into the distance, one after the other. Sunyang, meanwhile, had already transformed into a long afterimage and fled. The next moment, the azure fire corpse puppet suddenly struck out with a palm, and the azure fire bead, propelled by immense force, shot towards the ghost creature at extreme speed. The ghost creature instantly realized something was amiss and launched countless tentacles, preparing to quickly intercept the azure fire bead. However, due to the extreme speed of the azure bead and its sudden launch, many of the ghost creature's tentacles missed their mark. The azure fire bead directly struck one of the ghost creature's heads, releasing a powerful surge of magical power. As the azure bead burst, countless azure flames instantly erupted. As the azure fire spread, it enveloped a 50-foot radius. Then, the azure fire began to explode continuously from within. Layer upon layer of flames began to gradually unleash. It lasted for a full 30 breaths, triggering over 30 explosions of azure fire in total. Each time a wave of fire was triggered, it covered the surroundings with a layer of eerie, chilling frost. Sunyang was also extremely surprised by this. He hadn't expected this azure fire explosion to be able to trigger continuous explosions. Although the power of each explosion wasn't too strong, with over 30 layers stacked, the power was truly terrifying. Subsequently, the azure fire burned for 10 breaths before finally beginning to extinguish. As soon as the flames died down, a black shadow scurried out in a sorry state. A dense aura of fury emanated from the black shadow, rising in all directions. The black shadow was precisely that strange ghost creature, but at this moment, its entire body was covered in frost, and one of its heads had already vanished without a trace. Its body was also covered in wounds, and even a small portion of its numerous tentacles were scorched beyond recognition by the azure fire. At this moment, the tiny tentacles on the two remaining heads of this ghost creature extended, simultaneously writhing menacingly. With a roar, this ghost creature shot out like an arrow, directly towards the Azure Fire Corpse puppet. In an instant, several sizzling sounds rang out. The Azure Fire Corpse puppet was actually pierced through by the ghost creature's tentacles within a short moment. Then, the penetrating tentacles violently churned, and with a loud tearing sound, the Azure Fire Corpse puppet disintegrated into a shower of minced flesh. Ghost Capital's expression immediately turned grim upon seeing this. The situation seemed to have exceeded her expectations, causing this ghost creature to completely go berserk. She instantly realized that things had become somewhat tricky. At the same time, she dared not delay. With a quick spell, she transformed into a black afterimage and fled to one side. She had originally thought that she would be the next target and intended to lure the ghost creature into the formation. However, little did she know, the ghost creature actually changed direction and, at an extremely fast speed, lunged towards Song Feng. Song Feng was also surprised when he noticed this. He didn't know what was going on. Why didn't this ghost creature attack Ghost Capital, who was closer, but instead came straight for him? A wave of irritation surged to his heart. But he dared not delay. He patted his storage pouch, took out a defensive treasure, and quickly activated it. A strange giant shield appeared, completely enveloping him. Just as he finished these actions, he heard several sizzling sounds. Song Feng quickly swept his spiritual sense and then realized that the target of this ghost creature did not seem to be him, but the black snake he had brought back. At this moment, the black snake's entire body was pierced by tentacles, and it didn't even have time to let out a scream. Then, with a spurt of black blood, it turned into a rain of blood. Song Feng's scalp tingled upon seeing this. Such attacking power made him extremely alarmed. However, very quickly, this ghost creature's two heads turned to one side, seemingly not looking at Song Feng. Song Feng immediately realized that the ghost creature's next target did not seem to be himself, which made him feel puzzled. Soon, he thought of something and discovered that this ghost creature did not seem to blindly attack enemies, but rather chose its priority target based on hatred value. The Azure Fire bead launched by the Azure Fire Corpse puppet earlier caused the most damage to the ghost creature, so it was the first to be destroyed. And Song Feng's black snake had also caused some trouble for the ghost creature, so it would choose it as the second attack target. Then the third target should be that void tempering ghost general. Sure enough, after killing the black snake, the tentacles on the two heads of this ghost creature pointed at the ghost spirit mage beside Sun Yang. Because what Sun Yang had previously controlled was a ghost general and a ghost spirit mage, and the ghost general was destroyed during the attack, now only a ghost spirit mage remained. It naturally became the next target. Calculating it this way, after killing Sun Yang's ghost spirit mage, the target would shift to Ghost Capital. Song Feng didn't understand why this ghost creature chose its attack target based on hatred, but in this short moment, when he realized this point, a bold plan emerged in his mind. When that ghost creature once again changed direction and lunged towards Sun Yang, Song Feng transformed into an afterimage, deliberately heading towards the ghost creature, appearing as if he was being attacked by the ghost creature and forced to counterattack. However, his attack had just landed and hadn't yet taken effect when he was sent flying to the ground by the ghost creature's countless tentacles. Only a rumble was heard from the ground, and Song Feng completely disappeared within the forest. Sun Yang noticed this scene, and his expression clearly changed. But seeing the ghost creature lunging towards him, how could he sit idly by and wait for death? He quickly waved his hand, and the green light of the star cover around him flared up, transforming him into an afterimage. He fled rapidly into the distance, taking the ghost spirit mage with him. When the ghost creature's attack missed, it immediately pursued Sun Yang. Subsequently, after several rounds of struggle, Sun Yang quickly realized the problem and gradually understood the ghost creature's target. He also slowly understood that Song Feng did not seem to be the ghost creature's target just now, and that the other party must have had some purpose in doing so. At this moment, Sun Yang's figure flickered, and he deliberately released that ghost spirit mage from outside the star cover. As soon as the ghost spirit mage appeared, that ghost creature pursued it, attacking the ghost spirit mage with extremely powerful blows. In just half a breath, the ghost spirit mage was pierced by tentacles, and with a burst of ghost chi, it was instantly torn into pieces. After killing the ghost spirit mage, this ghost creature indeed did not continue to pursue Sun Yang, but instead transformed into countless afterimages and attacked Ghost Capital, who had fled to the side. Ghost Capital was also a smart person. During this process, she had long understood this problem, but the ghost creature had turned its spearhead towards her, clearly intending to fight to the death. She couldn't be like that green fire corpse puppet, allowing this ghost creature to tear her apart. Although she felt bitter that Sun Yang and the other person had once again thrown this problem back to her, she could only bite the bullet and accept it. The moment that ghost creature pounced, Ghost Capital swiftly fled, heading towards the formation laid out by Bulet and Yang. That ghost creature seemed consumed by rage, completely oblivious to danger, and directly lunged in the direction Ghost Capital had gone. One person and one ghost creature disappeared outside the forest in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Song Feng, who had been sent flying to the ground, had already flown to the side as if nothing had happened. He was seen rapidly waving his hand seals, and as the incantation took shape, a strange grey light began to flicker faintly. Hee, all the treasures here are mine. At this moment, Song Feng gave a sinister smile. In fact, as soon as Bulet and Yang mentioned the evil forest land, something had clicked in his mind. This was because he had seen records about the Twisted Forest in a book. This place seemed to have undergone a change decades ago. It also subtly hinted that many treasures had gone missing during the change. Song Feng had originally planned to check it out along the way, but he didn't expect Buletanyang to bring it up first, which was exactly what he wanted. Subsequently, he agreed to come along. But to be on the safe side, Song Feng still stated that if other treasures appeared, they could be freely distributed. Buletanyang did not suspect anything and readily agreed. When they arrived at this place and heard Buletanyang say it was the corpse of an evil cultivator, Song Feng realized something was wrong. After all, over so many years, many people had entered here, so how could a 1,000-year-old evil cultivator's corpse still be preserved here without being taken by anyone? This point clearly didn't make sense. Song Feng then realized that perhaps this evil cultivator's corpse was not originally in this place, but rather someone seemed to have deliberately transported it here. According to the book he had, the treasures should be somewhat related to this evil cultivator's corpse. He then quietly and carefully inspected the area, and upon inspection, he indeed discovered some peculiarities. This was because Song Feng discovered some residual traces of battle. At the end of these traces, there was also a faint magical power fluctuation. And this magical power fluctuation was also recognized by him. It was precisely a certain small formation used to conceal one's figure. Song Feng believed that as long as this small formation was broken, he might be able to reach the place where the treasures disappeared. However, breaking the formation was quite time-consuming, and it couldn't be performed in front of Sunyang and the other two. If he did, even if he found treasures, he would have to give a portion to Sunyang and Ghost Capital. For Song Feng, this was absolutely unacceptable. These treasures should all be his, no one else should even think of taking a single bit. He had been constantly looking for an opportunity, and now was the perfect chance, using the interval of being sent flying by the ghost creature, to open the formation and seize the treasures. Song Feng quickly moved his hand seals, not wanting to waste a single moment. As he consumed his magical power without reservation, that formation also began to totter, clearly indicating that the formation would be completely broken within a few breaths. However, as he fully focused on breaking the formation, not far away, a purple figure flashed past. Song Feng also seemed to notice a faint rustling sound and looked back in confusion. Due to the influence of evil qi, his spiritual sense and spiritual eyes could only see a maximum of 70-odd zhang away. Within this distance, everything was normal, and there was no change. He also retracted his gaze, thinking he was too nervous. At the moment, that void tempering cultivator and ghost capital were both busy dealing with that ghost creature, so how could they pay attention to him here? He decided to quickly take the treasures. This was the most secure approach. 3 breaths later, a clear sound emanated. This concealment formation was finally broken. Song Feng immediately circulated his magical power, seizing the opportunity to recall the means he had set up around him through spellcasting, lest the magical power fluctuations emitted by these items be discovered by Sunyang and the other person. However, he did not know that the moment the formation broke, a purple afterimage flashed, entering the formation first. 2 breaths later, Song Feng, with a slight hint of joy, entered the formation and headed towards the center of the formation. Soon, he arrived at the center of the formation. He discovered a skeleton dressed in a black robe, and beside the skeleton's hand, there seemed to be many scattered items. Song Feng was immediately overjoyed and quickly approached the skeleton, looking closely. However, when he saw those scattered items, his fervent gaze instantly dropped to freezing point. Among these scattered items, one could vaguely discern the presence of spiritual artifacts, but it seemed they had all been destroyed during the battle long ago. A quick scan revealed no less than 4 spiritual artifact fragments. If they were complete spiritual artifacts, he would have hit the jackpot, but they were all just fragments, almost useless. Song Feng couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Although these fragments could be melted down to obtain some rare materials, it was still far below his expectations. Song Feng didn't bother with these fragments and quickly activated his magical power to search the skeletal remains for other treasures. However, after a full 3 breaths of searching, he found nothing. This is impossible. The person whose skeletal remains these are, capable of setting up this concealment formation, surely wouldn't have just these few items. Where is this person's storage pouch? As the last sentence appeared in his mind, Song Feng's eyes became bloodshot. He abruptly used his magical power to grab the skeletal remains and meticulously examined them again. Yet, he still couldn't find any sign of a storage pouch. This is absolutely impossible. How could these skeletal remains not have a storage pouch? Song Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He then slammed the skeletal remains onto the ground and quickly began searching the surroundings. After a while, he slowly stopped his search. The entire area had been turned over, but there was no storage pouch to be found. He couldn't help but start to recall where the problem might have occurred. Soon, Song Feng remembered a rumor he had heard earlier. Could it be that someone had already visited this place? Thinking of this, he activated his spell and began to search, but after a moment, he showed a hint of disappointment, as no traces were found around him. As for the ghost capital and void tempering, they were probably busy trying to deal with that ghost creature and couldn't spare a thought for him. After much deliberation, the light in Song Feng's eyes dimmed. He could only conclude that perhaps the skeletal remains had destroyed the storage pouch before death. Alas, a sigh echoed. After so much meticulous preparation, it was all for naught. After sighing, Song Feng could only wave his hand, sweeping up the spiritual artifact fragments on the ground and putting them into his storage pouch. These fragments, at least, were some gain, much better than getting nothing at all. He then used a spell to erase his tracks in the surroundings, and then, feigning injury, he activated a treasure and flew away. As Song Feng departed, in a certain shadowy place, a purple figure emerged and also left the area. Outside the twisted forest. As the ghost capital cast her spell, she successfully lured that ghost creature out of the twisted forest. Buletanyang had been waiting for a long time, and the moment he saw the ghost creature, he too activated his magical power, fully prepared. The moment the ghost creature stepped into the formation, a green light flashed. The soul extinguishing three souls formation was also officially activated at this moment. As barriers emerged from all directions, the ghost creature was immediately sealed within the formation by the barriers. The ghost creature quickly realized something was wrong and tried to use powerful means to temporarily avoid the surrounding barriers. However, when countless tentacles attacked the barrier, a green light shot out from the center of the formation. It quickly immobilized the ghost creature in place. The ghost creature still tried to break free from the restraint with its ghost chi, but it was already too late, as its soul power had already been blocked by the green light. Without soul power, the tentacles attacking the barrier seemed to lose control and droop limply. The ghost creature, which had been enraged, was suddenly enveloped in panic. Screams of agony emanated from the ghost creature. But no matter how it struggled, it was in vain. Buletanyang didn't waste words and directly sacrificed the three treasures in his hand. These three treasures were a pitch-black blade, a strange bone hand, and an eerie gourd. The pitch-black blade struck first. As a black light flashed on the blade and fell upon the ghost creature, its tentacles directly fell to the ground. Then, with a squeeze of the bone hand, the ghost creature's two heads exploded, splattering black chi. After two strikes, the ghost creature was still wriggling. Its life force was truly tenacious. But as the black-skinned gourd moved, the remaining ghost body was entirely sucked into the gourd. At this point, the ghost creature was completely annihilated. Sun Yang, who had rushed over, was quite surprised to see this. The destructive power of these three treasures against ghost creatures was truly terrifying. He hadn't expected a ghost creature comparable to the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment to die so easily at the hands of three treasures. Even the ghost capital's eyes flickered with green light. Clearly, she had not anticipated it would be so easy, as if drinking water, effortlessly simple. Originally, she had planned to intervene if there were any unforeseen circumstances, but it seemed she had worried too much. Fellow deist Buletanyang's methods are truly an eye-opener for me. Song Feng, transforming into a long afterimage, appeared beside Buletanyang from an unknown direction and spoke. When the ghost capital saw Song Feng suddenly appear, her brows furrowed slightly. She had clearly seen Song Feng being sent flying by the ghost creature earlier. Yet now, he appeared as if nothing had happened, flying over. From this, it seemed that his previous actions were intentional. This caused cold light to flicker in the ghost capital's eyes, but soon, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. This little one was quite worried when I saw fellow deist Song being sent flying by the ghost creature earlier, but seeing fellow deist appear unharmed, I am relieved. However, when the ghost creature was lured out, why did fellow deist stay in the twisted forest all this time? Could it be that you secretly went to retrieve some treasure? As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere changed. After all, the ghost capital and Sun Yang had been in sight the entire time. But Song Feng had disappeared for a short period, making it difficult not to harbor some suspicions. Even Buletanyang looked over. Although he had agreed that he would not covet anything else within the twisted forest apart from the evil cultivator's corpse. But what if Song Feng had ideas about his evil corpse? This made him somewhat nervous. Fairy ghost capital is joking. After I, Song, was sent flying, I suffered internal injuries and have been using my magical power to recuperate. How could I have time to search for any treasures? As his voice fell, Song Feng couldn't help but activate his magical power, releasing the disordered chi within his body caused by his injuries. The three of them sensed it and found that, indeed, as Song Feng had said, the chi within his body was quite chaotic. Haha, this little one was just joking, fellow deist Song, you don't have to take it seriously. Even if fellow deist truly took treasures left behind within the twisted forest, we would have no objections. After all, we had already agreed that whoever obtains the treasure, it belongs to them. Knowing her objective had been achieved, the ghost capital quickly laughed it off. Upon hearing this, Song Feng couldn't help but clench his teeth. With the ghost capital's words, he found himself in a difficult position to explain. He then flicked his sleeve, too lazy to offer further explanations. Chapter 214, The Evil Gathering Sect. Since Ghost Capital Fairy has said so, then let us go treasure hunting in the evil cultivator's cave. What if there are still some treasures left? How about whoever discovers it first gets to keep it? Sun Yang also smiled coldly, then spoke. Indeed, that is the intention. Let's go. Ghost Capital immediately circulated her chi and headed towards the twisted forest. You all can hunt for treasure, but no one can touch a certain person's evil corpse. It belongs to me. Buletanyang was also anxious and quickly spoke up. Song Feng saw the three of them heading towards the twisted forest and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could there be other treasures within this twisted forest? At this moment, he thought of the storage pouch of the skeleton flying away inexplicably, and he dared not delay, quickly heading towards the twisted forest. A quarter of an hour later, the four of them slowly flew out from within the twisted forest. A faint smile flashed across Ghost Capital's face, indicating that she seemed to have gained something within the twisted forest. Buletanyang looked relaxed. He had originally come for the evil cultivator's corpse, and that corpse had indeed fallen into his hands as desired. As for the other treasures, they naturally had nothing to do with him. Sun Yang's expression remained normal, showing no change. However, a storage pouch suddenly appeared in his sleeve pocket. Only Song Feng had an extremely ugly expression, as he had searched the twisted forest again but still found nothing. However, when he was searching a certain spot, he seemed to vaguely see Ghost Capital holding some kind of treasure. He immediately realized that the treasure had very likely fallen into Ghost Capital's hands. A hint of anger welled up in his heart. But then he thought of something, reined in his anger, and feigned an indifferent look. Alright, since fellow deist Buletanyang has obtained the evil cultivator's corpse, shouldn't you accompany us to open that immortal cave now? Ghost Capital turned her head and spoke to Buletanyang. Naturally, let's go. Buletanyang did not hesitate and immediately spoke. As he finished speaking, the four of them fled into the distance. They flew for a full half day. Along the way, although the four of them encountered many and evil ghost creatures, they were all resolved by their combined efforts. Of course, they also encountered a ghost devil in the early stage of foundation establishment. As the four of them became more practiced in their cooperation along the way, they were also at ease when facing the ghost devil. Although they did not kill the ghost devil in the end, they severely injured it, and it no longer posed a threat. Now, the four of them finally arrived at the depths of the cave, before a deep, dark mountain body. This stone gate seemed to be connected to a large mountain, but due to the erosion of evil chi, it had long been pitch black, indistinguishable from the surrounding mountain bodies. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to discover that an immortal cave existed here. Ghost Capital stepped forward, and with a circulation of her chi, a black light struck the mountain body, emitting a resounding boom. As the stones on it fell, a stone gate emerged. This stone gate was the entrance to the evil cultivator's cave. However, this strange stone gate was tightly closed. On the stone gate, some peculiar runes were carved. At this point, Ghost Capital stopped. This is the Gathering Yin Evil Gate, which can gather yin chi. Because of this, a restriction spell on it can still function to this day. Ghost Capital then waved her hand, and another deist magic landed on the stone gate. A faint glow abruptly emerged from the stone gate, and then the surrounding yin chi seemed to be activated, directly forming a yin chi barrier. That spell was immediately dissolved by the yin chi barrier. Sunyang also became solemn. This defensive restriction spell, after so many years, still possessed such power. However, if they couldn't even enter the stone gate, how would Ghost Capital know that there must be the spiritual object he needed inside? Ghost Capital Fairy, please don't keep us in suspense any longer. I presume you have a way to break this restriction spell. Sunyang hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Ghost Capital did not deny it, stating directly, that's right, this humble one does have a method to break the restriction on this stone gate. However, this method cannot completely destroy this restriction spell, it merely uses another method to temporarily open the stone gate. And the real challenge begins once we are inside, where several other restrictive mechanisms are set up, which are the most troublesome. Speaking of this, Ghost Capital also revealed a solemn expression. The three men showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Sunyang couldn't help but guess that perhaps the method Ghost Capital used, while temporarily able to break open the stone gate, would also have a time limit. After a certain period, the stone gate's restriction would reappear. And with several restrictions inside, if they couldn't break them in one go, then all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, this was the most troublesome part. There was also another possibility, the restrictions within this immortal cave were all linked, and only by breaking them simultaneously could they be truly lifted, otherwise they would be repaired again. Otherwise, after so many years, even if one restriction took a long time, all the restrictions should have been completely broken. This was also the reason why they could be preserved to this day. I imagine you are all very curious, so wait until this humble one breaks open this stone gate and we enter inside, and then you will all understand. Ghost Capital pondered for a moment, then flipped her hand, taking out a bamboo slip emanating ghost chi. Immediately after, she activated a spell and struck the bamboo slip. In an instant, the bamboo slip shattered, and countless dark, strange runes flew out from it. As Ghost Capital's hand seals subtly moved, these runes began to gather together. Before long, they formed a rune somewhat similar to those on the stone gate. Although many parts of these runes were still clearly different from the runes on the stone gate. But as they landed on the stone gate, a faint glow emerged. A moment later, the stone gate vibrated violently. Soon, a burst of explosions sounded from within the yin chi barrier on the stone gate. The yin chi barrier immediately dissipated, and the stone gate's runes faded, opening from within. A deep, dark passage appeared. Ghost Capital released her hand seals when she saw the stone gate open. However, Sunyang and the other two did not rush into the passage to investigate, but instead each looked thoughtful. This was because, although the stone gate's runes had dimmed, a subtle fluctuation was still faintly operating. The three of them naturally dared not advance rashly. Indeed, after a short while, a large surge of potent evil chi emerged from within the passage. The four of them also quickly flew to one side. The concentration of this emerging evil chi was 100 times that of the surroundings, so Sunyang and the other three naturally did not want to be contaminated by it. However, as soon as this evil chi emerged, it dissipated into the surroundings and did not continue to spread. After a good while, the evil chi finally completely disappeared. Sunyang and the other three once again landed before the immortal cave. Alright everyone, let's go in. As Ghost Capital led the way into the passage, Sunyang and the others followed. Soon, the four of them arrived before a strange stone statue. This stone statue had 2 horns on its head, 2 wings on its back, feet as large as an elephant's, and slender hands with long, sharp nails, making it quite eerie. Chapter 215, The Four Little Ghosts in Formation. However, there wasn't just one such stone statue, there were four of them. The ghost capital looked at the stone statues, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes, not daring to take another step forward easily. Seeing this, Sun Yang and the other two naturally stopped, carefully examining the four strange stone statues. After a while, Buletin Yang seemed to have noticed some clues and said, if my guess is correct, these stone statues should be the Ruoxai ghost statues, ghost creatures worshipped by the evil cultivators back then. The ghost capital heard this and said, that's right, these are indeed the Ruoxai ghost statues, but they are only incomplete images. The true ghost statues are actually in the last formation eye of the great formation in the deepest part. Hearing the ghost capital say this, the three's eyes flickered continuously. So, if that's the case, could the existence of these incomplete images in this immortal cave be related to that great formation? Ghost capital fairy, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us everything about these ghost statues. Song Feng withdrew his gaze and quickly said to the ghost capital. The ghost capital then withdrew her gaze and slowly said, actually, the incomplete images here are indeed related to that great formation, and they are even an imitation of that great formation, named the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin Formation. As the name suggests, this formation has four formation eyes, each corresponding to one of these four incomplete images. However, the four eyes of this formation are interconnected, moving one affects the whole. When breaking the formation, all 4 points must be broken simultaneously, and the incomplete images must not be damaged. If one of the incomplete images is accidentally destroyed, then the place we are in will turn into a purgatory, and we will die without a burial ground. Sun Yang was also slightly surprised upon hearing this. But isn't breaking a formation supposed to destroy the formation eye? How is it that with this formation, the incomplete images cannot be damaged? If that's the case, then how is one to break the formation? Not only Sun Yang, but the other two also showed changes in their expressions. They also flashed with confusion. After all, if the stone statues aren't destroyed, won't the formation always exist? How then to break the formation? The ghost capital saw the expressions of the three and nodded with satisfaction. After all, at that time, when she learned that this formation could not destroy the stone statues, her expression was also the same as Sun Yang and the other two. And Sun Yang and the other two obviously didn't recognize this formation, let alone how to break it, so her subsequent words would be even more convincing. As for the true method of breaking the formation, it actually requires the combined efforts of 4 people, which is also the reason why the ghost capital gathered the 4. After a while, the ghost capital finally spoke slowly, everyone, there's no need to worry. This humble one has gathered you all here, so naturally, I have a method to break the formation. She also felt that the effect had been achieved, and there was no need to hide any more. She directly flipped her hand and took out a scroll. It was opened right in front of the 4. Sun Yang and the other two also curiously stepped forward and began to examine it. Upon this scroll, a 4 ghosts reversal diagram was actually recorded. Unexpectedly, the 4 stone statues currently before them were actually a mix of true and false. The truth was that these stone statues were indeed the true bodies of the incomplete images. But the falsehood was that the power of the stone statues here was not actually located here. This was also the true mystery of the 4 phases transforming yin formation. Some people thought that the formation was only laid out within this immortal cave, but that was already a grave mistake. Therefore, over the years, many cultivators entered it, but very few were able to notice this point. This led to them all mistakenly believing that as long as they combined their efforts to destroy these 4 stone statues, they would be able to break the formation. But at the moment they destroyed the stone statues, they were directly refined by the purgatory activated by the power of the formation. This was also why a strong aura of malevolent poison chi drifted out when they opened the stone door outside. And because the true power of the stone statues was elsewhere, it wouldn't take long for the stone statues to be restored to their original positions again. However, with these years of exploration, people have gradually begun to gain some insight into the principles of this formation. The scroll that the ghost capital unfolded contained the method recorded by someone who had explored and discovered it. And further back, there was also the method to break the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation. In fact, the true formation eyes of this formation were distributed at the 4 corners, in 4 immortal caves surrounding this immortal cave. Each of these 4 immortal caves was guarded by an evil ghost creature formed from a stone statue. Only by temporarily killing the evil ghost creature and retrieving a stone statue core stone. Bringing the 4 stone statue core stones to this immortal cave and collectively casting a spell using the power of the core stones to seal the stone statues in front of them would allow them to temporarily enter the formation. After reading it, Sun Yang was greatly impressed by the person who had laid out this formation. After all, this method of placing the formation eyes outside the formation was extremely bold and also unexpected. Sun Yang also slowly understood why the ghost capital insisted on gathering 4 people, it seemed it was for this formation. Seeing that Sun Yang and the other two had finished reading the content and understood the principle of this formation, the ghost capital put away the scroll and said, "You all must have understood by now, so I will not say more. For this trip to retrieve the core stones, the 4 of us will split into 4 paths. Due to limited time, we only have a maximum of 4 hours. I hope you all will not hold back your strength this time and will do your utmost. Once any one person fails to retrieve a core stone, all efforts will be in vain." When the ghost capital finished speaking, her expression was very solemn. After all, this time it was teamwork, and she was able to find Sun Yang and the other two, which clearly meant that their strength should be sufficient to deal with that demon, but she was afraid that someone would not give their full effort. At that time, it would definitely be a wasted effort. The ghost capital glanced at Sun Yang and the other, then shifted her gaze to Buletanyang and said. Buletanyang, fellow deist, what do you think? Buletanyang heard this and naturally understood the ghost capital's concerns. After all, he had already obtained the evil cultivator's corpse, so whether the immortal cave was opened or not had little to do with him. Clearly, what the ghost capital was most worried about was that he would not truly give his all when going to the immortal cave and facing the evil ghost creature. Buletanyang chuckled softly and said, Ghost capital fairy, you can rest assured. I, Buletanyang, will definitely not drag the three of you down and will certainly bring back that core stone. If that's the case, then many thanks, fellow deist. The ghost capital's heart relaxed slightly after hearing this. As for Sun Yang and Songfeng, both had come for the treasures within the immortal cave, and obviously did not wish for their efforts to be in vain. The ghost capital did not deliberately say much more. She directly waved her hand, took out a pitch-black round disc, and quickly activated it. As countless ghost chi emerged from the round disc, she moved her hand seal and cast the round disc out. The round disc spun in midair, then moved towards the four phases transforming yin formation ahead, landing in the center of the four stone statues. Immediately, four streams of ghost chi shot out, landing on the four stone statues. 3 breaths later, a faint ghost chi floated above the four stone statues, causing the color of the stone statues to dim considerably.